Chapter 1. The final day of the divorce cooling-off period. Today marks the last day of the divorce cooling-off period. Yuan Yi, just yield a little, give him another chance, and you can still be the enviable, wealthy wife everyone admires. Yuan Yi deftly prepared fried rice at a night market stall, her 2-and-a-half-year-old daughter on her back. The sizzling of the iron griddle filled the air with enticing aromas, while her mother and sister-in-law incessantly chattered nearby. What are you putting yourself through this for? Isn't frying rice exhausting? When Lin Tianlu supported you, you hardly lifted a finger. You had a maid at home and a car to pick you up and drop you off. Your days were filled with shopping and leisurely outings. And despite his demanding job as a high-ranking executive earning $2 million a year, he would cater to your every whim. You live a life that everyone envied. Yes, Lin Tianlu did stray, but isn't it quite common for men to do so these days? As long as he doesn't want a divorce, what does it matter? Here and so well, $2 million a year. Yuan Yi chose to ignore their words, and with her head down, handed a portion of fried rice to a 7-year-old boy passing by. Suddenly receiving a portion of fried rice, the little boy halted, his eyes wide with caution as he scrutinized Yuan Yi. "Hey, that rice is mine." A customer shouted from another stall. "Didn't I say I would buy something else first? Why did you give my food to someone else?" Realizing her mistake, Yuan Yi quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry. They'll fry you another portion. I don't want him in a rush. Just refund my money." "I'm truly sorry." "Hey, raise your money back. Please come again next time." Yuan Yi retrieved 10 yuan from her wallet, returning it with a smile as she sent the customer on his way. After the customer left, Yuan Yi noticed the little boy who had just received the fried rice still standing nearby, his small face taut and exuding an air of aloofness as he scrutinized her with wary eyes. Yuan Yi assumed he was afraid she might ask him for money, and thus hesitated to eat. But since she had already given him the food, there was no reason to take it back. She smiled at him. "Go ahead and eat. Annie doesn't need your money. Just consider it a taste test. Perhaps if he enjoyed it, he might even bring his parents along as repeat customers." Having already made a mistake, Yuan Yi felt no regret. Minimizing losses was the way forward. Listening to her words and meeting her gentle, smiling gaze, the little boy picked up the chopsticks from the table and began to eat after a brief pause of 3 seconds. "Look at you. Why subject yourself to this ordeal?" Her mother's voice echoed once more in her ears. "Is it pleasing to be scolded? Are you happy cooking for free? Do you want to end up like your overworked father, forever a laboring chef without recognition? I say you are blissfully unaware of your own fortune. Ask yourself honestly, aside from his infidelity, hasn't Lin Tianlu spoiled you beyond measure? He gave you everything you desired, treating you like a precious jewel. When you wanted a divorce, he pleaded with you for a month." Her mother and sister-in-law continued their tirades. Indeed, she had been pampered by Lin Tianlu, his cherished gem, fulfilling her every wish. It was common knowledge. She became acquainted with Lin Tianlu during their professional endeavors at that time. She was a fresh recruit on the client's side. While he occupied a lofty position as the client representative, their encounter resembled a scene from a romantic drama, where coffee spilled into milk, igniting an inexplicable chemistry between them. Particularly, Lin Tianlu, who consistently offered his guidance, adeptly assisted her in completing her tasks, and his attentiveness made it evident to all that he had developed feelings for Yuan Yi. After work concluded, Lin Tianlu boldly pursued her with fervor, showering her with extravagant gifts and ardent declarations of affection, causing Yuan Yi to swiftly succumb to his charms. Everyone around her envied her fortune, and Yuan Yi felt she had met her destined partner. Before long, they married, and she became pregnant, ultimately welcoming a child into their lives. Once the child arrived, Lin Tianlu urged her to resign, asserting that providing for his wife and child was the essence of his life's pursuits, allowing Yuan Yi and their child to enjoy a life of comfort. Ate tea that time. Yuan Yi believed herself to be the happiest woman in the world. However, her bliss shattered when she discovered Lin Tianlu in a compromising situation with his former girlfriend, a woman who bore a striking resemblance to her. It was then she realized she had merely been a stand-in. How laughable it was. In that moment, the joy she once felt was eclipsed by an equal measure of anguish. In the aftermath, Lin Tianlu implored Yuan Yi, repeatedly apologizing and claiming that intoxication had clouded his judgment, leading him to mistake her for his former lover. He professed that he never wished to divorce her or betray her, pleading for another chance. While Yuan Yi, cradling their child and weeping, felt her heart shatter. His former flame called, and he dashed off once more. That day, Yuan Yi resolved to divorce him. Have you ever considered whether you deserve someone as perfect as Lin Tianlu? You are merely a housewife with no income, spending your days tending to the household while neglecting yourself. It is no wonder that another woman could steal him away. Her mother, Zhang Liping, exclaimed in exasperation. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi scoffed and decided to withdraw from the conversation. Her sister-in-law, Chao Ying, seeing Yuan Yi's obstinacy, exclaimed, "Have you thought this through? If you divorce Lin Tianlu, you will be entering a second marriage. With a child in tow, who would want to marry you again?" Zhang Liping continued with disdain, "You won't find another man of Lin Tianlu's caliber. He is a rare gem. If you leave him, who will ever want you?" Gripping the spatula, Yuan Yi was about to declare her intent not to remarry when a small boy's cool voice interrupted. "Auntie, if you get divorced, would you be my mom? My dad is single and quite remarkable." Turning her head, she saw the little boy, the same one she had mistakenly served fried rice to earlier, now savoring her cooking with a hint of surprise in his cold eyes. "Auntie, your cooking is delicious. It reminds me of a mother's love. I want you to be my mom." Yuan Yi was speechless. "Go away. What does this have to do with you?" Chao Ying retorted, irritated by the child's interruption. "Yuan Yi, today marks the last day of your cooling-off period before the divorce. Think carefully tonight. If you truly divorce, do not return to your family's home. We will not welcome a divorced sister-in-law back." Zhang Liping shook her head in disappointment, exclaiming, "You truly lack understanding. Despite the man's apologies, what more do you desire? Clinging to that trivial mistake of infidelity, you should realize that without Lin Tianlu, you are nothing. You shall never encounter anyone better or wealthier than him in this lifetime. If you truly divorce him, do not acknowledge me as your mother." With that, the two departed without a second glance. Yuan Yi observed the retreating figures of Chao Ying and Zhang Liping, her heart chilling to the core. This is her family during their more prosperous days. They often claimed that her maternal family would be her support in times of need. Yet, when adversity struck, none stood by her side. They turned her maternal family's retreat into a threat, pushing her deeper into the abyss. "Aunt, are you going to the Civil Affairs Bureau in Jiangbei tomorrow?" At that moment, she heard the cold voice of a young boy. Yuan Yi turned to see the boy in sportswear, standing by the corner, next to an electric vehicle. He gazed at her and declared, "Tomorrow, I will bring my father to wait for you. If you divorce, please become my mother." Yuan Yi was at a loss for words. Just then, her daughter, Sui, began to cry softly, prompting Yuan Yi to set her down and comfort her. When she looked up again, the boy had vanished, leaving behind only a conspicuous Maybach that passed by in grand style. Yuan Yi did not take his words seriously, as she hurried to prepare formula for Sui. Meanwhile, inside the Maybach, the boy declared, "Dad, I want her to be my mother." By the window, the boy pointed at the woman feeding a child at a street food stall. Beside him sat a man clad in a bespoke Italian suit, his demeanor as stern as that of a deity, who raised an eyebrow sharply in response. Chapter 1. The last day of the divorce. Cooling off period. Today marks the final day of the divorce cooling off period. Chao Yi, just soften your stance and give him another chance. You could still be the enviable rich wife. Yuan Yi, with her 2.5-year-old daughter, strapped to her back, skillfully prepared fried rice at the night market stall. The sizzling of the iron plate filled the air with an enticing aroma, while her mother and sister-in-law chattered incessantly beside her. "What are you enduring this hardship for? Isn't it exhausting to be cooking fried rice for someone else? When Lin Tianlu supported you, you didn't lift a finger. You had a maid at home, and you were chauffeured everywhere. Your days were nothing but shopping and socializing, and he, a high-ranking executive earning 2 million a year, was always at your beck and call. Those were days that anyone would envy. Yes, Lin Tianlu may have strayed, but isn't it rather commonplace for men to cheat these days? As long as he doesn't want a divorce, isn't that enough? Lin Tianlu is so capable, earning 2 million a year." Yuan Yi chose to ignore them, focusing instead on handing a portion of fried rice to a 7-year-old boy passing by. The boy, caught off guard by the unexpected offering, halted in his tracks, his eyes filled with wariness as he regarded Yuan Yi. "Hey, that rice is mine," shouted a customer waiting at another stall. "Didn't I tell you I was going to buy something else first? Why did you give my food to someone else?" Realizing her mistake, Yuan Yi quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry. They'll make you another portion. I don't have time for that. Refund me." Please forgive me, hey, race your money back. Come again next time, she said, retrieving 10 yuan from her wallet and handing it back, all the while maintaining a warm smile. Once the customer left, Yuan Yi noticed the young boy still standing off to the side, his face taut, exuding an air of cool detachment, his eyes scrutinizing her with vigilance. Yuan Yi assumed he was hesitant to eat, fearing she might demand payment. But she had already given away the food, there was no reason to reclaim it. She smiled at him. Go ahead and eat, Annie doesn't want your money. Just consider it a taste test for me. Perhaps if he enjoyed it, he might bring his parents back as repeat customers. Having made a mistake, Yuan Yi refused to dwell on it. Cutting losses was the way to go. Listening to her words, the boy met her gentle gaze, and after 3 seconds of contemplation, he picked up the chopsticks and began to eat. You see, why subject yourself to such misery? Her mother's voice echoed in her ears once more. Is it enjoyable to be scolded? Is it fulfilling to cook for free? Do you wish to be a lifetime, overworked chef like your exhausted father? In my opinion, you are oblivious to the blessings you possess. Ask yourself, aside from his infidelity, didn't Lin Tianlu treat you like royalty? He gave you everything you desired, cherishing you immensely. When you wanted a divorce, he pleaded with you for an entire month. Her mother and sister-in-law continued their tirade. Indeed, she had been pampered by Lin Tianlu. He had treated her like a treasure, always fulfilling her wishes, a fact well known to all. She met Lin Tianlu during their professional endeavors at that time. She was a novice in the subordinate position, while he occupied the esteemed role of the client. Their encounter resembled a scene from a romantic drama, where coffee collided with milk and, inexplicably, an undeniable spark ignited between them. Particularly, Lin Tianlu, who provided her with unwavering support, guiding her to successfully complete her tasks, made it evident to all that he had developed feelings for Yuan Yi. After the work concluded, Lin Tianlu boldly pursued her with fervor, showering her with extravagant gifts and audacious declarations of love, which captivated Yuan Yi, leading her to quickly succumb to his charms. Everyone around her was envious, and Yuan Yi believed she had found her true soulmate. The two soon married, and she became pregnant, eventually giving birth. Once their child arrived, Lin Tianlu urged her to resign from her job, proclaiming that nurturing his wife and child was the purpose of his life's endeavors, insisting that Yuan Yi and their child should merely enjoy a life of comfort. During that period, Yuan Yi felt she was the happiest woman in the world. However, her bliss was shattered when she discovered Lin Tianlu in a compromising situation with his former lover, a woman strikingly similar to herself. It was then that she realized she had merely been a substitute. The irony was palpable. The joy she once felt was now eclipsed by profound sorrow. In the aftermath, Lin Tianlu pleaded for forgiveness, repeatedly apologizing and claiming that he had been intoxicated and confused, mistaking her for Yuan Yi. He professed that he never intended to divorce her or be unfaithful, begging her for another chance. Yet, as she wept, cradling their child, his former lover called, and he hastily left again. That day, Yuan Yi resolutely decided to pursue a divorce. Have you considered whether you deserve someone as perfect as Lin Tianlu? You are merely a housewife with no income, neglecting your appearance while revolving around the kitchen. Is it any wonder that an alluring woman outside has captured his attention? Her mother, Zhang Liping, admonished her. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi scoffed and decided to withdraw. Her sister-in-law, Chao Ying, seeing Yuan Yi's stubbornness, exclaimed, "Think carefully. If you divorce Lin Tianlu, you will be entering a second marriage. And with a child, who would want you?" Zhang Liping added bitterly, "A man of Lin Tianlu's caliber is impossible to find again. If you leave him, who will want you?" Yuan Yi gripped the spatula, ready to declare that she would not marry anyone, when suddenly a small boy's voice interjected coolly from beside her. "Annie, if you get divorced, will you be my mother? My father is single and incredibly wonderful." Turning her gaze, she recognized the boy who had previously received the wrong fried rice. He was now enjoying the meal she had prepared, his cool eyes gleaming with surprise. "Auntie, your cooking is delicious. It has a mother's flavor. I want you to be my mother." Yuan Yi, go away. What is it to you? Chao Ying was displeased at being interrupted by a child. Yuan Yi, today is the last day of your cooling off period for the divorce. Think carefully tonight. If you truly decide to divorce, do not expect to return to your family. We do not want a sister-in-law who has been cast off. Zhang Liping shook her head in disappointment. You truly lack understanding. The man has apologized to you. What more do you desire? Clinging to that trivial mistake of infidelity, you threatened to sever ties with Lin Tianlu. Without him, you are nothing. You shall never encounter anyone better or wealthier than him. If you truly decide to divorce him, do not ever acknowledge me as your mother. With that, they strode away. Yuan Yi gazed at the retreating figures of Chao Ying and Zhang Liping, her heart sinking into an icy abyss. This was her family when times were prosperous. They often claimed her maternal family would serve as her support in critical moments. Yet, when adversity struck, not a single one stood by her side. They even wielded her maternal family's retreat as a threat, pushing her deeper into the abyss of despair. Aunt, are you going to the Jiangbei Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow? At that moment, she heard the cold voice of a little boy. Yuan Yi turned to see the boy in sportswear standing by an electric scooter at the intersection. He looked at her and declared, Tomorrow, I will bring my father to wait for you. If you divorce, will you be my mother? Yuan Yi was taken aback. Just then, her daughter Sui Sui let out a soft cry from her back, prompting Yuan Yi to quickly set her down and comfort her. When she looked up again, the little boy had vanished, leaving only a flamboyant Maybach passing by. Yuan Yi dismissed the boy's words, preoccupied with preparing milk powder for Sui Sui. Meanwhile, inside the Maybach, the boy remarked, Dad, I want her to be my mother, pointing at the woman feeding her child at a street vendor stall. Beside him, a man clad in an exquisitely tailored Italian suit, exuding an air of icy detachment akin to that of a deity, raised an eyebrow in response. Chapter 1. The final day of the divorce cooling-off period. Today marks the final day of the divorce cooling-off period. Xiaoyi, why not soften your heart and grant him another chance? You could continue to be the enviable rich wife. Yuan Yi, with her 2.5-year-old daughter on her back, deftly stirs fried rice at a night market stall. The sizzling sound of the iron griddle fills the air with a tantalizing aroma, while her mother and sister-in-law chatter incessantly beside her. Why are you enduring this hardship? Isn't cooking for others exhausting? When Lin Tianlu provided for you, you didn't lift a finger. There were maids at home, and you were chauffeured everywhere. Your days were filled with shopping and leisure. And despite his demanding job as a high-ranking executive earning $2 million a year, he always catered to your every whim. Those were days that everyone envied. Indeed, Lin Tianlu had strayed. But in this day and age, isn't infidelity rather commonplace among men? As long as he doesn't wish to divorce you. Isn't that sufficient? Hearing so well, $2 million a year. Yuan Yi pretends not to hear, focusing instead on handing a portion of fried rice to a passing 7-year-old boy. Unexpectedly receiving the fried rice, the boy halts, his eyes wide with suspicion as he regards Yuan Yi. Hey, that rice is mine. A customer waiting at another stall shouts. Didn't I say I would buy something else first? Why did you give my food to someone else? Realizing her mistake, Yuan Yi quickly apologizes. Sorry. I'll prepare another portion for you. No, I'm in a hurry. Just give me my money back. I'm so sorry. Here's your money back. Please come again next time. Yuan Yi retrieves 10 yuan from her wallet and hands it over with a smile, sending the irate customer on their way. After the customer leaves, Yuan Yi notices the boy, who had just received the fried rice, still standing nearby, his small face tense and radiating a cool demeanor. His eyes keenly scrutinizing her. Yuan Yi assumes he is hesitant to eat out of fear that she might demand payment. Yet, having already given the food away, it would be unreasonable to take it back. She smiles at him. Go ahead and eat. Anyone asks for your money. Just help me taste it and see how it is. Perhaps if he enjoys it, he might bring his parents to try it, becoming a returning customer. Mistakes that have already occurred do not cause her regret. It is wise to mitigate losses promptly. The little boy, hearing her words, locks eyes with her warm, smiling gaze. After 3 seconds, he picks up the chopsticks from the table and begins to eat. Look at you. Why put yourself through this? Her mother's voice echoes in her ears. Is it joyful to make food for others for free? Do you want to end up like your overworked father? A lifetime of unnoticed toil in the kitchen? If you ask me, you're oblivious to the blessings you possess. Ask yourself honestly, aside from his infidelity, hasn't Lin Tianlu spoiled you? He gives you anything you desire, cherishes you as if you were a precious gem. You want a divorce. Yet he begged you for a month. Her mother and sister-in-law continue their tirade. Yes, she had indeed been spoiled by Lin Tianlu, treated as a cherished treasure, always having her wishes fulfilled, a fact well known to all. She met Lin Tianlu during work. At that time, she was a novice in the second party, while he held a prestigious position in the first party. Their encounter resembled a scene from a romantic drama, as coffee spilled into milk, and inexplicably, an undeniable chemistry sparked between them. Particularly, Lin Tianlu took it upon himself to guide her, effortlessly assisting her in completing her tasks. And his attentive care was evident to all, revealing his burgeoning affection for Yuan Yi. Once work concluded, he boldly pursued her with an array of lavish gifts and unabashed declarations of love, and Yuan Yi soon found herself enchanted by him. Everyone envied her, and she believed she had found her true soulmate. Before long, they were married, expecting a child, and welcomed their baby into the world. After the birth, Lin Tianlu encouraged her to resign from her job, asserting that providing for his wife and child was the purpose of his life's endeavors, allowing Yuan Yi and their child to live in comfort. In those moments, Yuan Yi genuinely felt like the happiest woman in the world. However, that illusion shattered when she caught Lin Tianlu in bed with his former girlfriend, a woman strikingly similar to herself. It was then she realized she had merely been a stand-in. How absurd! The pain she felt mirrored the happiness she once had. In the aftermath, Lin Tianlu knelt before her, repeatedly apologizing, claiming he had been intoxicated and mistook her for Yuan Yi, insisting he never intended to divorce or betray her. He pleaded for another chance, but as she wept for their child, he received a phone call from his former flame and hastily left again. That day, Yuan Yi resolutely decided to divorce him. You demand perfection from Lin Tianlu, but have you considered if you deserve it? You're just a housewife without an income, spending your days tending to the kitchen while the outside world lures him away. Her mother, Zhang Liping, exclaimed in frustration, "You must adorn yourself beautifully every day to hold your man as heart. Otherwise, he will stray." Yuan Yi, upon hearing this, let out a cold snort and decided to withdraw from the conversation. Her sister-in-law, Chao Ying, sensing Yuan Yi's stubbornness, interjected, "Think carefully. If you divorce Lin Tianlu, you'll be a second-time bride. With a child in tow, who would marry you again?" Zhang Liping added bitterly, "A man of Lin Tianlu's caliber is rare. If you leave him, who else would want you?" Gripping a spatula, Yuan Yi was about to assert that she would marry no one when a small boy's aloof voice interrupted. "Auntie, if you divorce, will you be my mother? My dad is single and very excellent." Turning around, she saw the boy who had mistakenly received the wrong fried rice, now savoring her cooking with a hint of delight in his piercing gaze. "Auntie, your cooking is delicious. It has a motherly taste. I want you to be my mother." "Go away, what is it to you?" Yuan Yi retorted. Chao Ying, displeased by the child's interruption, insisted, "Today is the last day of your cooling-off period for the divorce. Consider it well. If you truly divorce, don't expect to return to your family. We don't want a divorced sister-in-law." Zhang Liping shook her head in disappointment. "You truly lack understanding. He has apologized to you. What more do you want? Clinging to the minuscule fault of infidelity, you are nothing without Lin Tianlu. You shall never encounter anyone better or wealthier than him in your lifetime. If you truly divorce him, do not acknowledge me as your mother." Upon finishing her words, the two departed swiftly. Yuan Yi gazed at the retreating figures of Chao Ying and Zhang Liping, her heart sinking into an abyss of despair. This is her family. During happier times, they often claimed that her natal family would be her support in critical moments. Yet when trouble arose, not a single one stood by her side. Instead, they threatened her with a very route of retreat from her family, pushing her deeper into the pit of despair. "Auntie, are you going to the Civil Affairs Bureau in Jiangbei tomorrow?" At this moment, she heard the icy voice of a young boy. Yuan Yi turned to see a small boy in sportswear standing by an electric scooter at the street corner. He looked at her and declared, "Tomorrow, I will bring my father to wait for you. If you get divorced, will you be my mother?" At that moment, her daughter, Sui Sui, cried out softly from her back, prompting Yuan Yi to set her down and soothe her. When she raised her gaze again, the boy had vanished, leaving only a flamboyant Maybach that passed by. Yuan Yi did not take his words to heart as she busied herself preparing formula for Sui Sui. Inside the Maybach, The boy said, "Dad, I want her to be my mother." He pointed at the woman feeding her child at the night market's fried rice stall. Seated beside him was a man in a finely tailored Italian suit, exuding an air of austere dignity, who raised an eyebrow in response. Chapter 2. The Scoundrel and the Vixen. The following day at the Jiangbei Civil Affairs Bureau, Yuan Yi arrived with Sui and a suitcase of belongings. The Yuan family, witnessing her resolute decision to divorce, severed all ties with her. They declared that once she obtained the divorce certificate from Lin Tianlu, she should never return to her natal home, free to go wherever she pleased. They did not want a divorced sister-in-law returning with a child. Carrying her child and her belongings, Yuan Yi headed towards the divorce proceedings. Upon arrival, the driver noticed her struggle and kindly offered to assist with her luggage. "You're taking so much with a child. Isn't your husband worried?" he remarked, expressing his discontent on her behalf. Yuan Yi managed a faint, chilly smile. "I have no husband." Just as the words left her lips, a weary yet complex voice called out from behind, "Wife." Turning around, she saw a man descending from an Audi A8. Lin Tianlu, aged 28, donned a bespoke suit, tall and impeccably handsome, with sharp features that drew attention wherever he went. His eyes, warm and inviting, had previously attracted numerous admirers, yet they had always been fixed solely on Yuan Yi. What she once perceived as fortune now felt like a masquerade. The gaze that once held her affection now seemed to belong to another woman. "I was wrong. Let us go home," Lin Tianlu said, stepping closer to her and reaching for her luggage. The driver, intending to hand the bags to him, thought to himself, "She says she has no husband, yet how could such a handsome man be anything but her husband?" Yuan Yi was resolutely guarding her luggage, refusing to yield. Just then, he noticed a woman in a fiery, form-fitting red dress, her cascading waves of hair accentuating her allure, emerging from the front passenger seat of the Audi A8. "Tianlu," the woman spoke with a melodious tone, "He still hasn't forgiven you. I told you I had to come here to explain personally. I have no intention of stealing you away. If I truly wanted to, she would have been out of the picture long ago." As she sauntered gracefully in high heels towards the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, the driver suddenly grasped the situation. This woman with a child was there to file for divorce. How foolish of him to have exclaimed earlier about the Audi A8, marveling at how wealthy the woman's husband must be and how handsome. Now, he could only scoff at the thought of such a scoundrel. "Ling Yan, what are you doing out here? Return to the car. I need to talk to Lin Tianlu said, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice as he urged her back. The driver shot him a glance, feeling a wave of disgust. At that moment, Yuan Yi spoke coldly. "Have you brought your ID? Let us go." Xiao Yi and Lin Tianlu turned to look at Yuan Yi, his phoenix eyes now heavy with fatigue. "Can we not get divorced?" Before Yuan Yi could respond, Ling Yan interjected with a challenging tone, "Yuan Yi, you better think this through. If you divorce Tianlu, I will definitely take him back. There won't be another chance for you." Her gaze was laced with provocation. "Ling Yan, what nonsense are you spouting?" Tianlu exclaimed. "I've truly thought this through. I cannot miss my chance with you again. Yuan Yi, if you don't appreciate what you have, don't blame me for being ruthless. Once you're divorced, I will undoubtedly be with you. Ling Yan, what are you causing such a ruckus for?" A flicker of dark pleasure crossed Lin Tianlu's eyes. "Tianlu, can't that night prove you haven't forgotten me?" They were caught in a tug-of-war. The driver, realizing the situation, thought to himself how brazen the mistress was, boldly vying for a man. This man was certainly no prize either. Ugh, what a pair of despicable individuals. Meanwhile, Yuan Yi observed their struggle. Her gaze as frigid as ice. "What are you waiting for? Go inside and obtain your divorce certificate, and you can enjoy your romance with your ex Xiao Yi. Don't listen to her nonsense." Lin Tianlu turned his head, his brows furrowed in distress as he looked at Yuan Yi. "I truly don't want to divorce you. What happened that night was genuinely an accident. An accident that involved bringing the mistress along. From the looks of it, you clearly intend to divorce your legitimate wife and marry the mistress on the same day." The driver could no longer hold back his scorn. Lin Tianlu ignored the driver's remarks, focusing instead on Yuan Yi. "Xiao Yi, even if you want to consider my feelings, think of Sui. Do you want her to grow up without a father? You have no right to mention Sui. Yuan Yi slapped away his hand as he attempted to touch their daughter, her gaze growing colder. Seeing this performance of yours makes me want to vomit. Xiao Yi, I'm not acting. I genuinely don't want to divorce you. I want to give you and Sui Sui a home. Then why did you bring her here? Do you truly not realize that her presence would only exacerbate the conflict? Yuan Yi pressed on. Lin Tianlu was momentarily rendered speechless, unable to articulate a response. He too felt that bringing Hualing Yan was a misstep, but she had pouted before they left, and he had succumbed to her whims. Tianlu, just divorce her. Once you do, I will marry you. The whispers of seductive enticement from Hualing Yan lingered in his ears. Lin Tianlu hastily retorted, urging her to cease her disturbances. Yet his brows unconsciously relaxed. Yuan Yi, observing his subtle gestures, was utterly repulsed, exclaiming, Lin Tianlu, you are truly disgusting. At that moment, Lin Tianlu grew anxious, his demeanor earnest as he implored, Xiao Yi, what must I say for you to believe that I genuinely do not wish to divorce you? Lin Tianlu was indeed reluctant to part ways. Yuan Yi regarded Lin Tianlu's serious expression, her gaze icy as she responded, yes, you do not wish to divorce me. It is only in my presence that you do not appear so easily ensnared by her. Lin Tianlu had initially ended his relationship with Hualing Yan because she deemed him impoverished. Hualing Yan, a wealthy heiress, found herself drawn to Lin Tianlu, a brilliant yet financially struggling student from a humble background. After their high school graduation, Hualing Yan was sent abroad by her family, leaving without a second thought. However, Lin Tianlu had developed genuine feelings. Upon graduating from university, he joined a prestigious investment firm, working diligently until within 2 years he ascended to a managerial position, earning over 2 million annually when he encountered Yuan Yi. He was a remarkable young man who had defied the odds, while Hualing Yan's fortunes had declined, unable to maintain her extravagant lifestyle overseas. Upon her return, she encountered the transformed Lin Tianlu, and with a mere gesture, she captivated him once more. Lin Tianlu repeatedly insisted to Yuan Yi that he did not desire a divorce, that his feelings for her were not genuine, but rather a response to his unwillingness to submit to Hualing Yan. Yuan Yi, understanding the dynamics at play, saw through his facade. For the past 6 months since Hualing Yan's return, their relationship had been tumultuous, with Hualing Yan fervently pursuing him while Lin Tianlu evaded her advances. He often used Yuan Yi as an excuse, yet whenever a matter arose with Hualing Yan, he promptly set Yuan Yi aside. Yuan Yi perceived everything with clarity. Thus, she refused to become a pawn in their distasteful, emotional tug-of-war. Upon hearing Yuan Yi's words, Lin Tianlu's expression shifted to one of shock, revealing a hint of panic at being so transparently understood. He found himself at a loss for words, while Hualing Yan, having discerned their ambiguous feelings, exclaimed with delight, Tianlu, I knew you still cared for me. Let's start anew. This time, I promise not to break your heart. We can truly be together. She intertwined her fingers tightly with his, and Lin Tianlu, unresponsive, allowed her to grip his hand. Yuan Yi's gaze fell upon their entwined fingers. Her heart filled solely with revulsion, for she had never held Lin Tianlu's hand in such a manner. On one occasion, when she attempted to do so, he had vehemently rejected her, stating that he despised such gestures. Thus, it was not the act of holding hands he abhorred, but rather the notion of doing so with her. Realizing Yuan Yi's attention on their clasped hands, Lin Tianlu suddenly understood and forcefully withdrew his hand from Hualing Yan's grasp. Yuan Yi, Chapter 3, Annie, marry my father. What more is there to say? Leave, Yuan Yi declared, clutching the child and walking away, refusing to utter another word to him. At this moment, Lin Tianlu had already released Hualing Yan's hand. He gazed at Yuan Yi, who was turning to enter the Civil Affairs Bureau. Yuan Yi, since you are insistent on our divorce, I wish to discuss the divorce agreement with you once more. All the assets I allocate to you will be frozen until Sui Sui reaches the age of 18, at which point she will inherit everything. Yuan Yi's fists clenched tightly. Indeed, whether one marries a person or a dog becomes glaringly evident during a divorce. A month prior, the two had signed the divorce agreement. Burdened by guilt and longing to reconcile, Lin Tianlu had granted Yuan Yi all his wealth. However, he had retained a clever precaution, placing all assets under Sui's name. The alimony was encapsulated within a lump sum of $3.5 million in cash, alongside a property valued at $10 million, yet still encumbered with a $2 million loan and an ongoing monthly payment of $8,000. Given that Yuan Yi had secured custody of Sui, her own daughter, she readily acquiesced to Lin Tianlu's proposal. Yet now, Lin Tianlu sought to exploit this situation. After all the family's wealth was earned by him, and with the child in her care, he was unwilling to see the funds initially intended for his daughter squandered on another man. Lin Tianlu raised an eyebrow, his once tender and affectionate gaze now clouded with calculation. "Of course, you may choose to litigate against me. I have ample time," he declared. Cloaked in the guise of protecting his daughter's interests, Lin Tianlu had frozen the assets, leaving Yuan Yi unable to cover even the mortgage. She would be left destitute, burdened with a significant loan. Should she default, the house would be auctioned off by the court, leaving her and her child homeless. Yuan Yi could pursue legal action. Yet such a course would undoubtedly lead to her detriment, for she lacked the financial resources and energy to sustain a protracted battle against him. Lin Tianlu appeared to have bestowed everything upon Yuan Yi, yet in reality, their divorce would yield her nothing. Yuan Yi glared at him in indignation. Suddenly, Lin Tianlu softened his tone. "Of course, you could choose not to divorce. I truly do not wish to part ways, Xiao Yi. Let's return to how we once were." He maintained a facade of deep affection as he attempted to retain Yuan Yi. Amused, she halted her steps and retorted, "But will your beloved consent to this?" Huling Yan, naturally, would not agree. Upon learning that Lin Tianlu wished to remain entangled with Yuan Yi, she tugged at his hand, insisting, "Tianlu, divorce her and marry me. Let us rekindle our romance." Caught in Huling Yan's grasp, Lin Tianlu feigned refusal, yet his eyes betrayed his uncontainable delight. Yuan Yi felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. Lin Tianlu's love for Huling Yan surpassed her expectations. His deep affection rendered him even more reluctant to be easily ensnared by her. He sought to display a facade of indifference, to reject her while simultaneously enjoying the process, all the while attempting to resolve the emotional turmoil of being abandoned in the past. Once that emotional turmoil was fully resolved, he could truly reunite with Huling Yan, free of any lingering grievances. Yuan Yi firmly believed that when their emotional barriers were finally dismantled, Lin Tianlu would unceremoniously cast her and their child aside. In that moment, he would be utterly callous. His current attempts to retain her were solely for their mutual benefit. Yuan Yi resolutely decided that from now on, she would resort to begging on the streets with her child, rather than allow herself and her offspring to become mere instruments in the ambiguous relationship between the two of them. Instead, she would directly relinquish her position to Huling Yan, allowing Huling Yan to become his rightful wife. After their marriage, would they still be able to continue their entangled flirtation? How delightful! At that moment, the driver excitedly exclaimed, "Sister, I've got your back. A scoundrel like that deserves to be kicked away, all the way to Siberia. Once you're divorced, I'll support you. No charge." An hour and a half later, Yuan Yi emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau, clutching a vibrant red divorce certificate. She casually tucked the document into her bag, while the man beside her tightly gripped the divorce certificate, his gaze fixed upon her, his brow furrowed in concern. Why was Yuan Yi so resolute in her decision to part ways with him? Did she not harbor any love for herself? "Tianlu." Huling Yan suddenly dashed into Lin Tianlu's embrace. "What are you doing?" Lin Tianlu pushed her away, an awkwardness washing over him. To put it simply, his relationship with Huling Yan was fraught with ambiguity. He had consistently rejected her advances, yet found it difficult to let go. He had always used Yuan Yi as an excuse to maintain their tenuous connection. But now that Yuan Yi had divorced him, the barriers between him and Huling Yan had vanished, leaving him feeling uncomfortable. Did this mean he truly had to confront the feelings he had long sheltered for Huling Yan? "Now that you are divorced, what is wrong with me hugging you? It's not illegal for us to engage directly." Huling Yan boldly reached out to touch Lin Tianlu. His heart raced, and he swiftly grasped her descending hand, his expression a mix of feigned seriousness and a final line of defense. Be careful. We are in public. Then let us go to a hotel and celebrate your divorce with a little fun, Hualingyan whispered into Lin Tianlu's ear, flushed with a mixture of irritation and excitement. Lin Tianlu felt his neck heat up, yet his eyes sparkled with a hint of joy, a sensation he had never experienced while with Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi was far too obedient and proper. She was the kind of good woman suitable for family life, like a gardenia, bringing comfort and joy. Being with her was never exhausting, as she would thoughtfully arrange everything for him. Yet at the same time, she would never be like Hualingyan, who ignited a thrill within him. Hualingyan was a thorny rose, piercing his heart and planting an indelible mark upon his soul. He truly loved Hualingyan. Yuan Yi could never compare to her. More so, it was Yuan Yi who had willingly given up, thus enabling them. Lin Tianlu suddenly felt an overwhelming desire to embrace the deep affection he held for Hualingyan without restraint. "Lingyan, if you betray me again, this time, I will not let you off," he declared fiercely to Hualingyan. Upon hearing his words, Hualingyan laughed maniacally. Yes, you must never let me go. I want to be tied to you for eternity, never to part." Yuan Yi, listening to their unabashed declarations, could no longer bear to witness the antics of this mad couple. After obtaining her divorce certificate, she turned to leave. Just a few steps ahead, she received a phone call. "Yuan Yi, have you truly divorced Lin Tianlu?" Her mother's furious voice echoed from the other end of the line. Yuan Yi was perplexed by how quickly the news reached her. Turning her head, she noticed Hualingyan beside her, holding Lin Tianlu's phone, posting on social media. Hualingyan met her gaze and provocatively raised the phone, exclaiming, "Oh, look at your mother." She left a comment on Tianlu's post, pleading with him not to divorce you and to grant you another chance. Yuan Yi's eyes fell upon a lengthy message from her mother, filled with various pleas, flattery, and apologies, begging Lin Tianlu not to proceed with the divorce. In that instant, Yuan Yi felt as if countless daggers had pierced her back, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of humiliation. "Yuan Yi, I don't care. You need to apologize to Tianlu and beg him to remarry you. A wonderful son-in-law like him is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We can do without you, my worthless daughter, but we cannot lose Tianlu." Her mother, Zhang Liping, insisted. Yuan Yi abruptly ended the call. "Your mother seems quite upset about your divorce," Hualingyan remarked, observing her, "but it's truly unfortunate. I will not allow Tianlu to slip away from me." As the two women vied for his attention, Lin Tianlu felt an involuntary sense of satisfaction, especially since one of them represented the greatest regret of his youth. In that fleeting moment, the bitterness within him seemed to dissolve. Yet afterward, a peculiar emptiness settled in his heart. His gaze unintentionally drifted back to his divorced wife, and at that moment he finally felt a twinge of guilt. "I will delete that post shortly," he stated. "No need," Yuan Yi replied, looking at him. "Let everyone know that our divorce is a good thing." Her heart had turned completely cold as she walked away. Lin Tianlu watched her retreating figure, a deeper intensity in his eyes. However, he refrained from saying anything further or try and persuade her about the future. He had already offered Yuan Yi several chances. He had never truly wished to divorce her. It was her insistence that had led them to this point, and he could not be blamed. Yuan Yi prepared to head directly to her stall to earn a living when her phone buzzed with a message from her friend, Su Feifei. "Xiaoyi, how are you? I'm coming back today, so I can't lend you the stall anymore." The fried rice stall belonged to her good friend, Su Feifei, who had been away for a month for matchmaking. Yuan Yi had borrowed it while preparing for her divorce, seeking a way to earn money while caring for her child. Now, the situation had worsened. She was left without the stall. Standing hesitantly outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, Yuan Yi found herself in a predicament. She had only a few thousand yuan on her, and she needed to earn 8,000 each month to cover her mortgage. But with a child to care for, where could she find work? Just then, a small boy's voice broke through her thoughts. "Annie, I brought my dad. Please marry my dad. He'll take care of you and your sister." Chapter 4. A second marriage in a flash. Yuan Yi turned to see a father and son standing in the sunlight. The little boy was the same one she had encountered the day before. She was taken aback. Is he serious? She noticed a man in his 30s, dressed in a suit, standing beside the boy. The man stood tall at nearly 1.90 meters, his appearance surpassing even Lin Tianlu in attractiveness. With deep-set eyes, a prominent nose, and well-defined facial features, he emanated a chilling aura that inexplicably instilled a sense of pressure in those around him. "Auntie, this is my father. His name is Yun Xiao." The little boy tugged at the man beside him, introducing him to Yuan Yi. "He can be a bit cold in demeanor, but he is very thoughtful and treats our family well. Moreover, my father is quite devoted. He would never cheat." He spoke of his father's virtues with the same enthusiasm as one might showcase a prize dish, his bright eyes filled with hopeful anticipation as he looked at Yuan Yi, as if yearning for her approval of his father. After all, his dad was the wealthiest man in Haicheng. Surely a beautiful lady like her would be interested. "Father, please say a few words," the boy urged, nudging Yun Xiao forward, keen to secure this potential mother for himself. Yun Xiao, slightly furrowing his attractive brows at his son's insistence, stepped forward. "Hello, I am Yun Xiao. My son holds you in high regard. If you are willing, we could register our marriage today, as my time is limited." Yun Xiao was exceedingly busy, with little time to care for Yun Mo, and his parents were constantly pressing him to find a wife and provide a mother for Yun Mo. If he did not take action, they would arrange a business marriage for him, as they had done with his first wife, devoid of affection. Given this, he thought it best to choose someone his son liked. "Beautiful aunt, please agree. My father will treat you very well," Yun Mo implored, stepping closer to Yuan Yi and taking her hand. After tasting the fried rice she had prepared the previous day, he felt a connection to the maternal flavor he had longed for, imagining that if his mother were alive, she would be akin to Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi gazed at the earnest little boy, both amused and bewildered, never having considered that his innocent words were serious. To her astonishment, he had truly brought his father to propose a marriage with her. Just then, a voice imbued with complex emotions interrupted from behind. "Yuan Yi, who are they?" Upon hearing Lin Tianlu's voice, she abruptly raised her gaze to the tall man beside her. "Mr. Yun, may I inquire about the reason for your divorce?" "I did not divorce. I'm a widower," Yun Xiao replied coldly. Yun Mo's mother passed away during childbirth. At this revelation, Yuan Yi felt a wave of relief wash over her, yet her heart ached for little Yun Mo. It dawned on her that he had never known a mother's love. As a mother herself, she found it unbearable to witness such sorrow in such a young child. "Then let us marry. I will be Yun Mo's mother," Yuan Yi declared, lifting her gaze with determination. Lin Tianlu's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Yuan Yi is considering a second marriage?" He attempted to pursue her, but was halted by Huo Lingyan, who restrained him. Standing at the entrance, he watched as they re-entered the Civil Affairs Bureau, his brow furrowing. After half a minute, he relaxed his expression and left with Huo Lingyan. He and Yuan Yi were divorced. Her choices no longer concerned him. Whether she chose to remarry hastily was entirely her affair. However, Lin Tianlu believed that Yuan Yi would inevitably come to regret her decision. How many successful second marriages exist, particularly when children are involved? Yuan Yi would eventually comprehend the folly of her insistence on divorcing him today after enduring hardships in the future. Yet, he had already taken a liking to Huo Lingyan and could not afford her another chance. 10 minutes later, Yuan Yi emerged once more from the Civil Affairs Bureau. The divorce process was lengthy, but marriage was remarkably swift. Clutching yet another crimson marriage certificate, her heart was a tumult of emotions. She felt utterly mad. Here she was, entering into a second marriage, and a hasty one at that, with a complete stranger. The impulsiveness spurred by Lin Tianlu's provocation was gradually dissipating. In Yuan, he felt a tinge of panic as she gazed upon the father-son duo walking ahead. "Mr. Yun, what is the matter?" Yun Xiao halted, turning to regard Yuan Yi with a hint of scrutiny. His intention in marrying Yuan Yi was solely to provide Yun Mo with a mother he favored. Admittedly, the woman before him possessed a gentle beauty that he found agreeable. However, he was determined not to reveal his status as the wealthiest man in Haicheng. Both were entering into a second marriage, and mutual benefit seemed to be the goal. As long as Yuan Yi did not become a source of annoyance, he was willing to support her and her daughter indefinitely. As for whether he might eventually fall in love with Yuan Yi or whether she would be angered upon discovering the truth about his concealed identity, Such matters were beyond his contemplation. At least for now, he would ensure she remained unaware of his affluence, a point he had already communicated to Yuan Mo. We may have acted too hastily just now. I believe it is essential for us to understand each other better, Yuan Yi stated, particularly regarding financial matters. Upon hearing her words, Yin Xiao raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of realization passing through his eyes. Indeed, Yuan Yi was a woman with ulterior motives. Having just obtained their marriage certificate, she was eager to reveal her true intentions. Yuan Yi continued, "Let me be candid. My ex-husband has frozen the funds that were supposed to be allocated for me and my daughter. Currently, I possess only a few thousand in savings. In addition, I have a property with a monthly mortgage of $8,000, with a total loan amount exceeding $2 million. Due to my lack of savings, I am unable to repay the loan early. Thus, I cannot sell the house. I am eager to know if you own property in Haicheng. If you do not, would you consider residing with me and assisting in the mortgage payments? Rest assured, I will calculate your contributions, and once the loan is settled, I will add your and Little Mo's names to the property deed, proportionate to your investment." Yuan Yi openly shared her predicament, recognizing her pressing need for assistance with the mortgage. Failing to secure the property, valued at millions, would lead to immense losses should it be auctioned due to unpaid debts, far exceeding the value of simply adding Yin Xiao and Yin Mo's names to the title based on their contributions. Their shared status as individuals entering a second marriage meant that navigating this relationship would be more challenging than a first marriage, as there was no emotional foundation to build upon. Transparency was essential. She felt there was nothing to conceal, and if Yin Xiao found her circumstances unacceptable or if his conditions were not favorable, then terminating this absurdly brief and impulsive marriage would be the most prudent course of action. Should Yin Xiao be willing to assist her with a mortgage, it would not be a loss for him either, with Yuan Yi's agreement to add him to the title based on his contributions. He would gain both a place to reside and a share of the property, rendering the situation mutually beneficial. If a marriage can yield mutual benefits, then it surely cannot be deemed a mistake. Upon hearing Yuan Yi's sincere account of her circumstances, Yin Xiao raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Chapter 5. A good woman is hard to win over. The previous day, when Yin Mo expressed a desire for her to take on the role of his mother, Yin Xiao had dispatched someone to thoroughly investigate Yuan Yi's background, where she hailed from, her husband's profession, his educational background, his experiences, the reasons for their divorce. Every detail was meticulously uncovered. The woman before him had not concealed a single fact, providing him with a comprehensive disclosure, even revealing the amount remaining on her mortgage. She merely sought his assistance in repaying her loan while residing in her property, and even calculated the share of its value, proposing to add his and Xiao Mo's names to the title. This revelation caused Yin Xiao's eyes to gleam with interest, prompting him to regard her with newfound respect. Had Yuan Yi concealed any information or attempted to manipulate him for gain, he would have promptly taken Yin Mo and left. He would never allow a calculating woman to have her way. However, this was not the case. Not only did she not seek to take advantage of him, but she also presented an opportunity for him to benefit. His gaze flickered as he acknowledged, "I do not own a house. My monthly salary is $18,000, and I can assist you with your mortgage." Yuan Yi let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. How wonderful! He does not own a property. Considering the exorbitant housing prices in Haicheng, it was evident that their apartment had been purchased early, now valued at tens of millions, an unattainable feat for the average person. She vaguely recalled that Yun Mo had arrived on an electric bike yesterday, suggesting he was likely a salaried worker. In terms of salary, 18,000 is quite commendable, amounting to approximately 200,000 annually. Although this pales in comparison to her ex-husband's earnings, Yuan Yi was not oblivious to the income potential. For young individuals today, earning 200,000 a year is quite remarkable. When she first entered the workforce, she earned merely 7,000 a month, and even with continued effort, she would have reached only 12,000 at most by now. The man before her, while not as exceptional as Lin Tianlu, was nonetheless an accomplished young man. Such a salary would suffice for supporting a family. Yuan Yi was not concerned about this man encroaching upon her and Sui's assets, as Lin Tianlu had previously schemed, freezing all their assets and leaving the property solely in Sui Sui's name. Thus, Yuan Xiao could not exploit her. Rather, he would need to assist her in repaying the mortgage. Mr. Yuan, rest assured, I shall draft a repayment agreement immediately. In the future, as the property's value appreciates, you and Xiao Mo will also benefit from the increase, Yuan Yi stated firmly, her gaze locked onto Yuan Xiao. Her apartment was a large one in the city center, guaranteed to appreciate rather than depreciate. At this, Yuan Xiao raised an eyebrow, responding nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter." However, Yuan Yi, having borrowed paper and pen from the reception desk, began to draft a handwritten agreement regarding the property share. Should he assist her with the mortgage, his contribution would be factored into the property share. And once the loan was repaid, both his and Yun Mo's names would be added to the title. Henceforth, whether the property was sold or redeveloped, Yuan Xiao would receive his rightful share. Yuan Yi was earnest in her intention to nurture their marriage, refusing to be disingenuous on fundamental matters. She swiftly completed the document, creating 2 copies, signing her name, and then presented it to Yuan Xiao for his signature. As Yuan Xiao received the meticulously presented agreement, he felt it unnecessary. The house belonged to him, and repaying the mortgage was merely a part of normal family expenses. It cannot be, Yuan Yi insisted, the mortgage is substantial. At first, you may think it trivial, but as Meng Meng grows older, she will undoubtedly resent it. She contemplated the long-term implications, aware that Yuan Xiao had a son and would eventually wish to leave some inheritance for Yuan Meng. With his salary consumed by the mortgage and daily expenses, little would remain, and Meng Meng would certainly blame them in the future. Since it was a win-win situation, Yuan Yi was willing to ensure everyone received a share, believing that this would foster a lasting harmony in their lives. Yuan Xiao sensed Yuan Yi's sincere commitment to building a life together, and he couldn't help but feel that his son had made a wise choice in finding such an admirable woman. Meeting Yuan Yi's earnest gaze, he picked up the pen and affixed his signature to the agreement. Each took a copy for their records, after which Yuan Yi added him on WeChat and exchanged phone numbers. Once these foundational matters were settled, Yuan Yi recalled his earlier remark about his limited time. "Are you heading to work soon?" "Yes," Yuan Xiao replied, glancing at his watch. "I have a meeting shortly." "Then you should go," Yuan Yi said, pulling Yuan Meng closer. "I'll take little Meng back home." As Yuan Xiao observed his son being embraced, he felt an unfamiliar sense of reassurance, as if someone were managing his affairs in the background. Indeed, he had already registered his marriage with Yuan Yi. She was now his legal wife, entrusted with the care of his domestic sphere. "Little Meng," Yuan Xiao addressed his son, "you've never gone home with anyone else before." He sought to gauge Yuan Meng's opinion. "I'll go home with Auntie," Yuan Meng declared resolutely, eager to taste Yuan Yi's cooking. Yuan Xiao raised an eyebrow. "All right then." He marveled at how this woman had managed to capture his son's affection so quickly, having met only once. However, as he glanced at Yuan Yi, who held his child with one arm while gently guiding Yuan Meng with the other, he found her rather endearing. He entrusted Yuan Meng to Yuan Yi, and together they made their way to the entrance. Upon reaching the door, Yuan Xiao surveyed the surroundings. "Where's your electric bike?" "My electric bike?" Yuan Xiao raised an eyebrow. "I saw little Meng waiting by an electric bike yesterday. Wasn't he at yours?" Yuan Yi recalled, having noticed Yuan Meng speaking to her in front of the bike. But by the time she realized, both he and the bike had vanished. "Was that bike not theirs?" Yuan Xiao, sensing Yuan Yi's misunderstanding, simply nodded. "It is mine. I parked a bit far." "Oh," Yuan Yi acknowledged, glancing outside where only a few cars remained, noting a luxurious Maybach around the corner, wondering which affluent individual had come to the Civil Affairs Bureau. "Then you can walk back on your own. I'll take a cab with the children." At that moment, a rugged voice called out, "Hey there, you're out." It was the driver who had brought her. "Big brother, you haven't left yet," Yuan Yi remarked. "I said I'd give you a ride back, free of charge." The driver, not merely fulfilling his promise, but also eager to get to know Yuan Yi better, had discerned her character in their brief interaction. She was a good woman, brave, strong, and kind. His impression of her was exceedingly favorable. Yuan Yi has recently embraced the single life after her divorce, and he is also unencumbered by romantic attachments. Perhaps their relationship could blossom, granting him an opportunity to pursue her. Although she has a very young child from her previous marriage, in these times, remarriage is hardly a concern. What truly matters is the rarity of a woman as commendable as Yuan Yi, the driver, with enthusiasm, approached to assist Yuan Yi with her luggage, only to notice the tall man standing beside her. "This is my husband," Yuan Yi said with a smile, introducing him graciously. "We just had a whirlwind marriage." The driver exclaimed in disbelief. "Wow, that was fast. I knew that good women are harder to snatch than gold. I couldn't catch Yuan, even while standing at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau." Chapter 6. Little Sway the driver, feeling somewhat disheartened, lifted the luggage into the trunk. Yuan Yi, completely unfazed, ushered the children into the taxi and waved goodbye to Yun Xiao as they set off to her home. Green City Huiting. Upon arriving home, the little Sway in her arms awoke. Rubbing her eyes and recognizing her familiar surroundings, she exclaimed joyfully, "Mommy, we're home." At the sound of her voice, Yun Mo turned his head. He had noticed Sway long before, but she had been asleep until now. Yuan Yi explained that she had been staying at her brother's house for a short time, and Sway had been restless, only finding peace when Yuan Yi carried her. As she spoke, Yuan Yi gently patted Sway's head, while Yun Mo gazed at the sweetly sleeping girl nestled in her arms, feeling a twinge of envy. He thought to himself that sleeping in a mother's embrace must be extraordinarily comforting. "Who are you?" Sway asked, her round eyes wide as she regarded the unfamiliar little boy in her home. Sway, he is your brother," Yuan Yi replied, unfastening the carrier and placing Sway on the sofa. "From now on, we are a family. Xiao Mo is your real brother." "Real brother?" Sway repeated the words softly, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Great. Sway has always wanted a brother. Mommy, you finally gave Sway a brother." Yuan Yi found herself both amused and exasperated. Sway had often pestered her to have a brother, yet Yuan Yi had only been able to promise her siblings instead, which had frustrated Sway, who insisted that she wanted a brother and not a sister. Little did she know that one day she would indeed have a brother. "Xiao Mo Gij Isnt born from Mommy," Yuan Yi corrected her gently, caressing Sway tenderly. "Mommy and your father have separated, and I have formed a new family with Xiao Mo's father, so we are all one family. However, Xiao Mo is not Mommy's biological child. Do you understand?" Upon hearing Yuan Yi mention the separation from her father, Sway's expression remained largely unchanged, as Lin Tianlu rarely came home and seldom spent time with her. Furthermore, since Hua Lingyan returned home in the past 6 months, he had been virtually absent, and Sway had not seen him for nearly half a year. At the onset of the divorce, Yuan Yi had already explained to Sway that they would no longer live with her father. At that time, Sway simply held on to Yuan Yi, stating that as long as she was not separated from her mother, she would be fine. Now, upon hearing that they had completely severed ties with her father, she accepted it swiftly. Yet, she wondered what it meant that Xiao Mo's father was part of their family, and that Xiao Mo was not her biological brother. This notion perplexed her. "Auntie," at that moment, Yun Mo interrupted her, gazing at the cherubic Sway. "You can consider me your brother, born of your mother." Upon hearing these words, Sway joyfully leaped onto the sofa and embraced Yun Mo tightly. "That's wonderful, brother. I like you, Xiao Mo." Caught off guard by Sway's affectionate embrace, Yun Mo's usually aloof expression softened, revealing a hint of surprise. In the next moment, little Sway tugged at Yun Mo's hand. "Brother, come play in my room. I have so many toys." Yun Mo followed Sway into her room. Yuan Yi, observing the swift camaraderie between the two children, felt a sudden sense of satisfaction. It seemed that a hasty marriage might not be such a poor choice after all. "You two play nicely. Mama will prepare a meal for you," she said. "Okay," came the enthusiastic reply from the children in unison. "My mama's cooking is delicious. She makes crystal shrimp, lotus leaf chicken, and Yuan-style braised pork that are all incredibly tasty." Sway exclaimed while fiddling with her toys. "Yes, I know." Yuan Yi chuckled as she headed towards the kitchen. Yuan Yi's father was a nationally renowned chef, owning a prestigious restaurant, famous for his exceptional Yuan-style braised pork. She had been influenced by him from a young age, learning culinary arts under his guidance. Unfortunately, her father had passed away too soon. Had he lived longer, Yuan Yi might have taken over the family legacy. Regrettably, After his death, her mother and brother sold the restaurant to invest elsewhere, deeming the hotel business too exhausting. Consequently, no one truly cared for Yuan Yi thereafter. As she opened the refrigerator, she was dismayed to discover it was nearly empty. She had been away for a month, and Lin Tianlu often wasn't home either. Although his salary was high, it came at the cost of his time and health, as he frequently worked overtime and traveled for business. Yuan Yi managed the household, and in her absence, he didn't bother to cook. Presently, the fridge contained only some low-alcohol beverages and herbal tea bags that Lin Tianlu regularly consumed. Seeing this, Yuan Yi resolved to clear out everything related to Lin Tianlu after she finished cooking. She opened the freezer and took out some frozen goods and dried ingredients, preparing a simple seafood fried rice for Sui Sui and Yun Mo. There aren't many ingredients at home today, so you'll have to settle for some fried rice. Later, Mama will go out to buy fresh vegetables and whip up something delicious for you, she said. Yun Mo, eyeing the generous bowl of fragrant, golden fried rice, was already content. He had been enchanted by Yuan Yi's fried rice the day before and craved more. Accepting the bowl she offered, he, despite his eagerness, maintained decorum as he picked up his utensils and savored each bite slowly. With each mouthful, the delightful aroma engulfed his palate. The freshness of the seafood, the savory richness of the cured meat, the fluffiness of the egg, perfectly complemented by the chewy rice. It was an exquisite harmony, a perfect collision of flavors in his mouth. Delicious, amazing. Yun Mo, who had dined in Michelin-starred restaurants alongside his father since childhood, was still astonished by Yuan Yi's culinary prowess. It was truly exquisite. More than that, it evoked a sense of maternal warmth within him. Eat slowly, she advised. Yuan Yi observed as Yun Mo devoured his food with increasing speed. Initially, he maintained some decorum, but soon he completely let loose, finishing an entire bowl of fried rice in just a few bites. Brother, there's no need to rush. There is plenty more, Sui Sui remarked, pointing at the bowl of fried rice. Upon hearing Sui Sui's words, Yun Mo's eyes sparkled as he fixated on the bowl. Another bowl? Yuan Yi inquired, watching him. Yun Montak nodded agadi. If you enjoy it, eat as much as you like. No need to be polite with Auntie, Yuan Yi encouraged, taking his bowl and filling it again. Thank you, Auntie, Yun Mo replied. No, brother, you should call me Mom too, Sui Sui chimed in sweetly. She had just been introduced to him as they were not strangers anymore. Were they not siblings? Shouldn't he address her as Mom? Sui Sui's words rendered Yun Mo momentarily silent as he gazed into Yuan Yi's eyes. Although this Auntie was the mother he had chosen, the term Mom still felt difficult to utter. Yuan Yi perceived his struggle. After all, how could Yun Mo call her Mom when they had only just met? Truth be told, if Yun Mo were to address her as Mom, she might find it hard to accept. She offered Yun Mo a gentle smile and reassured him, just call me Annie. Follow your heart. Navigating a blended family with children from previous marriages is challenging. One cannot be too distant, nor too close. Yuan Yi believed in letting things unfold naturally. She comforted Yun Mo, and in that moment, it was as if a fog had lifted for him. Though Yun Mo's demeanor appeared mature, he was still a child, easily swayed by words. For instance, Yuan Yi could coax him into calling her Mom since he had chosen her himself. Moreover, he had taken the initiative to introduce his father to her for a romantic relationship. If Yuan Yi pressed him to call her Mom directly, he would feel compelled to do so, yet it might create an internal conflict. They simply did not know each other well enough, nor were they intimate enough. Yun Mo found himself caught in a dilemma. Should he be the one to initiate calling her Mom since she was the mother he had chosen? Yuan Yi's words about following one's heart suddenly clarified everything for him. Yes, he should act according to his feelings. If he wished to call her Auntie, then he should do just that, without overthinking. All right, Auntie, Yun Mo said, his previously tense little face softening into a gentle smile. Chapter 7. Yun Mo, who suffered from anorexia, only enjoyed Yuan Yi's cooking. Yuan Yi affectionately ruffled his hair, piling the fried rice high on his plate. If you like it, then eat as much as you want. Annie has plenty. Great. Yun Mo's impression of Yuan Yi improved even further. Before long, the simple lunch concluded. Yun Mo consumed 3 bowls, stopping only when he felt full. It had been a long time since he had eaten this much. He had been a picky eater for quite some time, and worse still, he had developed anorexia. The family had changed chefs several times, yet none could stimulate his appetite. The family doctor had examined Yuan Mo and seriously informed Yuan Xiao that his son's anorexia was quite severe and needed immediate correction, or it would significantly impact his development. This was also a key reason why Yuan Mo expressed his fondness for Yuan Yi's cooking and wished to select her as his mother, and Yuan Xiao had agreed. The issue of his son's eating habits was of utmost importance. Yuan Yi observed that both children were well fed and suggested they play for a while longer while she attended to the dishes. "All right," she said. Little Sui Sui took Yuan Mo by the hand and led him to the room to continue building with blocks. As Yuan Yi glanced at the two empty bowls, a surge of pride welled up within her. Every chef feels a sense of accomplishment when their diners finish their meals. She took out her phone and snapped a picture of the two bowls, now devoid of food. However, as she instinctively reached to share the photo, she hesitated. The first name on her sharing list was still Lin Tianlu. In the past, whenever Sui Sui finished her meal, leaving her bowl spotless, Yuan Yi would always send the photo to Lin Tianlu, who would respond with a thumbs-up emoji each time. Yuan Yi's culinary skills were well known, and Lin Tianlu relished her cooking, but his busy schedule often meant irregular meal times, with frequent business trips leaving him to dine out casually. He had previously told Yuan Yi that if she sent him pictures of Sui Sui's meals, he would feel as though he were sharing a meal prepared by her. Consequently, Yuan Yi delighted in sharing these moments with him. Now, feeling a slight emptiness in her heart, Yuan Yi's gaze shifted to the second name on her friend's list, the newly added Yuan Xiao. She tapped on Yuan Xiao's dark, oceanic avatar and sent the photo. Ding! Just after finishing a meeting, Yuan Xiao received a message, a picture of a clean dining table, the two small bowls entirely empty. Little Mo has quite the appetite, finishing 3 bowls. Yuan Yi explained with a laugh. Yuan Xiao. He opened the photo again for a closer look. The larger blue bowl on the right was spotless, his son's bowl. Little Mo finished 3 bowls? Yuan Yi quickly received Yuan Zhao's reply and initially thought he was concerned about Yuan Mo's large portion. After all, he was only 6 years old, and 3 bowls might lead to indigestion. "I'll have him moderate his portions next time to avoid any discomfort," she replied, adding a smiling emoji. At that moment, Yuan Xiao stared at Yuan Yi's smiling emoji, astonished. Could this woman's cooking truly be so delectable that even his son's pickiness was cured? He couldn't help but feel curious about tasting her dishes. "I'll have dinner at home tonight," he texted. Upon reading Yuan Zhao's last message, Yuan Yi agreed, thinking it was a perfect opportunity to buy more groceries and prepare extra dishes. She gathered the dishes and took them to the kitchen to wash. Despite Lin Tianlu's annual salary of 2 million, their home lacked a dishwasher, as Lin's mother disapproved of Yuan Yi being a full-time homemaker without even washing a dish. She believed that washing dishes and cleaning floors were tasks meant for women. Otherwise, what was Yuan Yi doing at home all day? Lin Tianlu did not defend her against his mother's criticisms. Fortunately, Lin's parents seldom visited, and their household had only a few dishes, making the task of washing them quite manageable for Yuan Yi. Before long, she had tidied up the kitchen and, after washing her hands, went to check on the children in Sui Sui's room. To her surprise, she found the 2 children had fallen asleep together. Little Mo had eaten too much fried rice at lunch and had succumbed to fatigue while playing. Sui Sui, resembling a small kitten, had nestled against Yuan Mo's arm as she slept beside him. The afternoon sunlight flowed like silk, reminiscent of milk, as Little Mo and Sui Sui, 2 adorable tiny beings, resembled a delightful little dumpling. Upon witnessing this tender scene, Yuan Yi felt her heart instantly melt. She approached softly and gently draped a small blanket over them, bestowing a kiss upon Sui Sui's forehead. Lifting her gaze, she noticed the small head nestled beside her, and she placed another kiss on Mo's brow. Yuan Yi tiptoed out of the room, and after her departure, the peacefully sleeping Yuan Mo fluttered his long eyelashes, not opening his eyes, but merely sensing a cool trace on his forehead. Is this what it feels like to have a mother? How warm it is. 1 box, 2 boxes, 3 boxes. Yuan Yi packed all items related to Lin Tianlu and placed them at the doorstep. Subsequently, she changed the electronic lock code of the house, erasing all fingerprints and facial recognition data of Lin Tianlu and his parents. Having accomplished this, she sent Lin Tianlu a message, instructing him to retrieve his belongings. Otherwise, she would dispose of them in 3 days. As for why she did not use WeChat, it was because she had already deleted him. She also deleted her mother, sister-in-law, and elder brother from her contacts. In fact, it was they who had first removed Yuan Yi from their lists. After obtaining her marriage certificate with Yun Xiao, Yuan Yi contemplated informing them, for they were her only blood relatives. However, upon sending the message, she received a glaring red exclamation mark. They had already deleted her. Yuan Yi also saw a relative sending her a screenshot of her mother's moments, in which her mother harshly criticized her for being unfilial, declaring a complete severance of ties with Yuan Yi. They asserted that should Yuan Yi divorce and perish in destitution, they would remain indifferent, insisting that their family would not tolerate a divorced daughter. Upon reading this, Yuan Yi remained silent, quietly deleting everyone and exiting the family group chat. They berated her for being foolish, claiming she would regret abandoning a husband with an annual income of $2 million just for infidelity, eagerly anticipating the ridicule that would follow as she navigated life as a divorced woman with children. They believed Yuan Yi had been sheltered from hardship, unaware of life's true struggles. Yuan Yi, however, was oblivious to the future they spoke of. Her current priority was to eradicate all toxic individuals from her world. After sending the message to Lin Tianlu, she also blocked his number. Yuan Yi returned home to take a brief respite. At 3 in the afternoon, the two children awakened from a refreshing slumber. Yuan Yi accompanied Yun Mo to record his information on the electronic lock at the entrance. "Andy, what kind of lock is this?" Yun Mo inquired curiously, gazing at the electronic lock. It was no wonder Yun Mo was unfamiliar with electronic locks. He resided in the Yun family estate, where the grand entrance was always opened by servants, and he had never had to unlock a door himself. His own bedroom door was merely a simple mechanical lock, devoid of any electronic features. "This is an electronic lock. Brother, you don't even know this?" Sui Sui's soft voice chimed in. "I don't know." Yun Mo shook his head. "Brother is silly." Sui Sui must not call brother silly. Yuan Yi promptly corrected her. "Everyone has things they have yet to encounter, don't they? There must be many things at my brother's place that you have yet to see." Upon hearing their mother's admonition, Sui Sui immediately apologized to Yun Ma, saying, "Brother," Sui Sui was wrong. "It's all right. In the future, I shall take you to my grandfather's house for some fun. It's quite spacious there, with a vast expanse of greenery, and many things you have never encountered." Yun Ma was not the slightest bit bothered. Meanwhile, Yuan Yi's perception of Yun Xiao and his son deepened upon hearing Yun Ma's words. It seemed they were not a particularly affluent family. Riding an electric bike to work and renting a home in Haicheng while caring for a child, Yun Ma had never even seen an electronic lock. His grandfather's house must be quite large and located in the countryside. Chapter 8. The CEO returns home early. Yuan He did not look down upon Yun Ma upon discovering that his family was not wealthy, for she too was merely a destitute individual at present. She possessed a clear understanding of herself. Her previous life of luxury as a wealthy wife was solely due to Lin Tianlu's generous salary, unrelated to her own capabilities. Essentially, she was no different from other working-class housewives. It was unrealistic to presume that having once married a husband with an annual income of $2 million would limit her future choices to only men of similar financial stature. Such a mindset would trap her in a bubble of fantasy, causing her to remain shackled to the past and resentful of her circumstances, having resolved to divorce. Yuan Yi remained ever vigilant in her thoughts. She would not disdain her second husband's lesser financial standing compared to her first. It simply meant that with Yun Xiao's salary of 18, they would need to be more prudent with their household finances. Yuan Yi took both Yun Ma and Sui Sui to the supermarket, with Sui Sui nestled in a stroller. After arriving at the supermarket with Yun Ma, Yuan Yi once again sensed that Yun Xiao's family might not be affluent. Many fruits and vegetables, as well as snacks and dairy products favored by children, were unfamiliar to them. Even the most common cheese sticks that children often enjoyed were unknown to Yun Ma. "Mom, I want cheese sticks," Sui Sui exclaimed as they reached the dairy section. "What cheese sticks?" Yun Ma asked, eyeing the display. "Cheese sticks are like jelly, but softer and more fragrant." Sui Sui explained, "They are so delicious." Upon hearing Sue's description, Yunma's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Observing the change in his expression, Yuan Yi picked up a bag of cheese sticks and placed it in Sue's lap. "Thank you, Mommy," Sui exclaimed joyfully, hugging her beloved cheese sticks. In the next moment, Yuma found a bag in his own arms as well. He exclaimed, "Whatever Sui has, you shall have too," came Yuan Yi's gentle voice from above. When Yuma looked up, he was met with Yuan Yi's warm, radiant smile. In a blended family, fairness is paramount. Henceforth, whatever Sui possesses, Yunma shall also receive. Hearing Yuan Yi's words warmed Yunma's heart. He thought to himself, "Whatever Sui has, I also have." Does this mean that he and Sui hold equal importance in Yuan Yi's eyes? "Thank you, Auntie," he murmured softly. "No need for formalities," Yuan Yi replied, ruffling Yunma's hair as she pushed Sui onward to continue their shopping. Yuan Yi purchased a variety of vegetables, recalling Yunxiao's mention of returning home for dinner that evening. She purchased a variety of fresh vegetables, including leafy greens, loofah, eggplant, green beans, zucchini, and tomatoes, along with a box of fresh chicken wings, a box of fresh chicken drumsticks, a pound of fresh shrimp, and a single cushion carp. Noticing an enticing piece of pork belly, she decided to buy a substantial chunk. This evening, she planned to prepare her signature braised pork for the father and son to savor. After leaving the supermarket, she stopped by the tofu shop at the entrance of her community to buy a block of authentic marinated tofu, as the quality of tofu at the supermarket was mediocre. Nothing compared to the delicate freshness of traditional marinated tofu. All of this cost her over 200 yuan, with the pork belly alone exceeding 40. Upon returning home, she reviewed the receipt and realized that, in the past, she would not have found such expenses excessive. However, with Yunxiao's modest salary, if she continued to shop this way, their daily expenses would escalate, indicating that a reduction in spending was necessary. Nevertheless, she decided to indulge a little today in celebration of their new home. After arriving home, she busied herself with preparing dinner while Sui accompanied Yun Mo in building blocks and enjoying cheese sticks. After tasting the cheese stick, Yun Mo, with a hint of surprise, recognized it as the same delightful treat that their housekeeper made at home, albeit he found it less satisfying than the housekeeper's version. "How is it, brother? Isn't it delicious?" Sui asked, her eyes sparkling. Yun Mo replied, "It's all right, but I've had even tastier ones. Next time we visit Grandpa's house, I'll have you try them." "Great," Sui nodded enthusiastically. Soon, evening fell. As Yuan Yi awaited the completion of the braised pork, she messaged Yunxiao to inquire about his return home. At that moment, Yunxiao was in the office reviewing reports when his phone chimed with a message. "When are you coming home?" He was momentarily taken aback, instinctively thinking it might be a misdirected message. Just as he was about to dismiss it, another message from Yuan Yi arrived. "Dinner will be ready soon. If you're late, I'll let them eat first." The mention of the child reminded Yunxiao of his marriage. He had hastily wed a stranger today, and his son was with her. Even if he forgot about dinner, he should at least check on his son. He quickly typed, "Just finishing up at work." "All right, the children and I will wait for you to have dinner together." Yuan Yi replied, "Okay," Yunxiao responded, closing the contract before grabbing his coat and heading out. Outside, Assistant Yi noticed him leaving at this hour and assumed he was heading downstairs for coffee. "Mr. Yin, are you going for coffee? I can get it for you." "I'm going home," Yunxiao replied. Assistant Yi was taken aback. "What? The hardworking president is leaving work at 6 today?" Yuan Group had matured significantly as its president. Yunxiao could delegate all responsibilities and choose his own hours. Yet his intrinsic diligence compelled him to be hands-on in his pursuits. Over the years of his leadership, Yuan Group had indeed progressed, establishing a substantial gap between itself and the second-ranking company in the city. Yunxiao's indefatigable spirit, akin to that of a model worker, did not go unnoticed by those around him. 7 years ago, during his most industrious year, he attended meetings even as his wife gave birth. Assistant Yi, observing Yunxiao leaving the office at 6 o'clock, could hardly believe his eyes. Had their president undergone a transformation, or had he begun to exhibit a semblance of humanity, recognizing the fatigue that accompanies work? In truth, Yunxiao simply wished to see his son. Having known Yuan Yi for merely a day, and with Yunma having spent that time with her, he felt it imperative to ascertain his son's well-being. Were he at home, he would harbor no concerns. However, what if Yuan Yi turned out to be a malevolent stepmother, secretly tormenting Yunma in his absence? It was essential to confirm matters on this first day. Yuan Yi sent Yunxiao her location, and within a quarter of an hour, he returned home. As he arrived, the sound of a doorbell echoed. At that moment, Yuan Yi was in the kitchen, serving a pot of braised pork. Sui, hearing her mother's call, quickly sprang up from the couch where she had been watching cartoons with Yunma. "Shall I open the door?" she offered. "No need. Sui loves opening the door," she replied, patting Yunma's arm before scampering toward the entrance, tiptoeing to expertly press the doorbell. Since Sui had grown tall enough to reach the door lock, she relished the task of opening the door, whether for herself or for visitors, much to Yuan Yi's dismay. For safety, Yuan Yi had installed a chain lock on the door. After opening it, Sui would verify the identity of the visitor before unfastening the chain. If it were a complete stranger, she would not unlock it. In Chapter 9, Yuan Yi's culinary skills captivated both Yunxiao and his son. After Yunxiao rang the doorbell and waited 3 seconds, the door opened just a crack. Strangely, he saw no one until he shifted his gaze downward, where he beheld a cherubic child with delicate features. The two exchanged wide-eyed stares. "Mr. Giant, who are you looking for?" Sui inquired with curiosity, gazing up at the towering figure of Yunxiao, who stood at an impressive height of 193 meters, taller than her father. She had to strain her little neck to catch a glimpse of his face. Yunxiao asked, "And you are?" Sui replied, "I can't tell you my name because I don't know you." Her voice was soft and sweet. Yunxiao thought to himself, "Hasn't this little silly girl already mentioned her name is Sui?" Just then, Yuan Yi's voice called from inside. "Sui, who is it outside?" "I don't know, Mama," Sui responded, attempting to close the door again. "I can't open the door for you, mister, because I don't know you." With a firm thud, the door shut. Yunxiao stood before the closed door, looking down at his phone to reconfirm the door number. 1501, correct. Suddenly, a memory flashed in his mind of the day he had hastily married Yuan Yi, recalling the sleeping child she had cradled in her arms. "Sui, who was that outside?" Yuan Yi inquired again, placing the braised pork on the table. "I don't know, Mama, but he was very tall and quite handsome," Sui exclaimed. Years later, Sui leaped onto the sofa, sitting side by side with Yunmo. She gazed at Yunmo's face and remarked, "Hey, he resembles Xiao Mo very much." Yuan Yi exclaimed in surprise, while Yunmo echoed her astonishment. Moments later, Yunxiao entered Yuan Yi's home. "I apologize. My daughter hasn't met you before and didn't recognize you," Yuan Yi said apologetically as she welcomed Yunxiao inside. "It's quite all right," Yunxiao replied, unfazed by being momentarily shut out by little Sui. Meanwhile, Sui was staring wide-eyed at the unfamiliar uncle before her. "Sui, he is Xiao Mo's father. Do you recall what your mother told you today? Xiao Mo and his father have formed a new family with us." Yuan Yi knelt before Sui, earnestly introducing Yunxiao. "You can call him Uncle Yun for now." Yuan Yi had always been averse to having children directly address adults in such an intimate manner. They had only just met and needed time to become acquainted. Even children required a process of familiarity. Forcing Sui to call Yun Xiao Daddy right away would likely make her uncomfortable. Upon hearing her mother's words, Sui sweetly uttered, "Hello, Uncle Yun." Hearing her address him so, Yunxiao attempted to soften his usually aloof demeanor and replied, "Hello, little Sui." It was appropriate to refer to him as uncle. If Yuan Yi had encouraged Sui to call him daddy outright, Yunxiao would have suspected that she had ulterior motives, feeling as though she were attempting to ensnare him with a child. Though he was married to Yuan Yi, her child was not biologically related to him, and Yunxiao, with his inherently reserved nature, found it difficult to accept such a direct form of affection from a stranger. His relationship with Yunmo had taken a long time to develop, and he found it even more challenging to bond with Sui, who shared no blood ties with him. After the two had acquainted themselves, Yuan Yi led them to the dinner table. "Let us eat. The dishes will get cold soon." With those words, Yunxiao was greeted by a table laden with a bountiful feast. There was a shrimp vermicelli casserole, eggplant with green beans, stir-fried tomatoes, and eggs, chicken wings with egg yolk, braised chicken legs, a creamy crucian carp and tofu soup, and in the center, a pot of braised pork simmering in a clay pot. The enticing aromas wafted directly into Yuan Zhao's nostrils, instantly awakening his appetite. It is worth noting that Yuan Zhao had long held an indifferent attitude towards food. Having indulged in a plethora of delicacies since childhood, he had grown fond of simpler, more convenient Western dishes, steak or pizza, prioritizing quick meals after work. Yet, this traditional Chinese feast rekindled his genuine desire for food. "Dad, Annie's cooking is really delicious," Yin Mo's voice chimed in. He had already seated himself at the table with Sui Sui, unable to contain his excitement at the sight of such an abundant spread. Had it not been for his father's return, he would have already dived into the meal. Yuan Yi also took her seat and said, "Mr. Yun, please have a seat and sample my cooking." Her culinary skills were a legacy from her father, and anyone who had tasted her dishes had always praised them. As Yuan Zhao sat down, he realized this was the first time in many years he had shared dinner with such a gathering. Even when his parents or grandmother called him home for a meal, he often declined. Due to that incident from years ago, he now sits alongside Yuan Yi and their two children. A wave of warmth envelopes his heart, contrasting sharply with the solitude of his meals over the past years. He picks up his chopsticks and prepares to speak, but notices that Yuan Mo has eagerly begun to indulge in the feast before them. The fried chicken wings, crispy on the outside and tender within, are generously coated with a rich sauce made from freshly peeled salted egg yolks. One bite is utterly delightful. The braised chicken drumsticks are so tender that the meat falls off the bone, infused with a savory sauce that is both succulent and aromatic. The sweet and sour tomato scrambled eggs could easily accompany 2 bowls of rice. The fried eggplant, with its unique flavor paired with green beans, presents a taste that Yuan Mo has never experienced before. He reaches for a piece of braised pork. Heaven knows how much he despises fatty meat. Yet, Aunt Yuan's cooking is simply exquisite, and the 3-layered braised pork tempts him to take a bite. To his astonishment, the fat is tender and glutinous, not greasy at all, perfectly balanced with the lean meat. As he savors it, the harmonious blend of textures and the fragrant sweetness leave Yuan Mo momentarily stunned. It feels like a warm afternoon, where he finds himself in a pastoral scene under a blue sky adorned with fluffy clouds, the breeze gentle, the grass fragrant. As he cuddles a little piglet and savors the deliciousness, Yuan Mo fully awakens his palate and digs in with abandon. Yuan Zhao gazes at his son, who is devouring his meal with gusto. Is this truly the same child who once struggled with a lack of appetite? Looking at the spread before him, it appears quite appealing, certainly not inferior to those crafted by professional chefs. He ladles a bowl of crucian carp and tofu soup. Yuan Yi's soup is as white as milk, exuding a creamy aroma. A rich fragrance wafts into Yuan Zhao's nostrils as he takes a sip. Instantly, a wave of savory liquid glides down his throat. The freshness of the fish, the spice of pepper, and a silky texture reminiscent of milk. There's even a hint of something special. He samples a piece of the smooth tofu, which, upon entering his mouth, disintegrates into a myriad of textures, filling his senses with its unique aroma. It's akin to clouds on a sunlit afternoon, surrounded by fluffy, round clouds. Yuan Zhao finds himself adrift in a river of milky crucian carp soup, with cloud-like pieces of tofu effortlessly entering his mouth. Delicious. The crucian carp and tofu soup completely awakens Yuan Zhao's taste buds, and he feels an insatiable appetite. He picks up a serving of shrimp and vermicelli casserole. The sweet, bouncy shrimp paired with the flavorful, delicate vermicelli is simply delightful. A bite of the seasoned eggplant. Delicious. A bite of the ordinary tomato scrambled eggs. Delicious. He skips over the chicken wings and drumsticks, typically favored by children, and reaches for the centerpiece, Yuan's braised pork. Chapter 10. The dishwasher. After savoring Yuan Yi's secret recipe for braised pork, Yuan Zhao finally comprehends what his son meant when he remarked on Yuan Yi's culinary prowess. He also understands why, at lunch today, his son managed to consume 3 bowls of rice. In fact, he himself is tempted to indulge in 3 bowls as well. The rich aroma of the broth, the tender and succulent layers of pork belly, each mouthful is simply a delight. Yuan Yi's cooking is truly exquisite. Since childhood, Yin Xiao has indulged in countless culinary delights, yet he has never held much interest in food. However, Yuan Yi's dishes manage to ignite a newfound passion within him for even the most ordinary ingredients. His eyes sparkle with appreciation, observing the father and son at the dining table, eagerly consuming one dish after another. Yuan Yi can't help but smile, although they exchange no words. It is evident that they relish her cooking. It's heartwarming to share a meal together, for that is what family is all about. She remains silent, savoring her dinner. Tonight's meal has been particularly satisfying. Children of 6 or 7 are in a growth phase, and Yin Xiao, a grown man, naturally possesses a hearty appetite. Remarkably, Yuan Yi's spread is nearly devoured by the end of the meal, especially the braised pork, which both Yin Xiao and Yun Mo eagerly mix with rice, each consuming 2 hefty bowls. You two should take it easy, Yuan Yi remarks to the father and son. No problem, Yun Mo quickly replies. I'll take Sui Sui for a walk with Dad later. Hearing that Yun Mo is willing to help with Sui Sui brings Yuan Yi immense joy. You go ahead. I can manage the cleanup. In comparison to household chores, caring for a child is far more exhausting. The dishes are merely these few, but keeping an eye on a child requires constant vigilance. For the past 2.5 years, Yuan Yi has been solely responsible for Sui Sui. Always yearning for the day she turns 3 so she can attend preschool and grant her a moment of respite. After her second marriage and the establishment of a new home, it is a relief to have someone assist her with Sui Sui, allowing her to catch her breath a little earlier than anticipated. Sui Sui is also quite eager to accompany Yin Mo outdoors. As she heads to the door to put on her little shoes, calling out, Brother Mo, Uncle Yin, let's go. Watching the 2 children head out, Yin Xiao glances at the table full of dishes and hesitates. Shall I help with the cleanup? After tonight's dinner, Yuan Yi's culinary skills have thoroughly impressed him, and he feels it would be inconsiderate to have her cook and clean simultaneously. No need for that, Yuan Yi replies with a smile. After eating so much, you should go walk it off. Just keep an eye on the children. Effortlessly, she gathers the bowls and chopsticks and heads to the kitchen. Hearing this, Yin Xiao refrains from further insistence, recalling that there is a dishwasher, and once Yuan Yi finishes tidying up, there should be little housework remaining. Thus, he takes Yin Mo and Sui Sui downstairs for a stroll. Yuan Yi is left alone at home to wash the dishes. Downstairs, Sui Sui holds Yun Mo's hand, occasionally asking him to lean down so she can whisper something in his ear, her big eyes darting toward Yin Xiao. It seems they are discussing him. Puzzled, Yin Xiao glances at himself, wondering if something is amiss. Yet, he cannot discern anything out of the ordinary. He decides to directly inquire, Little Mo, what is Sui Sui saying to you? Yin Mo turns to him and replies, Dad, Sui Sui is praising you. Praising me? Yin Xiao is filled with curiosity. Yin Mo took the hand of Sui Sui and remarked, Sui Sui says you are a good man, always willing to ask Auntie if she needs help with the dishes. Sui Sui's father had never offered to wash the dishes. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. He stepped forward and gently ruffled Sui Sui's hair, thinking that merely placing dishes in a dishwasher hardly qualifies one as a good man. However, before he could finish his thought, Sui Sui immediately shook her head, saying, Uncle Yin, we don't have a dishwasher at home. Yin Xiao paused, surprised. You don't have a dishwasher? That's right. All the dishes are washed by my mom. Little Sui Sui replied in her sweet, soft voice. Whenever my grandparents visit, my mom cooks a lot of dishes, and she has to wash the dishes for a long time. But my dad never helps her. Suddenly, Yin Xiao felt a flush of embarrassment on his face. He had just let Yuan Yi wash all those dishes by herself, assuming they had a dishwasher. He hesitated for a moment, then picked up little Sui Sui and took Yin Mo by the hand as they walked out of the community. Uncle Yin, where are we going? Sui Sui exclaimed excitedly. We're going to buy a dishwasher for the house. Yin Xiao was a practical man who sought to resolve problems. Upon realizing his misunderstanding of Yuan Yi's situation, he decided against complicating matters further by helping her wash the dishes. Instead, he chose to purchase a dishwasher, thus eliminating the issue entirely. Yuan Yi quickly finished washing the dishes. Today, she was fortunate enough not to have to care for the children, and after washing, she sat quietly on the sofa for a while. The empty house felt lonely, and her mind wandered through many memories, most of which were tied to Lin Tianlu. She had divorced decisively, yet she had spent 4 years with Lin Tianlu. The items in the home were accumulated together. And even though she had cleared out his personal belongings today, every piece of furniture held echoes of their shared past. A wave of melancholy washed over her. At that moment, she heard the electronic door lock make a sound, indicating that someone had returned. Are they back already? She turned around, only to find several unfamiliar men entering the house, carrying a large object. Following them were Yun Xiao, Yun Mo, and Sui Sui, who was cradled in Yun Xiao's arms. Mom, Uncle Yin bought a dishwasher for the house. A dishwasher? Exclaimed Yuan Yi, her eyes landing on a large box emblazoned with the brand name Mila. Why did you buy a dishwasher? She questioned as she approached them. I thought you had a dishwasher at home, which is why I took the kids out. I didn't realize you still had to wash the dishes by hand. Yin Zhao's voice was tinged with regret. You already work hard cooking. I couldn't let you wash the dishes too. It's unnecessary. They're just a few dishes. Yuan Yi replied, stepping back. We don't need it. Given their current financial situation, she was already economizing on groceries. What was the point of buying a dishwasher? Moreover, Mila was a high-end brand, and she recalled that their dishwashers were quite expensive, often exceeding 10,000 yuan. Yin Xiao interrupted her with determination. Let's continue with the installation. His words carried an undeniable authority. Upon uttering the phrase continue with 3 words, Yuan Yi's heart fluttered, rendering her hesitant to retort. She observed as the workers skillfully located the water line. There already existed a designated space for the dishwasher in the kitchen, albeit unused until now. This time, it fit perfectly. Yuan Yi was suddenly reminded of a previous occasion when she wished to install a dishwasher at home, only to be chastised for it by Lin Tianlu's mother, while Lin Tianlu himself remained silent. In the year when Yuan Yi adored her ex-husband, he had never installed a dishwasher for her, yet this husband, whom she had married in haste just a day ago, had done so. Chapter 11. The first night of a hasty marriage, the dishwasher was soon installed, and the workers provided Yuan Yi with an after-sales service contact number, instructing her on how to reach them in case of any issues. She diligently noted down the information before bidding them farewell. Once they departed, Sui Sui had already nestled on the sofa, murmuring, Mommy, I want to sleep. Not yet. You must brush your teeth first. Yuan Yi rose to lift Sui Sui into her arms, having instilled in her the habit of brushing her teeth before bedtime to prevent cavities. On the other side, Yin Mo was also feeling drowsy. Yuan Yi contemplated and decided to include him, saying, Little Mo, let us brush our teeth together before bed. Okay, Yuan Montak replied. Following Yuan Yi to the master bedroom's spacious bathroom, Yuan Yi unwrapped a new children's toothbrush for Yin Mo and, along with Sui Sui, they all brushed their teeth together, washed their faces, and cleaned their hands before applying a pleasant fragrance. Initially, Yin Mo was somewhat resistant to having his face washed, as it seems every little boy detests such a task. However, after Yuan Yi washed Sui Sui's face, she effortlessly turned to him, gently applying the same care, and he remained silent, even appearing to enjoy it. Once she had tidied them both up, Yuan Yi realized that Yin Mo seemed to lack any other clothing. How forgetful of her! She decided to speak with Yin Xiao about bringing some clothes from his previous rental tomorrow. For tonight, she rummaged through her own wardrobe, considering Yin Mo's height, and found a couple of shirts. She selected one loose-fitting, oversized shirt. I forgot to ask your father to bring your clothes. For now, you can wear this as your pajamas, all right? She said to Yin Mo. He looked at the pristine white shirt and nodded in agreement. This will do. It's fine for a boy to wear. Yin Mo picked up the shirt and headed to the bathroom to change. Yuan Yi couldn't help but smile at his action. When Yin Mo emerged, he had donned her white shirt, which was slightly fitted, but on him, it looked perfectly appropriate as sleepwear. Sui Sui and I will sleep in the master bedroom tonight. Is it all right for you to sleep in Sui Sui's room? Sure, Yin Mo replied obediently, skillfully making his way to Sui Sui's bedroom for the night. Yuan Yi then left the master bedroom, where she found Yin Xiao seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Mr. Yin, she called. Yin Xiao looked up. You should sleep in this room tonight, Yuan Yi suggested, opening another bedroom door. As for the bathroom, you can use the one outside. The children and I will use the one in my room. Her home comprises 3 bedrooms. The master bedroom where she shares a bed with her daughter, Sui Sui, the second room designated for Yunimo, and a guest room. In the afternoon, while she was tidying up Lin Tianlu's belongings, she also took the opportunity to organize the guest room. Although she had married Yun Xiao, it was customary for them to share a bed, yet their marriage had been a whirlwind affair. Having known each other for merely a day before cohabiting seemed rather unseemly. When Yun Xiao observed the room that Yuan Yi had prepared for him, he had intended to return home to sleep that night. He had not contemplated staying at Yuan Yi's place, and even considered taking Yunimo with him. However, Yunimo had just emerged in his pajamas, greeted him briefly, and then seamlessly retreated to the other room to sleep, leaving him momentarily unsure of how to proceed. It appeared that his son was integrating remarkably well into this new household. At that moment, Yuan Yi opened a door for him. After a moment's contemplation, Yun Xiao rose and replied, "All right." He proceeded towards the room Yuan Yi had arranged for him, where a loose-fitting white shirt, a fresh towel, and a new toothbrush were presented to him. "When you have time, perhaps you could move your belongings from your rented apartment, bringing over your and Xiao Mo's clothes and daily necessities. Otherwise, you won't have anything to change into." Yuan Yi smiled at him, suggesting for tonight, "Why not wear my clothes? After all, we won't be going out. Consider it sleepwear." Yun Xiao hesitated slightly, but accepted the clothing and toiletries. "Well then, good night for now. We'll discuss everything else tomorrow," he said. Yuan Yi felt exhausted, after a day of divorce followed by a hasty marriage. She had done too much and needed a rest. Good night," she replied politely, while he took the items to the bathroom to wash up. As night fell, it was rare for all 3 bedrooms in Yuan Yi's home to be occupied, creating a lively atmosphere. In the master bedroom, Yuan Yi cradled her daughter, Sui Sui, as they drifted into a deep slumber. In the children's room, Yun Mo, dressed in Yuan Yi's clothing that carried her scent, surprisingly found himself sleeping soundly. In the guest room, Yun Xiao gazed at the slightly snug white shirt he wore, which bore a faint fragrance of gardenias, likely from the laundry detergent Yuan Yi used. Thankfully, it was not unpleasant. He pulled back the freshly changed bedding and lay down. This new home seemed to have its charms. Time flowed on. Day broke and night fell. Yuan Yi rose early, accustomed to waking at 6, as Sui Sui generally stirred within half an hour. She headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the family. With more mouths to feed, she realized she needed to cook more, particularly considering the appetites of Yun Xiao and Yun Mo the previous evening. She took out the soaked dried tofu with ear mushrooms and soybeans, intending to make soybean milk. After blanching the dried tofu and mushrooms, she prepared a special dressing for a cold salad. Meanwhile, she placed steamed dumplings and animal-shaped buns into the steamer, and finally, she set aside 2 bowls of wontons for Yun Xiao and Yun Mo. If it were just Sui Sui and herself, a cup of soybean milk and a bun would suffice for breakfast. However, considering their hunger from the previous day and Yun Mo's growth spurts, she decided to prepare an additional 2 bowls of wontons to ensure they were well fed. Just as Yuan Yi was preparing the wontons, the sound of Sui Sui's wailing echoed from outside. The little imp, Sui Sui, had awakened. Yuan Yi was preparing to check on Sui Sui when she heard Yun Mo's voice from outside. "Sui Sui, your brother is here," peeking her head from the kitchen. Yuan Yi saw Yun Mo rubbing his eyes as he emerged from his room to visit Sui Sui in the bedroom. "Auntie," Yun Mo inhaled the delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen. "Are you making breakfast?" "Yes, I'm preparing some wontons for you and your father," Yuan Yi replied. Instantly, Yun Mo's sleepy eyes brightened. "Auntie, please continue with your work. I will look after Sui Sui and ensure she doesn't disturb you." Yuan Yi couldn't help but chuckle at his earnestness. She thanked Yun Mo and returned to the kitchen to monitor the stove. Once breakfast was ready, she stepped out with the dishes, only to find that Yun Xiao had also awakened, and both father and son were entertaining Sui Sui. It turned out that Yun Mo, unable to soothe Sui Sui's morning craving for her mother, had awakened his father out of concern that she might interfere with Yuan Yi's culinary efforts. At that moment, Yun Xiao was cradling Sui Sui, trying to amuse her. "Lift me higher," Sui Sui shouted exuberantly. Yun Xiao obliged, raising her slightly higher. "Even higher? Can you go even higher?" Little Sui Sui reached out to touch the chandelier in the living room. As Yun Xiao lifted her above his head, she triumphantly reached the crystal chandelier. letting out a delighted squeal akin to a dolphin's call. She had longed to touch the chandelier, which sparkled like the diamonds of a princess in a fairy tale. However, her father, standing only at 1 meter 80, had never been able to lift her high enough to let her grasp this dreamlike crystal lamp. Chapter 12. Because of home? Sui suiesse joyous exclamation surprised Yung Xiao, who was holding her. He could not fathom why this little girl found such elation in merely touching a small crystal lamp. Perhaps the joys of childhood were often inexplicable. Nonetheless, hearing Sui Sui's gleeful cries brought happiness to him as well. Yuan Xiao felt elated, finding no annoyance in Sui Sui's demands. In fact, he relished the feeling of being needed by her. Lowering his gaze, he saw his son watching Sui with a gleeful expression as she touched the chandelier. In Yuan Xiao's eyes, alongside the joy sparked by Sui's delight, there lingered a hint of yearning. Seeing this, Yuan Xiao carefully set Sui down on the sofa and then lifted Yuan Mo into his arms. Yuan Mo, being much taller than Sui, easily reached the very chandelier that had elicited Sui's joyful outburst. In that instant, Yuan Mo was taken aback. He realized he was being held by his father, able to touch the chandelier as well, lacking the whimsical fantasies that filled Sui's mind. He felt only the surprise of being lifted by Yuan Xiao to partake in the same experience. His father had never engaged him in such playful antics before. From her place on the sofa, Sui was thrilled to see Yuan Mo joining in the fun and clapped her hands in delight. Hee. Suddenly, Yuan Mo's usually stern face broke into a smile, echoing Sui's joy with his own cheerful laughter. Hee. Yuan Xiao was taken aback, gazing at his son, who was smiling for the first time, utterly astonished. He had never witnessed Yuan Mo laugh before. Between the father and son lay an impenetrable layer of ice, akin to the relationship between a superior and a subordinate. Yuan Xiao demanded of Yuan Mo, and Yuan Mo complied quietly. Whatever Yuan Mo desired, Yuan Xiao would fulfill. Yet they had never engaged in conversation like a true father and son, let alone shared moments of joy. Yuan Xiao yearned to bridge the emotional chasm with his son, but had never discovered the means to do so. To his surprise, was it really that simple? Was it merely the act of lifting the little one, then lifting him again, that brought satisfaction? Was it because of home? The term suddenly surfaced in Yuan Xiao's mind. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind them. Dinner is ready. Yuan Xiao turned to see Yuan Yi approaching with a bowl of wontons. All right, Annie. He heard Yuan Mo's bright voice chime in, Dad, let's go eat. Yuan Xiao set Yuan Mo down, and the two children clasped hands as they made their way to the dining table, with Yuan Xiao following closely behind. The exquisite culinary skills displayed by Yuan Yi the previous day still lingered in his thoughts, especially the braised pork and the Crucian carp tofu soup. Who knew that home-cooked meals could be so delectable? As he arrived at the table, he noticed that breakfast today was not as lavish as the previous evening. Each person had a cup of freshly squeezed soy milk, with steamed dumplings in the center, specially shaped like little animals for the children. There was a plate of cold mixed bamboo shoots and black fungus, a plate of fried eggs, and notably, 2 bowls of individually prepared small wontons. The wontons were served in a soup of seaweed, egg strips, and shrimp, adorned with a drizzle of fragrant sesame oil. Each delicate wonton was generously filled, seemingly crafted by Yuan Yi herself. You both should have enough with 1 bowl of wontons each, Yuan Yi remarked as she handed a bowl to both Yuan Xiao and Yuan Mo, having just finished washing up while tending to the little one. Yuan Mo eagerly stepped forward as the breakfast was laid out. Thank you, Auntie, he exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement at the prospect of tasting Yuan Yi's handmade wontons. With a spoonful, he scooped up a translucent, glistening wonton, accompanied by pieces of shrimp and strands of seaweed and golden egg strips. After blowing on the wonton to cool it, he finally took a bite. Immediately, he was greeted by the pleasantly warm, savory broth that awakened his palate, while his small teeth sank into the plump wonton, releasing an explosion of flavor. The delightful filling, perfectly seasoned, greatly enhanced the meatiness, and when paired with the tender, flavorful dough, the wonton was simply exquisite. Even more marvelous was how Yuan Mo slurped it down. The melted seaweed, shrimp, and egg blending harmoniously with the silky wonton, creating layers of rich texture that paired perfectly. Delicious. Yuan thought he might swallow his own tongue in delight. After finishing one, he eagerly prepared for another, cooling it slightly before hastily bringing it to his mouth, only to scald himself momentarily. Slow down. Yuan Yi felt an immense sense of satisfaction seeing Yuan Mo relish the meal she had prepared. She promptly handed him a cup of freshly made soy milk. The soy milk, crafted at the earliest, was now at an optimal temperature of around 40 degrees, making it perfectly palatable. Upon receiving the soy milk, Yuan Mo eagerly took a sip. This beverage, though seemingly simple, requires only the freshest of yellow soybeans, adequately soaked and promptly blended, to achieve an exquisite flavor that surpasses any powdered alternatives. The distinct aroma of fresh soybeans was unparalleled. After savoring a generous gulp of Yuan Yi's freshly prepared soy milk, Yuan Mo's eyes sparkled with delight. He recalled that even the professional caretakers at his grandparents' home had never produced such delightful soy milk. In affluent households, chefs are typically hired to prepare elaborate dishes, yet they often delegate the simpler tasks, like making soy milk, to the caretakers. The caretakers in the Yuan household were responsible for all the menial chores and were rather indifferent when it came to additional tasks. They would carelessly soak the beans, toss them into the blender, and at times, even forget to soak them, opting instead for powdered soy milk as a substitute. With a grand breakfast table laid out daily, featuring standard fare like milk and porridge, the soy milk was seldom consumed. After trying soy milk at home a few times, Yuan Mo had found the taste rather mediocre and preferred the specially bought milk instead. However, today's soy milk prepared by Yuan Yi unveiled to him the true essence of this delightful beverage. Soy milk could indeed be this delicious. He quickly finished the cup, eager for more. Slow down. There is plenty of soy milk left. Yuan Yi chuckled. All right, I'll have more later, Yuan Mo replied, setting down his empty cup and continuing to enjoy his dumplings. The temperature of the small dumplings had decreased a few degrees during this time, making them just right for a hearty bite. Yuan Mo's hearty appetite piqued Yuan Zhao's interest as well. It seemed that this seemingly simple breakfast was indeed quite delectable. Otherwise, his notoriously finicky son would not be so eager to eat. He sampled a cup of the soy milk himself. The fragrance of the soy was rich and sweet, truly delightful. However, as a simple beverage, it did not astonish Yuan Zhao as much. He then picked up a spoon to taste Yuan Yi's dumplings. Chapter 13. A house with 1,000 yuan rent? Refreshing, silky, tender, fragrant, delicious, truly delicious. Dumplings, a dish rich in personal flavor, boast countless variations. Each chef brings their unique touch, and the differences are not merely those of established recipes, but rather reflect the cook's individuality. Changing the chef alters the entire flavor profile. This dumpling was utterly distinct from the steak and pizza Yuan Zhao consumed daily. He had never encountered such smooth, tender, and aromatic dumplings before. No wonder even his picky son relished them. He too found them delightful. Sui Sui watched them both enjoying their mother-esque dumplings with a mix of exasperation and delight. She pointed at the small steamed buns in the center of the table. Mom, I want to eat the little buns. While she found her mother's dumplings delectable, the little buns were even more irresistible. All right, Yuan Yi replied, serving Sui Sui a small pig-shaped bun along with a dumpling. Sui Sui had a small appetite and could not eat much, especially since she also needed to drink her formula alongside her meals, consuming about 100 milliliters each time. Thus, Yuan Yi merely serves her a small cup of soy milk to prevent her from overindulging and suffering from indigestion. Sui Sui nibbles en petit steamed buns. Their thin skin enveloping generous fillings of minced meat, complemented by delightful morsels of corn and water chestnut, all paired with the vibrant juice of fresh dragon fruit. Truly a delectable treat. Meanwhile, Yuan Yi enjoys a cup of soy milk and a few simple dumplings. It is a common sentiment among chefs that they seldom have a hearty appetite for their own culinary creations. She muses that it is passable. A sumptuous breakfast concludes to the satisfaction of all. Yuan Zhao and Yuan Mo finish an entire bowl of wontons along with the broth, feeling invigorated and slightly perspiring thereafter. I shall take a shower, announces Yuan Zhao. So shall I, replies Yuan Yi, observing the father and son, smiles and suggests, "Why don't you two shower together? It's perfect for you both to scrub each other's backs." Yin Xiao and Yun Mo pause, exchanging glances. Yuan Montag, having grown up, has never bathed with his father. Until he was 5, he was cared for by a nanny, but after her departure, he became independent, managing his own bathing and dressing. As for Yin Xiao, he has never considered the idea of bathing with his son. Upon hearing Yuan Yi's suggestion, Yuan Musi's flush crimson. He wishes to decline, intending to wash in Yuan Yi's master bathroom, but then his father speaks. "Let us go," says Yin Xiao, already making his way to the bathroom. Yin Mo, watching his father's tall figure, recalls the joyful moment when he was lifted by him, an experience he cherishes. Thus, he realizes that he could indeed share a closer bond with his father, moving beyond the rigid dynamic of authority and obligation that has characterized their relationship. Suddenly, his heart feels as though it has gained something new, a sign of change. His ears still warm. He plans to follow in his father's footsteps when a soft, melodious voice interrupts. "I want to shower with you guys too," Sui exclaims, waving her hand in playful excitement. Yuan Yi quickly scoops her up, exasperated yet amused. Sui, Vite, Mommy will take you to wash later." "Why not? I want to shower with Big Mo and Uncle Yun. I can help them scrub their backs. I'm really good at it, aren't I?" Yuan Yi, both amused and bewildered, gently taps Sui on the head. "You can only help Mommy scrub, not your brother or Uncle Yun, understand?" "Why not?" "Because there are differences between boys and girls. They are male, and we are female. Our genders are distinct. Do you remember the song from Baby Bus? We cannot see each other's naked bodies." Yuan Yi explains patiently. She had previously maintained a simple living environment with Sui, as Lin Tianlu seldom returned home. She raised her daughter alone, spending time in the community and nearby parks, where Sui interacted primarily with peers of her own age or same gender, with little exposure to the opposite sex. Nevertheless, Yuan Yi had initiated gender education and body awareness early on. Upon hearing her mother's words, Sui promptly chimes in, "We cannot see naked bodies." "Exactly. Therefore, we must not look our brother or uncle's bodies," Yuan Yi affirms. Yuan Yi gently nodded her little head and approached her mother to assist with chores. "Once I finish my tasks, I will help you with your bath, all right?" "Okay," replied Sui, displaying remarkable obedience. Yuan Yi then requested her help in fetching 2 cups, and with a nod towards Yun Xiao and his son, she carried the remaining dishes to the kitchen. The kitchen had recently been fitted with a dishwasher, which proved to be exceedingly convenient. Yuan Yi typically tidied up while cooking, and with the meal complete, only the dishwashing remained. After placing all the plates, pots, and utensils into the dishwasher, she found herself with no further tasks. She leisurely took Sui to the master bathroom for a bath. Upon their return, Yin Xiao and his son had also emerged, both dressed in the same clothes as yesterday. Observing this, Yuan Yi reminded him, "Mr. Yun, could you take some time today to visit your previous residence and pack your belongings? If you're too busy, perhaps you could give me the keys, and I could assist you with the move." Upon hearing Yuan Yi's offered help with the move, Yin Xiao quickly declined. "No need, I can manage." Allowing Yuan Yi into his house would undoubtedly reveal too much. The Yun family estate sprawled over several acres in the outskirts of Haicheng. Yuan Yi, unperturbed by his refusal, shifted her thoughts to the rent. "By the way, how much longer is your lease? How many months have you paid?" Rent in Haicheng was not inexpensive, often requiring a deposit and several months rent up front. If Yin Xiao had just paid the rent, he would be at a loss. "A year lease, with about 6 months left," Yin Xiao replied, somewhat oblivious to the rental market. "Ah, that seems rather uneconomical." Yuan Yi frowned upon hearing this. "If you terminate the lease, not only could you lose your deposit, but many landlords are reluctant to refund the rent. They usually expect you to sublet the place yourself. That's assuming you have a reasonable landlord. How much is your monthly rent?" she continued to inquire. Noticing Yuan Yi's concern over the finances, Yin Xiao casually replied, "Don't worry. I rent my place very cheaply, just 1,000 a month." 1,000? What do you rent?" Yuan Yi questioned incredulously. In Haicheng, even the suburbs, it was rare to find a place for 1,000 a month. Yin Zhao's apartment indeed was quite affordable. "It's not far from here," he added, unaware of the struggles of renting, and continued to embellish. "This is within the urban area. A house for 1,000? Is that true?" Yuan Yi was utterly astonished. Realizing he may have overshared, Yin Xiao quickly explained, "The landlord and I are acquaintances, and due to our good relationship, I was able to secure a lower rent." "Oh, I see." Yuan Yi accepted this explanation. There were indeed many old residential buildings in the inner city, featuring wooden stairs and shared kitchens and bathrooms, which could be rented at a low price if one had a connection. Yuan Yi speculated that Yin Xiao likely resided in one of those small, shared accommodations. Chapter 14. Calculating expenses. After their discussion about the house, Yin Xiao left for work. Just before stepping out, he handed Yuan Yi a bank card. "This is my salary card. The password is the last 6 digits on the back. Every month on the 10th, 18,000 will be deposited." He had previously mentioned his salary was 18,000, confirming the amount. "This money shall serve as remuneration for Yuan Yi. Her culinary skills are indeed exquisite, justifying the expenditure." Upon receiving Yun Zhao's salary card, Yuan Yi experienced a peculiar sensation. This was in stark contrast to Lin Tianlu, who had never provided her with a salary card, opting instead to grant her a family card for expenses, all of which were directly managed through Alipay, while Lin Tianlu would show her his earnings. They maintained a joint account, reviewed roughly every 6 months as a shared family asset. However, unbeknownst to Yuan, Lin Tianlu secretly harbored personal funds. Despite his substantial annual salary of 2 million, their joint account held a mere 3.5 million. Yuan Yi had contemplated querying Lin Tianlu about the finances to assist in managing investments, given her background in finance from university. Nonetheless, he never divulged the details. He often asserted that Yuan Yi, having been a homemaker for so long, was disconnected from societal expenses, claiming that as an executive, his social engagements incurred significant costs. He assured her that he would save money at home to ensure that she and their child would never lack for anything. While Lin Tianlu's reasoning held some merit, it underscored the insecurity that a homemaker feels in wielding economic power. This was precisely why, upon deciding to divorce Lin Tianlu, Yuan Yi promptly reached out to a close friend to set up a stall at the night market to earn money. Economic authority is indeed the essence of all power. Now, Yin Xiao entrusted his financial authority to Yuan Yi. Holding his salary card, she solemnly declared, "Very well, I shall manage your finances diligently." Yin Xiao replied nonchalantly, turning to exit. Descending the stairs and leaving the community, he hailed a waiting Maybach at the corner. Inside, the driver, Old Chun, respectfully inquired, "Young master, where's the young master? Should we not return him to the estate today?" Yin Xiao glanced back at the unremarkable Green City Huading community, his gaze drifting to a building behind. "No need. From now on, Xiao and Mo and I will reside here." Old Chun gasped in disbelief. "What? The young master and the young master are going to live in such a small, ordinary apartment building?" Before Old Chun could recover from his shock, Yin Xiao continued, "Go to the old residence and pack a box of clothes for Xiao M.O. and me to send to 1501. Oh, and do not disclose my identity. Simply say you're delivery personnel I hired." Upon hearing this, Old Chun was taken aback, realizing that the young master was indeed planning to reside here permanently. He was aware of the young master's whirlwind marriage the previous day, a secret known only to him. From the outset, Yin Xiao had no intention of introducing Yuan Yi to the Yun family or having her assume the role of Mrs. Yun. His impulsive marriage was solely a response to Xiao Mo's desire for her to be his mother. Naturally, he would not neglect Yuan Yi, providing her with a monthly allowance of 18,000, which he deemed her salary. Should Xiao Mo tire of her cooking and no longer wish for her to be his mother, he would initiate a divorce, settling her outstanding mortgage of 8,000 per month and compensating her with several million. In essence, he would ensure that Yuan Yi would not suffer a loss. Yet, would they truly grow weary of Yuan Yi's cooking? Yin Xiao recalled the delectable braised pork they had enjoyed yesterday. Yuan Yi's craftsmanship is truly astonishing. After Yin Xiao departed from Green City, Huading 1501, Yuan Yi quickly tidied up the house with a vacuum cleaner. While Yun Mo and Sui Sui continued to assemble their Lego in the room, seemingly intent on constructing a grand project, a massive castle estate. Yuan Yi chose not to interrupt them and instead took out her paper and pen to organize the household accounts, giving Yun Zhao's trust in her. Having entrusted all his salary to her management, she felt the need to meticulously plan their finances. Yun Zhao's income was not particularly high. It amounted to 18,000. With a fixed monthly mortgage of 8,000 and utility costs, water, electricity, gas, and property management, hovering around 1,000, the property fees for Green City Huading were relatively low, costing 5 yuan per square meter, totaling 750 per month. However, during summer, if air conditioning was necessary, electricity expenses would significantly increase, making it difficult to keep utility costs within 1,000. Additionally, accounting for internet, phone, transportation, and daily necessities, they would need approximately 300. Sui Sui still required formula milk, but fortunately, at 2.5 years old, her consumption was manageable. 1 can of formula, priced at 240, lasted over a month. Thus, excluding food, their fixed monthly expenditures reached 9,500. Yuan Yi observed the remaining 8,500 with concern, knowing that in the latter half of the year, Xiao Mo would start primary school. She had inquired yesterday and learned that Xiao Mo would turn 7 this year and would officially enroll in school in the latter half of the year, which would incur additional costs. Furthermore, she intended to send Sui Sui to kindergarten in the same semester. They indeed had numerous financial obligations to consider. After calculating their expenses, Yuan Yi made 2 decisions. First, to reduce the household food budget to 3,000 per month, reserving 500 for emergencies and saving the remaining 5,000. A family must have savings. Secondly, Yuan Yi resolved to seek employment. Supporting 3 individuals alone is markedly different from sustaining 2. For a modern family to progress steadily, both spouses must exert effort. Previously, Lin Tianlu had a high salary, making Yuan Yi's 8,000 from external work seem less valuable. However, with Yin Xiao earning only 18,000, Yuan Yi's contribution of 8,000 would be quite significant. Faced with this clear and unalterable reality, Yuan Yi would not lament why Yin Xiao could not earn a bit more. His income was limited. Even if she urged him to earn more, it was simply beyond his capabilities. On the other hand, if she were to complain daily, it would only become a source of amusement for Lin Tianlu, her mother, and her brother, who merely wished to witness Yuan Yi's struggle after leaving Lin Tianlu, without the luxury of a 2 million annual salary. Yet, Yuan Yi firmly believed that as long as both worked diligently, their lives would surely improve. Everyone experiences periods of hardship. This was her current low point, but she was convinced that each day ahead would be better than the last. With that belief, she set aside her plans. Just then, her phone pinged with a new message from her good friend Su Feifei. Xiao Yi, my fried rice stall is no longer sustainable. Yuan Yi quickly inquired what happened. Su Feifei had diligently managed her night market stall, maintaining high standards of hygiene, so it was hard to believe something had gone awry. Suddenly, a series of lengthy voice messages arrived, revealing Su Feifei's distressed tone. It is undoubtedly due to your exceptional culinary skills. Your artistry in the kitchen transcends dimensions, leaving me utterly incapable of retaining the patrons you attract. Just yesterday, a regular customer, after savoring my cooking, declared they would not return, jeopardizing my stall's viability. A month prior, when Yuan Yi approached Su Feifei, she was being urged by her family to return home for matchmaking. They quickly reached a mutual understanding, and Su Feifei generously relinquished her stall to Yuan Yi, assuring her that all earnings for the month would be hers, along with unrestricted access to the ingredients. Nevertheless, Yuan Yi was responsible for replenishing the stock daily. Yet, what she did not anticipate was the chasm separating her culinary prowess from that of Su Feifei. Upon Su Feifei's return, she was initially exhilarated by the influx of customers, but despair soon followed when patrons tasted her fried rice. Refund. A throng of customers clamored for their money back. By the end of the night, Su Feifei struggled to achieve even a fraction of her usual earnings of 400 to 500, merely managing to make a few dozen. Hearing Su Feifei's plight, Yuan Yi felt a pang of guilt. Feifei, Xiao Yi, no need to say more. I shall no longer run this fried rice stall. Su Feifei interrupted. Feifei, Don't say that. How about I join you in this venture? Yuan Yi exclaimed, feeling remorseful for tarnishing her friend's stall. Moments later, she received a message from Su Feifei. I was waiting for you to say that. Xiao Yi, your culinary talent deserves more than being a housewife. You should follow in your father's footsteps and open a grand restaurant. As for me, I want to join you in this endeavor. I will help you establish the business, and you shall be the head chef. Together, we will surely achieve great success. Yuan Yi observed Su Feifei's exuberant declarations with astonishment. Truth be told, Su Feifei had always encouraged her to open a restaurant, having been astounded by Yuan Yi's cooking. However, at that time, Yuan Yi was in a relationship with Lin Tianlu, who disapproved of her becoming a chef, deeming it arduous and unappealing. When Yuan Yi became pregnant and had to care for her child, the prospect of collaborating with Su Feifei became even more remote. Furthermore, Su Feifei lacked the necessary startup capital. Growing up together, Su Feifei was from a well-off family. Her parents were prominent figures in their small county, working in government positions with high social standing. However, they did not support her aspirations to venture elsewhere and insisted she return home, providing her with no financial assistance, compelling her to experience the hardships of life independently. Do you have any funds? Yuan Yi inquired. Su Feifei replied that she was now free to pursue her entrepreneurial dreams without Lin Tianlu's constraints, yet she was financially strapped. Perhaps we can start our journey from the night market stalls, she suggested. Yuan Yi intended to counsel Su Feifei to proceed with caution. But then she heard Su Feifei exclaim, My husband is wealthy. Your husband? Didn't you just return home for matchmaking? Yuan Yi questioned. I had a whirlwind marriage. Su Feifei excitedly recounted her month of matchmaking adventures. She initially responded to her parents' urging with indifference, feeling quite impatient about returning to meet prospective partners, planning to simply go through a few dates. However, she unexpectedly encountered a truly despicable man during her final blind date, who brazenly demanded a compliant woman to take home to care for his family. Upon hearing this, Su Feifei promptly splashed him with a cup of coffee. The repugnant man even attempted to evade her. The coffee ended up drenching the passing Yusu. Consequently, Su Feifei became acquainted with Yusu, assisting him with laundry. And as they conversed online over the course of several days, they discovered a remarkable rapport. By the 7th day, the two of them secretly married, obtaining their marriage certificate unbeknownst to anyone else. My husband has offered to fund my entrepreneurial endeavors. Xiaoyi, let's embark on this venture together, Su Feifei declared. At this revelation, Yuan Yi could no longer contain her excitement. Absolutely, let us start a business together. She would provide the technical expertise, while Su Feifei would supply the capital, and together they would establish their enterprise. Moreover, this arrangement would allow them to conveniently care for their children since they were all family, enabling them to bring Sui and Xiao Mo along. If Yuan Yi were to seek traditional employment, she would undoubtedly struggle to find a position accommodating enough to allow her to care for her children. At the very least, she needed to remain at home until the latter half of the year, ensuring both Xiao Mo and Sui were enrolled in school and kindergarten before she could start earning. Her resolute decision to partner with Su Feifei in their entrepreneurial pursuits took Su Feifei by surprise. But does your husband truly agree to your involvement? She inquired, recalling how Lin Tianlu had always been reluctant to let Yuan Yi venture out. Su Feifei meticulously coaxed Yuan Yi into joining her business endeavor. Yet she felt a sense of uncertainty, given Yuan Yi's husband was quite controlling and kept a close watch on her. He disapproved of Yuan Yi's public presence and her efforts to earn money, claiming it tarnished his reputation. Some might argue that a man like Lin Tianlu is a good husband, suggesting that marrying him equates to enjoying a life of leisure as a full-time housewife. However, Su Feifei viewed Lin Tianlu as a hypocritical man who craved prestige, using the notion of loving and cherishing a wife to elevate his own image. Earning an annual salary of $2 million, he felt compelled to embody the archetype of a successful man by purchasing an extravagant home in the city center, providing for a full-time wife, and sending their children to private schools. Su Feifei believed this mindset to be both foolish and insecure. Alas, Her dear friend was deeply in love with him, willing to sacrifice her career to manage their household, leaving Su Feifei feeling powerless. Therefore, when she learned that Yuan Yi was genuinely willing to join her in this entrepreneurial venture, Su Feifei was taken aback. Upon noticing her astonishment, Yuan Yi chuckled softly. I have divorced Lin Tianlu. What? When Yuan Yi took over her stall, she had mentioned her intention to divorce Lin Tianlu, but she had not divulged the specific reasons. Su Feifei had merely assumed they were experiencing minor conflicts, compounded by Lin Tianlu's attempts to plead with her on several occasions, insisting he would never divorce Yuan Yi. Thus, Su Feifei never truly believed they would part ways. Yuan Yi held such affection for Lin Tianlu, and with Lin Tianlu's unwillingness to divorce, it seemed as though they were subtly showcasing their love for one another, despite his infidelity. Yuan Yi confronted the pain of that moment. Damn! Su Feifei exclaimed in frustration. Everyone knew that Lin Tianlu loved Yuan Yi. He constantly projected an image of being unable to live without her, as if all his hard work in life was solely for her benefit. I always knew he was a pretentious and deceitful scoundrel, Su Feifei scornfully berated, professing her love with fervent declarations, vowing never to part ways, while secretly engaging in infidelity. How naive I was to have believed his words and advised you not to quarrel with him. Enough about him. Yuan Yi shook her head, casting aside thoughts related to Lin Tianlu. Why don't you come over to my place? I would like to introduce you to my husband, Yu Su. All right, she replied. Yuan Yi tucked away her phone, eager for a stroll herself. She called out to the room. Xiao Mo, Sui, let us head out. Okay, Mama. Sure, Auntie. At that moment, Yuan Yi realized she had yet to inform Su Feifei about her own whirlwind marriage. Oh well, I'll tell her when we meet. Chapter 16. The essence of motherhood. Yuan Yi, along with Xiao Mo and Sui, rode the subway, observing Xiao Mo's inquisitive demeanor towards everything. Yuan Yi couldn't help but smile. It seemed that Yin Xiao, as a father, had been remiss, for he had yet to take Xiao Mo on a subway ride. Most likely, their outings consisted of Yin Xiao riding his electric bike with him, a way to save money. Noticing Xiao Mo's unfamiliarity with the subway, Yuan Yi procured a ticket for him and personally demonstrated how to board the train and navigate the subway lines. Although Xiao Mo had never ridden the subway before, he was astute, grasping the subway map with just one explanation. The subway is quite convenient, he nodded. And it's fast too. In the blink of an eye, we arrive. Sui chimed in from her stroller. Though she could walk, her small legs tired quickly, necessitating her being carried. So Yuan Yi opted for either the stroller or a carrier when going out. Really? Xiao Mo asked, intrigued. Yuan Yi affectionately ruffled his hair and guided him into the carriage. The train was bustling with passengers, leaving no vacant seats. As the doors opened, Yuan Yi and the children were jostled towards the opposite doors by the throng behind them. Fortunately, they found a relatively spacious spot by the doors. Xiao Mo, influenced by Sui's words, felt that after the train had started moving, it indeed did not take long to reach the next station. The doors on Xiao Mo's side opened. He had anticipated that this door would open as well, believing it was fixed to only open where he had entered. Just as he had relaxed, leaning against the doorframe, it suddenly dinged open, and he found himself teetering on the brink of falling. In that instant, a warm hand grasped him firmly, and the next moment, Xiao Mo was enveloped in an incredibly soft and warm embrace, the fragrance of gardenias filling his senses. Be careful. Yuan Yi's voice rang above him. As people entered and exited, Yuan Yi held Xiao Mo tightly, her other hand gripping the stroller. He felt as though he were amidst a tumultuous sea of humanity, yet protected by an impenetrable shell. Regardless of the chaos outside, he felt secure within this cocoon. In that moment, an unfamiliar sensation blossomed within his heart. Is this what it feels like to be embraced by a mother? The train doors are about to close. Please hold on and steady yourselves, the announcement echoed through the carriage. Yuan Yi released Xiao Mo, cautioning, we must be careful on the subway. Do not lean against the doors, as they may open unexpectedly. Let us hold onto the handrails. Yuan Yi gently instructed him on how to navigate the subway. She even took the trouble to find a handrail for him, holding onto the upper section while leaving the lower part free, for Yuan Mo observing this. Yuan Mo placed his hand alongside hers, gripping the same stainless steel railing. At that moment, a tiny hand reached out beneath his. I wanted to, hee. Little Sway, seated in her stroller, extended her small hand towards Yuan Mo, flashing a sweet smile. Yuan Mo, maintaining a stoic expression, returned a faint smile. He felt that since being with them, he seemed to have started smiling more often. The train soon arrived at their destination, necessitating a transfer. Yuan Yi's home and Su Feifei's rented apartment were somewhat distant. Su Feifei resided in an area close to the outskirts, in a one-bedroom apartment with a monthly rent of 3,000, which was not inexpensive. However, it was an independent unit, free from the need to share with others. In the precious land of Haicheng, it was quite commendable. Yuan Yi, accompanied by her 2 children, arrived at Su Feifei's doorstep. Xiao Yi. Upon opening the door, a girl with short, chestnut, wavy hair appeared before Yuan Yi. She immediately embraced Yuan Yi, showering her with hugs and kisses. Su Feifei was quite affectionate. All right. Yuan Yi repeatedly tried to evade her, but after several enthusiastic kisses, Su Feifei finally released her. She swiftly moved on to her next target. Little Sui. Su Feifei scooped up Sway and showered her with kisses. Little Sway was cooperative, tilting her cheeks left and right, making it easy for Su Feifei to shower her with affection. Auntie adores baby Sui. You are simply adorable. Auntie has colorful bags to take you away, she squeaked, pinching Sway's cheeks. Yuan Yi could only roll her eyes at this scene. At that moment, she noticed a young man standing at the doorway. He looked at Su Feifei, exuding a mix of helplessness and affection. When their eyes met, he flashed a sunny smile at Yuan Yi. Hello, my name is Yusu. Xiao Yi, this is Yusu, my husband from a whirlwind marriage. Su Feifei introduced him to Yuan Yi with great formality. Hello, Yuan Yi nodded in response. Although they had a hurried marriage, Yuan Yi thought highly of Su Feifei's taste. The man before her appeared clean and radiated a sunny disposition. And he seemed younger than Su Feifei. Feifei, Mr. Yu, Yuan Yi began. Don't call him Mr. Yu, call him Brother Yu. Su Feifei leaned in closer to Yuan Yi, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with pride. He is 3 years younger than me, truly a younger brother. Sisters, are you doing well? Yuan Yi mused that Su Feifei had triumphed. After years of pressure from Su's parents to marry, all the suitable older men had been taken, and now, Su Feifei had ingeniously found a fresh path by seeking a younger partner. Brother, how delightful. Su Feifei continued her boastful chatter until she spotted an even more handsome and youthful young man following Yuan Yi. This boy donned simple attire, unbranded sportswear, yet his features were strikingly handsome, and he exuded a hint of charm. At that moment, the charming young man looked at her with curious eyes. Xiao Yi. Who is he? Su Feifei pointed at Yuan Mo. Yuan Yi glanced at Yuan Mo and introduced him to Su Feifei, stating, I, too, have entered into a flash marriage. Su Feifei's eyes widened in disbelief, resembling 2 bronze bells. Xiao Yi, you are 1,000 times bolder than I am. To take on such a young brother. Yuan Yi retorted, what are you thinking? Xiao Mo is the son brought into my flash marriage by my husband, and he is also my son. Yuan Yi felt a wave of exasperation at her dear friend's puzzling thoughts. After Yuan Yi's explanation, Su Feifei exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat apologetic for her earlier musings, and quickly ushered Yuan Yi and the 2 children into her home. She presented an array of snacks for Sway and Xiao Mo, while she called for Yusu to entertain them. Meanwhile, she took Yuan Yi by the hand and sat her down on the sofa for an earnest conversation. The very first question pertained to her flash marriage. Su Feifei was already astonished by Yuan Yi's divorce, and the news of her rapid remarriage left her utterly astounded. Upon hearing the details of Yuan Yi's swift nuptials, she could not help but exclaim with glee, Flash marriage is splendid. You must cherish it. It will surely infuriate Lin Tianlu and your mother. That scoundrel Lin Tianlu will undoubtedly regret it. Chapter 17. Good friends also enter flash marriages. Su Feifei vehemently denounced Lin Tianlu while also criticizing Yuan Yi's brother-in-law and his family. However, she refrained from casting any doubt on Yuan Yi's hasty second marriage. Having entered into a flash marriage herself, She was brimming with confidence in the concept. Yusu's family operated a small business, running a convenience store within the community, which yielded an annual income of over 100,000. Su Feifei turned to Yuan Yi and remarked, "Over 100,000 is quite commendable." Yuan Yi nodded in agreement. "My flash marriage husband earns 18,000 a month. An ordinary office worker." At that moment, in the presidential office atop the Peace Building, one of the landmarks in the heart of Haicheng, Yun Xiao sneezed robustly. Su Feifei quickly added, "That's not bad at all. An annual income of 200,000 is more than sufficient for supporting a family." Yuan Yi smiled in response, affirming that 200,000 a year would undoubtedly suffice for family maintenance. Yet, given the high cost of living in Haicheng, it was prudent to earn a bit more. "Since you have a man to provide for you, let us embark on a business venture together, 50-50. I will provide the capital, while you contribute your expertise, and we shall share the profits equally." Su Feifei, upon learning about Yuan Yi's family circumstances post-flash marriage, felt assured that Yuan Yi's husband could cover the essential expenses, allowing them to pursue their entrepreneurial dreams without concerns. If Yuan Yi's husband were earning less, Su Feifei considered that employing Yuan Yi might be a more prudent option. After all, entrepreneurship carries risks. Unlike Yuan Yi, she had no mortgage and no children. Should her venture fail, she could retreat to her hometown with Yusu and follow the career path her parents had arranged for her as a civil servant. Her parents had been urging her to return home and take the civil service examination since her graduation, envisioning her as their successor. However, Su Feifei cherished her freedom and preferred not to lead a life of monotony and predictability, even if it meant selling goods in Haicheng. Thus, she resolved to create something significant to present to her parents. "All right," Yuan Yi nodded, casting a glance at Su Feifei, who was playing with the two children alongside Yusu. "But is there truly no risk in this venture?" "Do not fret," Su Feifei reassured her. "Yusu wholeheartedly supports my entrepreneurial aspirations. He is using his personal savings, amounting to 300,000, and he has told me to go ahead and experiment. Any losses will be on him." As Su Feifei spoke, she covered her mouth with a smile, her lips curling into a sweet grin. One might mistakenly believe she was concealing her identity as a wealthy heir. At that moment, Yusu, who was playing with Sui Sui and Yunma in the room, suddenly stiffened at the mention of 300,000 in private funds. Yuan Yi was slightly taken aback. At merely 24 years of age and freshly graduated from university, could he really accumulate such wealth, even if his family was relatively well off in the county? "Yuan Jia, I previously invested in some Bitcoin and struck it lucky," came Yusu's voice from the room. Indeed, his investments were remarkably fortunate, Su Feifei chuckled. However, upon hearing that Yusu had profited from investments, Yuan Yi was even more astonished. Being a finance major, she understood that sometimes, when investments align perfectly, one could indeed soar to great heights. But the crux of making money in investments lies in possessing an information advantage. Curious about Yusu still holding onto his Bitcoin, she asked, "Are you still holding any?" "No, after a significant rise, I sold all of it," Yusu replied with a boyish grin. Yuan Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Knowing when to take a profit was indeed impressive. Without sufficient information advantage, relying solely on luck often leads to losses, sometimes even greater than the gains. "Even though cryptocurrency remains a hot topic, you are truly fortunate," she affirmed with a nod towards Yusu. If he were truly unlucky, how could he have married such an exceptional woman? Someone boasted. Yuan Yi chimed in, "Indeed, marrying Feifei could deplete my lifetime of good fortune." Unable to bear the couple's display of affection any longer, Yuan Yi decided to take the children and leave early. Noticing the time, Su Feifei insisted they couldn't leave just yet and, along with Yusu, invited them to dine out. They opted for a trendy fast food grilled fish restaurant. However, apart from Yusu, everyone found the meal rather mediocre. Yunma, after just a couple of bites of the heavily processed grilled fish, lost his appetite and refused to eat further, finding it lacking compared to Yuan Yi's home-cooked meals. "I think this grilled fish is quite good," Yusu remarked while finishing off the remaining half. "You haven't tasted Xiao Yi's cooking. It's truly exceptional." "Really?" To him, this grilled fish seemed quite nice. Could Yuan Yi's cooking really be that delicious? Absolutely. Once our restaurant opens, you'll have to try it. Yuan Yi's father's private kitchen was renowned in Tong County. Yuan Yi smiled nostalgically at the mention. Her father had indeed impressed many food enthusiasts with his culinary skills back then, but due to the limited information channels, he never participated in competitions to gain wider fame. The Yuan family name was only well known in their county. I may not have tasted Yuan Jia's cooking, but I trust my wife. I will wholeheartedly support your private kitchen. Yu Su declared. Brother, you are amazing. Sister loves you. Su Feifei openly expressed her affection. Yuan Yi sighed, realizing she could no longer stay, and hurriedly took the two children to leave. Instead of returning home directly, she stopped at a large market near Su Feifei's residence to purchase groceries. She recalled that the produce here was relatively inexpensive. As the housekeeper now, she had to manage her finances meticulously, saving wherever possible. She purchased a substantial amount of vegetables, eggs, preserved eggs, and meat worth 20 yuan at the market. This would suffice for 3 days' worth of meals. Upon returning home, both Sui Sui and Xiao Mo felt somewhat fatigued. So Yuan Yi instructed them to wash their hands and then retire for the night. When Yuan Mo awakened, it was already 2 in the afternoon. In Yuan, he had also gone to sleep. On the table outside, there sat a small clay pot covered with a lid. The enticing aroma wafting from the pot lured Yuan Mo over to investigate, where he found note. Xiao Mo, I noticed you hardly ate at noon. When you wake up, you must be hungry. Please enjoy some preserved egg and lean meat congee. Auntie will prepare a delicious meal for you tonight. A warm sensation enveloped Yuan Mo's heart as he lifted the lid from the pot. The rich fragrance further stirred his appetite. He quickly grabbed a spoon and took a bite. Ah, this is what I call flavor. Auntie Yuan's cooking is simply delightful. Yuan Yi awoke at 4, startled by the doorbell. Who could it be? She wondered as she approached the door and activated the electronic locks video. A delivery man appeared on the screen. Ms. Yuan, I am here to deliver something. Mr. Yin sent me. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi hurriedly opened the door. Ah, yes. She had asked Yin Xiao to bring over the clothes from their previous residence. Chapter 18. Fingerprint Registration, thank you. Yuan Yi accepted 2 boxes from the delivery man. As she brought the boxes inside, she noticed that the man kept glancing at her with a rather complex expression. Puzzled, she furrowed her brow and turned to look back, only to see the driver, Old Chun, quickly avert his gaze. Once you sign, we could be on our way. Very well. Yuan Yi glanced at the delivery receipt he handed her. It was from a reputable logistics company, so everything seemed in order. She closed the door. After the door shut, Old Chun turned to leave the elevator, muttering to himself, so this is the wife the young master married in haste. She seems rather ordinary, though she is quite attractive. She is not exceptionally stunning. How could the young master decide to move in with her? Inside the room, Yuan Yi examined the 2 boxes labeled with Yuan Mo's and Yun Zhao's names. She only unwrapped Yun Mo's box, placing Yun Zhao's in his room for him to open himself. She presumed to contain many of Yun Zhao's personal belongings. Although they were now married, it was a second marriage and a hasty one at that. They were still unfamiliar with each other, so it was best not to intrude upon his things. Maintaining a degree of space between them was prudent. Soon it was evening. Just past 6, Yuan Yi sent a message to Yun Xiao, inquiring about his return time. Given that Lin Tianlu often worked late, she was uncertain of Yun Zhao's schedule. After all, workers in the bustling city rarely left on time. Not long after sending her message, she received a reply from Yun Xiao. Just got off work, heading home now. Upon reading his message, Yuan Yi felt relieved, realizing that Yun Zhao's company was quite accommodating, not requiring excessive overtime. His punctuality astonished Assistant Yi, who was waiting outside. At this moment, he held several documents in his hands. President, you mentioned the new projects last time. Haven't you taken a look at how many have been initiated? Perhaps tomorrow. Yun Xiao replied with a glance before striding away. He was intimately familiar with all the company projects and felt no urgency. In the past, his workaholic nature compelled him to hasten his subordinates to expedite project implementation. The Yunding Group was perpetually under the pressure of its boss, leading to frequent grievances among the staff, who privately cursed the owner. Now, however, Yun Xiao felt there was no need to rush. Accomplishing tasks within the scheduled time frame sufficed. He decided to leave work early. Assistant Yi observed Yun Xiao, now relaxed, standing still for a moment in disbelief. Their workaholic boss had seemingly undergone a transformation. Was it possible he had acquired a touch of humanity? Shortly thereafter, Yin Xiao arrived at the Green City Huiting. Ding dong. Yuan Yi heard the doorbell and approached to open the door, spotting Yun Xiao on the visual intercom. She suddenly realized she had yet to record his access information. She promptly opened the door for him. Once inside, Yun Xiao removed his outerwear and shoes, preparing to enter the living space, but was halted. "Mr. Yun," she called. "What is it?" he inquired. "Let's record your fingerprint and face recognition, so you can open the door on your own in the future," Yuan Yi suggested. Standing by the door, Yin Mo and Little Sway approached as well. "This is an electronic door lock. Just a couple of taps, and it opens. No key required." Little Sway chimed in, her voice innocent and sweet. She had previously noticed her father, Yin Mo, struggling with the electronic lock and assumed Yun Xiao would be equally perplexed. So she had come over to explain. "Daddy, the electronic lock is really convenient," Yin Mo commented, adding that he planned to upgrade his own bedroom to an electronic lock once they returned to the Yun family estate. However, the main entrance of the estate was far too imposing. It was a grand iron gate over 10 meters high, requiring a vehicle for entry. A dedicated servant typically operated the gate, while the villa's entrance remained perpetually open. The electronic lock was only suitable for his personal bedroom door. Noticing Yuan Yi fiddling with the electronic lock, Yin Xiao initially intended to suggest it was unnecessary since he seldom returned. Yet the words caught in his throat. "Come on," Yuan Yi encouraged him, extending a finger for him to record. Yin Xiao placed his index finger on the fingerprint scanner. "Beep. Please try again," the device prompted. "Lift your finger and try again," Yuan Yi instructed as she observed the display. He complied, and after 3 attempts, the lock finally signaled success. Beep. Success. Next, Yuan Yi activated the facial recognition feature, guiding Yin Xiao to position his face at various angles for the recording. He cooperated throughout the process. Once it was completed, Little Sway cheered. "Hooray! Uncle Yun is recorded too. Our entire family is in now." Yuan Yi, hearing this, affectionately ruffled Sway's hair, affirming, "Indeed, our whole family is included." The notion of family caused Yin Xiao to pause, momentarily lost in thought. Had they truly become a family? His gaze drifted to his son, Yin Mo, who wore a gentle smile, standing alongside Sway and Yuan Yi, embodying a sense of belonging and acceptance of their familial bond. At this moment, Yin Xiao felt that becoming a family with Yuan Yi and her daughter might not be such an unappealing notion. After all, his son seemed quite pleased. Once the door was locked, the entire family proceeded to the dining room. One significant reason for Yin Xiao leaving work early today was his eagerness to savor Yuan Yi's culinary creations. As mealtime approached, he could hardly contain his anticipation to discover what dishes Yuan Yi had prepared. He wondered if the delectable braised pork and crucian carp soup from yesterday would make a reappearance. To his eyes, there were 4 dishes and 1 soup: stir-fried green beans, scrambled eggs with bean sprouts, sliced zucchini with meat, kung pao chicken, and a simple cabbage and tofu soup. Was today's menu so vegetarian? The only substantial meat dish was the kung pao chicken, which was visually appealing and fragrant, with a rich sauce that looked utterly delicious. Yet, how could kung pao chicken ever compare to braised pork? Furthermore, the soup had taken a step down, reduced to a mere cabbage and tofu concoction. However, it must be noted that the portion sizes were generous, seemingly prepared with the intention of ensuring that Yun Xiao and Yun Ma would not leave the table hungry. Yun Xiao said nothing, washed his hands, and sat down to join the meal. Yun Ma, on the other hand, was not picky. He relished Yuan Yi's cooking, whether it was vegetarian or meaty. Once everyone was seated, they began to eat. Yun Ma became increasingly indifferent to past formalities, using his chopsticks with abandon and devouring his food with gusto. The stir-fried green beans, crisp and fragrant from frying, were delightful. The scrambled eggs with bean sprouts offered a unique flavor that their housekeeper had never replicated. The zucchini with meat was a comforting home dish, perfect for pairing with rice. The kung pao chicken, with its delightful combination of peas, corn, and chicken breast, made him eager for a second bowl of rice. Yun Ma enjoyed his meal immensely. Yin Xiao sampled each dish, content with just 1.5 bowls of rice today. The flavors were indeed pleasing, with each dish being a comforting staple, skillfully prepared by Yuan Yi, which whetted his appetite. However, after relishing the spectacular crucian carp and tofu soup from yesterday, today's cabbage and tofu soup felt somewhat lackluster in comparison, lacking the same deliciousness. Likewise, today's other dishes did not inspire the same fervor as yesterday's, which had prompted him to devour 3 bowls in one sitting. While Yuan Yi's vegetarian dishes were commendable, her meat dishes were undoubtedly superior. Chapter 19. Continued assessment dinner was nearly polished off. In Yuan, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction at the sight. This evening, they planned to take a walk to aid digestion. Yuan Yi glanced at Yunma, suggesting, "Shall we go together tonight?" "Sure, Auntie." "Of course, Mommy." The 2 children responded joyfully. Now that the household had a dishwasher, Yuan Yi no longer needed to spend time washing dishes, allowing her to join them for a stroll downstairs after the meal. As she stood to clear the table, Yin Xiao rose as well, offering, "Let me help." "No need. You should go change your clothes," Yuan Yi replied, noticing his suit and shirt. "By the way, your clothes arrived today and are in your room. I didn't unpack them. You can sort your own belongings." "All right." Yin Xiao did not linger, heading straight to his room. A sealed cardboard box sat intact in his room, showing no signs of having been disturbed. Upon seeing this, Yin Xiao could not help but feel a sense of appreciation. Yuan Yi respected his privacy and had refrained from opening the package that had been sent directly to her. He had previously made a special call to the old residents, instructing the housekeeper to find him some unmarked clothing. He feared that Yuan Yi would dismantle his garments, discover their considerable value, and begin to question his identity. In retrospect, it seemed he had underestimated her. Yuan Yi had no intention of infringing upon his personal space, even though they were now married. Yin Xiao procured a wallpaper knife and opened the box himself, hanging the neatly pressed clothes and stockings, sorted by the housekeeper, into the wardrobe. Before long, he changed into a set of sportswear. Outside, Xiao Mo and Sui Sui were already waiting, but Yuan Yi was nowhere to be seen. "Where is Yuan Yi?" Yin Xiao inquired. Just then, he heard her voice from the kitchen. "I'm coming." Yuan Yi emerged carrying a bag of trash. Though she did not have to wash the dishes, the garbage still needed to be disposed of, so she handed the bag to Yin Xiao. "Say, you take this. I'll wash my hands." A minute later, the family of 4 entered the elevator. Yuan Yi held 1 child in each hand, while Yin Xiao carried the household waste. Remarkably, Yin Xiao had never taken out the trash before. The elevator paused on the 13th floor, and a family of 3 entered. The man also carrying a bag of rubbish. He sighed, "I earn over $1 million a year, and yet I still have to take out the trash." The property prices in Yuan Yi's neighborhood were quite high, and they had been climbing steadily in recent years. Anyone able to afford a home, there likely had a substantial income. As soon as he finished speaking, the woman beside him pinched his arm. "You are the richest man in Haicheng. You still have to take out the trash at home." Yin Xiao observed the man flinch at his wife's grip. What does the richest man in Haicheng have to worry about trash? He has a dozen housekeepers at home. The woman insisted. "Then you better earn a lot of money. Become the richest man in Haicheng and hire a bunch of housekeepers to take care of me," she added, twisting his arm even tighter. The man grimaced at the pressure. "Easy there, we have company. Then keep quiet. Until you become the richest man in Haicheng, you'll take out the trash every day, clean the toilets, mop the floors, and play with the kids," she retorted. All right, all right. He hurriedly agreed, glancing over at Yin Xiao and Yuan Yi's family, their eyes briefly meeting in a shared understanding. The man sighed. It was not easy being a man, regardless of the glory one may have outside. At home, one must still tend to the needs of the wife and children. Furthermore, he had 2 children, a boy and a girl, both at an age that demanded considerable energy. He looked even more beleaguered than Yin Xiao. Ding! The elevator reached the ground floor. The young couple exited with their trash, and Yuan Yi's family followed suit. Yin Xiao noticed the husband dispose of his garbage in a receptacle on the right side of the building, and he followed suit, tossing his own trash into the bin. Afterward, he returned to Yuan Yi and the children. At that moment, the 2 kids were bouncing on the trampoline at the community playground, joyously competing to see who could leap higher. Yuan Yi sat on a nearby bench, calling out, "Be careful, don't fall." In that instant, Yuan Shao felt a strange yet delightful novelty wash over him. He realized he was leading an extraordinarily ordinary life. In stark contrast to his previous life, where he navigated the business world with fierce determination, engaged in celebratory toasts amidst the glittering nightlife, or relished the opulence and status of a Yuan family's ancestral home. He now found himself enveloped in an unprecedented tranquility. He settled beside Yuan Yi. "Mr. Yin, thank you." He suddenly heard a gentle voice beside him. Turning to look, he saw Yuan Yi gazing at the child, a soft smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "If it weren't for you and Xiao Mo, I would still be at a loss with Sui Sui." Under Lin Tianlu's scheming, she had divorced with nothing to her name, and her family had turned their backs on her, severing all ties. Yuan Yi pondered how her life would have unfolded had she not encountered Yuan Shao 2 days prior and hastily married him. It would likely have been quite dire. She would have had to prepare for a legal battle against Lin Tianlu to unfreeze his assets, all while dragging Sui Sui through the turmoil caused by those deceitful individuals. With no money or energy, she might have even lost custody of Sui Sui to Lin Tianlu. Yet now, Yuan Yi felt she was regaining her footing. After 2 days of interaction, her impromptu husband seemed rather commendable. He exhibited no bad habits, nothing off-putting, and he never forced her into anything. He was merely a touch too aloof, rarely initiating conversation. In Yuan Yi's perspective, this was a virtue, as she herself was slow to warm up to others. Had Yuan Shao been overly enthusiastic, she might have found it overwhelming. Overall, she thought it was quite good and decided to continue her assessment. But what if Yuan Shao was concealing significant issues? She couldn't let her guard down too soon. After voicing her thoughts, Yuan Shao paused and replied, "You're quite good too. I feel at ease leaving Xiao Mo in your care." Initially, he had been extremely wary on the day of their marriage. He had left a bodyguard to observe them discreetly as his son had walked away with a complete stranger. He couldn't possibly feel secure about that. That very day, he had even left work early to see for himself. Today, however, witnessing Xiao Mo joyfully playing at the amusement park with Sui Sui and even beginning to interact with other children, Yuan Shao felt a sense of relief. Coupled with Yuan Yi's evident skills, his feelings began to shift. It appeared that this hasty marriage for the sake of his son might not be so objectionable after all. Naturally, he still needed to continue his scrutiny. What if Yuan Yi had ulterior motives, patiently waiting to ensnare him? Chapter 20. The neighbors below an hour later. Both children had exhausted their energy. Yuan Yi and Yuan Shao took a few laps around the amusement park, and with their appetites satisfied and energy spent, they prepared to head home. After a refreshing bath, a restful sleep awaited them. As was customary, Yuan Yi instructed Yuan Shao to take Xiao Mo to the restroom outside. After their initial bath together, the father and son showed no resistance to washing together again. Yuan Shao led Xiao Mo inside, while Yuan Yi took Sui Sui to the master bathroom. After bathing, Sui Sui changed into her pajamas, snuggled into bed, and quickly drifted off to sleep after a couple of gentle pats on her bottom. Yuan Yi stepped out of the room to check on Xiao Mo, who had yet to be pampered with a soothing fragrance. The delicate face of a young child requires tender care, as it is easily prone to dryness. Armed with Sui Sui's facial cream, she entered Xiao Mo's room, only to find him already asleep. She tenderly applied the fragrant cream on his face and noticed, upon his awakening, that Xiao Mo had not changed into his pajamas, but was still clad in the shirt Yuan Yi had given him the previous day. At that moment, she heard Yuan Mo in his slumber, furrowing his brow as if ensnared in a nightmare, murmuring "Mama." Yuan Yi had previously heard that children from orphanages, having never seen their mothers since birth, would call out for them in discomfort during sleep. Yuan Mo, too, had been born into this world without a mother. Her heart softened instantly, and she bent down to place a gentle kiss on his forehead. The frowning and murmuring Yuan Mo quieted down amidst the enveloping fragrance of gardenias, enjoying a peaceful night's slumber. The next day, Friday, Yuan Yi awoke early to prepare a simple breakfast of fried egg pancakes, congee, and pickled vegetables. Simplicity was the theme of the day, as she aimed to save money, yet the portions were ample and nutritious. She cooked a dozen egg pancakes and a large pot of congee, finishing off with a refreshing mix of pickled mustard greens that she had personally seasoned, flavors not easily found elsewhere. After setting the breakfast on the table, Yuan Shao was momentarily taken aback by the simplicity of the meal. Could it be that Yuan Yi was beginning to reveal her true nature? Had she started to take their meals lightly just 3 days into their marriage? Breakfast is simple. I promise to prepare something delicious for you all tonight. She reassured him and the children. Okay. Both Sui Sui and Xiao Mo were unfazed, with Xiao Mo's eyes solely focused on the food. He would never think that Yuan Yi's simple dishes were a sign of neglect. To him, as long as it was made by Yuan Yi, it was perfect. Moreover, how could Aunt Yuan possibly neglect him? After all, when he had only nibbled on grilled fish the previous day, she had gone out of her way to make him a bowl of century egg and lean pork congee, fearing he might go hungry. Therefore, whatever Yuan Yi said was gospel. He could hardly wait to taste how delightful the egg pancakes would be. After washing up, Yuan Mo joined the table and immediately grabbed a fried egg pancake to savor. Wow, delicious. No further words were needed. Anything made by Yuan Yi was simply exquisite. He devoured his breakfast with great appetite. Observing his son enjoy the meal, Yuan Shao began to eat as well. The congee, egg pancakes, and pickles, though simple, were quite satisfying. Morning meals were certainly not lacking in quality. He found himself eagerly anticipating whether there would be braised pork for dinner, as Yuan Yi had promised a delightful feast for the evening. After Yuan Shao had his fill, he stood up, just as he was about to leave. Yuan Yi handed him a bag of trash to take down. With many children in the house, the accumulation of waste was swift. Carrying the trash into the elevator, Yuan Shao was momentarily surprised when the man from yesterday also entered, carrying his own trash. The man smiled upon seeing Yuan Shao and stood beside him, greeting him. Heading to work? When Yuan Shao heard this man engaging him in conversation, he wondered if he was truly being addressed. Noticing that the man was intently gazing at him, he responded nonchalantly with a simple, "I too am heading to work." The man, undeterred by Yuan Zhao's demeanor, grew increasingly familiar, remarking, "Us men, it's truly not easy. Day in and day out, we toil like beasts, exhausting ourselves to earn a living and provide for those demanding ancestors at home." Yuan Shao furrowed his brow slightly. After all, it is the man's duty to support the family. If not for the children and wife, then for whom else should the money be spent? You speak the truth. The man, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement and promptly introduced himself. "Brother, I am Fang Yu, working at Yunding Group." Yunding Group? Yuan Shao raised an eyebrow. That is indeed his family's enterprise. This man is, surprisingly, one of his own employees. As Yuan Shao regarded the hand Fang Yu extended, he momentarily hesitated on how to introduce himself, but fortunately, the elevator arrived just in time. "All right, brother, let's get to know each other better next time. I feel a connection with you. If you ever need assistance, don't hesitate to reach out. I'll be here to help." With that, Fang Yu picked up the trash and headed outside, needing to return to the company promptly. Fang Yu was currently immersed in a new project for the group, which had been urged by their boss for progress. After much effort, they had finally completed the necessary work yesterday and anticipated overtime for feedback. Unexpectedly, Assistant Yi informed them that their CEO, Yun, had left early. Thankfully, this allowed the project team to leave early as well. This gave Fang Yu the opportunity to spend some time playing with his wife and children the previous evening. However, he planned to arrive at the office early today, as their workaholics might have already gone in to review the project. Yesterday's early departure was certainly a rare occurrence. As Yuan Shao observed Fang Yu rushing out, he disposed of his trash and exited the community, making his way to a corner where he entered a Maybach. Not long after the Maybach drove off, an Audi emerged from Green City Huating. The driver, sharp-eyed, spotted the Maybach ahead, not for any other reason, but because that was the vehicle of their CEO. At Yunding Group, although few employees had seen their CEO in person, they all recognized Yuan Shao's car. The only Maybach 580 in Haicheng bore a license plate composed entirely of 8s. Seeing Yuan Zhao's vehicle made Fang Yu tense. He knew he had to leave early, as their CEO typically headed to the office around this time. Meanwhile, in Green City Huating, after Yuan Shao had departed, Yuan Yi tidied up her home before receiving a message from her close friend, Su Feifei. "Shao Yi, I found a few commercial properties today. Come over and take a look. All right. Su Feifei sent her a location. Yuan Yi noted that the site was not far from their neighborhood and decided to walk there. She called out to the children. All right, kiddos, we're heading out. Okay, Mommy. All right, Aunt Yuan. Before long, Yuan Yi, accompanied by her dressed-up children, stepped outside. As she descended the stairs and entered the elevator, serendipitously, it stopped on the 12th floor where the woman from yesterday, who had confronted her husband, emerged with her 7-year-old daughter. It's you. Chapter 21. The neighbors are the company's CEO. He Qing took the initiative to greet Yuan. Hello. Yuan Yi returned her smile. Are you all heading out too? Indeed. I venture out to explore some commercial spaces. Commercial spaces? He Qing's interest was piqued. Are you considering investing in one? Not quite, Yuan Yi replied. My friend and I are planning to open a private dining restaurant together, and we're going to check out some shops. She shared her plans with her. After all, when it comes to starting a business, the more people who know about it, the better. Who knows? Perhaps the person before them could become a future patron. As soon as Yuan Yi expressed her thoughts, He Qing's face lit up with excitement. That sounds fantastic. There haven't been many good dining options around here, mostly chain restaurants or typical eateries. We're really lacking in unique private dining experiences. If you open up, do let me know. I'll definitely bring my husband to support you. Sure, I'll give you a discount when the time comes, Yuan Yi replied, adding He Qing on WeChat. After connecting, the two grew more familiar. He Qing remarked, that man from yesterday is your husband, right? Yes, Yuan Yi nodded. He is quite handsome, He Qing exclaimed. Yuan Yi noted that He Qing was quite the chatterbox as she rambled on, soon revealing her own background. She was a local from Haicheng, while her husband hailed from elsewhere. Initially, her family had opposed their marriage due to his modest beginnings, but he persevered, steadily climbing the corporate ladder until he became a manager in a small department at Yunding Group, earning a significant salary. Now, she had completely turned the tables with her family, who praised her discernment. He Qing was eager to showcase her high-paying job and her affectionate husband to Yuan Yi. Your husband is truly wonderful, Yuan Yi praised. He Qing beamed, saying, your husband is great too. I have a keen eye for men. I can tell he is the type who cherishes family and loves his wife, the kind who would never stray. Yuan Yi couldn't help but recall her ex-husband. Hearing He Qing speak so fondly of Yin Xiao, she chose to take it as a blessing for herself, as she could never accept a man who would betray her again. While Yin Xiao may have had his shortcomings, lacking a home or a car, earning a modest salary, infidelity was simply unacceptable. As they continued their conversation, they had already exited the elevator and were about to part ways. Let us chat again later, Yuan Yi suggested. Absolutely, we shall, He Qing replied. As a homemaker, having spent several years alone at home raising children, she truly felt the absence of friends. She found her conversation with Yuan Yi quite delightful. Unbeknownst to them, their 3 children had also started playing together. However, He Qing's daughter, Fang Yu, was chattering incessantly to the aloof Xiao Mo, who hardly acknowledged her. Goodbye, Xiao Mo and Sui Sui, Fang Yu waved. Sui Sui waved back, while Yin Mo merely nodded coolly. Moments later, Yuan Yi led her 2 children to the appointed location where Su Feifei was waiting. Upon arrival, they discovered it was an old building along a street. Before them lay a narrow, less-traveled street, dotted with a few quaint neighborhood shops, a barber shop, a grocery store, a fruit shop, a noodle house, and a coffee shop. In Haicheng, the city center boasts many such old streets. While they may be a bit of a distance from the subway and main shopping areas, the ambience is undeniably vibrant. Xiaoyi, what do you think of this shop? It looks quite nice, doesn't it? Su Feifei, accompanied by Yusu, stood before a modest 30-square-meter empty storefront, showcasing its potential. I inquired and learned that during quieter times, they could set up tables outside. Just imagine dining here. The ambience is delightful. The sidewalk is spacious, and serendipitously, the shop is located at the corner of an old building, adjacent to a narrow alley leading into a quaint neighborhood, providing ample room for outdoor seating. Moreover, the rental cost is remarkably reasonable, at merely 13,000 a month. Su Feifei's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the heart of Haicheng, where every inch is precious. If their little shop were to open in a nearby large mall, the rent would start at 50,000. Here, it seems quite promising. Yuan Yi entered the vacant shop and observed that it had previously operated as a restaurant, complete with a kitchen, ventilation system, plumbing, gas lines, and drainage already installed. Was this place once a restaurant? She asked. Indeed, but they didn't serve delicious food and eventually went out of business, Su Feifei replied. Having confirmed this with the landlord and agent, the previous tenants had run a restaurant but lacked culinary skill, leading to their failure. Surrounded by residential areas, there were plenty of diners, yet the competition primarily catered to locals. Positioned at a distance from a main road, they wouldn't attract transient customers. If the food quality fell short, patrons would gradually cease to visit. Therefore, establishing a restaurant here would truly test a chef's abilities. Xiaoyi, I believe your culinary talents will surely win over the patrons here, Su Feifei declared confidently. Yuan Yi smiled. Then let us strive together. Yes. Both girls were enthusiastic about the location, and Su Feifei promptly signed the contract. The astute landlord, aware of their intentions to open a restaurant, immediately proposed a 5-year lease, with a deposit of 2 months' rent and 6 months' rent due up front. Should they fail to operate for the entire 5 years, their deposit would be forfeited, as many previous restaurant ventures had not lasted long. The landlord presumed these 2 young ladies would likely not last 3 months, ensuring he would not incur any losses. After reviewing the contract, Yuan Yi and Su Feifei were quite content with the 5-year term. Yuan Yi was eager for a long lease, understanding that a restaurant requires stability in its location. She was concerned that a yearly agreement might lead to rent increases. 5 years sounds perfect. They signed a contract on the spot, and Yu Su promptly transferred 100,400 yuan to the landlord, with a total of 300,000 yuan. They had already allocated a third for rent. They needed to budget carefully for renovations and equipment, leaving them with less than 200,000. I still plan to rent an apartment nearby, Su Feifei mused, realizing the high cost of housing in the area. Since they intended to open a shop in the city center, living too far would be impractical. Su Feifei contemplated moving to the city center instead. Why not stay at my place? Yuan Yi suggested. No way. Su Feifei shook her head vigorously. You're married now. I don't want to intrude on your family. Suddenly, Yuan Yi recalled a reasonably priced apartment. Wait a moment, I know of a place that is quite cheap. Yin Xiao had told her that his previous rental was only 1,000 yuan a month and was located nearby. He mentioned that he still had half a year left on his lease, which conveniently allowed Su Feifei and her companion to sublet. Chapter 22. Your husband is impressive. Yin Xiao had just finished reviewing the project proposal that Assistant Yi had delivered the previous day. Yi Xiao, is the person in charge of this project named Fang Yu? Yin Xiao inquired as he set the proposal aside. Haven't come to see me. Yes, President, Assistant Yi replied, raising an eyebrow. For their president rarely remembered the names of employees. After all, he was merely a junior project manager. Yin Xiao felt it necessary to summon him for a brief introduction, as being too close to the fire would inevitably lead to falling off the horse. Before long, Fang Yu was called in. Throughout the journey, his heart raced with trepidation. It was said that their president was particularly stern and fearsome, having reprimanded all the management staff. However, such scolding was typically reserved for the upper echelons, while those at the project manager level seldom even laid eyes on the president. They could only sense his divine presence looming above them. Yet, Assistant Yi had specifically sought him out, and their esteemed president wanted to see him. This was utterly nerve-wracking. Fang Yu was petrified. What could their president possibly want with such a minor figure? Could it be that his report was so dreadful that it prompted Yin Xiao to bypass the higher-ups and confront him directly? As he approached Yin Xiao's office, his legs trembled uncontrollably. What is wrong with you? Assistant Yi remarked, noticing his evident anxiety. Why, Yi Assistant? What does the president want with me? Could you perhaps give me a hint? I have no idea. Assistant Yi replied with a look of resignation, then proceeded to push open the door to Yin Xiao's office. How could he possibly guess what Yin Xiao intended? At that moment, Fang Yu felt as if the sky had fallen upon him. It was over. He was certain that his project had been executed so poorly that Yin Xiao had remembered him and summoned him for a reprimand, or worse, to terminate his employment on the spot. Just when he had secured his position as a project manager and earned a 6-figure salary, he thought of his wife, who had never shunned his modest means, marrying him resolutely, and had endured nearly a decade of hardship for the sake of their future. Would he ultimately disappoint her? Despair washed over Fang Yu. What are you still doing at the door? Hurry and come in. Assistant Yi urged, clearly displeased with Fang Yu's hesitation. Upon hearing the command, Fang Yu took a deep breath, steeling himself as he stepped into Yun Xiao's office, prepared to endure a torrent of criticism. No matter how harshly Yun Xiao berated him, he would bear it, as long as he wasn't dismissed. He had resolved to cling to Yun Xiao's leg, weeping and pleading for a chance, promising to do better despite his burdens of family responsibilities. To his astonishment, he was greeted by a familiar face. He froze in place. The individual seated in the president's chair was none other than his neighbor, with whom he had just shared a brief encounter while taking out the trash. Fang Yu, why are you standing there like a fool? Assistant Yi called out again. Why Yun? President. Fang Yu was utterly stunned, his words faltering. The president was his neighbor from the same building, the one he had shared trash duty with. Yi Xiao, you may leave, Yun Xiao instructed. Understood. Assistant Yi exited the room promptly. After he departed, Fang Yu could hardly believe his eyes, earnestly gazing at the man before him. He scrutinized from top to bottom, confirming without a doubt. You have done well on this project. You shall take full charge moving forward. Yun Xiao's voice resonated. Upon hearing him, Fang Yu snapped back to reality, exclaiming, Yes, CEO Yun. Yun Xiao cast approving glance his way. Do your best, should any issues arise. Feel free to report directly to me. Thank you for your guidance, CEO Yun. Fang Yu replied, his excitement causing his face to flush. Wasn't this the very phrase he had conveyed to Yun Xiao that morning? Good heavens, what had he just said to their esteemed president? Fang Yu's face turned a deep shade of crimson. All right, let us go, Yun Xiao said, observing Fang Yu, who dared not lift his gaze. He waved him off, and Fang Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him as he hurriedly departed. Just as he reached the door, he was called back by Yun Xiao. By the way, you must keep my identity confidential. My wife must not know. Fang Yu. Wife. He stared at Yun Xiao, as if he had uncovered a monumental secret and suddenly understood. CEO, I comprehend. Rest assured, I will never divulge your identity. Yun Xiao nodded in satisfaction. After Fang Yu left, he exhaled softly. Excellent, a significant risk had been averted. Yuan Yi residing above and below him made exposure inevitable. It was better to enlighten Fang Yu sooner rather than later. Now, Yuan Yi would remain oblivious to his identity. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon checking, it was a call from Yuan Yi. He answered promptly. What's wrong? Mr. Yin, the apartment you previously rented is near me for 1,000 a month, correct? Yun Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. Yes, what about it? That's wonderful. I recall you mentioning there was still an unfulfilled lease. My friend is looking for a place. An idea like her to rent yours, while also retrieving your deposit. Yuan Yi explained. Yun Xiao. A few minutes later, he summoned Yi Xiao back in. President, what is it? Secure a long-term rental in the vicinity and draft a lease agreement for 1,000 a month. I will sublet it to someone else. Yi Xiao. Houses around here start at 8,000. Are you serious? Even a modest one exceeds 10,000. Yun Xiao was asking him to rent an 8,000 yuan apartment and then sublet it for 1,000. Had he lost his senses? What? Do you have a problem? Yun Xiao inquired, gazing at the bewildered Yi Xiao. No problem. Yi Xiao, despite his confusion, dared not question further. Who could know what their president was planning? He hurriedly exited, observing Yi Xiao's departing gaze. Yun Xiao was certain he must think him a fool. At that moment, he recognized how ridiculous the lie he spun to Yuan Yi was. But the words were already spoken. He could only find a way to cover up. He absolutely must not allow Yuan Yi to discover his true identity. An hour later, Su Feifei and Yu Su arrived at the location Yuan Yi had sent them. They met with Assistant Yi and were amazed to see a nearly brand-new two-bedroom apartment. Wow, boss, you mean this place is only 1,000 a month? Su Feifei gazed in astonishment at the exquisitely decorated apartment before her, spacious and ideally located within a desirable community, mere steps from the store. It was simply unbelievable. Assistant Yi glanced at both of them and inquired, Are you satisfied? Absolutely beyond satisfied. Su Feifei eagerly nodded, simultaneously sending a message to Yuan Yi. Xiao, your husband is incredible. He managed to rent such a splendid place for just 1,000 yuan. Chapter 23. You wouldn't think your salary is sufficient, would you? Yuan Yi received several photos from Su Feifei, accompanied by her enthusiastic voice messages, leaving her slightly taken aback. Is this truly 1,000 yuan rental? She pondered, wondering if it was offered at such a price due to a connection. Xiao Yi, I must say, I have immense admiration for your new husband. He is truly remarkable. In response to her best friend's praise for Yun Xiao, Yuan Yi couldn't resist sending him her compliments as well. Mr. Yun, the apartment you previously rented is fantastic. My friend can't stop raving about you. Praise, praise, praise. Upon receiving Yuan Yi's message, Yun Xiao's gaze fell upon the string of approving emojis, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a subtle smile. His mood was undeniably pleasant. As night fell, shortly after 6 o'clock, before Yuan Yi could inquire about his return time, Yun Xiao proactively messaged her, I've finished work and will be home shortly. Great. Dinner is ready. I'll wait for you. Yuan Yi replied. Upon reading that dinner was prepared, Yun Xiao's steps lightened. Earlier that morning, Yuan Yi had informed him that she would be cooking something delicious. And with the successful rental of the apartment, he anticipated a more sumptuous meal tonight. Perhaps even her secret braised pork. He left work with a spring in his step. Assistant Yi noticed Yun Xiao leaving the office but refrained from asking. He had grown accustomed to this routine. It was evident that their president had something special going on lately. Successfully unlocking the door, Yun Xiao entered his home. Remembering that Yuan Yi had recorded his facial recognition and fingerprint yesterday, making entry quite convenient. With the door's unlocking notification, the occupants within were alerted to his return. Uncle Yun, a small figure approached him, offering a pair of slippers. Yun Xiao looked down to see the sweet smile of little Sui Sui. Thank you. You're welcome. Sui Sui beamed, her small, pearly teeth glistening. Yun Xiao felt a wave of warmth. Was this what it felt like to have a daughter? His son, Yun Mo, had never offered him slippers. He glanced up to find Yun Mo sitting at the dining table, fixated on Yuan Yi's culinary creations, clearly eager for the meal to commence. This little rascal could learn a thing or two from his sister. All he seems to know is how to eat. After changing his shoes and removing his coat, he approached the dining table. Curiosity piqued about the evening's fare. Once again, the meal consisted of 4 dishes and a soup, shrimp with bok choy, stir-fried pork with carrots, scrambled eggs with shrimp, mapo tofu, and lotus root soup with ribs. Yun Xiao thought to himself, why does tonight's dinner seem slightly less appealing than yesterday's? Yesterday had included a proper chicken leg, while today featured only a modest stir-fried pork dish and a single rib in the soup for flavor. Finally, he could no longer contain his disappointment. He directly inquired why there was no braised pork prepared for today. Do you wish to eat braised pork? Yuan Yi, oblivious to Yun Xiao's sentiments, assumed he was simply craving the dish. Yun Xiao gazed at her, his eyes growing increasingly profound. I believe you could elevate the meal to be more sumptuous, at the very least with a balance of meat and vegetables. Is there not a balance of meat and vegetables? Although Yuan Yi had downgraded their home meals, she still remembered the importance of nutritional balance. For dinner that evening, there was a delightful assortment of proteins and vegetables, including eggs and seafood, covering both protein and vitamins, as well as dietary fiber. The portions were ample, ensuring that Yun Xiao and his son would not leave the table unsatisfied. Dad, Aunt Yuan's cooking is delicious. Come eat. Yun Mo was already eagerly anticipating the meal. Seeing his son's excited expression, Yun Xiao restrained his urge to question further and sat down in silence to join the meal. However, his impression of Yuan Yi had shifted. He felt that this woman was indeed attempting to take advantage of their kindness. Despite providing her with a monthly allowance of 18,000, of which 8,000 went towards the mortgage, he couldn't comprehend how a mere 10,000 was insufficient for meals. His expectations were modest. He merely desired the same standard as on their first day together. Yet after that initial proper meal, her efforts had become increasingly lackluster. Yun Zhao's opinion of her had plummeted to an all-time low. He ate quietly, and although each dish was quite commendable and palatable, he only finished 1 bowl. Refraining from taking more, Yuan Yi noticed Yun Zhao's demeanor. Did he genuinely crave meat? Could he not eat without it? Their meal concluded amid varying psychological shifts. As per tradition, they would take a walk after dinner. Although Yuan Shao was initially reluctant, his son's presence motivated him to join in the outing, and he donned a stern expression as they headed out together. The family of four played downstairs for a while, and as they were preparing to return home, Yuan Yi suggested, "Shall we visit the supermarket? It's 8 o'clock now. Many items are half price after 8. Yuan Shao frowned slightly as he met Yuan Yi's gaze, only to be greeted by her radiant smile. "Didn't he want to eat braised pork? We can check if there's any leftover pork at the supermarket. And if so, I'll buy a piece for you." Yuan Shao. "Oh, splendid, splendid." Both Sui and Xiao Mo were eager to accompany her to the supermarket. The large supermarket was not far. A few minutes later, the family of four found themselves browsing the aisles. Sui sat in a child's shopping cart, pushed by Xiao Mo. "Don't wander too far. Stay close to your parents, all right?" Yuan Yi instructed as she observed the two children having fun. "All right, Mom, we'll stay right here." As Yuan Yi kept them within her sight, she began to select discounted products. The supermarket after 8 was indeed a haven for bargain hunters. Green vegetables were 70% off at just 70 cents per pound. 2 bags, please. Eggplants at 80% off. Grab those. Green beans were half-priced. Buy one, get one free. Definitely taking those. Packaged, fresh chicken wings and thighs were also at 70% off. Taking them all. Yuan Yi even discovered a splendid piece of pork belly at 65% off. Without hesitation, she added it to her cart, holding the discounted meat aloft. She declared to Yuan Shao, "I shall prepare braised pork for you tomorrow." Yuan Shao, observing Yuan Yi with the discounted meat, mused, "Would you not purchase it if it were not on sale? Indeed. Are you aware of the current exorbitant price of pork belly?" Yuan Yi pointed to the price tag, noting that it exceeds 20 yuan per jean. A single meal of braised pork requires at least 2 jeans, which means the original price exceeds 50 yuan. Far too steep. Yuan Zhao's expression darkened instantly. He remarked, "The money I provide should suffice for daily meat consumption, shouldn't it?" As soon as he uttered this, he was met with Yuan Yi's admonishment. "You are solely concerned with your meals. Do you not need to allocate funds for other expenses?" Yuan Shao felt displeased but chose to remain silent. His impression of her had plummeted to an all-time low, and he was disinclined to engage further in conversation, thinking it simpler to avoid meals together in the future. Yuan Yi then turned her gaze toward Yuan Shao, noticing the suppressed frustration etched on his face. It seemed he had something to express, but chose to withhold it. In that moment, Yuan Yi comprehended that Yuan Zhao's displeasure stemmed not from the lack of meat, but from the perception that she was treating him to meager meals. "You cannot possibly believe that your monthly salary of 18,000 yuan is ample," Yuan Yi stated bluntly. Yuan Shao was taken aback. "Your monthly salary is 18,000, which should certainly cover meals of braised pork every day. But did I not mention that my mortgage for that apartment is 8,000 a month? That leaves us with 10,000, averaging 300 per day, 100 for each meal." At this point, Yuan Shao felt invigorated, eager to engage in a proper debate and expose the woman's hypocrisy. From his perspective, the 18,000 yuan he provided to Yuan, it was meant to cover all expenses beyond the mortgage. How could that be insufficient? What about utilities and property fees? Yuan Yi interjected, taking out her calculator. "Our community's property fee is 5 yuan per square meter, amounting to 750 yuan monthly for our unit. Recently, we haven't used the air conditioning, so the electricity bill isn't high. In total, it comes to about 1,000 yuan monthly." Yuan Shao raised an eyebrow slightly. Yuan Yi continued, "Additionally, there are the household consumables, tissues, toothpaste, transportation, and miscellaneous expenses. I estimate those to be around 200 yuan. Is that an exaggeration?" Yuan Shao frowned slightly. It was not an exaggeration. In fact, it was quite frugal. It was only then that he realized these expenses were indeed necessary. Sui still requires formula, which costs over 200 yuan per can. If that displeases you, I can take care of Sui's formula and supplementary food expenses without relying on your salary. Yuan Shao raised an eyebrow in response. "There's no need. I will account for everything." He finally recognized the financial burden of raising a child. Moreover, Yuan Yi was equally frugal, allocating merely 300 yuan for little Sui, 300 is hardly sufficient. A single toy for Yuan Mo costs more than that. Suddenly, Yuan Shao felt a twinge of guilt. The primary expenses were nearing 10,000 yuan, leaving his salary at 8,000, and he had yet to consider the cost for seasonal clothing for the children, medical expenses, and the impending enrollment of Sui Sui and Xiao Mo in school later this year. Now, he questioned how much of our family budget would be consumed by food alone. Is 8,000 enough for all our meals? Yuan Yi meticulously laid out the financial realities, making it clear to Yuan Shao. It was then that he realized he had misjudged Yuan Yi. He had perceived the 18,000 yuan solely as food and rent, while Yuan Yi viewed it as the entire household's income, meticulously planning for their family's future. She was not only considering the children's educational expenses, but also striving to save for their future. Yuan Yi's heart is remarkably sincere and pure. At this moment, Yuan Shao felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, regretting his previous misunderstandings of Yuan Yi and lamenting his earlier decision to offer her a mere 18,000 in salary. 18,000 is far too little. Just then, he heard Yuan Yi's voice again. My friend Fei Fei and I plan to open a private dining restaurant together. We've already selected the location today, and after about a month of renovations, we should be ready to open just as the children return to school. By then, I will have an income, and our family will be a bit more comfortable. Yuan Yi's words caused Yuan Shao's face to flush with surprise. What? Yuan Yi intends to earn money? What will happen to the children if you go to work? Just as they all head off to school, Yuan Yi mused. Fei Fei and I are good friends, and partnering with her will give me more freedom. I can bring the children to our restaurant after school. Upon hearing Yuan Yi's plans, Yuan Shao was momentarily taken aback, a whirlwind of complex emotions surging within him. The woman before him, who appeared to be merely a fragile, divorced mother, was displaying such remarkable independence and strength. Yuan Yi, I will find a way to increase my income, he thought, contemplating his next words. The 18,000 he had previously offered was indeed insufficient. He needed to provide Yuan Yi with a higher salary, allowing her to feel more at ease. As his words hung in the air, he heard Yuan Yi's spirited response. Great. Let us work hard together and earn more. Our lives will surely improve soon. Yuan Shao met her confident gaze, illuminated by a gentle smile, and his own expression softened, a faint curve appearing at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, they heard a voice call out, Sui Sui, I'm your dad. Both Yuan Shao and Yuan Yi turned to see a man and a woman approaching Yuan Mo and little Sui Sui, who were playing nearby. Little Sui Sui, displaying reluctance, attempted to retreat from the newcomers, while Yuan Mo stepped forward protectively in front of her. Who are you, brat? Move aside, Lin Tianlu said, displeased, as he reached out to push Yuan Mo. Before his hand could make contact, a powerful grip seized his wrist. With a slight exertion of force, Yuan Shao caused Lin Tianlu's face to pale in pain. As a scion of a prominent family, Yuan Shao had always been accompanied by bodyguards for protection, and had trained in self-defense from a young age. With a precise grip, he had struck at Lin Tianlu's vulnerable spot, prompting a cry of pain. Yuan Shao disdainfully shoved him away. Daddy, Uncle Yuan, exclaimed Yuan Mo and little Sui Sui, their bright eyes fixed on Yuan Shao as they stood behind him. He glanced at the two little ones, bending down to scoop up Sui Sui in his arms. At that moment, Yuan Yi approached and drew Yuan Missouri close to her side, ensuring that both children were safely positioned. She looked them over, checking for any injuries. They were both well, with no harm done. Yuan Yi, a male voice, tinged with suppressed anger, rang out. Lin Tianlu glared at the family of four before him. Had Yuan Yi truly married that man from the Civil Affairs Bureau? He had pondered the situation afterward, suspecting that Yuan Yi might have been putting on an act to provoke him. After all, Yuan Yi was not the type to act impulsively or carelessly. You truly married him, he exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, Yuan Yi graciously admitted, embracing Yuan Mo, while Yuan Shao held little Sui Sui. The four of them stood together, exuding the appearance of a blissfully united family. Lin Tianlu observed them, his brow furrowing deeper. Have you two been entangled for quite some time? It was absurd that he doubted Yuan Yi's character, believing she would engage in a hasty marriage with a stranger. However, witnessing their harmonious interaction, as if they were a naturally cohesive family. Lin Tianlu suddenly speculated whether Yuan Yi had secretly been involved with this man all along. Upon hearing Lin Tianlu's words, a surge of anger ignited within Yuan Yi. Lin Tianlu, who had betrayed his own marriage, treating himself and his child as mere tools in his flirtations with an old flame, dared to slander her. Her gaze turned icy. Do you think everyone is as tainted as you, believing that if you are sullied, so too is everyone else? Yuan Yi, Lin Tianlu retorted. At that moment, Huo Lingyan's voice interjected. Miss Yuan has faced difficulties after her divorce, raising a child alone. It is entirely reasonable for her to seek companionship. With her words, Lin Tianlu's anger began to dissipate as his attention shifted to the discounted items in Yuan Yi's shopping cart. However, Yuan Yi, your choice of partner is rather lacking. When we were together, you always bought imported goods. I never saw you settle for discounts. His words struck at Yuan Yi's vulnerabilities with piercing accuracy. This second husband she had married seemed far from impressive, prompting her to purchase discounted items, revealing a certain frugality. His comments elicited a cold glare from Yun Xiao beside her. In the next moment, Yuan Yi spoke. Chapter 25. Confronting Lin Tianlu. If all you see is money, it only exposes your own insecurities and inferiority. With that simple yet cutting remark, Yuan Yi unmasked Lin Tianlu's hypocrisy. After their divorce, she gained a more profound insight into him, realizing that he was deeply insecure. Whether in relation to her or Huo Lingyan, he lacked the confidence to confront them directly, never daring to amicably choose to be with her. Now, upon witnessing her remarriage, he emerged to compare himself with Yun Xiao. Every action he took merely revealed his dark, hollow, and envious heart. His insecurity made it unlikely for him to maintain a harmonious relationship with Huo Lingyan. They would inevitably clash over past grievances. Yet Yuan Yi had no interest in Lin Tianlu's future. As she observed the shifting expressions on his face, she confidently linked her arm with Yun Xiao's. Though my acquaintance with Mr. Yun is brief, his confidence, sense of responsibility, and integrity radiate like light, inspiring me. While his current earnings may not match yours, I have faith that Mr. Yun will provide me with a life far superior to what I experienced with you. Together, we shall strive for a future that transcends mere material wealth, encompassing spiritual richness as well. Yun Xiao slightly lowered his head, gazing at the unwavering woman beside him, a feeling he had never experienced before blossoming within his heart. At this moment, Lin Tianlu's face flushed with a mix of crimson and pallor, stirred by Yuan Yi's words. He gazed with a complicated expression at Yuan Yi and her family of four as they departed, their palpable intimacy appearing genuine. Conversely, after his divorce from Yuan Yi, his relationship with Huo Lingyan had stagnated, failing to evolve further. It was as though they had become ensnared in the moment of their divorce. Despite having liberated themselves from their shackles, Lin Tianlu had resolutely chosen Huo Lingyan, yet their emotional bond remained unrefined. The closer they had been, the more they felt an inexplicable distance between them. Unlike their previous affair, when Yuan Yi had stood between them, their hearts had been closely intertwined. Now, however, their bodies were near, yet their hearts began to drift apart. It seemed as though an unresolved knot lay within him. After all, Huo Lingyan had once abandoned him, and when she returned, he had divorced his first wife without hesitation, fully committing to her. This felt contrary to his desires. This sentiment left him reluctant to marry Huo Lingyan. As their relationship grew increasingly ambiguous, he unexpectedly encountered Yuan Yi with her second husband. To his astonishment, she had indeed remarried and appeared to be thriving. Her protective demeanor towards her new partner provoked a sharp pang of jealousy within Lin Tianlu. He felt a tempest of emotions as he observed Yuan Yi, one arm entwined with Yun Xiao, while the other pushed a shopping cart away, not sparing him a glance. Yuan Yi, I am also going to marry Lingyan, he shouted, unaware of why those words escaped him, perhaps yearning for a hint of jealousy from her. Yet, Yuan Yi did not turn back, merely wishing him happiness in his second marriage, which ignited a deeper frustration within him, akin to a self-inflicted blow. He was at a loss for his own feelings. Meanwhile, the woman beside Lin Tianlu clung to his arm, exclaiming, Tianlu, You finally decided to marry me. Let us host a grand celebration. We should invite Yuan Yi. She will undoubtedly regret it upon seeing our union. Huo Yan was eager to wed Lin Tianlu, especially as her family faced bankruptcy and was in dire need of financial support. She knew that Lin Tianlu had accumulated a considerable sum of money behind Yuan Yi's back. The amount he allocated to Yuan Yi was but a fraction of his wealth, and with an annual income of 2 million. Coupled with the imminent public listing of his company, her father had informed her that Lin Tianlu's salary could soar into the millions once the company went public. With some strategic advantages, he could also assist the Hua family in revitalizing their fortunes. After successfully usurping Yuan Yi from her position, she persistently urged Lin Tianlu to marry her. Yuan Yi, oblivious to the value of her partner, had missed her golden opportunity. Huo Yan was determined not to let Lin Tianlu slip away. However, since their divorce, Lin Tianlu's attitude towards her had only grown more ambiguous. He professed his love and spoke of reigniting their romance. Yet whenever she pressed for marriage, he would dismiss her with a casual, "There's no rush." Before Lin Tianlu divorced, he was always at her beck and call, fulfilling her every request. In their time together, she often sensed the repressed love he harbored, and with a mere tease, she could render him utterly captivated. However, due to his marriage to Yuan, an insurmountable barrier existed between them, one that could not be directly breached. Huo Yan often contemplated that once Lin Tianlu divorced Yuan Yi, that barrier would dissipate, paving the way for a more exhilarating and fervent connection. In reality, though, Lin Tianlu's attitude towards her grew increasingly ambiguous, which displeased Huo Yan. She grasped Lin Tianlu, who remained silent, and declared, "Tianlu, we must host a grand wedding. It should be 100 times more splendid than your ceremony with Yuan Yi. I am certain that upon witnessing our union, she will be consumed by jealousy." Her words darkened Lin Tianlu's gaze as he murmured, "Really? Of course. Do you think a woman accustomed to a life of luxury can accept living in poverty?" Huo Yan retorted impulsively. Yuan Yi had once been a wealthy wife, and her current partner was evidently lacking. She was merely putting on a brave front before them. Should Yuan Yi witness their opulence and grandeur, her mental state would surely shatter. After her statement, Lin Tianlu turned to regard her, his eyes profound. "Of course, we're different, Tianlu. Rest assured, even if you fall into misfortune later, I shall not abandon you," Huo Yan hastily assured him. Ironically, she had once discarded him for his lack of wealth. As Lin Tianlu absorbed her words, a flicker of light danced in his deep-set gaze. "All right, let us marry and invite Yuan Yi to attend." He was eager to witness her regret. Upon hearing that Lin Tianlu wished to wed her, Huo Yan was elated. "Yes, we must make it grand. I want to marry you in a dazzling fashion." The following day, Saturday, Yin Xiao had no work. Following the events of the previous day, the family felt a renewed closeness. Additionally, having purchased a plethora of discounted ingredients, Yuan Yi showcased her culinary skills in the kitchen. She prepared Yuan's signature braised pork, along with several meat dishes and even a delicate soup with crispy meat and vermicelli. When a bountiful array of dishes was set upon the dining table, Yin Mo felt as though it were the new year. Previously, he had never been particularly enthusiastic about the new year, as the Yin family consumed a multitude of dishes throughout the year that often repeated, leaving him disinterested. However, he adored every dish Yuan Yi prepared, and upon seeing the abundance, he exclaimed, "Aunt Yuan, is today a special occasion?" "Just an ordinary day," Yuan Yi replied, patting his little head. "Once my restaurant opens and I have an income, I will prepare an abundance of dishes for you every day." "Auntie, you are amazing." Yin Mo sincerely praised her. After washing up, Yin Xiao once again heard about Yuan Yi's plans for the restaurant. "Where will your restaurant be?" "Not far from here. We will head over shortly. Are you free today? If so, you can join us to take a look." Yuan Yi smiled at him. "Sure," Yin Xiao readily agreed, somewhat surprised by his own willingness. Chapter 26. You eat so well in your second marriage initially, he exhibited no interest in Yuan Yi's life or her friends. His marriage to her was solely a desire of Yin Mo. However, Yin Xiao has gradually begun to immerse himself in Yuan Yi's world. After a brief tidying up, The family of four departed together, entering the elevator. Ding! The elevator once again halted at the 12th floor. A family of three stepped in. "Oh, it's you all again," He Ching exclaimed upon seeing Yuan Yi's family, her face lighting up with a smile. "What a coincidence." Yuan Yi nodded in acknowledgement. "Are you all going out for some fun?" "Not really. We're just going to check on my store. It's time for some renovations," Yuan Yi replied with a smile. As soon as she finished speaking, He Ching quickly tugged at her husband, saying, "Darling, I forgot to mention, Yuan Yi is opening a private kitchen nearby. We must go show our support and taste her culinary skills." Upon hearing his wife's words, Fang Yu felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. What? The wife of their company as president is opening a private kitchen? Good heavens! Can we mere mortals truly savor the delicacies prepared by the wife of the wealthiest man in Haicheng? He cautiously lifted his gaze to glance at his boss. Yin Zhao's expression remained indifferent, as though he were a stranger. Recalling the warning from the previous day, Fang Yu steeled himself and said, "All right, I will definitely show my support." Upon hearing this, Yin Zhao's brows slightly relaxed, and Fang Yu, observing this subtle expression, felt a sense of relief. Fortunate to have spoken correctly. At that moment, his silly wife interjected, "By the way, Yuan Yi, where does your husband work? I forgot to ask you yesterday." Yuan Yi froze at He Qing's inquiry about Yin Zhao's job, as she herself was unaware. On the day they registered their marriage, she had merely inquired about his salary, not delving into other details. Consequently, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. After all, it was somewhat awkward for others to discover that a wife did not even know where her husband was employed. Just then, she heard Yin Zhao's voice, "Yin Ding Group." "What a coincidence!" He Qing exclaimed. "My husband also works at Yin Ding Group." "Really?" Yuan Yi turned to look at Fang Yu. "What a coincidence." He Qing further probed. "Fang Yu, have you never met Yuan Yi's husband before?" Fang Yu, glancing at Yin Zhao's cold demeanor and the warning glint in his eyes, quickly replied, "No, never. I've never met him. But you're a project manager. You see so many people every day. Surely you must have run into Yuan Yi's husband at some point." Fang Yu was on the verge of losing his mind due to his wife's foolish remarks. What nonsense was she spouting? He was already a mid-level manager at the company and indeed knew many individuals, particularly those in the management of Yin Ding Group. However, how could he respond? Should he directly state that their boss was of a much higher rank and that he, a mere small fry, had never had the opportunity to meet him? But wouldn't he that exposed Yin Zhao's identity? At this moment, Yuan Yi took the initiative to alleviate the tension. "My husband is just an ordinary employee at Yin Ding Group. It's normal that Mr. Fang hasn't met him." Yin Zhao had mentioned that his salary was only 18, which certainly did not classify him as a minor employee at Yin Ding Group, while Fang Yu was already earning a six-figure income. It was perfectly reasonable for Fang Yu not to recognize Yin Zhao. Just an ordinary employee? He Qing's eyes flashed with surprise, while Fang Yu beside her was too astonished to speak. He Qing found Yin Yi's husband to possess an admirable demeanor and a commendable appearance, which made him seem far from an ordinary employee. She had assumed he was in a managerial position, much like her own husband, especially since they all resided in the upscale Green City Huading. Meanwhile, Fang Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Their company as CEO, the wealthiest man in Haicheng, was merely an ordinary office worker. Was their esteemed leader engaging in some form of role play? Just as Fang Yu was taken aback by Yun Zhao's concealed identity, he overheard his wife's audacious statement. "I see your husband is quite capable. He must simply be lacking an opportunity. Why not let our dear Fang assist him?" Fang Yu. Fortunately, at that moment, the elevator chimed, arriving at the first floor. Fang Yu promptly seized He Qing and their daughter, making a frantic exit. His foolish wife had truly lost her mind, suggesting he assist their CEO. Did she wish for her husband to perish? Inside the elevator, Yin Yi observed the trio, her expression darkening with disbelief. She turned to exchange a knowing glance with Yun Xiao, offering him a wry smile. Yun Xiao regarded her, his lips curling into a subtle smile. 123, Longhai Road, the chosen location for Yin Yi and Su Feifei's private restaurant. Upon their arrival, Su Feifei and Yu Su were already bustling about in the establishment. "This door and wall should be removed, and we'll install a large floor-to-ceiling window to showcase our restaurant," Su Feifei was planning. Yu Su diligently took notes, recording every detail she mentioned. Fei. Xiao Yi. Su Fei turned upon seeing Yuan Yi and rushed over, enveloping her in an embrace, showering her with affection. Su Fei adored hugging, much like one would cuddle a cat. Hold on. Yuan Yi anticipated her every move, promptly halting Su Fei's affectionate advances. Su Fei managed only a brief hug before turning to scoop up little Sui, showering her with kisses. Sui, my little darling. The baby readily complied, indulging Su Fei's desire for affection. After placing Sui down, Su Fei's gaze shifted to little Yuan Mo. Yuan Mo expertly darted behind Yuan Yi, evading Su Fei's affectionate attempts. He would only allow Aunt Yin to kiss him. No other woman was permitted. Su Fei feigned hurt, gazing at Yuan Mo. You little rascal. You've shattered Annie's heart. Yuan Mo, Yuan Yi, Yuan Xiao. Yuan Xiao observed this exuberantly spirited woman, pondering if this was indeed one of Yuan Yi's friends. She appeared peculiar, even slightly eccentric. He preferred the gentle, soothing nature of Yuan Yi, which made for a comfortable companionship. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun unconsciously comparing other women to Yuan Yi. As he scrutinized Su Fei, she too became aware of his gaze. Her first thought, wow, what a handsome man. Her second thought, such an extraordinarily handsome guy. Yuan Zhao's striking features were so remarkable that he could easily serve as a model. Beneath the shimmering sunlight, he appeared flawless, radiating an almost ethereal glow. However, there was something familiar about his visage. Her gaze drifted to the aloof and defensive expression of Yuan Mo beside him. The striking resemblance between the two was undeniable, as if they had been sculpted from the same mold. Wow, Yuan Yi, how fortunate you are in your second marriage. Chapter 27. Yuan Xiao unexpectedly outshone Su Fei could hardly believe it. Yuan Yi's husband in this impromptu second marriage was extraordinarily handsome. She had presumed that Yuan Yi's hasty union would likely involve an ordinary man. Yuan Yi had mentioned his meager salary of 18, a typical wage for a worker in Haicheng. Su Fei mused that the older gentleman opposite her was indeed lucky to have found a treasure like Yuan Yi, a woman of good character and domestic prowess. His ancestors must be smiling down upon him. Little did she expect that Yuan Yi's second husband would be so striking, ensuring that she would not suffer any disadvantage. He was even better off than the younger man she had found, who was 4 years her junior. The mature charm and handsome exterior of the man before her made her feel that the younger brother was still somewhat inexperienced. In these times, second marriages often fare better than first ones. It made even her contemplate the idea of a second marriage. Yusu, Yuan Xiao, Yuan Yi, hearing Su Fei's comments, Yusu let out a heavy snort, brimming with jealousy, and stood up. I'm going to buy some drinks. Go ahead, Su Fei replied, seemingly indifferent to her little puppy's emotions. Yusu huffed again, more irked than before. I'm leaving. I'll go with you, Yuan Xiao said as he too rose. Yusu shot him a glance, their eyes sparking with an unspoken competition. Take it away. With the two men gone, only Yuan Yi and Su Fei remained at the entrance, along with children playing on scooters. Su Fei seized Yuan Yi's arm, eager to inquire about the details of her relationship with Yuan Xiao. Upon learning that she had only met Yuan Mo at the night market and that Yuan Mo had introduced his father for a marriage arrangement, Su Fei looked at Yuan Yi with an expression filled with envy. Your fate is truly remarkable. Your second marriage surpasses the first. I dare say if you marry again, you might capture the wealthiest man in Haicheng. Yuan Yi. Could Su Fei not think this way? Yuan Yi had wed Lin Tianlu, who earned 2 million a year, in her first marriage, and now she was with the exceedingly handsome Yuan Xiao in her second. Although Yuan Zhao's financial standing seemed somewhat modest, his looks could indeed compensate for everything. She had not been at a loss in either of her marriages. The two of them continued to chatter animatedly about various matters regarding relationships. When Su Fei learned that Yuan Yi had not yet shared a room with Yuan Xiao, she couldn't help but feel frustrated on behalf of her friend. How can you waste such a heavenly gift? What are you talking about? I've only known him for a few days, Yuan Yi replied. Come on, sister, you're legally married, Su Fei insisted. What you have is completely legitimate. Not even the heavens or ancestors can prevent you. Yuan Yi mused. What if he is not capable? Suddenly, Su Feifei exclaimed, Yun Xiao is a prime age. It is normal for a woman to take her time, yet he hasn't made any moves. Could it be that he is unable? At that moment, Yun Xiao and Yu Su returned. What were you discussing? Yu Su approached, holding a cup of hot red date milk tea. Nothing much, they replied in unison. Upon their return, Su Feifei hastily withdrew from the conversation, extending her hand to receive the warm milk tea that Yu Su offered. Yuan Yi accepted the beverage handed to her by Yun Xiao, a conventional cup of iced fruit tea. The children each brought along a cup of blizzard ice cream. Wow! Sui Sui adores strawberry-flavored ice cream. Uncle Yun is amazing, Sui Sui exclaimed, her joy palpable as she accepted the strawberry blizzard. Yun Mo held a cup of hazelnut chocolate ice cream and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Dad, I like it too. He was not particularly picky about flavors, primarily because Yun Xiao had never bought him ice cream before. In the past, when Yun Xiao was so busy, he seldom spent time with him, let alone thought to bring him a cup of ice cream. Of course, Yun Mo never lacked for food. He could purchase whatever he desired at any time. Yet, the sentiment was entirely different. He felt that ever since Yun Xiao married his new mother, he had been granted a considerable amount of the companionship he had long yearned for. Companionship is fundamentally simple, participating in activities together, sharing moments. Even if the tasks at hand are inconsequential. Seeing the children relish the treats he brought filled Yun Xiao with immense satisfaction. This was merely a result of his casual inquiry to the shop assistant regarding what little boys and girls typically enjoyed, following their recommendations for Yun Mo and Sui Sui. Yuan Yi's fruit tea was similarly chosen. He had no knowledge of her preferences and simply opted for the most popular drink in the establishment. He had not anticipated that a mere casual remark could bring such joy to the children. At that moment, Su Feifei's voice reached his ears. Why is it hot? I prefer it iced. She frowned in discontent, clutching the warm drink. As soon as she finished speaking, her head received a gentle tap from Yu Su. Sister, have you forgotten what days these are for you? You shouldn't be consuming anything cold. Su Feifei was taken aback by Yu Su's reminder. How could you possibly remember this date? She had only known Yu Su for a month, and this particular month happened to coincide with the day he revealed to her that he was experiencing his menstrual cycle and was in a foul mood, requesting her forgiveness. It just so happens to be another month now, Su Feifei said, her cheeks flushed with a smile, her eyes crinkling with happiness. You are the best brother in the world. Yuan Yi's second husband was quite handsome, but my brother is far more considerate. My brother is the best. Su, basking in Su Feifei's praise, wore a look of pride and satisfaction, glancing at Yun Xiao with a challenging gaze, as if to convey that a truly attentive man is indeed the best kind of man. Yun Xiao lowered his gaze to Yuan Yi, who was sipping her iced fruit tea. After just a few sips, she set it aside. You can't drink anything cold these days either? He inquired. No, this fruit tea is fully sweetened, Yuan Yi replied with a smile. I usually only drink it with a third of the sugar. It's a bit too sweet. Yun Xiao thought to himself that he felt as though he was engaged in an invisible competition today, and he was at a dismal loss. Nevertheless, Yuan Yi did not discard the fruit tea he had purchased for her. She patiently awaited the ice to melt before consuming it. After all, it was a purchase made with money. Earning a living has become increasingly challenging. Thus, Yuan Yi must strive to cut expenses and refrain from unnecessary waste. Yun Xiao observed Yuan Yi consuming the remaining fruit tea, perceiving her actions as an attempt to maintain her dignity, not wanting to disregard the thoughtful gesture of his gift. He felt a profound appreciation for her meticulous consideration, which only heightened his admiration for her. Yet simultaneously, he experienced a tinge of embarrassment. He resolved to remember her culinary preferences for the future. Chapter 28. The arrival of Lin's parents. The day swiftly passed. Today, Yuan Yi and Su Feifei finalized the design for their restaurant, while Yu Su arranged for the construction team. They also settled on the name for their private kitchen, Yuan's private kitchen. Su Feifei insisted on this name, as the head chef would be Yuan Yi, who would recreate the long-lost dishes of her father's culinary legacy. Su Feifei believed this name might attract some of the local gourmets from years past, as Yuan Yi's father was renowned as the culinary master of their county. With the name, and renovation plan established, they still needed to procure the necessary business licenses, food operation permits, and fire safety approvals. This responsibility was assigned to Yuan Yi, given that she had to take care of her child daily and that the renovation posed considerable dust and safety hazards. Su Feifei and Yusu advised her not to come to the restaurant every day, allowing her to focus solely on acquiring the essential permits for the opening. Of course, this was no simple task. Yuan Yi had to thoroughly understand the requirements set forth by the issuing authorities and submit the requisite documentation. Additionally, she was tasked with delivering meals to Su Feifei and Yusu. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Everyone was bustling with activity. After tasting Yuan Yi's cooking, Yusu became utterly convinced of her culinary prowess. He firmly believed that their Yuan's private kitchen would soon become a sensational success. The primary renovations of Yuan's private kitchen reached completion, and during this period, Yuan Yi successfully obtained the business license and food operation permit, with only the fire safety approval pending. The fire safety inspection required an on-site evaluation, which necessitated waiting for the equipment to be installed in the kitchen. One day, after delivering meals to Su Feifei and Yusu, Yuan Yi gazed at their nearly ready restaurant with eyes full of anticipation. Xiao Yi, in 5 days, all the equipment, tables, and chairs we ordered will arrive. Once everything is set up, you can apply for fire safety approval. As soon as we pass, we can officially open. Su Feifei et Golim. They estimated that 1 month would suffice, and Yuan Yi agreed with a nod. After leaving Yuan's private kitchen with Sui Sui and Xiao Mo, she unexpectedly received a phone call from an unfamiliar number. Surprised, she answered it. Upon connection, a long familiar male voice inquired, "Have you blocked me?" Upon hearing Lin Tianlu's voice, Yuan Yi chose to hang up immediately. After ending the call, she swiftly added Lin Tianlu's number to her blacklist. However, just as she did so, a message popped up on her phone screen. "Yuan Yi, tomorrow I am getting married. The venue is at the Friendship Hotel. I hope you can come with Sui Sui." Yuan Yi scoffed. How dare they invite her to their wedding? These two truly had no shame. Disgusted, she decisively blocked Lin Tianlu. Lin Tianlu could not receive a single message. At that moment, in a downtown office building, he gazed at the notification of a failed message on the large floor-to-ceiling window, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. Yuan Yi had blocked all his contact methods. He had even reached out to Yuan Yi's mother and siblings, asking them to inform her about his upcoming marriage. Unexpectedly, she had also blocked her family. Yuan Yi's decision to divorce had truly taken him by surprise. Was she truly willing to relinquish everything for a man of modest means? Today, he had deliberately acquired a new number to inform Yuan Yi of his wedding scheduled for tomorrow. His emotions were tangled. Just then, the door to his office swung open. "Tianlu, aren't you off work yet?" Hualing Yan sauntered in, exuding an alluring charm. She had long since joined Lin Tianlu's company, a position he had arranged himself, serving as his personal secretary. Hualing Yan approached him from behind and embraced him. Lin Tianlu frowned slightly. "We are at the office. You should be more mindful. What's there to worry about? We never hesitated when we were passionate on your desk before." Hualing Yan whispered enticingly in his ear, sending shivers down his spine. In the past, they would have succumbed to temptation instantly, but Lin Tianlu's interest in her had waned, especially after being blocked by Yuan Yi. He gently released Hualing Yan's embrace. "Please refrain from this behavior in the future. Our company is at a crucial juncture as we prepare to go public, and any negative news could have repercussions." He spoke with grandiosity, and upon hearing him mention the company's public offering, Hualing Yan straightened up. "You're right, Tianlu. There's no need for us to carry on like this, especially since tomorrow I shall become your wife, and then I shall surely extract every ounce of you." Lin Tianlu regarded the temptingly charming Hualing Yan, feeling no enthusiasm for her words, even finding them somewhat tiresome. After all, too much indulgence can lead to fatigue. It is the simple pleasures that are truly nourishing. "Tianlu, what is wrong? Is the pressure of the impending public offering too much for you? Allow me to massage your shoulders," Hualing Yan offered, her concern evident as she approached him. He observed her eager gaze, akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey, and sighed. "Ling Yan, can we truly return to how things once were?" "Of course. We are rekindling our connection, Hualingyan replied, her gentle hands climbing to his neck. Tianlu, we are meant to be. Yuan Yi is merely a minor interlude in our story. I am your true, destined partner, and I shall surpass her in every way. Lin Tianlu's wavering heart suddenly brimmed with anticipation. Perhaps their somewhat peculiar relationship with Hualingyan required a change in status. Once she became his wife, their love might undergo a profound transformation, allowing them to bury the past entirely. After all, Yuan Yi had been a commendable wife, but he was certain that Hualingyan would excel even further. Meanwhile, Yuan Yi returned home with the children. After preparing dinner, she heard the electronic lock in the living room emit a series of beeping sounds, indicating a failed unlocking attempt. Who could be? I'll get the door. As Sui, engrossed in her television program, dashed to the door, Yuan Yi attempted to halt her. However, with a click, Sui had already unlocked the door. The moment it swung open, a thunderous roar erupted from outside. Yuan Yi, get out here! A stout woman in her 60s, clad in a gaudy floral blouse, adorned with a golden bracelet resembling a loach, and wearing a Kaiyuan gold ring, confronted Sui. Her face, a tapestry of wrinkles, contorted with rage as her voice boomed, revealing her sharp, harsh eyes, which were buried within the folds of her flesh, exuding a menacing and overbearing demeanor. Ah, the old witch grandmother has arrived, Sui exclaimed, terrified upon recognizing her. This was Lin Tianlu's mother, her grandmother, whom she despised most fervently. Yuan Yi had sensed the impending trouble and rushed out of the kitchen, while Yunma instinctively scooped Sui into his arms. Fortunately, Yuan Yi had taken precautions by installing a chain lock prior, which secured the door even after the electronic lock was disengaged, leaving only a small gap for Lin's parents to glimpse the occupants within. Yuan Yi shielded Sui and Yunma protectively behind her. You wretched girl! How dare you call anyone an old witch? Lin's mother seethed in fury upon hearing Sui's words. Terrified by her grandmother's wrath, Sui burst into tears. Her grandmother was the source of her greatest fear and loathing, having berated her as a worthless burden the moment she was born, merely because she was a girl. Yuan Yi staunchly defended her child, leading to heated arguments. Yet every time she spoke, Lin Tianlu's mother would insult her, calling her a useless hen incapable of laying eggs, a waste that could not produce a son. At that time, Lin Tianlu had remained silent, not daring to speak up for Yuan Yi. Yet Yuan Yi, resolute in her principles, refused to bend to such insults. She confronted Lin Tianlu directly, declaring that if he did not address his mother's bullying of Sui, she would return her family with their child, vowing to return only when the issue was resolved. Generally, Yuan Yi possessed a gentle and accommodating nature, but once her boundaries were crossed, she would not tolerate it. Consequently, Lin Tianlu intervened, and the outcome of their negotiations resulted in Lin's parents relocating to their hometown, no longer cohabiting with them, while Lin Tianlu agreed to provide them with a monthly allowance of 20,000 yuan for their elder care. Yuan Yi found this resolution satisfactory. She could overlook the financial aspect, but would never allow Lin's mother to mistreat Sui. In subsequent visits to Haicheng, Lin's parents maintained their unfavorable attitude towards Sui. Being a child, she acutely sensed their malice, and thus harbored a deep-seated aversion towards her grandmother. As Sui cried out, Yunma embraced her, gently stroking her head in a protective manner. Yuan Yi, upon witnessing her daughter's distress, hardened her expression and instructed Yunma to take Sui to their room while she confronted Lin's parents alone. What do you want? She demanded. What do I want? It is only right for me to come to my son's home. I am divorced from Lin Tianlu, Yuan Yi retorted coldly, fixing her gaze upon her mother-in-law. Surely, you are aware of this? The news of Yuan Yi's divorce had spread widely, not through her own disclosures, but rather because Lin Tianlu had sought out others during the cooling-off period to plead for reconciliation, including his own parents. Lin's parents made a phone call to Yuan Yi, and interestingly, their intention was not to speak kindly to Lin Tianlu, but rather to provoke Yuan Yi, urging her to quickly leave with her daughter and not to delay their son from finding a suitable wife to carry on the Lin family legacy. It remains a mystery why Lin Tianlu contacted them, prompting such inflammatory remarks. Did he believe that Yuan Yi would feel guilty for not bearing a son for the Lin family, leading her to introspect and question whether her shortcomings had caused his infidelity? Regardless, Yuan Yi is no fool. She would never succumb to such baseless accusations. She promptly blocked Lin's parents' numbers. Upon hearing Yuan Yi's retort, Lin's mother displayed no hint of embarrassment. Instead, her tone became even more acerbic as she exclaimed, "Why are you still in my son's house? Take your worthless self and leave." She was undoubtedly aware that her son had divorced Yuan Yi. Good riddance, she thought, as she celebrated internally. Yuan Yi came from a modest background, and marrying Lin Tianlu was already a stroke of luck for her. Yet, after marriage, she failed to provide a grandson for the Lin family, and even instigated her son to send them back to the countryside. Lin's mother loathed Yuan Yi. Today, she had come to Haicheng because her son was set to marry a new wife the following day, rumored to be a wealthy and beautiful woman, truly worthy of her son, who earned 2 million a year. However, upon learning from her future daughter-in-law, Huo Lingyan, that Yuan Yi had not left empty-handed, but had taken the house Lin Tianlu purchased along with a significant sum of money, she could no longer remain passive. Today, she intended to evict Yuan Yi and her daughter from her son's house. This house belonged to Sui Sui. Lin Tianlu was the one at fault for his infidelity, and he had transferred the property to Sui Sui's name long ago. What nonsense about Sui Sui? Lin's mother spat. What right does a mere child have to property? Ask around our village. No family would bequeath a house to a child. And as for my son's infidelity, what of it? Even if he were to keep a mistress, there's no justification for giving a house to a child. Yuan Yi, incensed by Lin's mother's unreasonable tirade, felt no inclination to engage further and reached out to shut the door. At that moment, Lin's mother's thick, wrinkled hand wedged itself in the doorframe, and she shouted, "This is outrageous. This shameless woman and her worthless daughter are occupying the house my son worked tirelessly to buy." Her cries drew the attention of several neighbors who began to open their doors. Meanwhile, Lin's father forcefully pushed against Yuan Yi's door. Despite his age, he possessed the strength of a farmer and managed to force the door wide open. In a swift motion, he reached for the chain lock and with a sharp crack, dislodged it, allowing both parents to barge in. Yuan Yi felt a rush of anxiety. Just then, a cold, furious voice rang out behind them. "What are you doing?" A tall, imposing man strode toward them, his face a mask of authority, emanating a regal presence that made Lin's parents halt in their tracks. At that moment, Yun Shao approached Yuan Yi. "Are you all right?" he asked, to which Yuan Yi shook her head in response. "Where are the children?" She gestured toward the door of the room. Hearing the children inside, Yun Shao felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. "Yuan Yi, who is this man?" At that moment, Lin's mother realized the presence of the unfamiliar adult male before her and exclaimed in anger. Before Yuan Yi could utter a word, she was pulled behind. Yun Shao stood protectively in front of her, responding, "I am Yuan Yi's husband." In that instant, Yuan Yi's heart skipped a beat. As she gazed upon the towering figure shielding her like a grand tree against the raging winds outside, her eyes quivered. "Husband." Upon hearing Yun Zhao's declaration, both Lin's father and mother were instantly infuriated, especially Lin's father, who glared at Yuan Yi with a stern expression, demanding, "What is the meaning of this? A virtuous woman does not serve two husbands. How could you marry another?" Lin's mother, a sharp-tongued and difficult rural matron, was paired with Lin's father, an antiquated man who had only studied the three-character classic. In his youth, he encountered a group of educated youth sent to the countryside, who preached the virtues of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith. He prided himself on being the most cultured man in the village and adhered strictly to feudal ethics. He believed that while his son could divorce and remarry, Yuan Yi could not be remarried. Doing so would signify a loss of her essence as a woman. Before Yuan Yi could respond, Yun Zhao's voice resonated once more. "We are in a new era, where both men and women possess the right to choose their partners. Your son failed to recognize a treasure and lost a pearl. Naturally, there will be others pursuing Yuan Yi." Yuan Yi lifted her gaze to Yun Shao as he finished speaking. Afterward, he retrieved his phone and made a call. Moments later, several men in black suits arrived and forcibly escorted Lin's father and mother away. Chapter 30. Yuan Yi calls the police once Lin's parents were dragged away. Sui Sui and Xiao Mo rushed out from the room. They had been secretly watching through the crack of the door, witnessing the entire scene of Yun Xiao driving Lin's parents away. Sui Sui dashed to Yun Xiao's feet, exclaiming, "Uncle Yun, you are amazing." Yun Xiao looked down at the little girl, whose eyes glistened with tears, and scooped her up, asking, "Were you scared?" "With Uncle Yun here, I'm not afraid at all." Sui Sui wrapped her arms around Yun Xiao's neck. The sudden intimacy caught him off guard, but he quickly accepted it, a soft smile gracing his lips as he reveled in Sui Sui's admiration. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Yi felt a warmth in her heart. However, a thought struck her. "By the way, who were those men that just came?" Yun Xiao explained, "They are the security personnel of the community." In the urgency of the moment, he had summoned his bodyguards. As Yuan Yi inquired, Yun Xiao concocted another lie. Upon hearing his words, Yuan Yi did not press further about when such well-trained security had arrived in the community. Feeling elated, she promptly suggested, "Shall we have dinner now? Thank you for your hard work today, Mr. Yun." Hearing Yuan Yi's words, a smile tugged at the corners of Yun Xiao's mouth. He approached the dining table, where an array of delectable dishes awaited him. 4 dishes and a soup. Ever since the incident with the braised pork, Yuan Yi had ensured to include a substantial meat dish in every meal. Undoubtedly, the special discount groceries are seized at the supermarket every day at 8 o'clock. "By the way, I have received a salary increase." Yun Xiao, gazing at the table laden with food, informed Yuan Yi that he had recently excelled in his project, resulting in a promotion and a monthly income of 28,000. Such a substantial increase. Yuan Yi, upon hearing of Yun Xiao's promotion and salary raise, was overwhelmed with joy. Today indeed brings double happiness. Furthermore, Yun Xiao's salary surged by 10,000 all at once. Such a considerable increment. This alleviated the financial pressure at home significantly. She looked at Yun Xiao and gave him a hearty thumbs up, exclaiming, "Mr. Yun, you are truly remarkable." Yun Xiao, however, had long contemplated a salary raise. After Yuan Yi had calculated their household expenses, he resolved to increase his salary directly. Yet he was apprehensive that if Yuan Yi, who had just expressed concerns about insufficient funds, suddenly discovered his salary had risen, she might become suspicious. Thus, he deliberately postponed the announcement for a while. After half a month, the timing felt just right. Moreover, he was cautious not to raise it too steeply at once. While he wished to provide Yuan Yi with a monthly income of 80 to 100,000, such a drastic increase would surely arouse her suspicions. Therefore, he devised a gradual approach, intending to inform Yuan Yi of each promotion and salary increase over time, ensuring she would remain unsuspecting. The family of 4 joyfully relished their dinner, each person's belly pleasantly full. After Yuan Yi placed the dishes into the dishwasher, she descended the stairs with Yun Xiao and the children. As they reached the first floor, they encountered He Qing and her family returning home. Upon seeing Yuan Yi, He Qing immediately exclaimed, "Yuan Yi, you must hurry to the bulletin board. Something has happened to your family." "What?" Yuan Yi inwitted. An elderly couple was just posting something at the community bulletin board. "They accuse you and your husband of stealing their son's house." Yuan Yi gasped, "Thank you." She quickly apologized to He Qing before hurriedly taking the children and Yun Xiao to the bulletin board. After they departed, He Qing gazed at Yuan Yi and Yun Xiao with a complex expression, realizing that Yuan Yi and her husband were indeed in a second marriage. "Do you think what those elderly folks said is true? That they conspired to seize Yuan Yi's ex-husband's house? After all, real estate in this area is quite expensive." Upon becoming acquainted with Yuan Yi, she learned that her husband earned only 18,000, which hardly seemed sufficient to afford a home. Cough, cough, cough. Fang Yu, overhearing He Qing's words, choked on his saliva. "What's wrong with you?" He scolded her sternly. "Stop spreading gossip about Mrs. Yuan's family. They would never do such a thing. Are you turning against me? How dare you raise your voice at me?" He Qing glared back. This time, Fang Yu did not indulge her. He firmly reiterated, Mrs. Yuan's family would never engage in such actions. "If I hear you speaking ill of them outside, do not blame me for my anger." Seeing her husband's seriousness, He Qing immediately quelled her defiance. After all, in their household, she typically made the minor decisions. But for significant matters, Fang Yu's word was final. Whatever Fong Yu had sternly warned against, He-Ching would not dare to defy. She looked at her husband and said, I actually believe in Yuan Yi. Having known her for so long, I have discovered that she possesses remarkable character. However, I find it perplexing that someone of such integrity would become entangled with such vile individuals and circumstances. What is there to be puzzled about? In life, one inevitably encounters a few heaps of refuse, replied her husband. Fong Yu, accompanied by his wife and child, entered the elevator. Anyone capable of posting such notices is inherently untrustworthy. In my eyes, Yuan Yi's ex-husband's family is nothing but a pile of filth. That makes sense? He-Ching nodded in agreement. At that moment, at the community bulletin board, a considerable crowd had gathered. When Yuan Yi rushed over, she found that Mr. and Mrs. Lin had already departed, but the bulletin board was plastered with their freshly printed denunciations. Unit 1501, Yuan Yi, a wretched person, married my son without earning a dime, relying entirely on him for support. Now, she shamelessly colludes with a scoundrel to seize the home my son toiled to purchase. Such a heartless and treacherous harlot deserves to be cursed to hell for eternity. Upon seeing the notice, the surrounding neighbors began to murmur among themselves. Furious, Yuan Yi felt an overwhelming urge to tear down all the notices, but her arm was restrained. Don't rip them down, Yin Xiao said, his thin lips forming two words. Call the police. Yes, call the police. What good would tearing them down do? Even if I ripped them down, my reputation would still be tarnished. With the internet so advanced, it's likely that someone has already shared this online. Reporting it to the police is the only sensible course of action. Yuan Yi's hands trembled with anger as she shakily reached for her phone to dial the police. At that moment, a strong hand grasped her phone. A reassuring voice spoke. Let me call for you. Yuan Yi looked up to see Yin Xiao, who had taken her phone to make the call. His tall figure loomed like a tree, shielding her from the storm, instilling a sense of security. A few minutes later, at the police station, Mr. and Mrs. Lin, along with Lin Tianlu, were summoned. Yuan Yi, are you out of your mind to report such a trivial matter? Mrs. Lin erupted in fury upon seeing Yuan Yi at the station. We country folk are terrified of the police. What kind of nonsense is this? Yuan Yi just calls the police without a second thought. What does she intend to achieve? Mr. Lin, abandoning his unreasonable demeanor, addressed the police with utmost respect. Officer, we are law-abiding citizens. We have committed no crime. As soon as he finished speaking, the police placed a stack of flyers before Mr. and Mrs. Lin. Isn't this your doing? This is what we posted, but it is the truth. Mrs. Lin continued to make scene. The police showed no leniency, pointing to the text. Is it not true that you conspired with others to seize your son's home? Indeed, that house belongs to my son. Now it has become a residence for Yuan Yi and her new paramour. Is that not outrageous? The police slammed their hands on the table. Your son has divorced Miss Yuan. We have reviewed the divorce agreement provided by her, and that house was transferred to their daughter without compensation. After remarrying, it is entirely reasonable and lawful for Ms. Yuan's family to reside there. You are spreading falsehoods. Hearing the officer's words, Mr. and Mrs. Lin stubbornly persisted in their claims. But our son is left with nothing. It was indeed the house purchased with his earnings. Because your son was unfaithful. He is the one at fault. He voluntarily relinquished his rights. The police continued to pound the table, reprimanding sternly. If you have any capability, instruct your son not to stray. Upon hearing this, Lin's parents were left utterly speechless. The officer, still striking the table, informed them, you are suspected of slandering and insulting others, and you will face 7 days of administrative detention. No, officer. Our son is getting married tomorrow. You cannot imprison us. The police glanced at them and replied, then you should seek mediation with the involved party. If the individual is willing to forgive you, your punishment may be mitigated. Lin's parents then turned their gaze towards the family of Yuan, who sat across the police station. At that moment, Lin Tianlu arrived. Dad, Mom, Tianlu, you finally made it. Upon seeing Lin Tianlu, Lin's parents found their pillar of support. Pulling him close as they exclaimed, your ex-wife Yuan Yi has a heart of stone. They want to send us to jail. Indeed, I had no idea she could be so unfilial. She's nothing short of a beast. Enough, Lin Tianlu interrupted their lamentations. The police had already briefed him on the situation during the journey. He was utterly speechless upon learning that his own parents had caused a ruckus at Yuan Yi's place. Upon hearing their printed statements, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. He noticed Yuan Yi's family sitting in the corner. He picked up the pamphlets and approached Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi, I apologize for my parents' actions. Had I known, I would never have allowed them to behave this way. Yuan Yi, upon hearing his apology, turned her head aside, finding it rather amusing. Lin Tianlu declared that had he known, he would have prevented their actions. But if he was unaware, how did his parents come to find her? Wasn't it he who informed them of the divorce details and the distribution of assets that led them to her doorstep? Yuan Yi, what happened today was truly their mistake. Could you forgive them this once, considering they were once your in-laws? Yuan Yi coldly lifted her gaze. But they have never regarded me as a daughter-in-law. When they came to my house, they berated me and sway, and spread rumors about me. Did they consider my past as their son's wife when they acted in such a manner? Lin Tianlu was momentarily taken aback, his eyes flickering. Then could you consider my position? Huh. Yuan Yi scoffed coldly. How do you expect me to regard your position, considering that on the day of our divorce, you froze all the money meant for me and the child, leaving us destitute, facing exorbitant loans and homelessness? Lin Tianlu was rendered speechless, his face flushed. Then can you consider sway? Enough. Yuan Yi interrupted him coldly. I absolutely refuse to accept mediation, and I demand a handwritten apology from your parents, to be publicly displayed in our community bulletin board for a month. Having reported the matter to the police, Yuan Yi would not accept any compromise. She was determined that they pay the price. Yuan Yi, a letter of apology is not an issue, but my parents cannot be detained. I am getting married tomorrow. How can they attend my wedding if they are imprisoned? Yuan Yi observed Lin Tianlu, who was solely preoccupied with his own affairs, and once again felt the hypocrisy of this man. This was a matter concerning them and you. And do you truly remain unaware of their disturbances at my home? I genuinely do not know. Lin Tianlu hastily replied, explaining that he merely invited his parents to the wedding and informed them of his divorce. He had not mentioned the division of assets, as those funds were entirely frozen. He had ensured that Yuan Yi would not gain any advantage from him, patiently waiting for her to come back and plead with him. At that point, whether it was for reconciliation or the unfreezing and redistribution of assets, Yuan Yi would not be able to access his money. Thus, there was no need for him to incite his parents to create trouble. He hurried to clear his name. Just then, a sultry voice interrupted Tianlu. It was Hualingyan who approached Lin Tianlu. Upon seeing her, Yuan Yi lost all desire to continue the conversation. She had never accepted mediation, and now she remained silent. She stood up with her children and Yun Xiao, turning to the officer. Officer, I do not accept mediation. Please adjudicate according to the law, and I demand a handwritten apology from them, to be publicly displayed in my community bulletin. After speaking, she left with her companions. Lin's father and mother, witnessing Yuan Yi's unyielding departure, became anxious. What? Are they truly going to imprison us? Yuan Yi, what are you planning to do? Yuan Yi, do not leave. Yuan Yi, we can apologize. The two of them, now cowed, pleaded for Yuan Yi's forgiveness. Dad, Mom, Hualingyan called out to them, do not worry. This is merely an administrative issue. I know people who can prevent your detention. What? Lin's parents looked at Hualingyan with astonishment. Lin Tianlu also turned to her. Do you truly have a solution? Of course, my father knows the deputy director. This is just an administrative penalty. I can find someone to clear this up for you. Hualingyan declared triumphantly. Yuan Yi, on the verge of exiting the police station, paused upon hearing Hualingyan's words and met her provocative gaze, seemingly taunting her that she had connections. Yuan Yi watched as Lin's parents, who had just been subdued, became animated by Hualingyan's words, praising her capabilities and expressing admiration for their new daughter-in-law. Yuan Yi clenched her fists. Indeed, Hualingyan's family had connections. It was highly likely she could find someone to assist, as this was not a criminal case, but merely a minor administrative issue, leaving considerable room for maneuvering. A fine and some education could easily resolve it. Yet, could these ordinary citizens be so easily bullied? The sight of Yuan Yi's clenched fists and her suppressed anger caught Yun Xiao's attention. He gently patted her head, reassuring her there is no need to be upset. The skies over Haicheng are bright and will not allow the wicked to run rampant. Encouraged by his words, Yuan Yi replied with determination. If they truly resort to backdoor dealings, we will report them to the disciplinary committee. Grasping the hands of Sui Sui and Xiao Mo, she strode ahead, while Yun Xiao watched her retreating figure and picked up his phone to call. Contact Director Wang and urge him to personally address the case regarding the rumors and insults directed at Yuan Yi. Chapter 32. Next time he behaves well, he will hold him again. That night, just before falling asleep, Yuan Yi received a message from the police. To her astonishment, it was the notification of punishment regarding the case from that very day. She was momentarily taken aback by the swift resolution of the verdict. Hadn't Hua Lingyan sought someone to extricate Lin's parents? How could the outcome arrive so promptly? As she perused the contents of the judgment, her eyes widened in shock. The police department had ruled against them for provoking trouble and defaming others, issuing 2 administrative penalties, a fine of 500 yuan, and a handwritten apology directed to Yuan Yi. To top it all off, they received the maximum penalty, 15 days of detention. There was no favoritism, no bypassing of procedures. The ruling was stern and uncompromising. Yuan Yi gazed at the severe administrative punishment, and with a sudden surge of energy, she leaped from her bed and dashed to Yun Xiao's door, knocking fervently. Yun Xiao, who had not been asleep but rather reviewing documents, approached the door upon hearing the commotion. As he opened it, a soft figure flung herself into his embrace. "Mr. Yun," Yuan Yi exclaimed, enveloping him in a tight hug, her excitement causing her to bounce on her feet. "We won." Yun Xiao observed the woman before him, clad in a white bear pajamas, her hair tousled, and her bare feet unshod, clearly overwhelmed with joy as she had sprung from her bed to share this exhilarating news with him. To his own surprise, he found himself not resisting her embrace. It was well known that Yun Xiao had little interest in women. His previous marriage had been purely a business arrangement. The union between the Yun and Luo families had been arranged by their grandfathers, a commitment he could not defy, resulting in his marriage to her. He had always believed he would have only one wife, Yun Mo's mother, despite lacking any genuine affection for her, as he was obligated by family expectations to father a child, thus leading to Yun Mo's birth. However, he never anticipated that Yun Mo's mother would perish during childbirth, and after her demise, Yun Zhao's interest in women had dwindled to almost nothing. Occasionally, there were a few audacious individuals in the company attempting to ingratiate themselves with him, but the consequences for such folly were dire. Now, with Yuan Yi rushing to him and embracing him, had it been his former temperament, he would have unceremoniously cast her aside. Yet, as her exuberance waned, she suddenly realized the extent of her actions and quickly released him. "Mr. Yun, I have nothing else." Observing her slightly flushed cheeks, Yun Xiao maintained his customary aloof demeanor, though a subtle rise in his tone hinted at his surprisingly good spirits. Yuan Yi, preoccupied with her own thoughts, hardly registered the shift in his tone as she shook her head. "There's nothing more. I should go to sleep. It's quite late." Noticing her scant attire and bare feet, Yun Xiao insisted she return to her room. "Indeed, good night." Yuan Yi nodded in response, her heart fluttering as she made her way back. Had she just crossed a boundary by hugging Yun Xiao, and while clad only in her pajamas? In her life thus far, she had truly only shared such moments with Lin Tianlu and Yun Xiao. She is a rather slow-to-warm individual. During her university years, several young men expressed their interest in her. However, her lukewarm demeanor resulted in her not even holding hands with one suitor for an entire week, leading to their eventual parting. The young man told her that her conservative nature was outdated, as modern romance is fast-paced, holding hands on the first day, kissing by the third, and sharing a hotel room by the seventh. He asserted that no man would pursue someone as traditional as her. Upon hearing his words, she resolutely chose to end the relationship and seek genuine love elsewhere. Yuan Yi has never been a person to waver or feel conflicted. She reflects on others' opinions, but adheres firmly to her own standards and boundaries. Until someone crosses those lines, she is remarkably accommodating and understanding. However, once her limits are reached, she draws the line firmly. Each must find their own peace and not attempt to challenge her. Her passionate relationship with Lin Tianlu was no different. It was only after their marriage that she shared her first intimate moment with him. Of course, her overly conservative nature did not shield her from encountering deceitful individuals. Yet, Yuan Yi harbored no regrets or bitterness. As long as she remained true to her values, she accepted the consequences. She understood that life cannot always unfold smoothly, and there is no perfect blueprint to evade all harm. She believes that as long as she lives each day earnestly, experiencing love and joy, she has not squandered her life. However, she felt a certain distance between herself and Yun Xiao. Aside from sharing daily meals and taking the children to the park in the evenings, they had little personal interaction. Up to this point, Yun Xiao had not mentioned his family or past, nor had he inquired about hers. Thus, she perceived their relationship more as that of cohabiting roommates or partners in family building rather than as a deep connection. She found herself wondering whether he would overthink her affectionate embrace. Just then, the child beside her stirred in her sleep, pressing her little belly against the bed. Yuan Yi murmured, "Uncle Yun defeated the evil witch. How impressive." Recalling how Yun Xiao had protected them throughout the day made her chuckle softly. She tucked the little one in and lay down beside her. In that moment, a realization dawned upon her. They were already legally bound. So what was the harm in a simple embrace? She resolved to hold him again, and perhaps next time, to embrace him even more warmly if he behaved well. The following day, both Yun Xiao and Yuan Yi maintained their usual demeanor, outwardly unchanged. Nevertheless, they had grown somewhat more familiar with each other. Their greetings and shared meals felt more natural and effortless than before, and even the children seemed to integrate more closely. After lunch, Yun Xiao left for work while Yuan Yi took the children to the police station to collect the penalty notice from the previous day. At the station, she did not encounter Lin's parents or Lin Tianlu and Huoling Yan. The on-duty officer informed her that Lin's parents had been transferred to detention and would be spending 15 days in custody. The administrative detention record of one's grandparents does not affect the ability of their descendants to take civil service examinations. Only criminal cases bear such consequences. However, Lin Tianlu and Huoling Yan are unable to attend their wedding tomorrow due to this predicament. After Yuan Yi received the penalty decision and a handwritten apology letter, she posted them on the community bulletin board, along with a detailed account of the events. She openly disclosed that Lin Tianlu's infidelity had led to their divorce, making the information public for all to see. Despite the chaos stirred by her in-laws, who had come to confront her and revealed her private information, Yuan Yi felt no obligation to spare Lin Tianlu any dignity. Chapter 33. The scandal of Lin Tianlu is exposed soon. The bulletin board attracted a crowd. Many had seen the notice slandering Yuan Yi the previous day, and they were eager to witness the unfolding drama. To their surprise, the true victim turned out to be Yuan Yi, the owner of the apartment. The son of the elderly couple had cheated, leaving his wife with nothing and transferring the property to their child. Yet the couple still had the audacity to confront her and even insult their former daughter-in-law. Who could endure such treatment? Moreover, the residents of this community are primarily middle-class families from Haicheng, many of whom are homemakers. Upon learning of Yuan Yi's plight, they rallied in her support, recognizing the significant sacrifices women make in marriage. The burden of child-rearing and household responsibilities often falls disproportionately on them, leaving them vulnerable without legal protection. Witnessing Yuan Yi's courageous stand in defending her rights with legal means, the community applauded her resolve to confront her oppressors while condemning the Lin family. Some residents recognized Lin Tianlu. Isn't he the general manager of Chaofa Company? Do you know this scoundrel? Yes. He is getting married today. What? He is still going through with the wedding? Yuan Yi mentioned that her ex-husband divorced her due to an affair. He's not marrying the mistress, is he? It seems that way. I heard he is marrying his secretary, with whom he has been involved for quite some time. Goodness, how disgraceful. A scoundrel, abandoning his first wife to marry the mistress. He will surely face misfortune. It was also noted that his parents have been detained, yet he still intended to marry, truly a model of filial piety. The gossip spread, and acquaintances of Lin Tianlu promptly shared Yuan Yi's clarifying notice, the penalty decision, and the handwritten apology from his parents with others. At the Friendship Hotel, Lin Tianlu was feeling quite troubled. He had initially considered canceling the wedding, but after Hua Lingyan mentioned a way to bail out his parents, it turned out they were instead given the maximum penalty. His parents were detained for 15 days. How could he possibly proceed with the wedding now? Yet, all arrangements had been made and notifications sent out. There was no turning back now. With a heavy heart, he was forced to go through with the ceremony. Congratulations on your wedding, Mr. Lin. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Please come inside. Mr. Lin, you are quite fortunate. Each bride I marry is a stunning beauty. And I must say, this one surpasses your previous choice. Lin Tianlu and Hua Lingyan stood at the entrance to greet guests. The words of a newcomer rang harshly in Lin Tianlu's ears. A second marriage was never truly respectable. In their social circle, divorce and remarriage were common. Yet many executives believed that a man who grew old with his first wife was the most reliable, bringing forth prosperity. Those who exchanged wives upon achieving success often face misfortunes, especially when a mistress usurped the position of the legitimate spouse. Lin Tianlu remained silent as Hua Lingyan, adorned in a reception gown, flashed a charming smile at the guest, thanking Mr. Su. Upon hearing her words, Lin Tianlu felt even more awkward. He forced a smile and ushered the guest inside. At that moment, he noticed a middle-aged couple approaching. "Mr. Gao," Lin Tianlu exclaimed with a beaming smile, "you have arrived." This gentleman was their company's most significant client, responsible for annual contracts worth hundreds of millions. It was due to Mr. Gao's support that they had successfully gone public. Xiao Lin, congratulations on your marriage." Mr. Gao offered his best wishes. His wife chimed in, "The bride is truly beautiful. Dear sister, you flatter me. I could never compare to your elegance." Hua Lingyan replied sweetly to Mrs. Gao, "Xiao Lin, your wife possesses a delightful charm. Where did you find such a treasure?" Mrs. Gao expressed her admiration for Hua Lingyan. She had heard her husband praise Lin Tianlu, claiming he was capable and of good character, leading her to believe that his choice of a spouse must also be exceptional. "I have known Tianlu since our school days," Hua Lingyan said, linking her arm with Lin Tianlu's. "Oh, so you're childhood sweethearts." "Indeed, we have loved each other for over a decade," Hua Lingyan declared with unabashed confidence. Hearing this, Mrs. Gao looked at them with great admiration, remarking, "How wonderful. I love witnessing love that transitions from school uniforms to wedding gowns." Upon receiving Mrs. Gao's praise, Lin Tianlu's head dropped, his gaze drifting elsewhere. He felt a pang of insecurity. At that moment, the MC approached to inform him that it was nearly time to commence the ceremony. Lin Tianlu lifted his head and said to Mr. and Mrs. Gao, "Please go ahead. We will enter shortly." "Excellent. We look forward to your grand entrance," Mrs. Gao replied, linking her arm with her husband as they entered the venue. Once they departed, Lin Tianlu expressed his dissatisfaction to Hua Lingyan. "What were you saying to Mrs. Gao just now?" "I was merely speaking the truth. Have we not loved each other for over a decade?" Hua Lingyan retorted. Lin Tianlu sighed. "Mr. and Mrs. Gao are truly childhood sweethearts. Your words might lead them to misunderstand our relationship." Unfazed, Hua Lingyan replied, "They cannot possibly know what has transpired between us." Seeing her indifference, Lin Tianlu chose not to argue further. He led Hua Lingyan to the backstage for a wardrobe change. As they departed, he stole a glance toward the hall. Yuan Yi had not arrived today. Did she truly not care about his wedding? Meanwhile, in the hall, guests had nearly filled the seats. Yet the main table was occupied solely by Hua Lingyan's parents, with Lin Tianlu's parents absent. Mr. Gao and Mrs. Gao, both of esteemed status, were seated at a secondary table. Mrs. Gao found it rather peculiar that only the bride's parents occupied the main table, wondering why Xiao Lin's parents were absent. Perhaps they, being from a rural background, chose not to attend. Mr. Gao pondered this, attempting to defend Lin Tianlu, who had previously confided in him about his impoverished upbringing, stating that his parents were farmers. Rather than looking down on him, Mr. Gao felt a greater admiration for the young man who had achieved so much despite his humble origins. Mrs. Gao, however, furrowed her brow in concern. It seemed unreasonable for her son to miss such a significant occasion. At that moment, Mr. Gao's phone chimed with a group message. It was from a private chat group of the company's employees, which Mr. Gao had established anonymously to foster open discussions about the company and industry gossip. Someone had just shared a shocking announcement. Major scandal exposed regarding Lin from Chaofa Company. Mr. Gao was taken aback. The message detailed that Lin Tianlu had engaged in an affair with his secretary during his marriage. Following his divorce, his parents had caused a scene at his ex-wife's home, demanding she and their child leave, while spreading defamatory remarks about her. Just yesterday, they had been arrested and were currently detained. Both Mr. and Mrs. Gao were stunned, as were many others present, given that a substantial number of guests were from the same industry. The news spread rapidly among the attendees, and especially Mrs. Gao. Upon reviewing the evidence presented, including a definitive report from the police, found herself seething with indignation. Is this the promising young man you spoke of? With such good character and capability? He deceived me about being a childhood sweetheart in his first marriage. She glanced at the empty seats at the main table, realizing the absence of his parents was due to their arrest. Mr. Gao fell silent, as the truth was undeniable. Lin Tianlu's parents had indeed not come. Any attempt he might have made to defend Lin Tianlu was rendered futile. At that moment, the lights in the banquet hall dimmed, and the MC, accompanied by the groom, took to the stage. After a few opening remarks, the bride was introduced to great anticipation. Hua Lingyan, adorned in a pristine white wedding gown, appeared before the crowd as the most beautiful woman in the room. However, in light of the recent scandal, the gazes directed at her were tinged with mockery and derision. Whispers emerged from the audience. Isn't she the mistress? She appears decent enough, but doesn't she somewhat resemble the former Mrs. Lin? It seems that Mr. Lin has a particular type. Stop talking. This woman is Lin's secretary, who got in a Chaofa company through connections. I've heard they often engage in inappropriate conduct in the office. Wow, how scandalous. This is common knowledge within the company. The woman displays an utter disregard for discretion, truly embodying the essence of a mistress. She is indeed formidable. Hua Lingyan strides confidently onto the illuminated stage, relishing the attention of all present. Yet, she cannot shake the peculiar feeling that the gazes from the audience are somewhat unsettling. Nevertheless, her focus remains steadfast on the man she is about to marry, Lin Tianlu, who appears somewhat fatigued and slightly reluctant. However, Hua Lingyan is unfazed, for they have reached the wedding venue, and Lin Tianlu has no option to retreat now. She approaches him with determination. The lights, the petals, the officiant's vows, and the sparse applause create an atmosphere of anticipation. Hua Lingyan and Lin Tianlu complete the ceremony. After the rituals conclude, they descend to offer a toast. At the main table sit only Hua Lingyan's parents, who smile and pat Lin Tianlu on the shoulder, calling him a good son-in-law. At that moment, Lin Tianlu feels a wave of irony wash over him, recalling how, years prior, Hua Lingyan's parents had looked at him with disdain solely because of his poverty. Now, he savors a sense of vindication, how the tides have turned, and they probably never imagined such a day would come. In this instant, he feels a renewed sense of closure with his former self. He takes but a sip from the toast they offer, merely to appease them, before moving on to the next table where the most significant clients are seated. Upon seeing Mr. Gao, Lin Tianlu immediately dons a radiant smile, greeting him warmly. However, Mr. Gao's demeanor starkly contrasts his earlier cordiality, now reflecting dissatisfaction. Lin Tianlu's heart sinks at this unexpected turn. Just then, Hua Lingyan rushes over, exclaiming, "Sister, let me toast you. Thank you and Mr. Gao for attending our wedding." Mrs. Gao, upon seeing the drink she offers, rises abruptly, declaring, "We shall not partake in a second marriage's toast. It is inauspicious." With that, she takes Mr. Gao by the arm and departs. The notion of a second marriage pales in comparison to her aversion to the fact that these two, despite being in a second marriage, have the audacity to portray themselves as childhood sweethearts in a first marriage. The sight of their treatment toward the ex-wife is utterly revolting. Her previous satisfaction has swiftly morphed into disdain. She resolves to have Mr. Gao reconsider their continued partnership with Chao Fa Company. For those who betray will find no fortune. Lin Tianlu watches in alarm as key partners leave in indignation. At that moment, his assistant approaches him, presenting a piece of alarming news. Brother Lin, look at this. A scandalous expose about Lin Tianlu has gone viral across various groups. He feels darkness envelop him in that instant. Yuan Yi remains blissfully unaware of the tumult surrounding Lin Tianlu's wedding. She is simply engrossed in her own life. With the private dining establishment awaiting equipment installation, she has taken some time to relax, enjoying watermelon with her children at home. Just then, a notification pings on her phone. He-Ching messages, Yuan Yi. It turns out your ex-husband's family is quite the piece of work. I saw your clarification posted on the bulletin board. Just yesterday, my husband mentioned that your former in-laws had issues, but I never imagined they could be so shameless. Yesterday, Fan Yu cautioned He-Ching against spreading rumors about the Yuan family, expressing his unwavering belief in their integrity. Indeed, he was absolutely right. Upon reflection, He-Ching felt that her earlier suspicions regarding Yuan Yi were rather despicable, nearly wrongfully accusing an innocent person. Upon seeing this, Yuan Yi sent her a smile emoji. At that moment, He-Ching sent another message, reminding her that the registration period for elementary school was approaching. Has your little M.O. registered yet? She inquired, as Yuan Yi had almost forgotten amidst her busyness. Yin M.O. was set to enroll next semester, and their community conveniently fell within the district of a prestigious primary school. Thanks for the reminder. I'll prepare today and go register tomorrow, Yuan Yi replied. All right, let us go together, He-Ching affirmed. That evening, Yin Xiao returned home. As soon as he stepped through the door, Yuan Yi asked, Mr. Yin, where is Xiao Mo's household registration? What is the matter? He replied, the elementary school registration has begun, and our community is adjacent to the experimental primary school. I thought perhaps we could transfer Xiao Mo's registration here for him to attend. Yuan Yi smiled as she spoke to Yin Xiao. Chapter 35. A growing rift household registration? Xiao Mo's schooling? Yin Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. I will handle Xiao Mo's schooling arrangements. You need not concern yourself with it. His tone bore a hint of dominance, leaving Yuan Yi momentarily taken aback. It felt as though a barrier had arisen between them. Did he not trust her to manage Xiao Mo's education? The experimental primary school nearby is among the top 3 in Haicheng. Yuan Yi sought to clarify, wishing to avoid any misunderstandings on such matters. It's convenient since both my and Sui's registrations are here. Before she could finish, Yin Xiao interrupted, no need. I will take care of Xiao Mo's affairs. His response was cold and unyielding. Yuan Yi, confronted with his frigid demeanor, felt as if she were pressing her warm face against an unyielding stone. She looked at Yin Xiao and replied with a subdued, oh. Ultimately, they were still a couple lacking a substantial emotional foundation. His distrust left her with little to say. Yet, Yuan Yi felt that her sincere efforts for their family and her genuine affection for Xiao Mo deserved better than Yun Zhao's dismissive attitude, leaving her heart heavy with discontent. Yuan Yi, hurt by Yun Xiao's demeanor, consumed her dinner in silence. The oppressive atmosphere was palpable. Even the 2 children sensed the tension. Yin Mo and little Sui exchanged curious glances, alternating between Yuan Yi and Yun Xiao. After dinner, Yuan Yi cleared the table but declined to take a walk, claiming she felt unwell and retreated to their room with Sui. Yun Xiao, staring at the closed door, belatedly realized that Yuan Yi might be upset. Has Aunt Yuan been mistreated again? He asked Yin Mo. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Mo replied, no. Then what is wrong with her? Yin Xiao pressed. She seemed to be fine until after her conversation with you. She was cheerful until you got home, Yin Mo recalled earnestly. Early in the morning, Yuan Yi received the case filing notice and an apology letter at the police station, restoring her reputation. She felt jubilant throughout the day, spreading joy to those around her. However, after exchanging a few words with her father, her spirits dampened. Yin Mo's words prompted Yin Xiao to engage in self-reflection, yet after contemplating, he could not discern any fault in his own words. Yuan Yi wished to facilitate Yin Mo's enrollment in school, and he had merely stated his intention to handle the matter. Was there anything inappropriate in that? After much contemplation, he found no issue and decided to dismiss the thoughts, taking Yin Mo downstairs for a stroll. Perhaps Yuan Yi was simply experiencing a bout of melancholy. Nevertheless, with neither Yuan Yi nor Xiao Sui present that evening, Yuan Mo lacked enthusiasm for the walk, returning after a brief circuit. After all, the majority of his time with his father was spent in mutual silence. It was much more enjoyable when Sui Sui and Aunt Yuan were around. They always engaged in lively conversation and interesting activities. For instance, Yuan Yi would stop to admire the blooming flowers by the roadside, inviting him and Sui Sui to identify them, enjoy their fragrance, and share a few anecdotes. At the amusement park, whether it was the swings, trampolines, or the bubble-blowing puppy on a bicycle, Yuan Yi would eagerly encourage them to join in the fun and capture their moments in photographs. In the half-month spent with Sui Sui and Yuan Yi, they had taken more pictures than he had in the previous 7 years combined. Today, with neither Sui Sui nor Yuan Yi accompanying him, Yuan Mo found himself at a loss for entertainment. Observing his son's lack of enthusiasm, Yuan Shao furrowed his brow in concern. What could be troubling him now? The following day, Yuan Yi took the children to the store, and just before stepping out, He Qing sent her a message. Yuan Yi, are your things ready? Let's head to the school together to enroll the children. Upon reading this, Yuan Yi felt a surge of frustration and replied, Sister He, you go ahead without me. What's wrong? Don't you have the documents with you? I can wait a couple of days for you to retrieve them, and we could go together. He Qing merely sought companionship. Sensing her attitude, Yuan Yi clarified, No, Xiaomo's father said he would handle the enrollment, so I want to be doing it. He Qing responded with a flurry of question marks followed by a long voice message. Isn't he working? Why is he taking care of it? We're so close. If you bring the documents, we can just go together. With a soft sigh, Yuan Yi responded in kind, Fine, if he says he'll do it, then let him. He Qing immediately sensed Yuan Yi's despondency, but was unsure of the cause and pressed on. Which school he arranged for Xiao Mo? I don't know. What was Xiao Mo's original household registration? Which school district was he in? I don't know. He Qing, upon hearing her lack of knowledge, blurted out instinctively. Aren't you two married? How could? She abruptly halted, remembering that Yuan Yi and her husband were in a second marriage. A second marriage. Suddenly, she comprehended the source of Yuan Yi's unhappiness. Who could possibly feel joy in such circumstances? With great generosity, she offered her school district quota to her stepson, only to find that he was ungrateful, insisting on handling his own admission. Was this not a glaring indication of distrust towards Yuan Yi? Upon witnessing this, He Qing couldn't help but feel indignant on Yuan Yi's behalf. What could he possibly be thinking? Our neighbors have all observed how well you treat Xiao Mo. The experimental primary school is among the top 3 prestigious institutions in Haicheng, with countless eager parents vying for a spot. You voluntarily offered him a place. Yet he declined and opted to manage it himself, leaving one to wonder if you were being harsh on Xiao Mo, deliberately denying him access to a good school. Yuan Yi, grateful for He Qing's support, smiled back at her and replied, Let be, He Jia. You take Xiao Yi to register first. She then turned off her phone. However, after ending the chat, He Qing still felt that Yuan Yi's situation was too absurd. She hurriedly approached her husband, excitedly sharing the entire saga. Lao Fong, upstairs in 1501. Yuan Yi just had a quarrel with her husband. In a second marriage, it's rare to find a good match. Yuan Yi genuinely considers her son's welfare, offering her house as educational quota, yet her husband seems to be guarding against her. Yuan Ti let her handle Xiao Mo's admission. Fong Yu. Upon arriving at the store, Yuan Yi first delivered lunch to Su Feifei and Yu Su before planning to enroll Xiao Sui Sui in kindergarten. Since Yuan Xiao did not want her to arrange admission for Yuan Mo, she would focus solely on Sui Sui. Both children were left in the care of Su Feifei and Yu Su, and Yuan Yi took a shared bicycle to a kindergarten she had previously scouted. The private restaurant was set to open soon, and all matters concerning the children needed to be resolved beforehand. Chapter 36. Encountering Chao Ying again at Golden Sun Kindergarten. The admissions teacher informed Yuan Yi, Miss Yuan, your documents are insufficient. What else is needed? My child's household registration and identification are all here. You also require the father's household registration, the teacher replied. But the child's father is divorced from me. Then you must provide the stepfather's information, the admissions teacher continued. I see you are remarried now. Upon hearing such a request, Yuan Yi furrowed her brow. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind her, Yuan Yi. You've remarried. Turning around, she saw Chao Ying, her sister-in-law, whom she had not seen in a long time. Beside her stood a 3-year-old girl, her second daughter, Min Min, who was half a year older than Sui Sui. Chao Ying was also there to enroll her daughter. Yuan Yi wished to avoid Chao Ying, as their family had severed ties with her after the divorce. She began to gather her materials to leave, but Chao Ying quickly blocked her path. Yuan Yi, is it true that you've remarried? Yuan Yi found herself unable to escape, as Chao Ying was determined to pry deeper. Faced with this, Yuan Yi decided to respond candidly. Yes, I am remarried. To whom? Where's his family from? What is his salary? Does he have a house and a car? Her sister-in-law was exceedingly materialistic. When Yuan Yi had been unmarried and had not yet met Lin Tianlu, Chao Ying had treated her poorly, constantly expressing disdain for her living off her family. Yuan Yi's father passed away quite early. Following his death, Zhang Liping sold her father's restaurant and the family home in the county, using the proceeds to purchase a dilapidated apartment of over 50 square meters in Haiqing for her son, while the remaining funds were allocated as a bride price to marry her sister-in-law, Chao Ying. At that time, Yuan Yi had just entered high school. During her school years, she resided in the dormitory, and during holidays, there was not a single room for her at home. She slept on the balcony. Upon entering university, her sister-in-law candidly declared that they were under no obligation to cover Yuan Yi's tuition or living expenses, insisting that she find her own means. Yuan Yi managed to complete her university education through student loans and working part-time. Even then, her sister-in-law continuously lamented about Yuan Yi being a burden to their family, asserting that she owed them a tremendous debt of gratitude, all the while directing her to handle household chores and care for the children. It was only after Yuan Yi graduated and began working, subsequently attracting the attention of the affluent executive Lin Tianlu, that her sister-in-law abruptly altered her demeanor, showering Yuan Yi with affection. After Yuan Yi married Lin Tianlu, her sister-in-law adopted a demeanor akin to that of a close sister, frequently visiting with the children and her mother, always expecting to leave with gifts. Yuan Yi, while shopping in an imported supermarket, would buy cherries, bananas, blueberries, watermelons, cakes, and even some trendy clothing and bags that caught her eye, believing that they were family and that blood ties superseded any need for accounting. Indeed, she had consumed meals at her brother and sister-in-law's home for several years, even if these were earned through her own labor. Observing her sister-in-law's renewed hope, Yuan Yi remarked that Lin Tianlu was a single father with a child, lacking both a house and a car, earning just over $20,000 a month. What? Upon hearing that Yuan Yi had chosen such a divorce partner, Chao Ying's tone escalated as she exclaimed, "How could you settle for such a match? Your ex-husband earned $2 million a year. You need to divorce him immediately and return to Lin Tianlu." Watching Chao Ying's reaction, Yuan Yi found it utterly amusing. Why did Chao Ying seem more agitated about Yuan Yi's divorce and remarriage than she herself was? It was clear that Chao Ying envied Yuan Yi's situation. If she were in Yuan Yi's position, married to a husband with a $2 million annual salary, she would be willing to tolerate infidelity, even to cater to a mistress during her confinement. When Chao Ying saw Yuan Yi's resolute decision to divorce Lin Tianlu, her eyes glistened with tears of frustration. She could not help but resent the unfairness of fate. Why should those who merely wished for a better life be deprived, while someone like Yuan Yi squandered opportunities? Yuan Yi, I don't care. You must remarry Lin Tianlu. Hurry up and divorce that second husband of yours. Chao Ying incessantly lamented, her heart filled with bitterness, wishing she could transport the Civil Affairs Bureau to facilitate Yuan Yi's divorce from her current husband, reuniting her with Lin Tianlu. What a useless man, earning only $20,000 a month with no house or car and raising a child. Kick him to the curb. Yuan Yi regarded the furious Chao Ying and calmly replied, Lin Tianlu has already remarried, didn't you know? With those words, Chao Ying fell silent. Indeed, she recalled that Lin Tianlu had also remarried, and it was to that mistress. It felt like just yesterday. A few days ago, Lin Tianlu informed them, and the entire family was filled with disappointment and anger, choosing not to attend. She cast a glance at the seemingly indifferent Yuan Yi and, biting her molars, exclaimed, Yuan Yi, you wretched girl, you will regret this. You certainly will. Yuan Yi, unbothered by her incessant chattering, took her belongings, and returned home. Upon learning of Yuan Yi's remarriage, Chao hastily relayed the news to her husband and mother-in-law. When Yuan Yi's brother and mother discovered that she had married a poor man with a child, they were momentarily silent before erupting in anger. They all resolved to confront Yuan Yi, only to remember that she had blocked them. This ungrateful daughter, although they had initially blocked her, they could have unblocked her. How could Yuan Yi also block and delete them? This disobedient daughter, such outrageous behavior. The divorce went against their wishes. And now she had married a poor man with a child, disregarding their authority. They expected her to suffer the consequences. They eagerly awaited the day when Yuan Yi would come crying to seek their forgiveness. The Yuan family was at home, fervently cursing Yuan Yi. Soon, evening arrived. Yin Xiao finished work at the usual time of 6 o'clock. The Yun Ding group had surprisingly begun to adapt to their CEO, leaving early every day. As Yin Xiao's early departure allowed other departments to follow suit. Everyone silently expressed gratitude to some unseen benefactor for their liberation. As Yin Xiao entered the elevator and pressed the close button, a person rushed towards him from outside, calling out, "Wait, wait." Fan Yu hurried after Yin Xiao to the Green City Huiding, as the project team had started leaving at 6 o'clock daily, eliminating the need for overtime. He was eager to return home early to spend time with his wife and children. However, as he approached the closing elevator doors, he quickened his pace but, upon entering, realized it was their company's president standing inside. Fan Yu froze at the entrance. What was he waiting for? Wasn't he supposed to step in? Yin Xiao glanced at Fan Yu, who stood hesitantly at the door. They did not often cross paths, as Fan Yu had deliberately avoided overlapping schedules after learning of Yun Zhao's identity. Encountering the company president at home was indeed a nerve-wracking experience. Chapter 37. Yuan Yi's discontent upon hearing Yun Zhao's voice. Fan Yu immediately stepped into the elevator. After selecting the floor, the doors closed behind them. At that moment, it was just the two of them in the elevator. They exchanged glances, and Fan Yu felt an overwhelming pressure. "Mr. Yin, please don't call me that outside. Just call me Mr. Yun," Yin Xiao replied, noticing Fan Yu's nervousness. "We are neighbors now." Those words eased Fan Yu's tension, and he couldn't help but smile at Yin Xiao, who nodded in return. Receiving a nod from his president made Fan Yu's heart soar. How many people in Haiqing yearned for just a glance or a word from Yin Xiao? And here he was, living next door to the wealthiest man in Haiqing, whom countless admired. The feeling was truly exquisite. However, what should he say as a neighbor? At that moment, he suddenly recalled the message his wife had sent him earlier that day. "Indeed, Mr. Yun, are you having a disagreement with your wife?" Yin Xiao? "Oh, it's my foolish wife. She had arranged to go with your wife to handle the school registration, didn't she? It seems that Mrs. Yuan is somewhat displeased, and I believe there might be a misunderstanding between you." Fan Yu hastily added. At this moment, Yin Xiao couldn't help but think back to last night when Yuan Yi was inexplicably upset. His eyes suddenly brightened. How to say it? Mrs. Yuan is genuinely a wonderful woman, sincere and considerate. She is quite attentive to matters concerning the young master and even offered her own apartment school registration for the young master's education. Yin Xiao nodded, acknowledging. Yes, he had come to understand what kind of person Yuan Yi truly is. She is indeed very kind to both him and his son, treating Xiao Mo as if he were her own. Thus, he was even more eager to comprehend the reason behind Yuan Yi's unhappiness. However, today my foolish wife mentioned that you seemed somewhat ungrateful, which might have hurt Mrs. Yuan's feelings, Fan Yu cautiously remarked to Yin Xiao. His wife had not been so tactful in her expression. She had sent several voice messages, vociferously berating Yin Xiao for being unappreciative, accusing this second marriage man of being overly guarded and thus hurting the hearts of good people. Once Fan Yu grasped the full context of the situation, he quickly understood Yin Zhao's perspective. Regarding Xiao Mo's schooling, there truly was no need for Yuan Yi to intervene. After all, he is the young master of the Yun Ding group, and the Yun family surely arranged the best schools for him. There was no need for Yuan Yi to relinquish her position. However, Yuan Yi was unaware of this. She only knew her good intentions had gone unrecognized, receiving nothing but a cold refusal from Yin Xiao, which would leave anyone feeling disheartened. As an observer, Fan Yu clearly saw the issues between them. succinctly pinpointing their current conflict. Indeed, with Feng Yu's insight, Yun Xiao suddenly saw through the fog. He immediately understood why Xiao Mo had said that Yuan Yi had been happy all day, only to become upset after their conversation that evening. He had reflected on his own words at the time, but had never considered the heartfelt intentions Yuan Yi had put forth. I understand now. Yun Xiao nodded in realization. His gaze again turning to Feng Yu. You did well. In the future, should such matters arise, inform me sooner. Hearing this, Feng Yu was overjoyed. What does this mean? This implies he is to become a trusted confidant of Mr. Yun. Any matters concerning Yuan, he could be directly communicated to Yun Xiao. He was the only one in the entire group. Feng Yu hastily responded, Yes, Mr. Yun. Upon exiting, do not call me Mr. Yun. Yes, Mr. Yun. At that moment, the elevator reached the 15th floor, and Feng Yu respectfully stepped out. Yun Xiao watched Feng Yu leave, feeling satisfied. It seemed having a neighbor who was also a subordinate was not such a bad thing after all. In the future, he would be more informed about any matters concerning Yuan Yi. Ding! The elevator arrived. Unlocking successfully, Uncle Yun is back. Daddy is back. As Yun Xiao stepped through the threshold of his home, he was greeted by the cheerful voices of his children. Sui Sui brought him his slippers, while Yuma assisted Yuan Yi in serving the dishes. The fragrant aroma of the meal wafted through the air, and as Yun Xiao surveyed the simplicity of their abode, warmth blossomed within him, an experience he had never known before. At that moment, a graceful figure emerged from the kitchen. In Yuan, he carried the last pot of soup to the table. Yun Xiao immediately turned his attention to her, nodding in acknowledgement, a gesture he had perfected over time. Despite his usual stoic demeanor, he would offer her this small sign of recognition, a habit formed through daily encounters. However, today he found himself nodding more than usual, only to realize that Yuan Yi did not even glance in his direction. Noticing her stern expression as she placed the soup on the table without acknowledging him, he sensed that Yuan Yi was somewhat displeased and possibly had a headache. Following the events of the previous day, her previously burgeoning fondness for him had waned significantly. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that they were both in their second marriages, which inherently came with numerous barriers and the necessity for mutual sincerity. Yuan Yi felt that she had been quite open with both him and the children. She believed that what Sui Sui had, Yunma would certainly possess, and that their family plans would inevitably include both father and son. Yet, she felt as though she had never truly glimpsed Yun Xiao as genuine intentions. She could not fathom why he was so hesitant to allow her to take their household registration book for necessary formalities, especially since Sui Sui also required it. At this moment, she found herself at a loss as to how to broach the subject with him. With a heavy heart, she prepared the meal. Mom, what's wrong? Auntie, are you unwell? The children inquired, concern etched on their faces. Yuan Yi shook her head, forcing a smile as she reassured them. I'm fine. Let us eat. Yun Xiao responded to her smile, softening his expression and brightening his gaze as he looked at her, hoping for a word in return. To his dismay, Yuan Yi once again bypassed him entirely. Yun Xiao sighed, surrendering to the moment. All right then, let's put this aside for now and eat. Soon, the delightful dinner came to an end. Noticing that Yunma had grown taller and stronger of late, thanks to a hearty appetite and post-meal exercise, Yun Xiao took the initiative after dinner, suggesting, Let us go downstairs for a walk. Maybe another time. Yuan Yi declined, her mood still heavy, compounded by her thoughts on how to enroll Sui Sui in school without the household registration book. Just then, she heard a commanding voice insist, Downstairs now. Upon lifting her gaze, she met Yun Xiao's intense and unwavering eyes. It was undeniable. Each time her second husband adopted a serious demeanor, he emanated an undeniable pressure that was difficult to resist. Chapter 38. Misunderstandings resolved. Meeting Yun Xiao's gaze, Yuan Yi pondered for a moment before conceding, all right. As soon as she agreed to step outside, the children erupted in joyful excitement. Observing their elation, Yun Xiao suddenly grasped a profound truth. A home truly thrives when its matriarch is content, when the lady of the house is happy. The entire family shares in that joy. Just like yesterday, Yuan Yi was in low spirits, choosing to stay indoors, causing the children's enthusiasm to wane as they descended to play. It seems that he must pay more attention to Yuan Yi's thoughts and emotions in the future. Everyone was eager to go downstairs. Yin Xiao changed into sportswear and, after a brief moment of fiddling, stepped out with something in his arms. Upon reaching the ground floor, Yuan Mo took Sui Sui to play, while Yin Xiao and Yuan Yi sat on a bench in the community playground. Yuan Yi remained despondent, preoccupied with her own matters. Sui Sui needed the male partner's household registration book for enrollment. Would Yin Xiao provide it? To be frank, it was the rejection regarding Yuan Mo's schooling that left Yuan Yi at a loss for words. They were a remarried couple, having rushed into marriage without a foundation of affection, navigating their lives together while still getting to know one another. Yuan Yi, a sincere individual, wished to build a good life with Yin Xiao, maintaining her honesty with both him and his son. However, her unreserved sincerity had encountered obstacles from Yin Xiao, dampening her enthusiasm considerably. Now, the situation was even worse, as she had to ask Yin Xiao for his household registration book, leaving her uncertain about how to approach him. She sat on the bench, watching the two children play. Sui Sui and Yuan Mo shared a bond akin to that of siblings, getting along splendidly from the start, a rare occurrence indeed. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Yi resolved to be candid with Yin Xiao once more for the sake of the children, when a voice filled with apology reached her ears. "I'm sorry." Turning her head, she found herself face to face with a deep red household registration book. Yin Xiao presented it to her, saying, "I didn't consider your emotions and feelings yesterday. You have been tirelessly devoted to Xiao Mo, and your efforts have been substantial. From now on, I entrust all matters concerning Xiao Mo to you, and I shall not raise any objections." Although the family had already arranged for Yuan Mo's education, it was merely elementary school at this point, having little impact. Yin Xiao had decided that henceforth, all matters regarding Yuan Mo would be managed by Yuan Yi. "You aren't coming back to me because you couldn't handle it, are you?" Yuan Yi asked. "No, it's not that," Yin Xiao replied quickly. "I only realized afterward how devoted you have been to Xiao Mo. My outright rejection of your good intentions yesterday must have hurt you, and I entrust Xiao Mo entirely to you, not because I cannot manage it, but because I have complete faith in you." Yin Xiao hurriedly clarified, acknowledging his mistake. Today, Fan Yu had shared details from a third-party perspective in the elevator, which made Yin Xiao realize he had overlooked Yuan Yi's genuine heart. He now understood her to be a sincere and honest woman, and he felt reassured in trusting everything regarding Xiao Mo to her. It was not a matter of inability. He truly trusted Yuan Yi. While Yin Xiao was explaining, Yuan Yi reached out and took his household registration book from him, graciously stating, "All right, I accept your apology." Hearing this, Yin Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Holding his household registration book, Yuan Yi added, "Sui Sui will also need your household registration book for her enrollment. May I take it to handle that as well?" "Of course," he replied. Yin Xiao nodded without hesitation, saying, "In the future, if you need anything, feel free to let me know. I will fully cooperate with you." Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi felt as though the clouds of yesterday had dissipated. The reason for her slight unease stemmed from her uncertainty regarding Yin Xiao's feelings towards her and their family. Now, however, she realized that Yin Xiao did not distrust her. It was simply that he had previously arranged matters for Xiao Mo holding the household registration book, and meeting Yin Xiao's gaze, they exchanged smiles, their eyes locking in mutual understanding. A faint smile broke across Yin Xiao's typically stern face. At that moment, the laughter of children echoed from the amusement park. "Mom, Uncle Yun, Dad, Auntie, come play with us." The two of them exchanged glances by the seesaw and simultaneously stood to join the children. Due to the distribution of weight, Yuan Yi held Xiao Mo while Yin Xiao lifted little Sui Sui, and together as a family, they began to play. Yuan Yi's joy radiated, making the children happy, and Yin Xiao, too, felt a sense of happiness. The following day, Yuan Yi took the children downstairs. In the elevator, she fortuitously encountered He Qing and her daughter. "Fan Yi, where are you headed?" "I'm enrolling the children in school," Yuan Yi replied, naturally ruffling Xiao Mo's hair. He Qing raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Didn't you say your husband would handle that?" Mr. Yun insisted that he would take care of it. "All matters concerning Xiao Mo will be entrusted to him from now on," Yuan Yi smiled. Upon hearing this, He-Ching couldn't help but click her tongue, exclaiming, "This man? He has certainly recognized your worth." Yuan Yi chuckled, aware that with the children present, it was inappropriate to delve further into conversation in the elevator. After parting ways with He-Ching, Yuan Yi first went to the experimental primary school to enroll Xiao and Mo, and then proceeded to the Golden Sun Academy to arrange for Sui Sui's nursery class. Once September rolled around, both children would be ready to start school. Yuan Yi felt an immense weight lifted from her shoulders. At that moment, Su Feifei called her. "Xiao Yi, the items have arrived." "Great, I'll head over now." Yuan Yi took the two children to Yuan's private kitchen. The restaurant had been completely renovated, featuring a large wooden sign that boldly proclaimed Yuan's private kitchen, immediately showcasing its distinct character. The doors were wide open, and a large window allowed passers-by to easily glimpse the interior. The cash register was positioned near the entrance, where orders could be placed immediately upon entry. Inside, 6 tables were arranged, though the space felt somewhat cramped. However, given that this was Haicheng, where every inch of land was precious, the landlord had mentioned that tables could be set up in the alley after hours. At the back was the kitchen, which was equipped with various appliances. When Yuan Yi arrived with the children, Su Feifei and Yusu had just finished installing the last dishwasher. "Xiao, you come take a look?" Su Feifei clapped her hands. "You'll be in charge of cooking, I'll handle the cash register, and Yusu will serve the dishes. As for washing the dishes, we can use the dishwasher. With the 3 of us working together, it should be manageable, right?" Yuan Yi inspected both the front and back of the restaurant. Having grown up with a father who owned a restaurant, she was well versed in the intricacies of running one. Nodding in agreement, she replied, "It will work. Under normal circumstances, the 3 of them should be able to manage, as their establishment is rather modest in size. Even when the outdoor tables are fully occupied, they can only accommodate a little over a dozen patrons." Chapter 39. The grand opening of the private kitchen. Given this, we shall prepare for the inauguration. Very well. I shall contact the fire safety department immediately. On that very day, Yuan Yi reached out to the fire department, ensuring the safety of their establishment, and successfully obtained the approval notice for opening. Yuan Yi and Su Feifei discussed the matter and decided to open the following day. That evening, Yuan Yi returned home with a heart brimming with joy. What a delightful mood! Upon returning, Yin Xiao immediately sensed Yuan Yi's exuberance, for she had prepared a lavish spread of dishes, including her signature Yuan family delicacies. Yin Mo and little Sui gazed at the bountiful table with glee, eagerly awaiting Yun Zhao's return to commence the meal. Once again, Yin Xiao felt the warmth of a home, where the happiness of the matriarch radiates throughout the family. "Our private kitchen is set to open tomorrow," Yuan Yi beamed at Yin Xiao. Hearing this, Yun Xiao nodded affirmatively, his agreement swift. He had previously visited the private kitchen Yuan Yi was about to launch, and he held a favorable impression of her close friend, Feifei, though his opinion of her youthful husband was less than stellar. "Are you all working together?" "Indeed, I will handle the kitchen while Feifei manages the front, and her husband will assist as needed." Yun Xiao furrowed his brow. "Can the 3 of you manage? Our establishment is small. Ordinarily, it should be manageable. If we find ourselves overwhelmed, we can consider hiring help. After all, money is tight for everyone these days. We must economize. In business, one cannot solely aspire for comfort and profit. A bit of hard work in the beginning is worthwhile as long as there is profit to be made. Best of luck." Yun Xiao encouraged, wishing her a prosperous opening. He was very supportive of women pursuing their own careers. Naturally, should Yuan Yi choose to be a homemaker, he would also support that decision. To him, managing a household is no small feat and requires immense dedication, directly influencing the prosperity of a family. Yuan Yi excelled in this regard. Every day, Yin Xiao felt fortunate to have Yuan Yi in his life. Their days were filled with warmth, hope, and promising progress. Though he provided little, Yuan Yi imbued their lives with a sense of continual improvement and upward momentum. Yet, even if Yuan Yi wished to lead a carefree existence, Yin Xiao would accept that. His wife could pursue whatever path she desired. He respected all her wishes. Indeed, Yuan Yi replied earnestly, her radiant simile illuminating her face. In response to her beaming expression, Yun Zhao's normally stern demeanor softened, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. The following day, the Yuan family private kitchen officially opened. With a resounding crackle, firecrackers erupted at 10 o'clock, announcing the grand opening as the doors swung wide. Su Feifei, Yu Su, along with Yin Mo and Little Sui Sui, distributed flyers in front of the restaurant. With only 3 days until school resumed, Yuan Yi brought the children to the restaurant during this time. Su Feifei and Yu Su had no objections. Another restaurant has opened. What is it offering? Private cuisine. This establishment has witnessed the demise of several restaurants. Just looking at it seems unappetizing. Indeed, the previous eateries here performed rather mediocrely. When flyers were distributed, most merely glanced at them before hastily moving on. Only a handful stopped to inquire about the menu, and upon hearing about the specialty home-cooked dishes, they shook their heads and departed with little interest. If it were renowned Sichuan, Cantonese, or Hunan cuisine, patrons might have been tempted to try these distinctive regional offerings. Yet, what is this Yuan's private kitchen? The very name suggests it is crafted by a personal chef. Coupled with the fact that this place has seen a string of closures, the food has not been impressive, leading to a significant lack of enthusiasm among potential customers. As the clock approached 11:30, the prime dining hour, not a single soul had entered, and disappointment began to etch itself onto Su Feifei and her companions' faces. It was truly bewildering. They had anticipated a bustling business day, thinking they might be overwhelmed with customers. To their utter astonishment, not a single patron had arrived. Running a business is indeed challenging. Yuan Yi was in the kitchen, busily preparing the ingredients, marinating and washing as necessary. After completing her preparations, she noticed that the order machine in the kitchen had yet to receive any requests, prompting her to step out. Is there still no one here? At that moment, the old street was sparsely populated with few passers-by. Their chosen location was not on a bustling main street, but rather in an older neighborhood. While the area was home to many residents, during midday, most were either at work or elderly retirees, with the majority dining at home. The adjacent noodle shop, however, was thriving, having established a stable clientele over the years. Whereas Yuan Yi's private kitchen was a novelty, lacking patrons willing to take a chance on it. Xiao Yi, I believe we chose the wrong location for a shop. Su Feifei lamented, casting a forlorn glance at the neighboring noodle shop. We should have selected a venue in a bustling commercial district, here in the old street. We are surrounded by relics, and no one dares to try us. We are at a tremendous loss. As her words faded, a vibrant voice emerged nearby. What is there to fear? Even if we lose everything, it matters not. Su Feifei beamed at her little brother, her eyes sparkling. You mustn't be so kind to me. What nonsense! In this world, if I do not treat you well, whom shall I treat well? I must cherish you. I adore you, dear brother. At that moment, an elderly gentleman clad in a traditional coat entered. Is this a new establishment? Yes, sir. We are a newly opened private kitchen. What would you like to order? Yuan Yi stepped forward with the menu in hand. The elderly man, donning sunglasses and appearing quite sprightly, seized the menu from her grasp. Is your signature dish braised pork? Indeed, our Yuan's braised pork is a specialty, exceptionally delectable. I assure you, you have never tasted such exquisite braised pork in your life. Su Feifei, momentarily forgetting her romantic inclinations, quickly stood to assist, her enthusiasm reaching exaggerated heights. Upon hearing Su Feifei's words, the elderly man promptly removed his sunglasses, his expression turning serious. Such bold claims. You speak of delicacies I have yet to encounter in my lifetime. Indeed, sir, you must trust me. It is truly delectable, responded Yu Su. The old man scrutinized the two of them before declaring, Then serve me your signature braised pork. Certainly. With the arrival of a customer, both Su Feifei and Yu Su felt a surge of joy. However, before they could fully relish the moment, the old man continued. I must make myself clear. If your braised pork fails to impress, not only will I refuse to pay, but I shall also ensure that the entire neighborhood is dissuaded from dining here. The speaker was known as Old Hai, one of the oldest residents on this street and renowned for being an exceedingly discerning connoisseur. He had sampled the fare of every establishment that had ever graced Haiqing Road. And he was not jesting with Su Feifei and Yuan Yi. If they dared to boast about the unparalleled quality of their braised pork, he would not hesitate to expose it as merely mediocre, refusing payment and spreading the word that others should refrain from visiting. In truth, Old Hai was not an overly critical or harsh individual. He could accept food of average quality. For instance, the noodle shop next door served a rather ordinary broth. Yet the owner did not boast, merely presenting it as a homely flavor. Thus, Old Hai had no complaints and would often dine there when in need of a meal. However, Su Feifei and her companions had initiated the boasting, even claiming that their braised pork was something he had never tasted in his lifetime. These young folks truly had a penchant for exaggeration. He resolved to impart a lesson on the importance of pragmatism and humility. As Old Hai finished his statement, Su Feifei's expression shifted. She sensed that he was seeking a confrontation. Which establishment does not proclaim its offerings as the finest? Moreover, Yuan Yi's braised pork was indeed exceptional. Yet, there is an unsettling feeling that this old man was deliberately causing trouble, threatening to declare their dish unsatisfactory and refuse payment while discouraging others. Just as Su Feifei contemplated expelling him, Yuan Yi interjected, "Please bear with us, sir. Your meal will be ready within 15 minutes. Little E, Su Feifei murmured, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. I believe this man is simply looking for trouble. Upon hearing Su Feifei's remark, Yuan Yi gently patted her hand. This is our first customer. It is not our way to dismiss anyone who walks through our doors. We are in the business of serving our neighbors with sincerity and skill, and I trust that if the elder enjoys his meal, he will pay." Their conversation did not escape Old Hai's ears. He raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Yuan Yi's assertion of sincerity and skill in their neighborhood establishment. Indeed, a specialty restaurant in an old neighborhood must embody genuine intent and capability. It was not like a tourist trap where transient patrons cared little for repeat visits. If Yuan Yi aspired to establish herself here, she would need to win over the loyal old patrons. He watched as Yuan Yi entered the kitchen, suddenly feeling a flicker of anticipation. Could it be that this little girl can indeed create delectable home-cooked dishes? 10 minutes later, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen. The bell at the serving counter chimed. Yusu was the first to rush over to retrieve the dish. A clay pot of braised pork, steaming with heat, was brought to the table. Among those seated, Hai Lao was the first to catch a whiff of the enticing scent. Ah, the fragrance of meat, the aroma of soy sauce, and the spices of star anise and cinnamon. All these scents harmoniously blended together, flooding Hai Lao's nostrils and sending signals directly to his brain, causing him to salivate instinctively. The braised pork from the Yuan family had arrived. Yusu placed the clay pot on the table and lifted the lid. A vibrant display of three-layered pork belly, perfectly marbled, glistening with rich juices, emerged before Hai Lao. Each piece of braised pork was coated in sauce, the balance between lean and fatty meat exquisite. The lean portions were tender and infused with flavor, while the succulent, rich mouthfeel of the fatty parts, complemented by the unique and alluring reddish-brown hue of the dish, made his fingers twitch with anticipation. At the sight of this beautifully presented braised pork, Hai Lao's eyes sparkled with delight. Without even tasting it, the color and aroma alone satisfied him. Furthermore, the words of the young girl who had taken charge of the kitchen left a positive impression on him. At that moment, he thought to himself that if the texture of the meat were merely average and the flavor unremarkable, he wouldn't tarnish her reputation in the neighborhood. Given such a presentation and aroma, her establishment could indeed thrive on this street, where culinary offerings were predominantly mediocre and uninspiring. Young people deserved a chance to rectify their mistakes. With this in mind, Hai Lao grasped his chopsticks and selected a piece of relatively lean pork belly. As an elder, he could hardly indulge in excessively fatty cuts. Were it not for the fact that braised pork was their signature dish, which Su Feifei had boasted about, he would not have ordered it. Taking a bite, he experienced predominantly the lean portion. The meat was firm, and the sauce was extraordinarily flavorful. Instantly, a burst of freshness, sweetness, saltiness, and fragrance, enhanced by the spices of cinnamon and star anise, exploded in his mouth. The firm texture of the meat was a delightful surprise. How could it be so delicious? Hai Lao's eyes widened in astonishment. He eagerly chewed another bite, the aroma enveloping him. Even more astonishing was that the lean meat was far from dry. It was utterly tender, not a hint of it getting stuck between his teeth. Throughout the chewing process, he was enveloped by an ever-intensifying meat fragrance. Delicious, delicious, delicious. He devoured the entire lean portion of the pork belly, glancing at his chopsticks, where the remaining piece of fatty meat sat. Although the fat was predominant, it contained a hint of lean meat. Yet at that moment, inexplicably, he felt compelled to give it a try. He hesitated slightly before placing the fatty meat, which he had long avoided, into his mouth. Upon biting down, he was met with a delightful softness. The anticipated greasy, oily sensation was entirely absent. Instead, he encountered a texture reminiscent of tender, glutinous gelatin. This soft, succulent fatty pork, combined with the lean meat, filled his mouth with an explosion of rich pork flavor. The feeling of indulging in meat, reminiscent of his youthful days decades ago, returned with fervor. His mouth brimmed with an unadulterated and profound love for the savory essence of meat. It was utterly delectable. After tasting the first piece of pork belly, his palate was completely awakened, and he eagerly devoured the entire pot of succulent meat. At that moment, Yuan Yi thoughtfully handed him a bowl of rice. The fragrant rice paired with Yuan's pork belly was a match made in culinary heaven. Hai Lao cast a glance at her, drenching the rice in savory sauce, and continued to relish his meal heartily. Yuan Yi, observing his hearty appetite for the dishes she prepared, felt a wave of relief wash over her. The first customer had been successfully won over. Su Feifei and Yu Su, witnessing Hai Lao's transformed expression as he savored their signature dish, felt an inner satisfaction. He must feel utterly embarrassed now. He is astonished. They weren't exaggerating, were they? Their cuisine truly is exquisite. Soon, Hai Lao finished his meal. Well, what do you say? Our food isn't an exaggeration, is it? He inquired, glancing at the delighted Su Feifei, giving a thumbs up. Truly remarkable. It seems an old man, was rather unworldly. Chapter 41. A taste of skill in a single phrase, Su Feifei was elated to the skies. How delightful! Yuan Yi's culinary skills are indeed not exaggerated. Anyone who tastes it will surely sing its praises. Hai Lao retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, elegantly wiping his mouth. After placing it down, he turned to Yuan Yi, saying, "Young lady, your culinary prowess is exceptional. I shall frequent this place often." Not only would he return frequently, but he would also promote Yuan Yi's talent far and wide. Her cooking had truly captivated him. "Thank you, Grandpa." Yuan Yi smiled in response. "You don't need to thank me. I must thank you. There is hardly any good food in this street, and I have finally found a delightful restaurant." The old man rose, packing the remaining braised pork, and scanned his phone to pay. The price for the dish was 88 yuan. Such a price was quite reasonable. In High City, a full portion of braised pork like Yuan Yi's would typically start at 60 or 70 yuan. Not to mention her culinary skills surpassed even those of star chefs. If you were to set the price for her signature braised pork, it could easily be 128 or 168 yuan. With such an affordable price, he was sure to return frequently. After bidding farewell to Hai Lao, another customer arrived close to noon. This patron ordered 5 dishes, all for takeout. He was in a hurry and had initially intended to grab a few bowls of noodles from the neighboring noodle shop. However, the crowd was overwhelming and pressed for time. He spotted Yuan Yi's newly opened, seemingly quiet establishment and decided to step in. Regardless of its taste, he thought, this will have to do for a quick bite at noon. Su Feifei promptly prepared the takeout, wishing the customer, delicious food awaits your return. The customer replied dismissively, no. He was merely passing through, not residing nearby, and his polite acknowledgement of a return visit was simply courtesy. He had no time. Furthermore, it was just an inconspicuous private dining establishment by the roadside. How exceptional could it possibly be? What would compel him to make a special detour? After bidding farewell to the last guests, the restaurant's entrance became desolate, with no one else arriving. The business of the local establishment proved to be quite challenging. Su Feifei, seated on a stool at the doorway, sighed deeply, while Yuan Yi emerged from the kitchen after the rush, carrying dishes. "Let's eat first," she suggested. "Indeed," Su Feifei replied. We cannot let ourselves go hungry, even with no patrons. They sat down with Su and 2 children to enjoy their meal. Yuan Yi prepared 4 dishes and a soup. As they savored Yuan Yi's cooking, each person marveled at the delightful flavors, lamenting the absence of customers. What a pity. Such exquisite cuisine should not go unappreciated. As the afternoon passed and the lunch hour waned, not a single soul entered. Su Feifei set up a lounge chair inside for Sui Sui and Xiao Mo to take their afternoon nap. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the banyan tree and streamed in through the large glass window, allowing the children to enjoy a blissful slumber. Soon, evening arrived. As the workday concluded, the street buzzed with people, and at last, new guests entered the establishment. It was a family of 3, He Qing, her husband Fang Yu, and their daughter. Yuan Yi exclaimed in surprise, "You've come?" "Yes," He Qing replied. "We promised to visit your restaurant and sample the cuisine." "Welcome, welcome." Both Yuan Yi and Su Feifei chimed in, with Su Feifei eagerly presenting the menu. "Our dishes are truly delightful. Please see what you would like to try." He Qing and her husband perused the menu featuring home-style dishes such as mapo tofu, spicy chicken, stir-fried vegetables, braised pork, and more. There was nothing particularly distinctive about the offerings. As a middle-class resident of Haicheng, He Qing typically favored exotic cuisines like Thai, yakitori, or Turkish dishes over everyday meals. Having had her fill of home-style cooking, she seldom chose to dine out for such fare. However, being neighbors, she felt compelled to show her support. He Qing ordered her favorites, mapo tofu and shrimp vermicelli, while her husband, who was on a diet, declined Su Feifei's recommendation of braised pork and opted for a lighter boiled fish fillet instead. They also ordered a blueberry yam for their daughter Fang Yi. The dishes were promptly prepared and served within half an hour. Initially, He Qing and Fang Yu approached their visit with mild enthusiasm, merely supporting a neighbor. But they were taken aback by the vibrant presentation of the dishes. The glossy, red mapo tofu, the golden, tender shrimp vermicelli, and a generous bowl of aromatic boiled fish fillet filled the table, instantly captivating their attention. "Wow, this is quite impressive," they exclaimed. The visual appeal far exceeded their expectations of the mundane home-style dishes they had grown accustomed to. The beautiful colors and enticing aromas stirred their appetites. He Qing and Fang Yu exchanged glances, each reflecting surprise and delight. They picked up their chopsticks, while their daughter Fang Yi used a small spoon to enjoy her blueberry yam. He Qing took a spoonful of mapo tofu, while Fang Yu savored the boiled fish fillet. Fresh, fragrant, tender, the sauce of mapo tofu melds perfectly with the tofu, creating a vigorous collision of savory and bean flavors that dances upon the palate. So smooth, so tender, so aromatic. The poached fish fillets, drenched in hot oil, reveal the freshness of the fish, which is inherently tender. After being infused with the fragrant peanut oil, each bite is a delightful explosion, the refreshing and tangy taste soaring to the heavens. "My goodness!" He Qing and Fang Yu both widened their eyes in astonishment. Yuan Yi's culinary skills are simply exquisite. This sentiment mirrored in their expressions. Incredible. They could never have anticipated such prowess from Yuan Yi. Initially, they had entered the restaurant merely to support her, but upon seeing the dishes, their perceptions shifted. They felt they had not wasted their time. Now, having savored Yuan Yi's cooking, they were left with a singular thought. They had struck gold. Venturing out to support Yuan Yi, they unexpectedly indulged in such culinary delights. Yuan Yi's cooking is absolutely divine. Their taste buds awakened. They lost all restraint, devouring the food heartily. Their daughter, Fang Yi, clutched a bowl of blueberry yam, relishing that one dish alone. Delicious, delicious, delicious. Yuan Yi, Old Feifei, and the others beamed at the sight of He Qing's family, utterly captivated by Yuan Yi's culinary artistry. They knew that anyone who had tasted Yuan Yi's cooking would never express a dislike. Just then, the door chimed as another guest arrived. "Welcome," Su Feifei greeted. Yuan Yi turned to see a tall, impeccably dressed man in a suit, exuding charm and elegance, entering. "Dad, Uncle Yun," Sui Sui and Xiao Mo exclaimed simultaneously. Chapter 42. Yun Xiao brings Yi Xiao for dinner. Yun Xiao has arrived. Today marks the grand opening of Yuan Yi's private kitchen. And she had sent him a message early on, inviting him to dine at the restaurant that evening. Su Feifei was in agreement. After all, they were family, and there was no need for pretense. Moreover, the apartment she and Su rented was from Yuan Shao, and without him, they could not have found such a splendid place. Su Feifei held him in high regard. "You're here," Yuan Yi greeted Yuan Shao, her face breaking into a radiant smile. In response to her warmth, Yuan Shao's expression softened, and a subtle smile graced his lips. However, this scene left Yi Shao, who trailed behind Yuan Shao, utterly stunned. What on earth? Their president is smiling. Yi Shao, not only Yuan Shao's subordinate, but also an old classmate, came from humble beginnings, yet was exceptionally ambitious and intelligent. He had gained admission to MIT, just like Yuan Shao, grounded and capable. He caught Yuan Shao's attention and was nurtured as a confidant. After graduating, Yi Shao became Yuan Zhao's special assistant, managing all his affairs. Having known Yuan Shao for over a decade, this was the first time he had ever seen him smile. Today, Yuan Shao invited Yi Shao to dine out, which struck Yi Shao as peculiar, for their CEO had been acting strangely for over half a month. During this time, Yuan Shao adhered to his routine, while the entire company experienced a reduction in workload, and he himself exhibited an inexplicable transformation. Now, after being astounded by Yuan Shao's smile, Yi Shao seemed to grasp the truth about their CEO. He was in love. Oh my goodness, Yuan Shao is romantically involved. This is akin to a long barren tree finally blooming. Assistant Yi. At that moment, a voice rang out. A group of diners in the corner stood up. Fang Yu, upon seeing Yuan Shao and Yi Shao enter together, instinctively rose to greet them. Yuan Shao had previously instructed him not to acknowledge him in public, but Yi Shao had never mentioned such a thing. Moreover, Yi Shao was Fang Yu's direct superior, so it was only natural for him to stand and say hello. "Shao Fang, you're here too." Yi Shao acknowledged Fang Yu with a nod. Just then, the man beside him cleared his throat, and Yi Shao immediately understood. "Please, continue your meal. We're here to dine as well. Do not mind us." Oh, Fang Yu shot a glance at Yuan Shao and suddenly recalled something, promptly sitting back down to avoid any potential slip that might expose their CEO. After he settled, He Ching couldn't he help but inquire, "Who is that person?" "Our company's senior executive, Assistant Yi." Oh, He Ching nodded in comprehension, having heard of Yi Shao's esteemed reputation, the direct assistant to the president of Yunding Group, a senior among seniors. Yuan Yi, not perceiving the significance, knew that Fang Yu and Yuan Shao were colleagues, so it seemed Yuan Shao had brought a co-worker along. "Is this your colleague?" Yuan Yi approached to greet them. "Yes, this is Yi Shao, a dear friend of mine for many years," Yuan Shao replied, casting a glance at Yi Shao. Oh, Yuan Yi turned to Yi Shao, noting that this was the first time Yuan Shao had introduced her to a friend. She extended her hand, saying, "Hello, I am Yuan Yi, Yuan Shao's wife." "Hello, I am Yi Shao's eyes widened in shock wife. Yuan Shao is married." He glanced at Yuan Shao, and under his subtly displeased gaze, Yi Shao finally comprehended. Their CEO had been acting so oddly lately because he had secretly wed without informing any of them. The graceful woman before him was none other than Yuan Shao's wife, the lady of Yunding Group. Seeing Yuan Yi still holding out her hand, he quickly reciprocated the gesture, bowing slightly, exhibiting utmost humility. This demeanor left He Ching puzzled. Wait, didn't her husband say that was Yunding Group's assistant Yi? Why is he being so courteous to Yuan Shao's wife? Is that really necessary? All right, Yuan Shao interjected, eyeing the clasped hands of Yi Shao and Yuan Yi. A twinge of displeasure flickered within him. What was this? He hadn't even held Yuan Yi's hand yet. Why linger in such a manner? He decisively pulled Yi Shao's hand away, addressing Yuan Yi. "That's enough." His voice carried a hint of jealousy, which Yi Shao keenly detected, stirring tumultuous emotions within him. Indeed, she is Yuan Shao's wife. When will Yuan Shao ever show such concern for another woman? Just a handshake has left him displeased. As he lifts his gaze once more, curiosity inevitably fills him regarding Yuan. Who is this remarkable person capable of making their esteemed president bow down? Unaware of the internal drama swirling around them, Yuan Yi cheerfully addresses them. inviting, "You two take a seat. I shall prepare a few dishes for you." Yin Xiao, accompanied by Yi Xiao, settles down, with Sui Sui and Xiao Mo joining them at the table. Yi Xiao, observing the young master of their household, exclaims, "Xiao Mo, you've gained quite a bit of weight recently. What have you been eating?" Yuan Montag replies, "Auntie's cooking." Does your aunt add weight-gaining ingredients to her meals? Yuan Montag, maintaining a cool demeanor, chooses to ignore the silly dog-esque banter. At that moment, Yi Xiao notices a charming little dumpling-like girl sitting beside Yin Mo, her round, dark eyes curiously fixed on him. Unable to resist, he reaches out to poke her, but before his hand can make contact, it is intercepted by two smaller hands, one belonging to Yin Mo and the other to Yin Xiao. "She is my sister, Sui Sui," Yin Mo states. Yi Xiao, taken aback, turns to Yin Xiao, who clarifies, "She is my daughter. Do not touch her." Wait. Yin Xiao has a daughter? Where did that come from? Just then, a bell rings from the kitchen, and Yi Xiao catches a glimpse of Yuan Yi passing by the serving window. Suddenly, it clicks. She is the daughter of Yin Xiao's new wife. A platter of hand-torn cabbage is served, followed shortly by sweet and sour pork, kung pao chicken, stir-fried pork with tofu skin, and Yuan's braised pork, 5 dishes filling the table to the brim. Yi Xiao, gazing at this array of home-style dishes, momentarily forgets everything else, for the aroma is simply irresistible. Each dish, a feast for the senses, awakens his appetite. Yin Xiao, eager for Yuan Yi to join them, finds that guests have already begun to arrive. 3 tables of patrons come in at once, and the establishment becomes bustling. "President Shu." Yin Xiao quickly hushes Yi Xiao. "Just call me brother." In an instant, Yi Xiao comprehends, "Brother, may we eat now?" Yin Xiao replies, "Go ahead and eat." Chapter 43. A slip of the hand leads to 50,000 delicious. Oh my goodness, this is truly delightful. This restaurant is exceptional. My heavens. It's my first time tasting such exquisite braised pork. Compliments resonate throughout Yuan's private kitchen. All 6 tables soon fill with satisfied customers. During the dinner rush, local residents return home from work and flock to the newly opened restaurant, eager to try something new. As they savor the dishes, they find themselves singing praises. They had never anticipated discovering such a talented private kitchen on their old street, far superior to the neighboring noodle shop. Su Faifi, witnessing the full tables and the patrons' joy and satisfaction, finally feels a sense of positive feedback. She knew that even if those people did not come to dine, those who had would surely sing praises. They promised to return. "I will come tomorrow. I will bring my parents to dine with me," exclaimed several patrons who had finished their meals. Su Feifei, upon hearing their words, beamed with delight and offered them complimentary cola on their next visit. At another table, near the grand window, Yi Xiao, who had arrived early and lingered over his meal, overheard the conversation at the entrance and let out a satisfied burp. "It's truly delicious," he marveled. Yuan Yi had prepared 5 dishes, 4 of which were meat, each generously portioned, yet every plate was licked clean. It wasn't just Yin Xiao and Yin Mo, the 2 mainstays. They had grown accustomed to Yuan Yi's exquisite cooking and had begun to exercise restraint. After all, they had the pleasure of enjoying such meals daily. But Yi Xiao had never tasted her cuisine before. This was his first encounter with Yuan Yi's cooking, and he was utterly astounded. The hand-torn cabbage was delightful. The pineapple sweet and sour pork was exquisite. The kung pao chicken casserole was delectable. The tofu skin with meat slices was delightful. And the Yuan-style braised pork was simply divine, leaving him in rapture. He devoured 3 bowls of rice, soaking every grain in the sauce of the braised pork. As he polished off the last morsel, he suddenly comprehended why he had previously wondered about Yin Mo's weight gain. The young master was notoriously picky with his food. Previously, Yin Mo was as slender as a bamboo stick, gaining little from his meals, surviving only on vitamin supplements to ensure adequate growth nutrition. Now he understood why Yin Mo had begun to fill out. With Yuan Yi's culinary prowess, how could one not gain weight? With 3 hefty bowls of rice consumed daily, Yin Mo was bound to grow both taller and healthier. Crack! Yin Xiao uncorked a bottle of Evian for Yi Xiao. Before Yi Xiao could express his gratitude for Yun Zhao's thoughtful generosity, He heard the sound of more bottles being opened, 3 in quick succession. "Stop, stop, that's enough," Yi Xiao exclaimed, hastily calling for a halt. Yin Xiao merely glanced at him and said, "Drink more water." At that moment, Yuan Yi emerged from the kitchen, inquiring, "Have you finished eating?" "Sister-in-law, we have." Yi Xiao promptly addressed her with newfound familiarity. Setting aside all else, Yuan Yi's culinary skills had undoubtedly won him over. He finally understood why their family, as president, returned home for dinner punctually every day. With such delectable meals awaiting him, who could resist returning early? Yuan Yi surveyed the clean plates before her, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. "You may leave now. I will take care of the bill for this table." If Yin Xiao were dining alone, Su Feifei would have no objections, but as he had brought guests, it would be inappropriate for Su Feifei to cover the bill. Yuan Yi resolved to settle this table's expenses herself, believing it would benefit the long-term success of their restaurant. As she finished speaking, Yin Xiao interjected, "Let us settle the bill. It's on me." Yi Xiao was taken aback. "What are you waiting for? Pay the bill." Yin Xiao shot him a glance and opened another bottle of Evian. "Brother, I'll pay. Just stop pouring me more water." Yi Xiao finally grasped why Yin Xiao had been so generous with the mineral water. The private dining establishment offers complimentary barley water. However, Yin Xiao provided him with the charged variety. This is due to the substantial profit margins on beverages within the restaurant. He is generating revenue for Yuan Yi and Su Feifei's quaint little shop. Having Ye Xiao consume 4 bottles of Evian mineral water costs a hefty 60 yuan. Ye Xiao rose to approach the cash register. "How much in total?" Su Feifei glanced at Ye Xiao before inquiring. "Aren't you the one who assisted us in renting a house last time?" She recognized him. "Oh, it's you." Upon seeing Su Feifei and Yusu, Ye Xiao understood that Yun Xiao's previous high-priced rental for him and low-priced rental for others was indeed connected to his sister-in-law's acquaintance. "No wonder. Feifei, what is going on?" Yuan Yi asked, intrigued. "Xiao Yi, that house was rented to us by him. For 1,000 yuan, it's quite excellent." Yuan Yi cast a glance at Yun Xiao and Ye Xiao. At this moment, Yun Xiao interjected, "Yes, that house belongs to him. He has no financial constraints and enjoys offering us affordable rentals." Ye Xiao chimed in, "Exactly. Everyone knows each other. It's of no consequence." Upon hearing this, everyone realized that Ye Xiao was indeed the wealthy friend Yun Xiao had mentioned. Su Feifei, upon realizing this, promptly waved her hand. "In that case, we definitely cannot accept your money." "No, I must pay," Ye Xiao insisted, directly scanning the payment code. Spotting a recharge promotion, he declared, "I'll simply purchase a membership card," recharging the maximum amount of 5,000 yuan. The notification chimed as 50,000 yuan was credited to his account. Ye Xiao looked at the extra zeros he had inadvertently entered and sighed. "Well, I accidentally topped up 50,000, so be it. I shall return for another meal later." The group exclaimed. A slip of the hand resulted in a 50,000 yuan transaction. Witnessing this, everyone recognized Yun Xiao's assertion of having a wealthy friend was indeed true. Su Feifei, seeing the instant transfer of 50,000, graciously waived Ye Xiao's meal expenses for the day, opting not to charge his membership card, and also gifted him 2 bottles of his favorite Evian mineral water. Such a generous benefactor must be courted. Ye Xiao exited the establishment, arms laden with mineral water. "Mr. Yun, your friend Yuan Yi remarked, observing Ye Xiao's retreating figure. He is quite splendid." Yin Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly. "Indeed, he is rather commendable." At 9 in the evening, the restaurant closed its doors. Business had been quite fruitful today, totaling 51,300 yuan. A prosperous opening indeed. Yuan Yi and Su Feifei quickly reconciled the accounts, tidied up the restaurant, and then locked up to return home. Sui Sui and Xiao Mo were already fast asleep by this hour. Yun Xiao cradled both children, while Yuan Yi walked beside him. "Mr. Yun, starting tomorrow, after dinner, do take Sui Sui and Xiao Mo home for an early rest," Yuan Yi suggested, feeling sympathetic for the children who had been accompanying her all day. "All right," Yin Xiao replied. "By the way, where's your electric bike?" Yuan Yi suddenly recalled. Chapter 44. Small Happiness, the Electric Bike. Yuan Yi had always remembered that Yun Xiao owned one, yet it seemed she had never seen him ride it. I ride it every day. What is wrong? Yuan Shao replied, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. Oh, Yuan Yi did not press further. Her recollection prompted solely by Su Feifei also possessing an electric bike. At that moment, an electric scooter zipped past Yuan Yi and Yun Zhao's family. Xiao Yi, we're heading back. On the back seat of the scooter, Su Feifei, embracing Yusu's waist, waved at Yuan Yi and Yun Xiao. As they passed Yun Xiao, Yusu provocatively raised his eyebrows at him. Yun Xiao thought, the two are riding off into the sunset, sweetly together. How infuriating. Why do I feel overshadowed again? The next day at the Yunding Group, as Yi Xiao arrived at the office, he was summoned to the president's office by Yun Xiao. President, what is it? Give me an electric scooter, Yun Xiao replied. Yi Xiao was taken aback for a moment, quickly realizing, is it for my sister-in-law? Yes, Yun Xiao responded blandly. Yi Xiao gazed at the seemingly indifferent Yun Xiao, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. What was their aloof president up to? Was he pretending to be poor to pursue his wife? Brother, why don't you tell sister-in-law your true identity? Yun Xiao raised an eyebrow. I just want to live alongside her. Xiao Mo likes her. I never intended for her to be the future Mrs. Yun. Yi Xiao exclaimed, brother, are you serious? Just living together? Why the charade with the scooter? You took her to the restaurant yesterday, rented a place before, come home on time every day, and that smile you had yesterday. You should be embarrassed. What? Don't believe me? Yun Xiao sensed Yi Xiao's gaze and raised an eyebrow. Of course I believe you. Who would dare to doubt your words? Yet, he couldn't help but anticipate Yun Xiao getting a dose of his own medicine. That evening, the business at Yuan's private kitchen fared slightly better than the previous day, serving 6 tables at lunch and 10 in the evening. While the foot traffic wasn't overwhelming, every patron left satisfied. Yuan Yi and Su Feifei concluded their day amidst the calm. When Yun Xiao arrived for dinner, he first took the children home. As per Yuan Yi's request, now that he was finishing work early, he would need to take care of the kids more often after hours. As the curtain at Yuan's private kitchen was drawn, Yuan Yi and Su Feifei waved goodbye to Yusu. Just as Yuan Yi was about to head home, an electric scooter halted in front of her. What brings you here? Yuan Yi exclaimed, pleasantly surprised to see Yun Xiao. Hadn't she asked him to stay home with the kids? I came to pick you up, Yun Xiao stated expressionlessly. Where are the children? They're fast asleep. Yun Xiao had spent the night caring for the kids, which was no easy task. He had to play with them and soothe them to sleep. Yet, he felt a deepening bond with them. Watching the 2 children sleep, Yun Xiao experienced his first taste of exhaustion mixed with joy. Upon hearing that Yun Xiao had put both children to bed, Yuan Yi immediately gave him a thumbs up. Well done. Xiao Yi, your husband has come to pick you up. Su Feifei's voice chimed in from the back of Yusu's scooter. Su Feifei waved at Yuan Yi and Yun Xiao. All right. Yuan Yi smiled at the pair and hopped onto the back of Yun Xiao's scooter. Let us go. She patted Yun Xiao, signaling him to start, when suddenly, a large helmet was shoved into her arms. Safety first. Yun Xiao thoughtfully prepared a helmet for Yuan Yi. Today, he purchased an electric bike, took a moment to learn how to ride it, and familiarized himself with the regulations concerning electric vehicles. It is mandatory to wear a helmet when carrying a passenger on such a vehicle. Upon seeing the helmet that Yun Xiao had so considerately acquired, Yuan Yi beamed at him with a radiant smile. Meanwhile, Su Feifei, who had taken a seat on another electric bike, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, exclaiming, "Oh, how considerate! No wonder the old saying goes that older men are better. They know how to care for others." Yuan Yi secured the helmet on her head and grasped Yun Xiao's waist with both hands, urging him to set off. Yun Xiao, feeling her hands resting on his waist, couldn't help but relax, replying, all right. He pressed the throttle, and with the night wind at their backs, they headed home together. Mr. Yun, where do you charge your electric bike? Yuan Yi inquired during their journey. I charge it at the office, he replied. That's excellent. Charging at the office saves us some electricity at home. Yun Xiao continued. Currently, our household finances are tight, so we should save wherever possible. Once we manage to save a bit more, I'll get you a small car, and then we'll have our own vehicle. In these times, it seems every family should possess a car, especially since Yuan Yi has 2 children. Yuan Yi began to envision replacing Yun Xiao's electric bike with a car in the future. As they rode along, Yun Xiao caught a glimpse of Yuan Yi's sparkling eyes beneath the helmet in the rearview mirror, filled with anticipation and happiness. She was methodically planning a future for their little family, saving a little to improve their meals, setting aside funds to purchase a car, and dreaming of a brighter future. Yuan Shao felt a warmth spread through his heart. "Sounds good," he replied, accelerating as they sped through the night towards their home. At that moment, an Audi A8 whizzed past them on the opposite side of the street. The window rolled down, revealing the face of Lin Tianlu. He watched as Yuan Yi and her second husband rushed by his line of sight. Despite Yuan Yi donning a helmet on the electric bike, the aura of happiness surrounding her was palpable to Lin Tianlu. His brow furrowed in discontent. Why did it seem that nothing had changed since their separation? Shouldn't she be feeling the hardships of life and regretting her impulsive decision to leave him, a man who earned $2 million a year? Her current partner was nothing more than a struggling man who earned just over $10,000 a month, without a home and merely an electric bike to his name. How could Yuan Yi still radiate such joy? At that moment, his phone rang. The sound of the incoming call resonated in the air. Lin Tianlu glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Huoling Yan. His brow furrowed even tighter. With a sense of impatience, he answered the call. "What is it?" he asked, his tone laced with irritation. Indeed, he was frustrated. While Yuan Yi seemed to thrive, his own life was far from satisfactory. He had been married to Huoling Yan for only a few days, yet he already felt exasperated with her. On their wedding day, his sordid past had been exposed, causing a scandal that drove away the Gao couple and tarnished his reputation in the industry. Nevertheless, he and T quarreled with Huoling Yan. He had gritted his teeth and endured the chaotic wedding proceedings. He loved Huoling Yan deeply, having finally attained what he desired in his youth, and he was resolute to endure whatever challenges lay ahead. Her attitude had grown increasingly impatient as she longed for a moment of solitude. "Where are you?" came the interrogative tone of Huoling Yan. "Working late," Lin Tianlu responded dismissively. After their wedding, Huoling Yan had resigned, for Lin Tianlu could not bear to let her remain in the company any longer. In the next instant, Huoling Yan's sharp voice erupted. "Stop lying. I just inquired, and you are not even at the office." Chapter 45. The growing rift between Lin Tianlu and Huoling Yan. "Where on earth are you? What are you doing? Why haven't you come home?" Huoling Yan pressed him with 3 relentless questions. "I'm outside, just taking a breather. Is that so wrong?" Lin Tianlu explained, utterly fatigued. Suddenly, he recalled Yuan Yi, who had never doubted him. She believed everything he said, trusting him implicitly, even if he deceived her. A pang of guilt surged within Lin Tianlu. He realized he had failed to cherish the wonderful Yuan Yi. Yet Huoling Yan remained unconvinced. "Why lie about being at the office while you're merely taking a breath?" "Lin Tianlu, are you seeking another woman?" Upon hearing Huoling Yan's accusatory tone, which treated him like a thief, he furrowed his brows. "What do you take me for? Am I the sort who flits around with other women?" His words were met with Huoling Yan's derisive scoff. "Let's not forget, you were unfaithful within our marriage." Lin Tianlu felt a sudden sting from her words. What did she mean? Was she suggesting that if he had strayed once, he would do so again? How could she think so poorly of him? His infidelity stemmed from his love for her, Huoling Yan. He had sacrificed Yuan Yi, forsaken a harmonious marriage, even jeopardizing his future, yet in her eyes, he was merely a man who could not resist temptation. At a loss for words, Lin Tianlu fell silent. "What is wrong? Cat got your tongue?" Huoling Yan, sensing his quietness, grew even more arrogant. "Lin Tianlu, I am not Yuan Yi. You must tell me why you haven't returned home. Otherwise, you are indeed being unfaithful." Unable to endure her relentless accusations any longer, Lin Tianlu replied coldly, "Do you not know why I'm not home?" "How would I know?" Huoling Yan retorted indignantly. "Because marrying you has tarnished my career. I became the laughingstock on our wedding day. Do you think I still wish to return home?" Her tone rose sharply. "So you blame me for your marriage? What does that have to do with me? Why did you speak nonsense in front of Mrs. Gao, causing her to misunderstand that we were a campus wedding couple? Now our company has lost a crucial client, Mr. Gao." Huoling Yan was momentarily taken aback, left without a counterargument. Mr. Gao and his wife had indeed ceased their collaboration with them. Yet she quickly retorted, "Isn't it because your ex-wife has been spreading your dirty laundry?" She released your parents' administrative penalties and handwritten apology letters. Without her, Mr. Gao and his wife would never have known. If you want to blame someone, blame your ex-wife, Yuan Yi. Hua Lingyan cast all the blame onto Yuan Yi. Had Lin Tianlu accepted Hua Lingyan's words in the past, he would have conceded without dispute, attributing every fault to Yuan Yi. Yet now, he refused to remain in ignorance. It was abundantly clear that she was the true instigator, the very catalyst of all events. Had it not been for her inciting his parents to create a ruckus at Yuan Yi's, she would not have been driven to retaliate so fiercely. Hua Lingyan, do you take me for a fool? What do you mean? Hua Lingyan suddenly felt a pang of guilt. I am also distressed by the destruction of our wedding. If Yuan Yi had not alerted the authorities to detain your parents, how could the situation have escalated to this extent? She continued to argue her case. Lin Tianlu scoffed, stating, if my parents were in good spirits, why on earth would they cause a scene at Yuan Yi's? How should I know? Hua Lingyan retorted, are you suggesting I should visit the detention center to inquire which of them revealed the details of my divorce with Yuan Yi, inciting them to cause trouble? That day, Yuan Yi had questioned him, and he realized that if Lin Tianlu had not informed them, they would not have shown up. It had to be Hua Lingyan orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. No one else could have summoned his parents to disturb Yuan Yi's family, disrupting their peace. Lin Tianlu had merely refrained from exposing Hua Lingyan at that time. Now, he was filled with anger, knowing that it was Hua Lingyan who had orchestrated all of this. Yet he had shielded her, avoided conflict, and even allowed himself to vent while she treated him like a thief and misunderstood him. Had he not been sufficiently good to her? Had he not loved her enough? Why did Hua Lingyan regard him as a simpleton? His words rendered the person on the other end of the call speechless, but Hua Lingyan quickly responded, Lin Tianlu, the division of assets following your divorce from Yuan, it was my suggestion. So what? They are your parents, and I am your new wife. Is there something wrong with me informing the elderly about the assets you were sharing with your ex-wife? How was I to know they would cause a scene? Besides, did I not actively seek assistance for them? With a cold laugh, Lin Tianlu replied, you found someone, and now my parents face severe penalties because of it. How could I predict this outcome? Furthermore, our family now owes significant favors due to your family's mess. Hua Lingyan shouted back. To aid Lin Tianlu's parents, they had indeed leveraged considerable connections, even enlisting the help of a deputy director, just as they were about to secure their release. The director personally intervened in this minor administrative case, resulting in their detention and the exposure of their connections, leading to punishment. Consequently, the Hua family had made enemies. They had even reviewed their actions, questioning whether they had inadvertently offended some powerful figure. Yet they could not conceive of it being Yuan Yi. Impossible. What influence could a divorced homemaker with a child possibly wield? Lin Tianlu, upon hearing Hua Lingyan's words, felt an overwhelming weariness wash over him. Is this the woman he would go to such lengths to marry? From beginning to end, her thoughts were solely for herself and her family, never considering him. Unconsciously tightening his grip on his phone, he stated into the receiver, let it be this way, before abruptly ending the call. Hua Lingyan, upon seeing Lin Tianlu hang up, was momentarily stunned. What? How dare Lin Tianlu hang up on her? This could not be tolerated. Lin Tianlu's feelings for her were abundantly clear to her. Upon her return to the country, it seemed as though she was the one pursuing Lin Tianlu, constantly enticing him, while he remained passive. Yet in truth, Hua Lingyan was acutely aware that Lin Tianlu could never truly let her go. With just a wave of her hand, he would be ensnared. Any trivial matter concerning her would send him into a frenzy. The apparent dynamic of her chasing Lin Tianlu belied the fact that he harbored lingering affections for her, harboring intentions for quite some time. Both of them reveled in this unspoken ambiguity, engaging in a fervent dance of pursuit and evasion, pulling and tugging at one another. When Lin Tianlu became fervent, she would don a cold demeanor. When he grew impatient, she would soften her stance, fully confident that he was entirely within her grasp. However, today, Lin Tianlu had the audacity to hang up on her. His tone was laced with impatience. Hua Lingyan felt a surge of anger, yearning for a confrontation. Yet upon calling him again, she discovered he had turned off his phone. Enraged, she smashed various items in her bedroom, resolutely deciding that this time she would not forgive him easily. It was imperative that Lin Tianlu come to appease her. Chapter 46. The flourishing Yuan Yi family that day. Lin Tianlu returned home late to their shared residence with Huolingyan. Upon arrival, he found the door firmly locked. Huolingyan refused to let him in. Gazing at the closed door, Lin Tianlu was suddenly reminded of Huolingyan's words before their marriage. She had vowed to be a good wife, more suited for him than Yuan Yi ever was. Yet, Yuan Yi had never acted in such a manner. No matter how late he returned or what disagreements they may have had, she would never leave him outside. At most, they would simply sleep in separate rooms after a quarrel. Lin Tianlu sighed deeply as he stood before the locked door and rang the doorbell. Lingyan opened the door. After a moment, Huolingyan's irritated voice came from within. "Aren't you supposed to be out getting some fresh air? Enjoy it. Don't come back." She was certainly not the kind of submissive woman Yuan Yi was. If Lin Tianlu dared to upset her, she would repay him in kind. Upon hearing her voice and the sound of the door slamming shut, Lin Tianlu realized that no amount of calling would reach Huolingyan. A feeling of discontent washed over him. After a prolonged silence, he descended the stairs and spent the night in his car, engulfed in sleeplessness. The next day, Lin Tianlu awoke feeling groggy and unwell, while Yuan Yi's family was full of vitality. It was the momentous day of school enrollment. Yun Xiao was taking the two children to school. She had already divided responsibilities with Yun Mo. From now on, in the mornings, Yun Xiao would drop off the children before heading to work, while Yuan Yi would pick them up in the afternoon. Since the restaurant's business thrived during lunchtime and dinner, and both kindergarten and elementary school dismissed around 4 o'clock, this timing suited Yuan Yi perfectly. After bringing the children home, she planned to have them wait at the restaurant for Yun Xiao to return from work for their evening meal together. This arrangement would also allow him to watch the children and tend to some household chores. Given that both of them were now working, household duties and childcare would undoubtedly require their combined efforts. After discussing this with Yun Xiao, he readily agreed. He had no choice but to agree, as Yuan Yi remarked that he was merely an ordinary wage worker. In this day and age, dual-income families are typically those where both spouses strive together. They are not wealthy individuals who can afford to hire nannies. Alternatively, they might rely on grandparents to assist with childcare. Yuan Yi, lacking parental support, proposed to Yun Xiao that if his parents were willing to help care for the children, she would gladly provide them with some compensation for their efforts. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao immediately asserted that he could take on the responsibility himself. Thus, the division of labor in Yuan Yi's household was established. It must be said that after this arrangement, Yuan Yi felt an unexpected lightness. Early in the morning, with Yun Xiao taking the two children away, Yuan Yi found herself able to indulge in a delightful morning nap, something she had not experienced in 2.5 years. Heaven knows how exhausting it is to raise children. After Sui Sui's birth, she had taken care of everything herself. Although she had a postpartum caregiver, she insisted on breastfeeding and co-sleeping with Sui Sui. Once the confinement period ended, each month brought its own set of challenges, teething in May, rolling over in April, and so forth. Lin Tianlu did not assist her, as he had to work. To avoid disrupting his job, they had separated their living arrangements early on. Full-time mothers may appear to have an easier life, staying at home without the need to work. Yet only those who undertake the task understand how exhausting and arduous it truly is. She had contemplated returning to work more than once. But who would take care of her daughter? Her mother would certainly not help with Sui Sui, as her brother's 2 children were her treasures. Lin Tianlu's parents were even more peculiar. The thought of hiring a nanny made both Yuan Yi and Lin Tianlu uneasy, and he continuously painted a picture of the future, insisting that the child's well-being was paramount, and that only Yuan Yi could provide the care he deemed satisfactory. Consequently, she persevered in personally attending to the children. After Sui Sui was enrolled in kindergarten, she quickly received a check-in message from the teacher, and lying in bed, she felt an unprecedented sense of relief. The prospect of having someone assist with the child, with daytime hours spent at kindergarten and Yun Xiao playing and caring for them in the evenings, filled her with happiness. She luxuriated at home until 9 o'clock, leisurely making her way to Yuan's private kitchen for its opening. Today's business was even better than yesterday's, with revenue reaching 2,000. Though it remained relatively unhurried, Yuan Yi expressed her sentiments to Su Feifei, noting that the restaurant was not busy, the children were all in school. And with Yun Xiao helping with pickups and drop-offs in the evening, she felt considerably more at ease. She was quite satisfied with her current life. Su Feifei remarked that this indicated her second marriage had been a success, and that she had chosen the right man. Yuan Yi found truth in her words and reflected that had she not married Yun Xiao in her second marriage, but remained with Lin Tianlu, her life would certainly be different. She and Sui Sui would have been ensnared in a tumultuous web of infidelity and strife, unable to find peace. Even if she had somehow triumphed over the mistress and preserved her marriage, Lin Tianlu would not have transformed into the man Yun Xiao was, someone who would share the burdens of family life with her. Lin Tianlu appeared to be a devoted husband and father, exuding warmth and approachability. However, beneath this facade lay a rather patriarchal disposition, lacking in consideration. In contrast, Yun Xiao, who seemed aloof and serious, naturally emanated a leadership quality, yet was surprisingly amenable. He readily acquiesced to reasonable requests, making him far more agreeable than Lin Tianlu. Thus, when faced with unacceptable circumstances, one must decisively sever ties and not squander life's precious moments, for who knows what new opportunities may arise. Marrying Yun Xiao turned out to be quite fortuitous. In Yuan, he found her life rather pleasant. Yun Xiao shared her sentiment, as he too found joy in their lives together. Each morning, he would escort their two children to school and kindergarten, which were conveniently located within the vicinity of their community. He strolled over, dropping off Yun Mo and Sui Sui one by one, before having the driver take him to work after reaching the kindergarten corner. Mornings posed no burden for him. Household chores were equally uncomplicated. He had arranged for a cleaner to tidy up their home before returning. While Yuan, he was busy at the restaurant. His primary responsibility was spending time with the children in the evening. Remarkably, through this period of natural intimacy, he became increasingly adept at caring for them. He began to understand their personalities and preferences better, finding joy in playing with them. When he grew weary, he allowed them to entertain themselves while he sat nearby. During this time, the bond between Yun Mo, Sui Sui, and Yun Xiao strengthened significantly. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yuan Yi's little life flourished, with her business steadily improving, though it had not yet reached its peak. Today, however, an unexpected guest arrived at her establishment. A large group surged into Yuan Yi's restaurant just as it opened. Among them was a man, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he beheld the Yuan family's private kitchen. Just weeks prior, he had visited on a business trip and ordered an ordinary takeout meal, only to be astounded by its exceptional quality. Chapter 47. An intrusion. Su Feifei, witnessing the throng blocking the entrance, hurried to greet them. What's going on? Their modest establishment had remained relatively quiet, with business making only slow progress. Unlike bustling commercial districts that thrived on heavy traffic, their success relied on word-of-mouth recommendations from the neighborhood. Su Feifei had once contemplated enlisting a few popular influencers to draw in customers, but upon reflection, she deemed it unnecessary. While their business was not booming, it was satisfactory. Most patrons returned for another visit. Engaging influencers for promotional videos came at a steep price. As she understood, a small blogger with tens of thousands of followers charged exorbitant fees for a single video. Moreover, promotional group rates required discounts that customers would expect. Given their already slim profit margins and limited funds, it became evident that attracting too many low-paying customers would merely result in hard work with little to show for it. Benefiting the platforms and influencers instead, relying on the neighborhood's goodwill and a growing base of repeat customers was sufficient for them. In business, one must meticulously calculate expenses and weigh pros and cons. Merely mimicking others in the influencer game would undoubtedly lead to losses. With their solid foundation, they had no fear of dwindling business. At this moment, a formidable and bustling crowd approached. Your family's cuisine is exceptional. I've come specifically to film a promotional video for you, exclaimed the man excitedly to Su Feifei. He himself was not a professional streamer. That role belonged to his wife. She specialized in sharing remarkable products and delightful eateries, amassing a substantial following of 500,000 across all online platforms. However, those familiar with the influencer industry know that this field is rife with advertisements. Once a modicum of traffic is achieved, numerous shops and businesses seek to purchase advertising space. Recently, his wife had accepted several advertisements, only to discover that they had all flopped, resulting in a significant decline in her credibility. Creating videos is fundamentally about content. It necessitates genuinely good products to win the affection of followers. Thus, they were now fervently searching for authentic materials, avoiding indiscriminate recommendations. At that moment, the man recalled the delectable dishes they had packed from the Yuan Yi restaurant a few days prior. The flavors were simply extraordinary. When his wife was contemplating what materials to select, a spark of inspiration struck him. Yuan's home cuisine was the perfect fit. He even took the liberty of searching for Yuan Yi's restaurant online in advance, and was pleasantly surprised to discover that it was newly opened. With no group purchases or endorsements from any influencers thus far, he felt as though he had stumbled upon a hidden gem. The first episode featuring Yuan's home cuisine would undoubtedly go viral. Welcome, welcome! Su Feifei was elated to learn that the newcomers were there to film a promotional video for her free of charge. She had hesitated to seek an influencer due to the exorbitant promotional fees. They were operating on a tight budget, and this spontaneous streamer was akin to providing her with complimentary advertising. She eagerly invited everyone to take a seat. Once settled, the woman under the filming apparatus surveyed her surroundings. At that moment, the filming had yet to commence. The female influencer regarded the modest decor with skepticism, questioning, "Is this truly the place?" The home-style restaurant appeared rather unremarkable, its decor lacking refinement and uniqueness, resembling a typical roadside eatery run by a couple. Will it really live up to what my husband has boasted about, being exceptionally delicious? My dear, rest assured, this establishment possesses genuine prowess. If you promote it to your followers, you will surely garner rave reviews, the man asserted confidently. However, his wife's expression of disbelief deepened. She pouted and stated, "I cannot simply sing its praises. If the food is mediocre, I will issue a warning post." Recently, her reputation had suffered, and she had contemplated many alternatives. Rather than feigning enthusiasm only to have her followers disbelieve her, she preferred to produce some cautionary videos. Even disparaging their dishes could attract traffic. Upon hearing this, the man immediately frowned. "Wife, you mustn't approach it this way." While warning videos can attract considerable viewership, they also incite animosity. By specifically targeting others for criticism, wouldn't that adversely affect their business? Moreover, the flavors of their dishes truly deserve commendation. The female influencer remained indifferent, asserting, "In any case, I'm not being compensated by them. If I were receiving payment, I would certainly have to speak favorably." Her visit to film the video was not only unpaid, but also required her to cover her own meal expenses. What harm was there in criticizing them a little? Her current image is precariously fragile. A few critical videos could potentially salvage her reputation. After all, this establishment has not even engaged in any promotional activities, remaining virtually invisible. Who would even care? It appears to be a shop that will soon face inevitable closure. She is indifferent to the fate of this restaurant. With that thought, she extended her hand to place an order. "Bring forth your signature dishes." Su Feifei was already prepared for this moment. Upon noticing the blogger approaching to film, she promptly instructed Yuan Yi to prepare her specialty dishes. She contemplated that even if they did not order Yuan's braised pork, she would insist on gifting them a portion. This dish is a specialty of their establishment. Before long, a parade of dishes emerged from the kitchen. Yuan's braised pork, mapo tofu, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, spicy eggplant, fish-flavored shredded pork, and loofah with crushing carp soup. A table brimming with delectable offerings was laid out before the group. As these dishes were presented, everyone was struck by their visual appeal. Aromatic, absolutely fragrant. Though they were home-style dishes, they were extraordinarily appetizing, inciting an insatiable desire for bowls of rice. The female host, upon seeing the array of vibrant and fragrant dishes, felt her eyes light up. Indeed, the visual and flavorful allure of this meal was quite satisfying. For a roadside eatery, such quality was undeniably commendable. However, her gaze sharpened as she focused on a central dish, a bowl of red, glistening braised pork exuding a delightful aroma. The speed and precision with which this dish was prepared raised suspicions. Could it possibly be prepackaged? It seemed highly plausible that such a modest establishment would not take the time to prepare braised pork from scratch. Chances were, they were utilizing pre-made ingredients. "Darling, shall we begin recording?" A man's voice interrupted. His wife glanced at him. "Go ahead and start, but keep quiet." Upon hearing this, a flicker of doubt crossed her husband's eyes. "You wouldn't be exaggerating, would you? If it truly tastes good, I wouldn't speak falsely," she replied. The female host was resolute in her intention to create a critical video, planning to add voiceovers upon returning. With her current reputation waning, launching her career off the back of a humble roadside eatery would undoubtedly be a lucrative opportunity. She envisioned herself disparaging Yuan's home cuisine as unpalatable. She instructed her husband and assistant to set up multiple camera angles, yet the entire scene remained silent. Su Fei, Yuan Yi, and Yu Su exchanged puzzled glances. Chapter 48. Strawberry Sweet Donut. Why are they recording without uttering a word? Su Fei wondered aloud. Perhaps they plan to edit and add voiceovers later, Yu Su suggested. Su Fei and Yuan Yi nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in this approach. Now, that is professionalism. Moreover, Su Fei had just conducted an online search for this female host, known as Strawberry Sweet Donut. Her videos predominantly featured product and restaurant recommendations, boasting a considerable fan base and popularity. However, it seemed her recent videos had faced criticism, with comments questioning her integrity and suggesting that her endorsements were merely paid promotions. Yuan Yi and Su Fei dismissed such comments entirely, confident in the quality of their own offerings. Her fans coming over for verification would merely restore the reputation of Strawberry Donut. Meanwhile, the group at the table had already begun to feast. Strawberry Donut recorded her eating broadcast, directing her first chopsticks towards the center dish of Yuan's braised pork. In front of the camera, she emphasized a close-up of the fatty part of the pork, showcasing it from multiple angles. She had her material ready. Soon, she would criticize the fact that in this day and age, who would dare to eat such fatty meat? Cut so thickly, it was nothing but an attempt to cut corners, using fat to bulk up the dish. Nowadays, restaurants outside would never dare to serve such fatty pork belly, opting instead for leaner cuts to satisfy the diners, who would crave the greasy, cloying fat. With a decisive snap, she severed the fatty portion and began to savor the lean meat instead. One bite, and her taste buds were awakened. The lean meat was both succulent and flavorful, gliding effortlessly down her throat, the rich, sweet aroma of the braised pork filling her mouth. She gazed in delight at the dish, her eyes landing on the fatty portion she had just cut away. To her surprise, she found herself somewhat tempted to taste it. The camera was still rolling, so she held back, continuing to sample the other dishes. Mapo tofu, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, sauce-stirred eggplant, and fish-flavored shredded pork, as well as loofah and crucian carp soup. After tasting each dish, Strawberry Donut was utterly astonished. Was this level of cuisine truly achievable by a roadside home-cooked meal establishment? Each dish appeared unremarkable, mere home-cooked fare. Yet to imbue such heartfelt uniqueness into everyday dishes was the true challenge. The standard of each dish at Yuan's private kitchen rivaled that of lavishly decorated restaurants helmed by top chefs. How could this be? Her gaze flickered with complexity. Was she really about to change her tune and praise Yuan's private kitchen? The quality of this restaurant was indeed commendable and worthy of praise. Yet her recent career setbacks had diminished her appeal, and no one would be interested in her incessant accolades. Not to mention, this was merely an ordinary roadside eatery. If she were to praise it as she had before, the video would likely garner only average views, failing to spark much interest. Viewers would surely doubt her, thinking she was being paid to extol the virtues of a humble establishment. However, if she were to disparage this place, no one would be the wiser, nor would anyone seek verification. Who would care about such a small roadside diner? Moments later, she instructed her assistant and husband to stop the recording. That would suffice for now. She would edit it later. Yuan Yi and Su Feifei noticed that Strawberry Donut had quickly finished her recording, feeling slightly puzzled. Was their cuisine recorded for such a brief period? Soon, they witnessed the entire table of diners picking up their chopsticks and indulging heartily. After the first bite of Yuan Yi's dish, everyone's eyes lit up and they devoured the food with gusto. Su Feifei undo stole. It was because their food was simply too delicious that the streamer was reluctant to record further. In a sense, they had also emerged victorious. As mealtime approached, guests began to arrive in succession. The private kitchen had a total of 6 tables, which were quickly filled. However, once the tables turned, the flow of customers soon dwindled. Today is merely a weekday, and the number of patrons is significantly fewer than usual, with most of those present being familiar faces. The unremarkable business of the Yuan family's private kitchen has caught the attention of Strawberry Sweet Donut. Her resolve has solidified. Such an ordinary roadside establishment lacks popularity, frequented primarily by elderly individuals who seldom venture online. Even if they were to encounter negative reviews about her establishment, it is unlikely that anyone would rise to defend them. However, after she posts her critical review, the current situation is sure to be reversed. She rises to have her husband settle the bill, and they depart. Su Feifei remains oblivious to their thoughts. She merely observes a table cleared of food. Even the fatty piece that Strawberry Sweet Donut had initially set aside has been devoured. Her spirits lifted. She offers them a discount and complimentary drinks as they take their leave. Wonderful, Yuan Yi. We have taken the initiative to promote ourselves. Su Feifei exclaims excitedly. I knew the fragrance of wine need not fear the depths of alleys. Your culinary skills are bound to become renowned in Haichin. Hearing this, Yuan Yi can't help but smile. If their little shop becomes popular, their income will undoubtedly rise, and with Yun Zhao's earnings, they will soon have a dual-income household experiencing a significant financial boost. Life, when diligently nurtured, will surely improve. She feels a surge of motivation and optimism for the future. At this moment, at the Golden Sun Kindergarten, Xiao Sui is in the toddler class, sharing lunch with her classmates. Holding a spoon, she takes a few bites of the meal prepared by the kindergarten, but soon loses her appetite. The food is simply unpalatable. Lin Sui, why aren't you eating again? Inquires a chubby little boy sitting beside her. He is the same age as Sui, 2.5 years old, yet he appears much larger, resembling a 4-year-old. It's not good. Sui shakes her head. It's not as tasty as what my mother makes. Is your mother's cooking really that good? The chubby boy's eyes light up. Just as Sui is about to respond, a commanding voice interrupts. Why haven't you finished your meal? A 3.5-year-old girl, hands on her hips, stands before Sui. She is Yuan Min, the second daughter of Yuan Yi's elder brother. When Sui was enrolled, her sister-in-law, Chao Ying, also arranged for her child to attend Golden Sun Kindergarten. However, Yuan Min is a proper class student. When the kindergarten is overwhelmed, they occasionally call older children to supervise the younger ones during meals and nap time. Yuan Min has come over to ensure that this group of younger children is eating properly. You're being picky. I'll tell the teacher, Yuan Min admonishes sternly. As her words echo, the chubby boy beside Sui interjects, Don't do that. I can help Sui finish. He reaches for the small steamed bun in Sui's bowl, intending to assist her in finishing her meal. No. Yuan Min snatches the bun from his hands and places it in front of Sui. You must eat it. Chapter 49. Picking up the children after school I want to eat. It's not good. Sui adamantly shakes her head. Upon hearing this, Yuan Min immediately reports, Teacher, Lin Sui isn't eating. Yuan Min holds a strong dislike for little Sui, as they are of similar age and have always been compared to one another since childhood. However, Lin Sui is the daughter of Lin Tianlu, who earns $2 million a year. Yet her father can only make around $100,000 annually, struggling to repay the mortgage, leaving their lives quite frugal. Since early childhood, they have resided in Baiji Garden. Consequently, she has always been compared unfavorably to the more successful Sui. Adults often remark that Sui is more beautiful, more charming, and more obedient than her. Even her clothing seems to be cast off for Sui's use. Her Aunt Yuan consistently hands down oversized garments that Sui no longer wants to wear. Although those clothes are brand new, Yuan Min feels as though she is donning the unwanted attire of Lin Sui Sui. Before long, the teacher approached. Ms. Wang, look, she still has so much food left, Yuan Yi exclaimed, raising her voice upon noticing the female teacher's arrival. Upon hearing this, Ms. Wang frowned. Lin Sui Sui, you must not be picky with your food. Teacher, I don't want to eat anymore, timidly replied little Sui Sui. In the next moment, Yuan Min's shrill voice pierced through. That's not true. Teacher, I just heard her say that the food in kindergarten is not as good as what her mother makes, which is why she won't eat. Yuan Min wasted no time in reporting Sui Sui, having observed her closely. Today, she was determined to expose her. Indeed, upon hearing this, the teacher's expression turned serious. Lin Sui Sui, the meals here at kindergarten are prepared by professional nutritionists and are considered the best in High City. You must not lie. Our Golden Sun Kindergarten is renowned for its culinary offerings, specifically designed to ensure children receive nutritious meals, and we rarely receive complaints. In Ms. Wang's eyes, Sui Sui's statement was a clear act of willful pickiness. Sui Sui immediately retorted, I am not lying. My mother's cooking is 100 times better than this. Enough, Ms. Wang said sternly, increasingly perceiving Sui Sui as a little troublemaker. Children of this age are already challenging to manage, and meal-related issues are paramount. No one else in the class had spoken up, and if she did not discipline Sui Sui now, what would happen when other children followed suit? With a fierce demeanor, she firmly instructed Sui Sui, you must finish that last little bun, or I will have to inform your mother that you are being a naughty child. Upon hearing this threat, tears welled up in Sui Sui's eyes. She was not a bad child. She was her mother's little darling. Hastily, she picked up the bun and began nibbling it, her lips pursed in discontent. Seeing her eat, Ms. Wang decided to let her off the hook. Meanwhile, Yuan Min, witnessing Sui Sui's reprimand and being labeled a naughty child, couldn't help but wear a smug smile. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Yuan Yi arrived at Golden Sun Kindergarten to pick up little Sui Sui. As the children left, most were adorned with little red flowers, symbolizing their daily performance. These flowers were awarded for good behavior. Sui Sui. Upon entering the classroom, Yuan Yi immediately spotted the quietly seated Sui Sui in the corner. Sui Sui's face lit up upon seeing Yuan Yi, but quickly dulled again. Yuan Yi took Sui Sui from the teacher, and she keenly sensed the discontent in the little one. She picked Sui Sui up and gently stroked her head, asking, my dear, what troubles you? Sui Sui, gazing at her exceptionally tender mother, shook her head. As they exited the school, they happened to encounter Yuan Min, who was also finishing her day. Chao Ling approached to pick her up. Yuan Min excitedly showcased her achievements, exclaiming, Mom, I received 2 little red flowers today. The kindergarten children typically adorn themselves with these flowers at dismissal, symbolizing their daily performance. A good day's behavior would earn them a red flower. Chao Ling embraced her daughter with praise. How impressive. Indeed, this one is for my good behavior, and this one is for catching a picky eater, totaling 2. Yuan Min proudly lifted her hand adorned with the little red flowers towards her mother. She glanced over at Lin Sui Sui and Yuan Yi, her chin held high, her eyes brimming with pride. It was then that Yuan Yi noticed that Sui Sui had not a single red flower on her. Could this be the cause of her discontent? What happened today? Yuan Yi quickly inquired. Sui Sui looked at her mother, wanting to express the grievances she faced that day. Yet, she feared her mother would discover that she was indeed a picky eater, as the teacher had labeled her a bad child for not eating. Sui Sui looked at Yuan Yi and resolutely shook her head, insisting, it's nothing. Really? Sui Sui shook her head vigorously, urging, let us hurry to pick up brother Yunemo from school. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi assumed Sui Sui merely missed Yunemo, so she hurriedly took her to the nearby experimental primary school to collect Yunemo. His entrance into school had been remarkably smooth. This year, he officially began 1st grade, and on the very first day, he adapted effortlessly. In contrast, He Qing's daughter, Feng Yi, had cried all morning on her first day, despite He Qing having enrolled her in a summer transition class to ensure a smooth entry into primary school. Yet, unexpectedly, Yunemo, who had not attended any such class, outshone her. On his first day, she observed Yunemo calmly entering the classroom, finding his seat without fuss and immediately caught the teacher's eye. Being chosen as the class monitor to help manage the classroom, she was utterly envious. How she wished she had a child as composed as Yuan, her own daughter. Despite a summer spent in transition preparation, had seemingly gained nothing from it. Yuan Yi and Sui Sui encountered He Qing at the primary school entrance, and as the dismissal bell rang, the three of them spotted Yuan Mo amidst the crowd, exuding an undeniable aura. Some children are born to be the center of attention, standing tall amongst their peers, easily noticeable wherever they go. Yuan Mo was one such child. He Qing also noticed Yuan Mo first, and only then did she spot her own daughter beside him. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Yuan Yi, your son truly has an impressive presence." "Yes, just like a star," Yuan Yi replied. "Lily is quite lovely as well, so adorable." They both waved towards Yuan Mo and Feng Yi, calling out, "Xiao Montak, Xiao." Upon glancing up, the aloof and regal Yuan Mo's eyes brightened upon seeing Yuan Yi and Sui Sui at the door. His previously stern visage involuntarily softened into a smile, akin to the dawn breaking through the darkness, illuminating the cold stars. He trotted towards Yuan Yi and Sui Sui with a beaming expression, drawing the attention of those around him. "Whose child is this?" "Absolutely stunning," remarked one onlooker. "Indeed, he is remarkably handsome. At such a young age, he will surely captivate a multitude of young ladies in the future," echoed the surrounding parents. There was no denying Yuan Mo's striking appearance. Wherever he went, he drew admiration. As Yuan Mo approached Yuan Yi, envious gazes turned toward her. What fortune for a woman to bear such a handsome son. "Hello, Auntie," Sui Sui. Yuan Mo greeted as he reached Yuan Yi. Upon seeing him, Sui Sui's earlier gloom dissipated, and she hurriedly descended from Yuan Yi's embrace to take her brother's hand. "How was school today?" Yuan Yi inquired. "Quite good," Yuan Mo replied. The public school offered him no sense of discomfort. Rather, he found it to be more liberating than the previously attended elite private kindergarten, which was more restrictive and socially complex. In this public school, his classmates were innocent and straightforward, reminiscent of true childhood. Unlike his former environment, where, despite their young ages, everyone seemed overly preoccupied with ulterior motives. Although he had concealed his identity, many were aware of who he was and sought to befriend him, knowing that a connection with him could potentially benefit their fathers. Yuan Mo found this behavior repugnant. Here, however, no one knew his background, and inquiries about each other's parents were virtually non-existent. It seemed as though everyone's parents shared a similar status, either working in various companies or running their own businesses, thus eliminating any need for flattery. He felt a renewed sense of joy since he found himself a mother, and they began living together as a family. Observing Yuan Mo's content expression brought comfort to Yuan Yi's heart. Both children were thriving in school, which was the best outcome she could hope for. She took Yuan Mo's small backpack and encouraged the two children to hold hands and walk ahead of her as they made their way home from school. At the intersection, she waved goodbye to He Qing and her daughter. Yuan Yi led the children back to the private dining establishment, awaiting Yun Zhao's return to take them home. Shortly after their return that afternoon, the restaurant became bustling with activity. By 5 o'clock, it was already filled to capacity, with more patrons continually arriving. Su Feifei swiftly set up temporary tables in the alley outside. Both Su Feifei and Yuan Yi could distinctly sense an upturn in business. "What's happening? Why is it so crowded today?" Su Feifei asked. "Indeed, there are so many people. Could it be that the strawberry donut we showcased this morning went viral?" Su Feifei exclaimed with delight as she took a moment to pull out her phone and search for short videos of strawberry donuts. However, she did not post a new video. The individual before her was not someone she had attracted. "Your food is delicious. Of course, patrons will keep coming." At that moment, a resonant voice of an elderly man echoed through the establishment as a sprightly elder entered the shop. Upon his arrival, several diners raised their heads to greet him. "Un so hai, you were right to recommend this restaurant," one exclaimed. "Indeed, I initially thought it would be no different from roadside eateries, but to my surprise, it is truly delectable." Several patrons chimed in. It was then that Yuan Yi and Su Feifei realized that these guests had all been referred by Old Man Hai, who had been their very first customer. After enjoying Yuan Yi's braised pork, Old Man Hai had become a loyal admirer of Yuan's private kitchen, fervently recommending it to others with great enthusiasm. Word of mouth takes time to build, but once it reaches a certain threshold, a sudden surge in popularity can occur. Today was that day. Soon, every table inside and outside the restaurant was filled, and Su Feifei and Yuan Yi exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Their little establishment was truly about to soar. When Yun Xiao and Yi Xiao arrived at Yuan's private kitchen after work, they were astonished to find the place bustling with patrons. So many people, while the restaurant had seen a gradual increase in customers in recent days. Today it felt as though they were overwhelmed. Yusu was frantically cleaning tables. Ding, ding, ding. The ringing of Yuan Yi's bell emanated from the service window as dishes were being dispatched. Simultaneously, Su Feifei was taking orders for 2 tables. Noticing that several dishes were piling up at the service window, Yuan Yi stepped out of the kitchen and spotted Yun Xiao. "Mr. Yun, come help me. Please deliver to table 2. Yun Xiao responded, "What? You're asking the trillionaire CEO to serve food?" But the very next moment, he saw Yun Xiao dutifully approach the service window, where he picked up 2 plates to assist. With wide eyes, he exclaimed, "Brother, don't just stand there, come help." Not only was the trillionaire CEO helping to serve dishes, but even he, the chief assistant of Yun Ding Group with an annual salary in the tens of millions, was washing plates and vegetables. Yuan Yi's kitchen was overwhelmed. An hour and a half later, the peak dining rush had subsided. After cycling through the tables 3 times, the restaurant was finally nearing a calm. The kitchen was stacked high with dishes, while the staff outside were exhausted and disheveled. Su Feifei sat in the boss's chair, watching Yi Xiao, who was still assisting with clearing plates, and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you so much, Mr. Yi. Please take a seat and rest." Yi Xiao glanced at Yun Xiao, who was busy in the kitchen preparing dishes. Without a word from the elder brother, could he possibly rest? Fortunately, at that moment, Yuan Yi and Yun Xiao emerged together, both carrying dishes. Upon seeing them, Yi Xiao instinctively assumed more dishes were being brought, and hurried to assist the esteemed president and his wife. Yuan Yi, with a cheerful smile, remarked that everyone had worked hard today, and she had prepared several delightful dishes to reward them. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao realized they were finally done. Soon, the round table was adorned with an array of dishes as Yuan Yi, Yun Xiao, Su Feifei, Yusu, Yi Xiao, and the 2 children gathered to share a meal together. It had been an exceptionally busy day. So much so that even Xiao Mo and Sui Sui had not had time to eat. They had been helping with the drinks. During the meal, everyone ate heartily and felt thoroughly satisfied. It had been a long time since they had engaged in such intense labor, which had certainly whetted their appetites. Moreover, Su Feifei graciously offered the dinner free of charge, planning to send Yi Xiao home with a case of his favorite mineral water as a token of gratitude for his assistance today. However, under Yun Xiao's watchful gaze, Yi Xiao declined, simply stating he enjoyed helping and hurried off. Previously, encouraging Yi Xiao to drink more mineral water was aimed at boosting the income of the private restaurant. Accepting a free case would be detrimental to his wife's business. Yuan Yi's modest enterprise could not afford to let anyone take advantage of it. Su Feifei, observing Yi Xiao, who would not accept even the slightest benefit, sighed at the entrance of the shop, declaring him to be a truly good person, tall, handsome, generous, young, accomplished, and kind-hearted. Had she not been married, she might have even considered marrying him. Exhausted, Yusu felt as though he would burst into flames, prompting Su Feifei to quickly change the subject. Yet, alas, she had already encountered a brother who was even taller, more handsome, more generous, and, indeed, even younger, kinder, and simply extraordinary. Her words instantly soothed Yusu's irritation, and he began to nuzzle around Su Feifei like an affectionate hound, prompting Yuan Yi to chuckle in exasperation. Thankfully, the 2 children had already been sent home by Yun Xiao. Had they been present, she would have had to cover their eyes. Such sights were not suitable for young ones. After 8 o'clock, the customers dwindled, and with only a couple of tables remaining, the little restaurant prepared to close. Before locking up, Su Feifei shared the day's account with Yuan Yi. To her astonishment, their revenue for the day had reached 6,500 yuan. Remarkably, This amount did not include any slip-ups like Yi Xiao's accidental top-ups. It was purely accumulated from each order, averaging 1 to 200 yuan. Wow, so much. At this rate, our restaurant could easily surpass 15,000 yuan in a month. Su Feifei exclaimed with excitement. The profit margins in the catering industry are quite substantial, especially for a private restaurant like theirs, which has a simple staff and affordable rent. After deducting all costs, the net profit could reach 60%. At that rate, we could each take home 40 to 50,000 yuan a month. Su Feifei quickly calculated the figures for Yuan Yi. Upon seeing the numbers Su Feifei had computed, Yuan Yi's eyes widened in surprise. 40,000 a month? The economic crisis faced by her family has seemingly been resolved. She earns over 40,000 outside, while Yun Xiao brings in 28,000, amounting to a monthly income of 60 to 70,000. With such earnings, they need not worry about their mortgage, living expenses, or the children's expenditures. They can even save money effortlessly. It is arduous, yet profoundly rewarding. A beautiful life is crafted through one's own hands. Yuan Yi feels an invigorating sense of motivation. At that moment, an electric vehicle pulls up outside. To her surprise, it is Yun Xiao returning. After a long day of work, Yuan Yi had told Yun Xiao to take the children home and not to come back for her, as she would return on her own. However, Yun Xiao has come regardless. Your Mr. Yun has come to pick you up, Su Feifei remarks upon seeing Yun Xiao. I told him not to come, Yuan Yi responds, her face unconsciously breaking into a warm smile. All right, Su Feifei nudges her playfully. Hurry back with your Mr. Yun. You Su, and I will clean up the stall. You two have little to pack up anyway. Su Feifei pushes Yuan Yi towards the door. You've worked hard all day. You should return and rest well. Yuan Yi glances at Su, who is already setting up chairs and preparing to mop the floor. The main tasks at the private restaurant involve tidying the kitchen, which has just been organized, leaving only the floor to clean. There's not much else to do. She waves goodbye to Su Feifei and Su, saying, I'll take my leave then. Bye-bye. Goodbye, Su Feifei and Su wave back. Goodbye, Mr. Yin, they add. Goodbye, Yun Xiao replies. It is quite remarkable. Ever since he has been with these people, he has become far more talkative. Yun Xiao nods to the two of them, and, at that moment, he feels a weight shift on the back seat. Accompanying this sensation is a pair of arms wrapped around his waist. Yuan Yi is truly exhausted today. In the past, she would sit a bit more reservedly on the back seat, tugging at her clothing and gently grasping his waist. But today, after a long day's labor, she unconsciously stretches out, leaning comfortably against his back, embracing him around the waist. What is wrong with hugging her own man? So she embraces him. Yun Xiao feels the warmth of her body leaning against him and stiffens slightly. When he turns his head, he meets Yuan Yi's eyes, adorned with a helmet. Let us go, she says, giving his waist a gentle shake. Hold on tight. We're off, Yun Xiao replies, expertly twisting the throttle as the electric vehicle zips forward. Once they gain speed, Yuan Yi sinks into him even more. She realizes that Yun Xiao is somewhat slow to warm up as he gradually relaxes against her embrace. Comfortably reclined against his back, she murmurs, Mr. Yun, can you guess how much revenue our little shop earned today? 4,000, perhaps? Yun Xiao responds in a deep, thoughtful tone. He has calculated their small shop's earnings long ago. With its modest FAAD and low average spending per customer, about 1 to 200 per table, achieving 3 to 4,000 in a day would be quite commendable. 6,500, Yuan Yi exclaims, her voice tinged with excitement. Oh, Yun Xiao replies, surprised. To my surprise, Yuan Yi and her modest establishment far exceeded his expectations. I too was astonished. Yuan Yi remarked behind him that today, Fei Fei had shown her the accounts, indicating that if they continued on this trend, a monthly revenue of 150,000 was certainly within reach, and when profits were shared, they could each take home over 40,000. Yuan Yi shared with great enthusiasm this small milestone in her and Su Fei Fei's venture. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao offered a sincere compliment, expressing how truly remarkable they were. In response, Yuan Yi's face, hidden beneath her helmet, broke into a radiant smile. She wrapped one arm tightly around Yun Xiao's waist while raising the other triumphantly, declaring, Let us strive together and become prosperous. observing the jubilant hand beside him. Yun Xiao felt his previously aloof demeanor soften, his heart warmed, and he instinctively replied, "All right." The small electric scooter whisked the two away swiftly. Across the street, an Audi A8 was parked beneath the shade of a tree. The man in the driver's seat caught sight of the figures passing by outside and recognized Yuan Yi's voice resonating along the empty road, causing his heart to feel as if it had been struck by something unexpected. It was Lin Tianlu. After inadvertently encountering Yuan Yi and Yun Xiao on the road that day, had returned to the area once more. To his surprise, he had indeed spotted them again. He had even inquired about Yuan Yi and her close friend Su Fei, who had opened a private dining establishment nearby, where she worked until 9 each evening, after which her second husband would come to collect her on an electric scooter. Chapter 52. The joy of parenthood. Lin Tianlu observed the undeniable happiness radiating from his ex-wife as she passed by, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Memories flooded back to him. When he was with Yuan Yi, she had always been the source of his joy, often planning their future together. She would frequently suggest they take a trip, acknowledging his hard work, or talk about their savings and what they could add to their home. Yet, he had never truly appreciated these gestures, dismissing them as mundane. He had approached her requests with indifference, as if they were merely routine tasks. However, after living with Huolingyan, he realized he no longer experienced such sentiments. Huolingyan never concerned herself with his life or their shared future, always expecting him to resolve her problems. Suddenly, hearing Yuan Yi's aspirations, he felt a profound sense of belated happiness. It dawned on him just how much energy Yuan Yi exuded, serving as a steadfast beacon of light for a lost soul. Yet, he had previously failed to notice this entirely. Lin Tianlu watched Yuan Yi and Yun Xiao depart, enveloped in happiness, and fell into a deep silence. At that moment, his phone buzzed, and without needing to check, he knew it was Huolingyan calling. After being locked out by her that day, they had endured a period of Cold War. Confronting her or arguing was not within Lin Tianlu's nature. However, he could avoid her. Over the past 10 days, he had requested overtime at work, genuinely dedicating himself to his job. During this time, their company had successfully completed its IPO. Huolingyan's calls or visits to the office were verifiable events. After a 10-day stalemate, Huolingyan's demeanor began to shift. Initially, she maintained her composure, waiting to confront Lin Tianlu, but when she realized he was genuinely ignoring her, impatience set in. Her first phone call went unanswered, and shortly thereafter, a notification chimed on Lin Tianlu's phone, revealing a message from Huolingyan. "Tianlu, I know you are working overtime at the office and have had a tough few days. I have reflected a lot during this time and feel that I was in the wrong. I should not have treated you that way. When will you be home tonight? I am waiting for you." Lin Tianlu was taken aback by this message. Huolingyan was apologizing to him. Just as he was processing this, another notification buzzed. This time, a photo from Huolingyan. In the image, she wore a rose-red nightgown, the straps slipping from her shoulders, her makeup still impeccable in the late hour. Her lips painted a fiery red, exuding temptation. Lin Tianlu raised an eyebrow at the sight. Suddenly, a voice message from Huolingyan came through. Upon seeing it, he opted to answer. The moment he did, her excited voice resonated. "Tianlu, you finally decided to talk to me. What's going on?" Lin Tianlu's tone was hesitant. He was a rather petty person, still harboring memories of that day when she had locked him out and the implications of their marriage. Huolingyan had yet to apologize for these grievances, which only deepened his resentment. Sensing his mood, Huolingyan softened. "Tianlu, I was wrong." With those 3 words, she captured his attention instantly. Upon hearing her apology, his gloomy eyes brightened, yet he remained stubborn. "What exactly did you do wrong?" "Tianlu, I know it was wrong to lock you out that day," she continued, maintaining her gentle tone. "Afterwards, my mother reprimanded me severely. You worked so hard for this family, and I shouldn't have been so willful. I was just angry from our argument. You blame me for everything, yet I feel wrong too. You have no idea how much I endured being labeled a mistress just to be with you." As she spoke, Lin Tianlu could hear her stifled sobs on the other end. Hearing her cry, his heart softened. He realized that, yes, he had been unfaithful, suffering damage to his reputation. And Hua Lingyan was similarly burdened by the label of a mistress. Listening to her share her grievances, Lin Tianlu found it difficult to remain angry. All right, ultimately, it was my failure to handle things properly, he conceded. Upon hearing Lin Tianlu relent, a glimmer of hope sparkled in Hua Lingyan's eyes, and she sweetly inquired, "So, will you come home?" "Yes, I'll head back right now." "Wonderful. I'll be waiting for your return," Hua Lingyan exclaimed before abruptly ending the call, humming a cheerful tune afterward. Dealing with Lin Tianlu was a mere, trifling matter for her, a little softness, and he was instantly compliant. That evening, upon returning home, Lin Tianlu found himself enveloped in Hua Lingyan's sweetness, and the two reconciled. Moreover, he promised to assist the Hua family. It is inevitable. Lin Tianlu adores Hua Lingyan. Whenever she pouts and pleads, he finds himself acquiescing to her every whim. As he gazed at Hua Lingyan's serene profile in slumber, Lin Tianlu resolved to forget the minor frictions that had arisen between them. As long as Hua Lingyan remained as she was, how could he bear to be apart from her? She is, after all, his first love, the woman he cherishes most dearly. Though she may possess a few quirks and idiosyncrasies, she has committed no grave transgressions. Life, after all, is undoubtedly more comfortable with certain individuals, yet sometimes, enduring minor irritations is a small price to pay. As long as he loves Hua Lingyan and she reciprocates his feelings, that is all that matters. They shall eventually have a child of their own. Once they have a child, everything will surely improve. Lin Tianlu mentally reconciled with himself. At that moment, he heard Hua Lingyan's phone emit a notification. Concerned that the sound might disturb her rest, he rose to silence the device and discovered a message from her mother. "Lingyan, your daughter Jingjing is clamoring to return home to you. Your father and I cannot manage her any longer. Have you mentioned this to Lin Tianlu?" Lin Tianlu's reaction was one of astonishment. The following day, early in the morning, Yun Xiao escorted the two children to school. Upon arriving at the kindergarten, Xiao Sui gazed at the Jinyang kindergarten with a hint of reluctance on her face. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, Uncle Yun," Xiao Sui replied, shaking her head and waving goodbye. She could not reveal to Yun Xiao that her teacher had labeled her as a troublesome child. Surely, Uncle Yun would perceive her as a bad child too. Sighing, she trudged into the kindergarten, feeling disheartened. Observing her lack of enthusiasm, Yun Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. After ensuring Xiao Sui was settled in, he turned to driver Lao Chun and instructed, "Please obtain a copy of the surveillance footage from Sui's class and send it to me." "Yes, young master," Lao Chun replied. Chapter 53. Recruiting new staff. Yuan Yi arrived at the private dining establishment in the morning. Upon entering, she noticed Su Feifei putting up a recruitment notice. "Yi, I've been thinking, our trio is overwhelmed. We used to comfortably earn 1,000 to 2,000 yuan a day with the three of us. During peak hours, we'd only be busy for 3 to 4 hours during lunch and dinner, managing the 6 tables without haste. At the end of the month, each of us could take home about 20,000 yuan. But last night was utterly chaotic. Customers flooded in, and we scarcely kept our feet on the ground. The kitchen was a mountain of dishes, and the dishwasher couldn't keep up. By the time Su Feifei collapsed on her bed that night, she realized this couldn't continue. Their little restaurant was on the brink of taking off, and they needed to hire more staff. She had ventured into entrepreneurship for freedom, not to be overworked. They were seeking a help staff member with a base salary of 5,000 yuan, plus commission, for days off a month, and meals provided. Yuan Yi pondered Su Feifei's recruitment details, nodding in agreement. Hiring was indeed the right decision. Given the pace of yesterday, they absolutely needed more personnel. Without it, they would all be exhausted within a month. The restaurant business is a labor-intensive endeavor. Moreover, they are merely at the nascent stage, a time that is incredibly exhausting. Everything must be established and managed independently. However, once the business scales and stabilizes, akin to the restaurant of Yuan Yi's father, where the front of house is run by a manager and head waiter, and the kitchen is organized with a head chef and sous chef, they will find some respite. Yet, progress must be gradual. For a new establishment like theirs, one cannot expect to achieve success overnight. Those franchises that promise effortless success with mere monetary investment are nothing more than deceitful schemes preying on the unsuspecting. The reality of running a business is that it demands far more mental and physical exertion than traditional employment. Nevertheless, there is a promising horizon ahead. Enduring hardships now will lead to sweet rewards later, and once they have laid a solid foundation, the profits will flow in continuously. I plan to hire a newcomer to assist you in the kitchen, Su Feifei continued. Since you are the sole person in the kitchen, yesterday, amidst the busyness, you barely had time to prepare ingredients. We will recruit someone to help with that, and during peak hours, they can also assist in serving dishes. The restaurant can be viewed as comprising two distinct sections, the front of house and the kitchen. The front of house is further divided into order taking and cashiering, while the kitchen encompasses cooking, preparation, and dishwashing. In a large establishment, each position would typically have a dedicated employee, along with one or two supervisors and managers overseeing them. Of course, Yuan Yi's place is a small private dining establishment, where each staff member often wears multiple hats. Su Feifei intends to hire an individual to alleviate some of the pressures in the kitchen, and during the busiest times, they can also help serve. In a small restaurant, everyone must pitch in. Correspondingly, the salary offered is quite competitive, with a base pay of 5,000. While Yuan Yi and Su Feifei were discussing recruitment, a voice interrupted from behind. "Are you hiring?" They turned simultaneously to find a young man, approximately 25 or 6, simply dressed and carrying a large backpack before them. The young man had a slightly darker complexion, short hair, and wore a plain shirt and jeans. His appearance was ordinary, yet carried a hint of charm, and his bright, earnest eyes exuded sincerity. "Yes." Su Feifei assessed him with a glance. "How old are you?" 25. "What have you done previously?" "I'm just starting my job search." "This is my first interview," he replied succinctly. Su Feifei, observing his demeanor, whispered to Yuan Yi, "This individual seems promising. He would be a perfect fit." "Why do you say that?" Yuan Yi inquired. "He looks capable." Yuan Yi, being more cautious, regarded the young man before her and asked, "We primarily need someone for the kitchen to assist with washing, chopping, and preparing ingredients. During busy times, you would also need to help serve and collect plates." "Have you done such tasks before?" Yuan Yi was mimicking her father's approach to interviewing candidates. Upon hearing her question, the young man stood tall and replied, "I have. Before my discharge, I worked as a cook in the army, preparing large meals and handling dishes." "A veteran? You serve in the military?" Su Feifei exclaimed with delight. "Yes, here is my discharge certificate," the young man said as he produced a document from his pocket to show them. The vibrant certificate of discharge immediately caught the attention of Yuan Yi and Su Feifei, particularly Su Feifei, who nodded enthusiastically at the young man before her, realizing why she found him so impressive. He was, after all, a veteran soldier. Instantly, both Yuan Yi and Su Feifei were convinced. Naturally, a former soldier would evoke a sense of goodwill among everyone. Su Feifei shared her thoughts with Yusu, who then approached to assess the situation personally. After posing a few inquiries, he discreetly informed Yuan Yi and Su Feifei that upon shaking hands with him, he noticed the calluses on his palm and the firm muscles in his legs. This veteran soldier must possess remarkable skills. Hearing this, Yuan Yi and Su Feifei felt a renewed sense of security for their small establishment. They decided to hire this soldier, whose name was Qin Quan. After bringing on the new recruit, Yuan Yi led him to the kitchen to familiarize him with the workflow. She had Qin Quan chop some vegetables and was impressed by his commendable knife skills, nodding in approval. It seemed he had been a cook in the army, demonstrating a solid foundation. She then imparted a few of her father's unique cutting techniques, which Qin Quan absorbed swiftly. Before long, the restaurant began to fill with customers. Just like the previous evening, their little eatery suddenly became bustling. Tables filled with patrons poured in at mealtime, the popularity of their business rivaling that of the neighboring noodle shop. Yuan Yi's homemade dishes had garnered a stellar reputation, and more locals were discovering the deliciousness of their offerings, spreading the word far and wide, thereby boosting business. With the addition of a new employee today, the pressure within the establishment lessened, as the four of them operated in perfect harmony. Meanwhile, at the Golden Sun Kindergarten, little Sway gazed at her lunch tray, delicately nibbling on a custard bun, ensuring she finished all the food on her plate. This was due to the watchful eyes of Yuan Min. who kept a close eye on her. If Sui Sui hesitated to eat, she would immediately report her. Unfortunately for Yuan Min, Sui Sui consumed everything. Upon witnessing this, Yuan Min felt a tinge of disappointment, huffed, and turned to leave. After she departed, a chubby child sitting beside Sui Sui spoke up. Lin Sui Sui. Isn't this food delicious too? Chapter 54. Yun Xiao to the rescue. Sui Sui gently shook her head. Not delicious. Finishing her meal was one thing, but the taste was another. She completed her meal to avoid being seen as a bad child, yet the food truly lacked flavor. As soon as she expressed her thoughts, a triumphant voice rang out. Teacher, I want to report Lin Sui Sui. Sui Sui's eyes widened in shock as she observed Yuan Min, who had not actually left but was standing at the entrance of the classroom, excitedly informing Teacher Wang. She just said the food at kindergarten isn't good. Teacher Wang frowned and approached. What now with Lin Sui Sui? What's going on? Teacher, I finished eating, Sui Sui replied, looking at her with a pitiful expression. Teacher Wang glanced at her empty plate, and Yuan Min's words echoed in her ears. The teacher heard her constantly lamenting about the unpalatable school meals, seemingly intent on leading her classmates astray. Upon hearing this, Teacher Wang waved her hand dismissively and chastised Lin Sui Sui. How many times must I instruct you? Your behavior is disgraceful, and you are corrupting your peers. Stand by the door. Lin Sui Sui had finished her meal, yet she had begun to influence this new group of children, and it was essential to establish authority. Lin Sui Sui appeared to be the most unruly student in the class, making her an ideal target for discipline. Upon hearing the reprimand, little Sui Sui pouted and mustered her courage, declaring, I am not a bad child. Teacher, I finished all my food. However, Teacher Wang was indifferent to her claims about finishing her meal. She was solely focused on reprimanding Lin Sui Sui. She unveiled her trump card, saying, I see you as nothing but a troublesome child. Should I inform your parents? Upon hearing the ominous warning of being labeled a bad child once more, little Sui Sui's dwindling confidence shattered entirely. She was not a bad child. She was her mother's most obedient and cherished little one. Yet at merely 2.5 years old, she lacked the means to contest this label. Questioning the validity of such assertions was inherently flawed from the outset. Thus, she chose to withdraw, acquiescing to the alternative narrative provided by the adults to prove her innocence. With her head bowed, she obediently stood outside the classroom. Yuan Min, witnessing Sui Sui's punishment, couldn't contain her delight. After a moment, she approached Sui Sui, gleefully taunting, You are such a bad child. I'm not a bad child. Sui Sui retorted, Are you still defying me? Yuan Min pointed at Sui Sui. You are a bad child, just like your mother, whom I cannot stand. Sui Sui could tolerate being insulted, but she could not abide anyone disparaging her mother. As Yuan Min's finger jabbed towards her, she seized it and bit down fiercely. Inside, Teacher Wang had just finished managing a room full of children when she heard the commotion outside. Rushing out, she was met with the sight of Lin Sui Sui and Yuan Min embroiled in a scuffle. To her astonishment, the 3.5-year-old Yuan Min was no match for Lin Sui Sui, who, fueled by determination, overpowered her, biting and scratching. Yuan Min cried out in distress. Furious, Teacher Wang exclaimed, Lin Sui Sui, you are incorrigible. I will call your parents right now. She pulled out her phone to contact Yuan Yi, but the line was dead. Frustrated, she resorted to her contacts and called Yun Xiao. Half an hour later, both Lin Sui Sui and Yuan Min found themselves in the teacher's office, disheveled and tousled. Lin Sui Sui bore several band-aids, all from Yuan Min's scratches. In contrast, Yuan Min was in worse shape, her hand bleeding and swollen, adorned with bite marks from Sui Sui. Despite her tender age, Lin Sui Sui was exceptionally well-behaved under normal circumstances. Yet, when provoked, her fighting spirit was formidable. Yuan Min sobbed uncontrollably when her mother, Chao Ying, arrived first. Min Min, Min Min, seeing her daughter in such distress. Chao Ying's fury surged. Who did this to my daughter? Who hurt her? Before the teacher could explain, Yuan Min pointed a trembling finger at Lin Sui Sui in the corner. Mom, it was her. She did this to me. Lin Sui Sui. Chao Ying's gaze fell upon Lin Sui Sui, who was cowering in the corner. and an immediate surge of fury ignited within her. Had it been anyone else, she might have bided her time, waiting for the other party's parents to provide an explanation. However, the one who had struck her daughter was none other than Lin Sui Sui, the daughter of Yuan Yi. She resolved to teach her a lesson right then and there, with brisk determination. Chao Ying strode over to the corner where Lin Sui Sui stood and raised her hand to deliver a slap. "You wretched girl, how dare you strike my daughter? You deserve this." Little Sui Sui, witnessing her aunt's fierce approach, instinctively recoiled, shrinking her neck in fear. Just as she braced herself for the impending blow, a strong hand intervened, halting the descending palm that threatened like a mountain collapsing. A towering figure appeared before Sui Sui, embodying a steadfast presence akin to a mighty tree, shielding her from all danger. To her surprise, it was Yuan Xiao. "Uncle Yuan," she exclaimed in delight. Yuan Xiao forcefully pushed Chao Ying aside, his voice chillingly cold. "What business do you have striking my daughter?" "His daughter?" Chao Ying, taken aback by the unfamiliar man before her, quickly pieced together that he must be Yuan Yi's second husband. She scrutinized Yuan Xiao, astonished to discover that Yuan Yi's husband was such a striking individual. Yuan Yi had mentioned finding a man who had been married before and had children, and Chao Ying had assumed he would be an older gentleman in his 30s or 40s. Instead, he was remarkably handsome and exuded a captivating aura, far surpassing Lin Tianlu in charisma. Overwhelmed by Yuan Xiao's commanding presence, Chao Ying momentarily forgot her initial anger and involuntarily offered a conciliatory remark. "You must be Yuan Yi's new husband, right? I am her sister-in-law. It seems we are family." Upon hearing this, Yuan Xiao furrowed his brow, glancing back at the timid Sui Sui, who nodded affirmatively. "Uncle Yuan, she is my aunt. Indeed, we are all related. I merely intended to discipline her." Chao Ying quickly tried to smooth things over. Yuan Xiao's expression hardened. "Even if you are relatives, who permits an adult to strike a child?" Feeling guilty, Chao Ying hastily pushed her own daughter forward. "But was your Lin Sui Sui who struck my daughter first? Just look at the bite she left." At this moment, the teachers also began to intervene. Teacher Wang, with evident impatience, remarked, "Lin Sui Sui's parents must really keep a closer eye on her. She does not adhere to the rules in class, neglect her own meals, leads other students astray, and has been fighting. It was she who initiated the altercation today. Did you hear that? Yuan Yi's daughter is a troublemaker. She instigated the conflict. With someone else taking her side, Chao Ying felt increasingly emboldened. I see you have no regard for the facts. You come in here without an apology and instead blame us for Lin Sui Sui's behavior." Hearing these accusations, Sui Sui shrank back in fear, thinking to herself, "Oh no, Uncle Yuan will surely think I'm a bad child." Just then, a commanding voice cut through the chaos. "Review the footage." Chapter 55. Yuan Xiao stands up for Sui Sui on his way to the kindergarten. Yuan Xiao had already reviewed the surveillance footage. Earlier that morning, he had instructed Old Chun to acquire the monitoring recordings from the Golden Sun kindergarten. After a brief glance at the footage, he had found nothing amiss. Just as he was about to have lunch, he received a call from the teacher, informing him that Sui Sui had been involved in a fight at school. When Yuan Xiao arrived, he urged Old Chun to pull up the surveillance footage. It was then that he discovered that Sui Sui had been bullied during lunch. A larger child had been targeting her, watching her eat, and even planned to report her to the teacher after she finished. What infuriated him further was the teacher's blatant unfairness. Without seeking the truth, she hastily blamed Sui Sui and sent her to the corridor for punishment. This made Yuan Xiao extremely angry. "Very well, let us watch the footage." Chao Ying felt emboldened as well. Her daughter had been bullied to such an extent, and she hadn't said a word yet, allowing Yuan Xiao to take the lead in demanding to view the footage. Today, she was determined to obtain solid evidence and use the video to strike back decisively. Only teacher Wang hesitated slightly at the request to view the surveillance. However, she soon acquiesced, knowing that parental presence made such requests inevitable. Furthermore, the corridor footage clearly showed Lin Sui Sui initiating the altercation with Yuan Min, and there was nothing in it that could not be shared. As for why she had called Lin Sui Sui to the corridor, as long as she held her ground, Sui Sui's parents would remain oblivious. With this thought in mind, Teacher Wang consented to display the footage. Soon, a segment of the surveillance appeared before everyone. In the video, little Sui Sui stood forlornly against the wall, and then Yuan Min emerged, laughing and mocking her. The sounds in the corridor were chaotic, making it impossible to discern the children's words, but it was clear to see Yuan Min pointing at Sui Sui's face before Sui Sui suddenly bit her. After being bitten, Yuan Min screamed, tugging at Sui Sui, who refused to let go, retaliating with her little hands and feet, and the two children began to fight. Despite her young age, Sui Sui displayed remarkable tenacity in the scuffle, causing Yuan Min to cry out loudly. After watching the footage again, Yin Xiao could not help but reflect. No wonder this little girl was Yuan Yi's daughter. She appeared delicate and fragile, yet her spirit was fiercely resilient. Very well, she is not one to be easily victimized. He felt a sense of satisfaction, whereas Chao Ying, after viewing the footage, was seething with rage, her blood pressure rising. Look, your Lin Sui Sui bit my daughter's finger. The evidence is irrefutable. That wretched girl has no father. Chao Ying yelled in fury. Before she could finish her tirade, she sensed a chilling gaze directed at her. Standing protectively in front of little Sui Sui, Yin Xiao shot a piercing look at Chao Ying. He did not utter a word, but the overwhelming aura of his cold demeanor made Chao Ying swallow her words. Heavens, what is Yuan Yi's new husband? How does he possess such a commanding presence? Chao Ying silenced her thoughts, and at that moment, Teacher Wang interjected, as Lin Sui Sui's parent. You have seen the video, and the truth is clear. Your child was the one who bit Yuan Min first. At the very least, you should express your attitude and apologize to Yuan Min and her parents. Teacher Wang was adept at navigating such situations. She sought to establish a tone of accountability before discussing other matters. With this acknowledgement of fault, everything would be set in stone, placing all blame squarely on Lin Sui Sui. Indeed, you should have Lin Sui Sui apologize first. Chao Ying agreed. Little Sui Sui listened to the relentless calls for an apology, her eyes wide with confusion and helplessness. Was it truly her fault? Was she really the bad child? However, today she obediently finished her meal without any disobedience. Yet Yuan Min continuously spoke of her and her mother, leading everyone to label her a bad child, demanding an apology. Little Sui Sui instinctively curled up, resembling a tiny boat adrift in an immense ocean. At that moment, she heard a voice declare, "It is time to apologize." Little Sui Sui's body stiffened. What? Even Uncle Yun said it was time to apologize? Had she truly erred? She felt as though she had plunged into a vast, unprotected abyss, surrounded by an absence of any safeguard. Mother, mother, mother. Only her mother would trust and protect her. Wouldn't she? Little Sui Sui felt suffocated, on the verge of tears, just as she could no longer suppress the urge to cry out for her mother and seek Yuan. A strong embrace enveloped her, and a deep, powerful voice resonated in her ear. You all must apologize to Sui Sui. Yin Xiao cast a cold glance over the crowd, his gaze settling on Teacher Wang. Why was Sui Sui made to stand outside? He pinpointed the issue directly, causing Teacher Wang to feel a surge of apprehension. As for Lin Sui Sui, we are addressing the matter at hand regarding her altercation with a classmate, she hurriedly responded. Yun Xiao scoffed. I am indeed addressing this situation. Every issue has a source. Why was my daughter summoned to the corridor for punishment? I made her stand outside briefly because Lin Sui Sui was disobedient, leading her classmates to neglect their meals, she replied hastily. As soon as her words fell, Yun Xiao produced his phone, revealing the surveillance footage he had been reviewing during his journey. When Teacher Wang beheld the video on his device, her heart sank. How could he possess the surveillance from their kindergarten? Before she could voice her confusion, Yun Xiao turned the volume to maximum. Teacher, I wish to report Lin Sui Sui. Lin Sui Sui, why do you repeatedly refuse to change your ways? You're a bad influence on your classmates. Go stand by the door. I'm not a bad child. Teacher, I finished my meal. I see you as a bad child. Should I inform your parents? In the video, Teacher Wang loudly reprimanded Sui Sui, who defended herself by stating she had eaten all her food, yet was still called out to stand in punishment. Teacher, you owe me an explanation. Why was my daughter, who finished her lunch, still labeled a bad child and punished. Yin Zhao's tone was icily resolute. Upon witnessing that segment of the surveillance footage, Teacher Wang found herself at a loss for words. Her actions stemmed from Yuan Min's instigation and her desire to establish authority in the classroom by targeting Lin Sui Sui. Now, confronted with video evidence that contradicted her, she stammered it was because Lin Sui Sui previously did not eat properly, constantly proclaiming that her mother's cooking was delicious. I believe she influenced the other students, which is why I made her go outside. Do you truly believe that as a teacher, your subjective judgment is sufficient grounds for punishing a child? Yin Xiao countered. What is wrong with a child expressing her opinion that her mother's cooking is delightful? Teacher Wang found herself rendered speechless. Yin Xiao fixed his gaze upon her, his voice laced with an insidious tone, threatening to inform her parents that she was a bad child. Such words were evidently designed to ensnare her in a self-incrimination trap, leaving her with no choice but to doubt her own worth. At that moment, Teacher Wang fell silent, rendered speechless. Certain tactics may easily manipulate children, yet adults can discern the core of the matter with clarity. Sui Sui, upon hearing Yun Zhao's words, instinctively raised her head. Uncle Yun, am I truly not a bad child? Yun Xiao regarded her kindly, affirming, you are certainly not a bad child. You are merely expressing your viewpoints and stating facts. There is nothing wrong with that. Furthermore, Sui Sui, you must learn to differentiate between perspectives. Some individuals approach you with malice from the outset. Thus, regardless of what you say, they will twist your words, labeling you with their own negativity. If you allow their opinions to infiltrate your thoughts, you will find yourself ensnared in a cycle of self-doubt and despair. As Sui Sui absorbed Yun Zhao's insights, a sense of clarity washed over her. So that is how it is. Chapter 56. The rise of intelligence. Sui Sui had long been perplexed as to why, despite committing no wrongdoing, she was persistently criticized by her teacher. A single utterance branding her a bad child had trapped her within that label, leaving her bewildered about how to escape it. Yet, no matter how hard she pondered, the reasoning eluded her. It became apparent that the teacher's words were misguided. Yun Zhao's analysis illuminated the truth, allowing Sui Sui to pierce through the fog and grasp the underlying logic of the situation. At this formative age, children are in the midst of constructing order and logic. Proper guidance had elevated Sui Sui's intelligence considerably. I understand now. I am not a bad child, and I have done nothing wrong. Sui Sui declared with newfound confidence and vitality, banishing the shadows of misunderstanding and inner turmoil. After addressing Teacher Wang, Yin Xiao turned his attention to the mother-daughter duo, Chao Ying and Yuan Min, who stood awkwardly to the side. Within that brief moment, Chao Ying had pieced together the entire sequence of events. It turned out that Yuan Min had been relentlessly fixated on Sui Sui, further aggravating the situation by spreading malicious gossip. When Sui Sui was subsequently punished and sent out of the classroom, Yuan Min had followed her to provoke a confrontation, thus compelling Sui Sui to retaliate both verbally and physically. One could not help but feel a sense of disdain for her daughter's behavior. Yun Xiao then addressed Chao Ying. Do I need to reiterate the actions of her daughter? Embarrassment washed over Chao Ying as she shoved Yuan Min. Realizing the absurdity of having traveled such a distance to resolve an incident instigated by her own child. After provoking a fight and ultimately losing, she now found herself in a position where her daughter had to account for the entire ordeal. Where was her dignity in this situation? Let go. They are merely children, and we are relatives, after all, she decided. That will not suffice, Yin Xiao replied firmly. An apology is in order. At this moment, Chao Ying, protective of her daughter, raised her voice. If we are to discuss apologies, then your Sui Sui must apologize to our Min Min as well. She inflicted quite a severe bite. Yun Xiao paused for a moment, contemplating the fairness of the situation. There was truth in her assertion. While the other party had erred, Sui Sui's retaliatory actions were also culpable. At that moment, Xiao Sui Sui exclaimed loudly, I should apologize to Sister Min Min, but if I do, she will have to apologize to me twice. After all, she also laid hands on me during our fight. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiao couldn't help but smile slightly. This little Sui Sui is indeed quite clever. Once she had sorted through the logic of the situation, she quickly discerned the right from the wrong. She understood that while Yuan Min instigated the conflict, their mutual brawl was a separate matter. If she apologized to Yuan Min once, then Yuan Min must apologize to her twice. Upon hearing Xiao Sui's words, Xiao Ying said nothing further. She urged Yuan Min to step forward and apologize to Lin Sui. Xiao Sui reciprocated with her own apology. Furthermore, Yun Xiao agreed to cover her medical expenses. Thus, the children's dispute was resolved. After the children exchanged apologies, Teacher Wang pretentiously offered her own apology to Xiao Sui. However, she felt quite aggrieved inside. What kind of teacher apologizes to a child? Moreover, her words and actions had been exposed by Yun Xiao, leaving her utterly humiliated. She felt a deep sense of discomfort, planning to muddle through this incident and seek revenge later. Who would fare well after offending a teacher? After addressing Sui's matters, Yun Xiao instructed her to return home and rest. As they exited the kindergarten, he asked Old Shun to call the principal of the Golden Sun Kindergarten to report the situation for further action. One must uphold justice. The children's conflict may have been resolved, but the teacher's improper conduct and her malicious differential treatment of the children warranted a report. Yun Xiao refrained from causing a scene at the kindergarten to avoid affecting the children, yet he would not easily overlook the teacher's behavior. Not long after his call, just before the afternoon break, Teacher Wang was summoned to the principal's office. A few minutes later, she was dismissed from her position. The principal personally verified the details of the incident and even reviewed the surveillance footage from 2 days prior, discovering that Teacher Wang had previously been making things difficult for Xiao Sui, even forcing her to consume food she did not wish to eat. Upon viewing this footage, the principal felt relieved that she had not been asked to review it herself. Had she discovered that Teacher Wang's daughter had been bullied in such a manner the previous day, the entire Golden Sun Kindergarten would surely have faced consequences today. The principal had never anticipated that their ordinary kindergarten would enroll the daughter of the CEO of the Yun Ding Group. Moving forward, they would need to exercise greater caution and adhere to regulations. They could not afford to offend a powerful figure again. Yuan's private kitchen. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yuan Yi finally finished her busy day. Once she had a moment to check her phone, she realized that she had received numerous calls from the kindergarten. She quickly called back to inquire about the situation. The principal personally answered her call. The principal was exceedingly respectful and courteous, reporting the incident involving Sui. Only then did Yuan Yi learn that her daughter had gotten into a fight with Yuan Min at the kindergarten. She immediately grew anxious, asking how the children were, only to discover that Yun Xiao had already handled the matter on her behalf. 2 children exchanged apologies and are now doing well, and the teacher in class Sui has been dismissed. Yuan Yi was momentarily taken aback by the principal's strict handling of the situation at the Golden Sun Kindergarten. She had not anticipated such rigor. However, knowing her daughter was in good spirits, her heart was instantly at ease. She expressed her profound gratitude to the principal, who reciprocated with immense appreciation. This courteous demeanor led Yuan Yi to believe that the kindergarten was indeed commendable. After the call ended, she received a video surveillance clip from the principal, showcasing Sui and her friend apologizing to each other at noon, followed by footage of her joyfully playing. Sui appeared to be in excellent spirits, radiating even more brightness than before. Upon witnessing this, Yuan Yi felt an overwhelming warmth in her heart. After thanking the principal again, she recalled that it was Yun Xiao who had facilitated the resolution. She opened the WeChat conversation with Yun Xiao and, after a moment of contemplation, sent him a playful kiss emoji. Chapter 57. Kisses and hugs in the CEO's office on the top floor of the Yunding Group. Yun Xiao had just finished a work report when his phone chimed. Upon checking, he discovered the kiss emoji sent by Yuan Yi. Confused, he pondered its meaning. Having never received such an emoji before, he scrutinized it for a while without comprehension. As Yi Xiao finished his report and prepared to leave, Yun Xiao called out to him, asking, "Is there anything else?" Yi Xiao paused, and Yun Xiao showed him the phone, inquiring about its significance. Yi Xiao burst into laughter upon seeing the kiss emoji sent by Yuan Yi. "What are you laughing at?" Yun Xiao was even more perplexed. What could Yuan Yi have sent that would provoke such amusement from Yi Xiao? Yi Xiao pouted, mimicking the emoji. Do I look like this? Like what? Yuan Shao retorted, visibly irritated. You look like someone asking for a beating. All right, our CEO is indeed a true steelman. His mind is completely oblivious. Yi Shao bluntly stated, brother, that's a kiss emoji. Sister-in-law is sending you a kiss. Yuan Shao, caught off guard by Yi Shao's playful antics, finally understood the context. Get lost, he commanded. When you need me, you call. When you don't, just leave. Yi Shao dared not utter a word and hurriedly took his leave. However, just as he turned to exit, Yuan Shao called him back. Wait, what should I reply? A few minutes later, while Yuan Yi was dining at a private restaurant with friends, her phone chimed again. She picked it up to find a hug emoji sent by Yuan Shao. She couldn't help but giggle, her happiness blooming like a flower. Hey, Su Feifei, sitting beside her, immediately sensed Yuan Yi's overflowing joy and leaned over to see what was causing her delight. What is going on? Why so happy? Go away, go away. Yuan Yi shielded her phone from Su Feifei's view. Yet, Su Feifei caught a glimpse and realized she was messaging Yuan Shao. Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but jest. Oh, are you chatting with Mr. Yin? It must be quite inconvenient for others to see. Not at all, Yuan Yi replied with a smile. I merely wish to express my gratitude. She recounted how Yuan Shao had assisted her at the kindergarten regarding Sui's matters that afternoon. Su Feifei, upon hearing this, agreed. Your Mr. Yin is indeed quite reliable and truly a great help. Yuan Yi nodded in affirmation. Having been married to Yuan Shao for just over a month, she found the experience quite pleasant. Whenever she needed his assistance, Yuan Shao never hesitated. He took the children to school in the morning, helped care for them in the evening, and handled household chores. As Yuan Yi busied herself with the shop, returning home increasingly fatigued and disinclined to engage in any tasks, she was pleasantly surprised to find the house always tidy upon her arrival. She didn't have to worry about anything at home. Today, when Sui encountered an issue at kindergarten, Yuan Yi was unable to reach her by phone. Without Yuan Zhao's support, she couldn't fathom the predicament Sui would have faced. As her responsibilities grew, it was inevitable that Sui might be overlooked. However, Yuan Zhao's assistance in resolving the situation truly warmed Yuan Yi's heart and provided her with a sense of security. She felt a profound sense of support, knowing there was someone to lean on during life's tribulations. In this world, everyone can feel quite solitary and vulnerable. Yet finding a compatible partner to face the storms of life together is genuinely a stroke of luck and happiness. Mr. Yin is indeed quite admirable, Yuan Yi affirmed. She felt that her second marriage was turning out well, and she could continue to understand and explore her relationship with Yuan Shao. At that moment, Yu Su interjected, Isn't this simply what a man should do? Su Feifei looked at him and replied, You don't understand. Mr. Yun is Sui's stepfather. It's a kindness for him to help. He is not obligated to. If Yuan Shao had chosen not to assist, citing work commitments, Yuan Yi would have never blamed him. She herself was busy and had missed the kindergarten's call, leading her, as Sui's biological mother, to also inadvertently overlook her child. If Yuan Shao, as a stepfather, had chosen to disengage, who could have held him accountable? Yet, he took the initiative to help, and he handled the situation exceptionally well, indicating his genuine concern for Sui. This intention and action were profoundly heartwarming. Women are inherently sensitive and can keenly perceive the depth of care behind such subtle details. Yu Su believed that merely showing up was a man's duty and responsibility. He was indeed quite naive. There is a vast disparity among men, good men and bad men, with differences as stark as between humans and dogs. Even biological fathers can only rely on character to ensure a sense of responsibility, let alone stepfathers. He simply thought that such minor matters were within any man's capability. At that moment, Qin Quan, who had been silently eating, lifted his head and interjected, Sister Yuan, you are in a second marriage? Having spent the morning together, everyone had grown quite familiar. Yuan Yi nodded in acknowledgement, yes. Your husband will come tonight, so you shall meet him, Yu Su remarked. Then you can truly see what kind of man he is. This was the unspoken sentiment that lingered in Yu Su's words. He harbored a natural competitive spirit towards Yuan Shao, inexplicably driven to surpass him in every aspect. Aspiring to be recognized by Su Feifei and Yuan Yi as a commendable man. Qin Quan, upon hearing his words, chuckled innocently and continued his meal in the cozy little restaurant. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Yunding group, after sending a series of affectionate emoji to Yuan Yi, Yun Xiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He questioned his decision to heed Yi Xiao's advice and send such messages. Just as he contemplated reprimanding Yi Xiao, Yuan Yi responded with 3 shy, smiley faces. In that moment, his heart settled. Look, brother, the sister-in-law is shy. Yin Xiao, feeling disinclined to engage further with Yi Xiao, turned off his phone screen and asked, "Do you have any other matters?" Yi Xiao, observing Yun Xiao's serious demeanor, couldn't help but tease him. Brother, aren't you going to reveal your true identity to your sister-in-law? I genuinely believe she is a wonderful woman. Your continued concealment feels deceptive. The longer it persists, the worse it may become. Having interacted with Yuan Yi for some time, Yi Xiao regarded her as sincere and exceptional, deserving of genuine treatment. Most importantly, he sensed that their boss had begun to develop feelings. If Yin Xiao had no feelings for Yuan Yi, it would matter whether he spoke the truth or not. However, if he had indeed fallen for her and delayed revealing the truth, he would be in a perilous situation. Yi Xiao believed it would be prudent for Yun Xiao to disclose his true identity to Yuan Yi while there was still time, allowing them to engage in an open and sweet romance. With Yun Xiao's domineering nature, it was likely that he could charm her daily, portraying the image of a wealthy and devoted husband. Yet, after his sincere suggestion, Yi Xiao was met with Yun Xiao's icy demeanor. I merely share a life with her. I do not have feelings for her, Yun Xiao declared coldly, and he truly believed this. His relationship with Yuan Yi was merely a partnership, established from the outset. Yun Mo enjoyed her cooking, desired a mother, and Yuan Yi, having divorced, was unable to support a child or pay a mortgage. A woman needed a husband. He was merely aligning with the desires of both parties. Even if they currently collaborated harmoniously, providing a complete home for the children, what did it matter? He harbored no affection for Yuan Yi and had no intention of making her Mrs. Yun. There was no need to divulge so much. After speaking, Yin Xiao cast a glance at Yi Xiao, who still stood nearby. Do you have anything else? He inquired. No, replied Yi Xiao, fastidity. Not daring to utter another word. Once he departed, Yin Xiao sat alone in his office, glancing at his phone, which remained on the screen displaying Yuan Yi's emojis. Suddenly, he recalled Yi Xiao's playful pout and, almost instinctively, mimicked the expression. Outside, Yi Xiao chuckled, and he claims he is not fond of her. What is he doing? He now believed that his boss was becoming infatuated, on the brink of falling in love. Yet he stubbornly insists that he does not harbor any affection for her, claiming a mere cooperative living arrangement. How long can he maintain this fade? As night falls, the usual hustle and bustle ensues. Yin Xiao arrives early with Yi Xiao at the private dining establishment. However, to their surprise, the restaurant is busier than anticipated today. Su Feifei, upon seeing Yun Xiao and Yi Xiao, warmly invites them to sit by the window, where she had reserved a table for them, and offers them some drinks to start. Doesn't Yuan Yi need any assistance in the kitchen? Yun Xiao inquires directly. Yi Xiao can't help but smirk at his words. If he truly had no feelings for her, why would he be so eager to offer help the moment he walks in? Isn't this indicative of his intent to assist his beloved? No need. We've hired a new staff member today who will primarily assist Xiao Yi in the kitchen. Su Feifei waves her hand dismissively. You two just sit back and relax. Let me know what you wish to order, and I'll take care of it. With Yun Xiao bringing Yi Xiao along, they are regular patrons who always pay. They are esteemed customers of the establishment. Su Feifei wouldn't dare treat them like mere laborers, especially considering how busy they were yesterday. After all, how else would they continue to dine at a restaurant? Hearing about the new hire, Yun Xiao glances towards the kitchen, noting that despite the busyness, everything appears to be running smoothly without a hint of chaos. Yuan Yi doesn't seem overwhelmed or fatigued, which brings him some relief. You may order whatever you wish. We will be happy with anything, Yi Xiao chimes in. Having dined at Yuan Yi's modest eatery for over half a month, he has sampled all her dishes. If it weren't for the crowd, he might have considered ordering a few specialty items, but he would never dare to complicate matters further during a busy time. Moreover, every dish Yuan Yi prepares is delectable. He would be content with anything she serves. Very well, I will order a few of your usual favorites, Su Feifei responds. Sound good, Yi Xiao says, opting not to burden Su Feifei any further, and takes it upon himself to fetch the utensils, ensuring he serves his own table. Soon, an array of dishes is presented. Spicy chicken cubes, scrambled eggs with shrimp, braised pork chops, tofu with meat, and a bowl of loofah and egg soup. To be fair, ever since Yin Xiao began bringing Yi Xiao here for dinner, he has never had to worry about his evening meals. Yuan Yi's cooking is simply exquisite. Brother, why don't we ask sister-in-law to deliver lunch to the company? Yi Xiao suggests, I've been craving her cooking for lunch. Yin Xiao shoots him a glance. You think she isn't busy enough already? He had never considered having Yuan Yi prepare lunch for him. After all, she is managing everything on her own. He wouldn't dare request a personal meal for himself, fearing it would exhaust her. The idea of Yi Xiao suggesting Yuan Yi deliver lunch to the Yunding group, knowing the number of employees they have, is simply absurd. Upon hearing Yin Xiao's comment and sensing his disdainful gaze, Yi Xiao pauses momentarily, internally scoffing. He claims he has no feelings for her and insists their relationship is purely platonic. If he truly didn't care about Yuan, why would he worry about her becoming fatigued? What a contradictory man. Before long, they finish their meal, while Sui Sui and Yun Mo enjoy a dessert of blueberry yam. Yuan Yi and her team have also wrapped up their busy service. Yuan Yi emerged from the kitchen and immediately spotted Yin Xiao, seated by the window with the children. You've arrived. Indeed. Yin Xiao nodded at her, an involuntary softness gracing his features. Yi Xiao observed the subtle transformation in his elder brother's expression, shaking his head while biting on a straw. Uncle Yi, what are you looking at? Yun Montak in Kviat. I'm observing your father's contradictory nature, Yi Xiao replied. Uncle Yi, what does contradictory nature mean? Little Sui asked innocently. Yi Xiao glanced at the empty plates before him, meaningfully stating, it means that although this dish is delightful, he insists he does not enjoy it. Sui? Yun Montak? All right, I must take my leave, Yi Xiao declared, reluctant to continue lest he be overheard by the family president and receive a reprimand. He settled his bill with Su Feifei and hastily withdrew. Meanwhile, after conversing with Yuan Yi, Yin Xiao had little else to discuss. Yuan Yi inquired if he and the children were satiated, and upon hearing that they were, she urged him to take the children home to rest. Yin Xiao nodded in agreement. Their interaction increasingly resembled that of a long-married couple in a household with children. Much of the focus revolves around the little ones and mundane matters, leaving little room for romantic musings or endless sweet nothings. Moreover, at present, their feelings were rather unremarkable. Yuan Yi harbored a fondness for Yin Xiao, while he stubbornly refused to acknowledge any feelings for her. Once Yin Xiao departed with the children, Yuan Yi busied herself for a while longer. By 8:30, the little shop finally quieted down. The staff gathered to share a meal together. Qin Quan pulled out his phone to watch a food review video, and as he scrolled, he stumbled upon a video featuring their shop. Sister Yuan, Sister Feifei, is this our store? Yuan Yi, Su Feifei, and Yu Su turned their attention towards the source of the sound, only to see a video showcasing their strawberry donuts. It is indeed our shop. That streamer posted a video of us. Our shop's video is bound to go viral. However, before their excitement could fully blossom, they heard the streamer's voice commenting, beware. The braised pork from this restaurant looks just like pre-prepared food. I haven't encountered such fatty braised pork in years. Take a look at the greasy portions. Ugh. I feel like I'll be criticized for saying this, but I truly don't wish to eat such fat-laden meat. In the video, the streamer dramatically severed the fatty section of the pork, capturing an extreme close-up of its unappealing richness, and the comments flooded in. My goodness, how greasy. Just looking at it gives me goosebumps. Ugh. I wouldn't eat this for any amount of money. How could such fatty pork exist in this day and age? This is why I've lost all my appetite. It's obviously pre-prepared. Only pre-prepared dishes would use such fatty meat. What do you expect from a roadside eatery? They're only serving subpar ingredients to trick people. I never imagined the quality would be so poor. I absolutely refuse to dine at such private kitchens. Overpriced and inferior. Definitely not going there. Send me the name to avoid it. Qin Quan, upon viewing the content of the video, exclaimed in indignation. How could she speak so recklessly? Sister Yuan's dishes are exquisite. Meanwhile, Yuan Yi, Su Fei, and Yusu widened their eyes in disbelief after watching the distorted commentary on the strawberry donut video. How could this be? Their group had not behaved in such a manner that day. They had explicitly stated that they visited solely to film a video due to the delectable nature of the food served at their establishment. Su Fei was particularly infuriated, for she had even offered them a discount and complimentary drinks. The only noteworthy point was that the video failed to reveal their restaurant's name and information. It seemed to be a clandestine recording, focusing solely on the ambience and dishes, accompanied by a voiceover that served as a warning. They dared not expose the truth. At the conclusion of the video, a disconcerting remark was made, suggesting that the private dining establishment had few patrons at mealtime, implying that poor quality leads to a lack of customers. The name of the restaurant was withheld, as it seemed no one would venture there anyway. This segment incited a flurry of comments, with many praising her kindness and noting her shift in style. Even her critiques of others were framed as commendable. Others found humor in her remarks, mocking Yuan Yi and Su Fei's restaurant, suggesting it was so unpalatable that no one would dine there. Su Fei was seething with rage, feeling utterly exasperated. How could someone be so duplicitous, spreading falsehoods and maligning their establishment? In a fit of fury, she seized Qin Quan's phone and fervently typed a slew of clarifying comments in response. I am the owner of Yuan's private kitchen. What nonsense are you spouting? Was that how you behaved the other day? Everyone devoured our dishes before leaving. How dare you utter such insincere words? Are you not afraid of divine retribution for seeking attention? Su Fei's passionate outburst continued, relentlessly challenging the strawberry donut account, only to discover that her comments had all been deleted. I am utterly infuriated. How could such a person exist? Su Fei fumed, her frustration boiling over as her comments were erased. If she has the courage, let her confront me directly. Yuan Yi also took out her phone to search for the strawberry donut video, immediately sending a private message asking why she would defame their restaurant. The moment her message was sent, it was marked as read, yet received no reply. When she attempted to follow up, she was promptly blocked. Why? Yusu was equally perplexed. It was clear that those patrons had enjoyed their meal, singing praises, yet later resorted to such baseless slander. He simply cannot fathom it. At that moment, Yin Xiao arrived. It was 9 in the evening. He entered the brightly lit restaurant and inquired, "Aren't you closing up yet?" Upon seeing him, Yuan Yi's eyes lit up, and she instinctively approached him, showing the video she had just viewed. "Mr. Yin, our restaurant has been maliciously slandered." Yin Xiao raised an eyebrow, took Yuan Yi's phone, and began watching the newly released critique video. In it, every dish prepared by Yuan Yi was subjected to harsh criticism. In summary, it is expensive and unappetizing, resembling prepackaged meals. One should avoid such roadside eateries. Is this person unwell? Yusu exclaimed in confusion, recalling how they had enjoyed their meal, and the individual even claimed to be promoting them. Yet, after filming, they proceeded to slander them online. Why is this happening? Indeed, she is quite disturbed. As Yusu and Su Fei expressed their discontent, Yin Xiao interjected. This individual must be attempting a transformation. As he perused the past videos of Strawberry Donut, he quickly discerned that this influencer's account was problematic. Look at her previous videos. They garnered minimal likes and shares, with the comment section filled with critiques of her increasingly dull content, accusing her of merely accepting advertisements and praising subpar products. No one falls for her antics anymore. She aims to alter her style, shifting to critiquing others in an effort to salvage her image and regain traffic. Analyzing Strawberry Donut's videos, the group suddenly comprehended. So this is the intent behind Strawberry Donut's actions. Yuan Yi and Su Fei had noted her past videos, which were merely empty praises, believing that if she praised their establishment, it would undoubtedly be genuine and restore her reputation. Little did they anticipate that Strawberry Donut had no such intentions. I see now. She believes that her flattering videos lack engagement and fail to attract attention, yet by disparaging us, she could draw traffic and rehabilitate her image. Yuan Yi conjured it. Hearing Yuan Yi's insight, Yuan Xiao nodded in approval, pleased with her astuteness. Yuan Yi felt a subtle thrill at the compliment and met Yuan Zhao's appreciative gaze, sensing his satisfaction with her understanding. At that moment, Su Feifei, now grasping the convoluted situation, exclaimed in indignation, "Oh, she aims to transform, to seek attention and regain favor, using our establishment as a stepping stone. No wonder she deletes our comments. She perceives our small shop as inconsequential and is too indifferent to engage with us," Yu Su declared angrily. Chapter 60. Counterattack against Strawberry Donut, but what shall we do now? Qin Quan inquired, voicing the collective concern. Does our shop have surveillance? He immediately thought of the monitoring system. If there were cameras, they could release the footage of that day when Strawberry Donut and her group sampled the dishes. Although he had only worked one day, he had savored 2 meals prepared by Yuan Yi. The flavors were simply exquisite, far removed from the disparaging remarks made by Strawberry Donut in her video. He believed that showcasing the video would undoubtedly refute her claims. However, as his words lingered, Yuan Yi, Su Feifei, and Yu Su fell silent, for their establishment was devoid of surveillance. "It's my fault. I should have installed cameras in a timely manner." Su Feifei lamented. During the latter stages of renovation, funds were tight, and she thought it unnecessary to install surveillance. Believing that as long as they conducted their business with integrity, there would be no issues. Little did she realize that one cannot guard against ill-intentioned individuals. Surveillance is indeed essential. If they had installed cameras, they could have released the genuine footage of Strawberry Donut and her companions during their dining experience, thereby substantiating their case. Reflecting upon the incident, it becomes apparent that the Strawberry Donut establishment, in its attempt to tarnish their reputation, had indeed conducted thorough observations, ultimately feeling emboldened by the absence of surveillance. It is futile to assign blame, no matter how vigilant one may be. Encountering malevolent individuals who seek to harm us is an unfortunate reality. We must acknowledge that the harm is inflicted by the wicked, not the victims. Yu Su affectionately ruffled Su Feifei's hair, who gazed up at him with sparkling eyes. Meeting her gaze, Yu Su reassured her, "Fear not. Should our shop falter, I shall bear the weight." Su Feifei, moved, felt enveloped in a sense of security. Yu Su, in turn, felt a profound sense of responsibility for everyone in their midst. What should we do now? Yuan Yi pondered, her brow furrowed in thought. Not one to succumb to internal strife, Yuan Yi recognized the source of malice and understood the motive behind their actions. There was no time or necessity to question the villainous reasoning. Their immediate priority was to resolve the issue at hand. Once that was accomplished, the clouds of uncertainty would disperse, leaving the adversary to reap the consequences of their actions. She proposed contacting the authorities. After all, when faced with a dilemma, one ought to seek the police. However, upon reporting the incident, the officers informed her that the video in question did not constitute public disorder. The Strawberry Donut's cleverly crafted video merely expressed personal taste. Food is subjective, and one cannot dictate another's preferences. Furthermore, the establishment had not disclosed Yuan Yi's shop name or location. It was akin to a casual review of a meal enjoyed at a restaurant. The responding officers further advised Yuan Yi that businesses must accept all forms of feedback, not just favorable reviews. Disheartened by the police's lack of assistance, Yuan Yi and Su Feifei found themselves at a loss. At that moment, Yin Xiao spoke up, suggesting that if the authorities could not impose consequences, they should devise their own means of addressing the situation. "I've been preparing," Yu Su declared, standing resolute. "Tonight, I will take Qin Quan and confront them at their doorstep." Yuan Yi and Su Feifei looked on in disbelief, while Yin Xiao regarded Yu Su as if he were a fool. Yu Su had already contacted friends to locate the Strawberry Donut shop, discovering its whereabouts, and intended to confront them directly to demand the removal of the video. After all, he was the most formidable figure among them. "Come back," Yin Xiao sighed, observing Yu Su's eagerness to instigate conflict. "I meant to deal with her in a different way." "I understand," Yu Su replied simply. "She's attacking us online. We can confront her offline and compel her to delete the video." Yet again, Yin Xiao regarded him incredulously, then slowly articulated, "This individual is leveraging your shop to gain attention. We too can use her to garner publicity." Yuan Yi's eyes brightened at Yun Zhao's suggestion. I was just considering whether we could invite someone to do a food broadcast, thereby vindicating ourselves and prompting her to remove the video. The idea is brilliant, yet there remains room for refinement. Yun Zhao nodded at her, advising her not to pursue the deletion of the video or seek self-clarification. Instead, she could amplify the heat surrounding the situation, thereby drawing in patrons to their establishment for tastings. At the pinnacle of this fervor, they could invite several renowned food vloggers to create videos, a strategy that would undoubtedly lead to their resurgence. Yun Zhao's words illuminated the eyes of everyone present. My goodness, such a maneuver is indeed possible. Following Yun Zhao's plan, not only could they regain their popularity, but they could also ensure that the strawberry donut faced the repercussions of its actions. Had they adhered to their original thoughts, they might have exerted considerable effort only to find themselves powerless against the strawberry donut. It cleverly hid behind the veil of the internet, remaining unscathed while refusing to delete the video. What could they do if she merely claimed the food was unpalatable? However, with Yun Zhao's guidance, the strawberry donut would surely pay for its misdeeds. Mr. Yin, you are simply a genius, Su Feifei exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. Xiao Yi remarked. You have chosen splendidly, my dear. Yuan Yi Yun Zhao. Su Feifei rushed forward. Let us deliberate together on the specifics of our approach. As Su observed, Su Feifei and Yuan Yi huddled around Yun Zhao, strategizing the ensuing steps. Her irritation grew. How trivial this all seemed. She crossed her arms, whispering discontentedly to Qin Quan behind her. I think Yuan Jia's husband is quite impressive, Qin Quan added with admiration. Su retorted. Half an hour later, Yuan's private kitchen finally closed its doors. The group was brimming with fighting spirit, utterly devoid of any despondency from being tarnished. They had devised a counter-strategy. Su Feifei utilized her account to purchase 300 yuan worth of traffic for the strawberry donut, resulting in a significant surge in views for its new video. Subsequently, Su Feifei and Yuan Yi connected with various group buying platforms, registering their small shop online, releasing videos, and opening comments. The final step was to reach out to famous food vloggers for complimentary tastings. They awaited the moment when the strawberry donut's new video reached peak popularity to strike back fiercely, ensuring it faced the consequences of its actions. Meanwhile, in an ordinary neighborhood on the outskirts of Haicheng, the strawberry donut was at home, monitoring the data from its newly released video. Honey, look, this new video has gone viral, the strawberry donut exclaimed, thrilled to see the rapid increase in views. Chapter 61 Inflated Ego. Her video had struggled with low view counts recently due to reputational issues, causing a decline in followers. However, with the release of this new video, the likes and comments surged, halting the drop in followers. Even more astonishing was the unexpected support she received as people actively invested in her traffic, boosting her visibility. This was simply extraordinary. The momentum was building toward a significant breakthrough. Overjoyed, the strawberry donut immediately called her husband. Come see, I told you, I must create a video critiquing them. After recovering from the initial excitement of the soaring data, her husband revealed a hint of guilt. Darling, but the dishes from that establishment are genuinely delectable. By disparaging them, aren't you risking their ruin? Is my career more important, or is their shabby little shop? Strawberry Donut was utterly indifferent. However, you could indeed recommend their shop. Suggesting their establishment is quite commendable. The man felt a twinge of guilt within, for his initial intent was to promote Yuan Yi's family restaurant. His wife had recently been struggling with the quality of her videos, and endorsing a reputable establishment could potentially mend the hearts of their followers. Upon hearing his words, Strawberry Donut scoffed coldly. If I were to recommend their shop, would I have the current level of traffic? Would so many people be watching? Just look at the data from the past 6 months. This video is the most successful. Yet, if you say such things, wouldn't that ruin their business? I haven't disclosed any information about their shop. Turning her face away, she remained unfazed, asserting that their shop was so small it didn't even offer online group purchases. Thus, hardly anyone was aware of it. If they were to be affected, that would be their own concern, not hers. Her words left her husband at a loss for words. Strawberry Donut excitedly showcased her computer data once more. Look, our account is gaining traction again. In her backend, several collaborators have begun messaging her, seeking partnership opportunities. They were impressed with her critique videos and wished for her to create similar content that would disparage competitors' products while elevating their own. The man, witnessing the influx of commercial endorsements, fell silent. How much could one earn from filming videos? They still needed to secure advertisements. Previously, due to a decline in Strawberry Donut's popularity, there had been a noticeable lack of advertisers reaching out to them. But now, she had opened a new avenue, allowing them to attract fresh advertisements once again. Acknowledging the newfound popularity, he couldn't help but concede that if his wife had only produced flattering content, they would not have garnered this level of attention, nor would advertisers be approaching them. After disparaging Yuan Yi's dishes, they had indeed found success. At this realization, the man could only silently apologize to Yuan's private kitchen. After all, as his wife had pointed out, Yuan's establishment was hardly on anyone's radar. Their criticisms and mockery went unnoticed. Regarding the impact on their reputation, such an inconspicuous little eatery hardly required a stellar reputation or acclaim. With this thought, the man felt a sense of relief and began assisting Strawberry Donut in her operations. He elevated some particularly scathing comments that lambasted unscrupulous merchants selling overpriced prepackaged meals, thereby tarnishing Yuan's private kitchen. Such comments could ignite fervor and enhance the video's relevance. After completing their round of engagement, they finally retired for the night. Upon awakening the next day, they were astonished to discover their video had surged into the trending category. The popularity skyrocketed. They had inadvertently tapped into a current hot topic: roadside eateries that were both tasteless and exorbitant, with prepackaged meals resonating with a multitude of netizens. This critique video inexplicably went viral. It struck a chord. Indeed, the local diners were shockingly subpar and overpriced. What audacity they had! Imagining the profits. A portion of braised pork costing 88 yuan was outrageous. They must have factored in the costs of children's tutoring, university tuition, and their parents' retirement funds. I would not dare to enter such a roadside establishment. How do you muster the courage? Good heavens, I wonder if they use gutter oil. What gutter oil is there? Nowadays, it's all about pre-prepared dishes. One merely purchases a cooking package and heats it, yet they charge as if it were freshly stir-fried. This establishment is truly unscrupulous. A heartless merchant deserves to meet their demise. How can they have the audacity to operate a restaurant when their food is so atrocious? Ugh, the revolting grease has completely disgusted me. The internet is flooded with scathing remarks about Yuan Yi's small eatery. The more vehement the criticism, the more popular the strawberry donuts become. This wave of wealth has unexpectedly crashed upon her. The private messages and comment section are overflowing with activity. Seeing this surge, the strawberry donut vendors and her husband couldn't contain their laughter. One must understand that encountering a viral video in the realm of short videos is truly a matter of fortune. Their luck has arrived. As the man observes this torrent of prosperity, he feels elated. Yet simultaneously, the comment section is filled with individuals scrutinizing Yuan Yi's little shop, hoping to avoid a misstep. Although he hesitates to voice his thoughts, he cannot help but notice that some netizens have already mentioned Yuan's private kitchen. Residing nearby, he often sees it, but has never ventured inside, as the previous establishment she ran were unremarkable. He is grateful to the blogger for sparing him the trouble of discovering this on his own. Pondering for a moment, he ultimately decides against deleting his comments and allows the tide to carry them to Yuan Yi's little eatery. After all, her shop lacks notoriety, and few are paying attention online. If her business suffers, it is merely a stroke of bad luck for her. It is not his concern. During the day, the online reviews do not significantly impact Yuan's private kitchen's business. This is because Yuan Yi's little establishment caters to the local community. Initially, there were few customers, making operations challenging, but once it gained traction, it became stable and enduring, especially since the loyal patrons who have dined there are hardly swayed by the online discourse. At most, it affects a minuscule portion of potential customers. "Madam, your establishment has been disparaged online," exclaimed a longtime patron as he entered, phone in hand. "Someone has posted a video warning others about your restaurant. and they've criticized it mercilessly. This loyal customer stumbled upon the trending video early that morning, being a cautionary tale. It piqued his interest. Yet, the more he watched, the more familiar it became, until he realized it was a tirade against Yuan's private kitchen. Astonished, he rushed out to defend Yuan's establishment, declaring, "This place is genuinely delightful. I haven't encountered such unique home-cooked dishes in years." The blogger's claims are nothing but fabrications. Unfortunately, his words were drowned out amid a sea of comments from those eager to lambaste the private kitchen and express their opinions, failing to make any impact. This blogger is truly malicious, spreading baseless accusations and lambasting your establishment. You must confront her, the loyal customer said indignantly. Chapter 62. Embrace your confidence. Su Feifei glimpsed the customer's phone and quickly interjected, "We have contacted her. We even reported it to the police yesterday, but they are indifferent. What is happening?" They claim this is a matter of freedom of speech, and, as business owners, we must accept such negative reviews. Yet, one cannot permit slander statements. Longtime patrons express their displeasure, incredulous that anyone who has truly savored the culinary delights of this establishment could utter such words. It was evident that these remarks were merely an attempt to exploit the restaurant's popularity. Su Feifei nodded in agreement, asserting that justice would ultimately prevail in the hearts of the discerning. "We have launched an online review platform where everyone can share their thoughts. I firmly believe our establishment will not allow these malicious comments to overshadow our reputation." Upon hearing this, the loyal customer enthusiastically gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Your vision is truly commendable. Facing negative reviews head-on with such positivity is a testament to your character." The devoted patron declared her intent to write a review immediately. "I will support you wholeheartedly, and I'll even film a video to promote your restaurant." Su Feifei was overjoyed by her loyal customer's words and directed her to the review platform, assisting them in garnering more feedback for their private kitchen. In just one day, the restaurant received dozens of genuine 5-star reviews, a testament to their culinary prowess, not a result of monetary inducement. Later that afternoon, they managed to contact 2 renowned food vloggers to feature their restaurant in an authentic dining experience. Upon arrival, the vloggers expressed their commitment to honesty, stating they would not offer insincere praise. If the food was subpar, they would convey that truthfully. They were indeed conscientious influencers, especially since Yuan Yi's restaurant had already gained traction, albeit amid some negative reviews. If they were to merely accept payment for flattering comments, the consequences could be dire. Thus, they resolved to maintain rigorous standards for their evaluations. Yuan Yi and Su Feifei listened intently, agreeing that they did not require excessive flattery. Genuine feedback was sufficient. They certainly did not wish for their establishment to be compared to the Strawberry Donut, which claimed to provide authentic reviews while merely seeking to boost its own visibility. Both vloggers sampled Yuan Yi's signature dish, the braised pork, and upon tasting her culinary skills, their eyes lit up in astonishment. Goodness, how could anyone think of disparaging such delicious fare? One exclaimed, questioning the integrity of the Strawberry Donut's motives. One of the vloggers even pulled up the Strawberry Donut video for comparison, concerned that their experience might differ from the one depicted. However, it became clear that, despite the same dish being served, the Strawberry Donut had captured it from an unappetizing angle. The fatty portions were, in truth, delectable. The 2 vloggers savored every bite, leaving no morsel untouched. After finishing, they assured Yuan Yi and Su Feifei, "We will certainly clarify your restaurant's reputation. Such exquisite cuisine deserves to be highly recommended." They recognized that the restaurant's current predicament with negative reviews was, ironically, a source of significant attention. Having been won over by Yuan Yi's skill, they planned to ride this wave of interest to new heights. After all, the Strawberry Donut had initially gained traction by leveraging others' popularity. Now, it was time for them to capitalize on that momentum and soar to new heights, inspired by the attention surrounding the Strawberry Donut's video. Upon returning, they were determined to create an outstanding video that would serve as a powerful rebuttal. The 2 vloggers left Yuan Yi's quaint establishment thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, at the Jean Sun kindergarten, Since the conclusion of the previous affair involving Sui Sui, Yuan Min had not returned to the kindergarten to supervise Sui Sui during mealtime. However, today at noon, just after Sui Sui had finished her meal obediently, Yuan Min appeared once more. "What brings you here again?" Sui Sui inquired, gazing at Yuan Min. "Did you not proclaim your mother's cooking to be exquisite?" Yuan Min brandished a mobile phone, which belonged to the kindergarten teacher. While assisting the teacher with meal distribution, she fortuitously stumbled upon a video showcasing her Aunt Yuan Yi's establishment. "Look," Yuan Min exclaimed, presenting Sui Sui with a video that disparaged her mother's culinary skills. "Your mother has become notorious. Everyone now knows her cooking is unpalatable. It's utterly hilarious. Some even boast about how delightful their own mother's cooking is." Yuan Min had never tasted Yuan Yi's cooking herself, as familial dynamics dictated that they were obliged to curry favor with Yuan Yi rather than demand her culinary services. Consequently, Yuan Min remained oblivious to her aunt's true culinary prowess. After viewing the video, Sui Sui raised her head to meet Yuan Min's derisive gaze and confidently replied, "My mother is indeed an excellent cook. The issue lies with this person." Yin Xiao, who had previously assisted her in resolving issues, had taught her to discern between malice and goodwill, urging her not to allow others to sway her opinions. The current Sui Sui was no longer a Navi child. She trusted her own judgment and perspectives. Her mother's cooking was genuinely delightful, and she would not succumb to doubt or insecurity simply because of others' remarks. "Huh, everyone claims it's terrible. Why are you being so obstinate?" Yuan Min pouted. Sui Sui looked at her and countered, "Does that mean everyone is always right?" Sui Sui's unwavering confidence rendered Yuan Min momentarily speechless. "Look at how many people are criticizing your mother's cooking," Yuan Min retorted. "Have you ever tasted it?" Sui Sui pressed. "Only by tasting can one hold an opinion." With that, Sui Sui dismissed her and proceeded to tidy her small plate. The chubby boy seated beside her, having overheard Sui Sui's words, stood up in agreement. Sui Sui is correct. Only by tasting can one truly know if it is good. He picked up his small plate and hurried after Sui Sui. "Sui Sui, does your mother own a restaurant? Where is it located?" "Tonight. I'll ask my father to take me there." Yuan Min, realizing her attempts to undermine Sui Sui had failed, stomped her foot in frustration before sulking away. At experimental primary school, "Oh my goodness, Yin Mo, your mother's restaurant has been criticized." During lunchtime, Feng Yi rushed over to Yin Mo, having brought an electronic watch to school that allowed her to watch videos. Upon opening the video, she found herself confronted with one of the most trending clips, lambasting expensive and subpar private dining establishments, prominently featuring Yuan's private kitchen. Yin Mo furrowed his brow upon hearing Feng Yi's words and grabbed her hand to examine the video on her wrist. Indeed, it was his mother's restaurant. How can someone speak so recklessly? "Your mother's cooking is delightful. I crave it daily. Yet here they are berating her." Feng Yi exclaimed indignantly, drawing the attention of other classmates nearby. "Is this your mom's restaurant, Yin Mo? I saw that video today too. My father once remarked that such establishments are not worth dining at, advising us against visiting. However, do not be swayed. Yin Mo's mother's restaurant is truly delectable." Feng Yi ardently reassured her classmates. After watching the video, Yin Mo abruptly descended from his table and dashed outside. "Yin Mo, where are you going?" Chapter 63. The Father and Son United Against Adversity. Yin Mo ran to the playground, pulled out his smartwatch, and called his father. At that moment, Yin Xiao had just concluded a meeting and was taken aback to receive a call from his son. It is noteworthy that his typically aloof son seldom reaches out. Despite their relationship thawing considerably since living together with Yin Mo and Yuan Yi Sui Sui, Yin Mo still rarely calls him. Thus, when he does, it must be of great importance. "What is it, Xiao Mo?" Yin Xiao promptly answered the call. "Dad, Annie is being bullied." Yin Mo's anxious voice echoed through. It was rare for Yin Xiao to hear such urgency from his son, especially concerning Yuan Yi, which indicated her significant place in his heart. Upon learning of Yuan Yi's troubles, Yin Mo sought his father immediately. Yin Xiao's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "What happened?" "Dad, I just saw a malicious video aimed at Annie's restaurant, tarnishing her culinary skills." Yin Mo exclaimed, filled with distress. Oh, so that's what this is about. Yin Xiao had already been aware of the situation since yesterday and was actively working to resolve the issue. You need not worry. I'm already addressing it. The viral video featuring the strawberry donuts had been propelled to popularity by him. He had guided Yuan Yi and Su Feifei on how to respond. Yet it was his own efforts that truly elevated the video's reach. Yuan Xiao took charge, ensuring the strawberry donuts achieved significant visibility, setting the stage for a grand celebration before any potential downfall. As the wealthiest individual in Haicheng, he had the means to decisively eliminate any threats. After all, who would dare to challenge his wife? They had indeed bitten off more than they could chew, hearing that his father was already on the case. Yun Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Dad, you must investigate thoroughly and not let the person who defamed Annie off easily. I will not permit anyone to bully her. Yun Mo's tone was stern and resolute. Rest assured, Yin Xiao replied. In this matter concerning Yuan, the father and son were in complete agreement. The core value of their Yun family, passed down through generations, is to protect and cherish their loved ones. Yun Mo's mother, Yun Xiao's wife, is undoubtedly the most cherished individual in their household, and they would defend her to the end. They would unite against anyone who dared to bully Yuan Yi, striking back fiercely. After concluding the call with his father, Yun Mo returned. Meanwhile, in the director's office of Chaufa Group, a man sat before his computer, illuminated by a grand floor-to-ceiling window. This man was Lin Tianlu. Since the company's successful IPO, he had found himself in a much more comfortable position, his wealth having multiplied. Suddenly, he noticed a trending notification. Why does an expensive and unappetizing private restaurant continue to exist? Initially indifferent to such trending topics, he was drawn in by a striking image of a familiar chef as he scrolled his mouse. His ex-wife, Yuan Yi. Lin Tianlu immediately clicked on the link. Upon entering, he discovered a video by a blogger named Strawberry Donut, who was criticizing Yuan Yi's newly opened eatery. Today, I inadvertently stepped into a major disappointment for you all. You know I seldom speak ill of others, but who is overseeing these roadside private restaurants? This braised pork resembles pre-packaged meals. How could it be so greasy? Lin Tianlu's brow furrowed as he saw Yuan Yi's signature braised pork. He recalled how exceptional her cooking was, realizing that this blogger was clearly slandering her. As the 3-minute food review video concluded, Lin Tianlu's frown deepened with each passing moment. This individual was spreading falsehoods, deliberately tarnishing Yuan Yi's reputation. Moreover, the video had garnered significant attention. What was happening with Yuan Yi? He picked up his phone to call her, but remembered that she had blocked him. Staring at his phone in silence for 3 seconds, he grabbed his car keys and left the office. A little over 10 minutes later, at Yuan's private kitchen, it was now 1:30 in the afternoon, and there were hardly any patrons left. Su Feifei, Yusu, Yuan Yi, and Qin Quan were all resting in the dining area. The door chimed as it swung open, and Su Feifei, ready to greet customers, was taken aback to see Lin Tianlu in a suit. You? She exclaimed, surprised by his presence. I'm here to see Yuan Yi. Lin Tianlu replied, his gaze settling on Yuan Yi, who was resting with her eyes closed at a table by the window. He walked directly toward her. Yusu and Qin Quan exchanged curious glances, asking who he was. Su Feifei gestured, he's little Yi's ex-husband. At that moment, Yuan Yi stirred, awakening to find Lin Tianlu standing before her. The last time they met was when she accompanied his parents to the police station. Yet, it felt as if an eternity had passed, and he appeared noticeably more haggard. He looked more worn than she did after a long day in the kitchen. Despite the exhaustion of being a head chef, Yuan Yi genuinely loved cooking. Her fatigue was merely physical, while Lin Tianlu, after marrying Huoling Yan, had been emotionally drained daily. In the month following their divorce, both had undergone significant changes. Yuan Yi seemed revitalized, blossoming like a flower nourished by fresh water, while Lin Tianlu resembled a transplanted seedling struggling in a diminishing puddle with increasingly dry soil. Seeing him, Yuan Yi instinctively furrowed her brow. What do you want? Lin Tianlu observed his ex-wife, who appeared more vibrant and lively than before, seemingly unaffected by the negative online reviews. She was not at all what he had envisioned. Your restaurant has gained popularity online, didn't you know? Lin Tianlu countered. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi's expression remained unfazed. What does that have to do with you? She lifted her gaze, rising abruptly, determined to disregard Lin Tianlu. A suitable ex-husband ought to be as good as dead, especially one as repugnant as this unfaithful former spouse. After her divorce from him, Yuan Yi had resolutely chosen to treat him as if he were no longer alive. For she wished to look ahead and lead her own life, entirely distancing herself from such a toxic individual. Lin Tianlu, observing Yuan Yi's unwavering stubbornness, maintained a stern expression and spoke in a low voice. Yuan, this is not the time to be angry. I can assist you. At that moment, Su Feifei, Yu Su, and Qin Quan had already gathered at the cash register, munching on sunflower seeds. Upon hearing Lin Tianlu's offer of help, Su Feifei immediately perked up, exclaiming, "Ex-husband, how do you intend to assist our little E?" Her words elicited a fierce glare from Yuan Yi. Su Feifei quickly signaled her to be quiet, eager to hear what Lin Tianlu might propose. Chapter 64. The ex-husband's arrival indeed. After Su Feifei's remark, Lin Tianlu seemed to regain his composure. The weariness that had previously marked his features vanished, replaced by a newfound confidence. I know people in the media. I can help get the trending topic removed, Lin Tianlu declared with assurance. He had attained a certain social standing, having successfully listed their company, although his reputation had suffered due to the incident involving Huolingyan, relegating the company to a marginal position and jeopardizing its future. Nonetheless, he was undeniably a high-ranking executive of a publicly traded company, worth millions, and acquainted with many influential individuals. Removing a trending topic was within his capabilities, especially considering that these individuals didn't even know which way the door faced. Yu Su, witnessing the radiant confidence emanating from Yuan Yi's ex-husband, couldn't help but chuckle. What is so amusing? Lin Tianlu frowned slightly, visibly displeased. Yi Su, supposing Lao Te, feigned confusion and asked, "Ex-husband, what good will removing the trending topic do? They slandered us, and now the entire internet claims our food is terrible. If the trending topic is removed, will everyone suddenly know the truth?" Lin Tianlu shot him a glance, stating, "You don't understand. A cold response is the best strategy. In time, no one will care." Yu Su, Su Feifei, and Qin Quan, along with Yuan Yi, pondered his words, realizing that if their establishment were situated in a bustling area requiring a steady flow of customers, a forced cold treatment could lead to its outright closure. The contrast made Yu Su appreciate Yuan Yi's current husband far more than her ex Yuan Xiao actively engaged and utilized his strengths, while Lin Tianlu opted for evasion and suppression. In this comparison, Yuan Xiao undoubtedly surpassed Lin Tianlu. "Of course, I have conditions," Lin Tianlu continued, seemingly oblivious to the disdainful looks from the others, as he confidently regarded Yuan Yi's silhouette. "Yuan Yi, I want you to divorce your current husband." His declaration startled the three at the cash register. Su Feifei widened her eyes in astonishment, asking, "Ex-husband, are you regretting it? Do you wish to divorce and remarry little E?" Lin Tianlu's expression turned slightly awkward. "Of course not. Then why do you want her to divorce?" Lin Tianlu himself had yet to figure that out. He certainly could not divorce Huolingyan and then remarry Yuan Yi after all this turmoil. However, the mere thought of Yuan Yi sitting in the back seat of Yun Zhao's car each night, basking in their sweet affection, unsettled him greatly. He longed for Yuan Yi to separate from Yun Xiao. As for the matter of Yuan Yi's divorce, Lin Tianlu continued, "Xiaoyi, if you find it difficult to manage life alone with the child after the divorce, I can offer you financial assistance." He generously opened his purse as a means to compensate for Yuan Yi's loss of income post-divorce. Yet, Yuan Yi found him utterly ridiculous. They had just parted ways, and when she needed money the most, Lin Tianlu had refused to provide any. Now, he offered it. It was precisely because he had given her nothing that she chose to hastily marry Yun Xiao on the very day of her divorce. Did he not find this behavior laughable? Lin Tianlu leave? Yuan Yi did not waste a single word on him, striding directly to the door and flinging it open. Lin Tianlu, seeing her forcefully pushing him out, furrowed his brow and said, "Yuan, think carefully. I'm the only one who can help you. Get lost. Yuan Yi exclaimed loudly. Observing her resolute demeanor, Lin Tianlu sighed softly and turned to leave. At the doorway, he added, if you change your mind, feel free to call me. I still have your number. The only response was the resounding slam of the shop door. After dismissing Lin Tianlu, Yuan Yi received a plethora of praise from the cash register staff. Xiaoyi, well done. Next time, use a broom to chase that guy away. Yuan Jia, you're amazing. Yuan Jia, I support you. After Lin Tianlu was expelled, he gazed at the tightly shut shop door, snorting coldly to himself. This Yuan Yi remained as stubborn as ever. However, this time, she would come to regret it, because apart from him, no one else could assist her. He eagerly awaited the moment when her desperation would peak. Soon, a day passed. Yuan Yi went to pick up Sui Sui and Xiao Mo from school. To her astonishment, picking up the children also brought a significant influx of business to her small shop. A chubby boy from Sui Sui's class, upon seeing her, tugged at his father's hand to accompany him to Yuan Yi's restaurant. His father, unaware of the viral video, thought nothing of his son's desire to sample his classmate's mother's cooking, and promptly called his wife to inform her that he would be bringing home dinner. Meanwhile, several classmates of Xiao Mo expressed their eagerness to try the food, all encouraged by Feng Yi's recommendation, along with their admiration for their class monitor. They believed that with such a handsome class monitor, his mother's culinary skills must be exceptional, and thus they eagerly decided to follow along. Mom, let us eat at my class monitor's restaurant. Your class monitor's family runs a restaurant? Yes, it's that popular private kitchen that's trending online today. A little girl chimed in. Her words caused her mother's expression to shift. Isn't that the one that's expensive and not very good? Yes. But my classmate Feng Yi has been there and said it's delicious. I want to go too. The girl's mother cast a glance towards the group of parents surrounding Yuan Yi, furrowing her brow as she sternly pulled her daughter away, forbidding her from eating and insisting they return home for a meal. She was skeptical, convinced that the food could not possibly be palatable. As she departed, another girl called out, Wang Qian, aren't you coming? Zhao Lin, my mom won't let me eat. Wang Qian was forcibly taken away. Yuan Yi observed from a distance as several of Yunmo's classmates were similarly led away by their parents. She felt no need to elaborate on the situation, simply addressing the 4 parents who approached her, stating, today, we are offering a 20% discount. Thank you for your support. The 4 parents accompanied their children back to the restaurant. Before long, 4 tables of dishes were prepared. After savoring Yuan Yi's culinary creations, the students and their parents were all effusive in their praise. Xiao Peng, after tasting Yuan Yi's dishes, finally understood why Lin Sui Sui often claimed that the food at kindergarten paled in comparison to her mother's cooking. Lin Sui Sui was not exaggerating. The food was indeed delicious. The kindergarten fare was utterly inferior. As they departed, they coincidentally hit the mealtime rush, and the regular patrons flocked to the restaurant. There were not enough tables inside or outside, and a multitude of diners arrived. Zhao Lin's mother, witnessing the scene, felt her worldview undergo a profound transformation. The video she had seen was entirely misleading. How could the restaurant be thriving if it were as terrible as she had been led to believe? Chapter 65. The reckoning parents who had dined at Yuan Yi's little restaurant were now aware of the truth. The disparaging video was a complete fabrication, distorting reality with no semblance of accuracy. The restaurant's flavors were exceptional, and yet it had been unfairly criticized. In fact, business was thriving, contrary to the claims made. It was anything but unappetizing. One parent could not help but reflect to their child, my dear, there's an overwhelming amount of misinformation online. Your classmate's mother's restaurant is a perfect example. We must learn to discern the truth from the noise and not blindly accept everything we hear. We need to cultivate our own judgment. The child nodded in understanding. Indeed, there is too much conflicting information online. One must exercise discernment. If we simply follow the crowd, we risk being misled and ultimately embarrassed. The crowd expressed their outrage regarding the baseless online harassment that Yuan Yi had endured. 2 parents spontaneously took to the internet to clarify the situation, posting on social media platforms such as WeChat, Xiaohongshu, Weibo, and Douyin, showcasing her dishes and sharing authentic reviews. Additionally, two parents decided to recharge their accounts with 1,000 yuan on the spot, planning to dine at Yuan Yi's establishment regularly. The food was undeniably exquisite and priced very reasonably. In Haicheng, Yuan Yi's culinary skills could easily compete in a Michelin-star restaurant. Yet her dishes were priced as if they belonged to an ordinary fried rice eatery. The value for money was simply exceptional. Those online disparaging Yuan Yi's prices were, quite frankly, lacking in judgment. Yin Mo's mother, rest assured, your restaurant's reputation will surely be restored. Zhao Lin's mother assured Yuan Yi. Yes, I believe so, Yuan Yi replied, nodding in agreement, filled with confidence. As she understood, tomorrow would herald a reversal. At this moment, in a Yuan family residence, they too had caught wind of the trending news. They were all aware of the online harassment targeting Yuan Yi and her newly launched establishment. Yet, none of them expressed concern. Not a single one showed any sympathy for Yuan Yi. Zhang Liping, in a fit of frustration, scolded her, lamenting that Yuan Yi had ignored her advice and insisted on divorcing Lin Tianlu, exhausting herself in the kitchen as a chef, and now facing scorn. She deserved it. They all felt that Yuan Yi brought this upon herself. After all, they had advised her for an entire month against divorcing Lin Tianlu, suggesting she cling to him. Even if he strayed, couldn't she simply turn a blind eye and continue with her life? She refused to listen, determined to seek hardship, and now, the consequences had arrived. They wanted her to learn that ignoring their counsel would lead to a life of suffering ahead. Now she surely understood. They awaited the moment when Yuan Yi would be home, weeping profusely, filled with regret for her past choices, pleading for their assistance. But they would tell her it was too late, that her pleas would be of no use. Do not come to them for solace. Of course, they possessed no ability to aid Yuan Yi. All they had was the capacity to witness her downfall and mock her. After all, she had ignored their advice. Let her suffer. Let her endure the consequences. The following day, the trending topic continued to garner attention. The Strawberry Sweet Donuts fanbase surged by a remarkable 100,000 in just 2 days, an unprecedented surge in popularity. She beamed as she observed her overflowing inbox and private messages brimming with commercial collaborations. She was indeed thriving, truly flourishing. With the current trajectory of her traffic, she would soon ascend to the status of a prominent influencer, and a single advertisement could yield tens of thousands. The exhilaration of her newfound fame compelled her to boast to her husband, "Did you see? I told you my choice was not misguided. If we had followed your suggestion to praise that other establishment, would we have achieved this success? It was my decision to create that critique video that made it all possible." Her husband, at that moment, found himself at a loss for words. Witnessing the explosive data, any lingering guilt evaporated. He lifted the strawberry sweet donut, exclaiming, "My wife is incredible. She truly has an eye for talent." Just then, a new entry appeared at the bottom of the trending list, unassuming yet rapidly climbing. The tide had turned. The infamous private dining establishment was unexpectedly deemed delicious enough to bring one to tears. Ding, ding, ding. Multiple notifications popped up on the back end of Strawberry Sweet Donut. Her husband's management dashboard buzzed incessantly with messages from fellow industry peers. The man assumed these individuals were reaching out to congratulate him. He opened his computer, cheerfully preparing to respond, only to find that they had forwarded 2 videos and a trending topic. Truly awful and overpriced private dining? A spectacular reversal. Zhen really knows how to eat. A Hao's exploration of the most popular avoid at all costs dining. Strawberry, quick, look at these 2 videos. Your avoid at all costs video has been turned around. The man exclaimed. He opened the 2 videos and, at a glance, he recognized they were also tasting dishes from Yuan's private dining. Yuan's braised pork, mapo tofu, and spicy eggplant. Those astonishing dishes he had relished at Yuan Yi's home reappeared before him. This time, the 2 videos have vividly presented the genuine evaluations of these dishes. Friends, I captured footage of the kitchen, where every dish was meticulously crafted by a talented female chef, devoid of any pre-prepared ingredients. Oh, this braised pork is simply divine. The fatty portions are not greasy at all, being fragrant and tender, possessing a delightful stickiness. Taking a bite feels nothing like consuming fat. Wow, It's so delicious it can make one swallow their tongue. The men are suddenly drenched in cold sweat. They have been caught off guard so swiftly. However, although they initially had no intention of revealing the restaurant's name, once the heat began to rise, they noticed someone mentioning it and chose not to delete it. But how could the other party locate their restaurant so quickly to shoot a reversal video? Darling, what's wrong? Strawberry Donut is still basking in the joy of potential fame. Her mind is now flooded with thoughts of how, after this wave of profits, she will purchase a new car, a new bag, and travel abroad. Wait, should we first look at cars or bags? Wife, come see this, a man interrupted her, urging Strawberry Donut to look at the computer. As she stepped forward, she was astonished to find their trending topic. Her gaze fell upon the top trending search, which was indeed about them. We are incredible. We maintained the top spot for almost a day. But just as she uttered this, she suddenly noticed her ranking plummeting, replaced by a new trending topic, the reputation reversal. The unscrupulous private kitchen is unexpectedly delicious to the point of tears. Strawberry Donut. A sinking feeling gripped her heart. Darling, what is this? Wife, we've been caught in a reversal. The man's face reflected fear and despair. Almost instantaneously upon seeing this news, the comments about Strawberry Donut's establishment turned hostile. Formerly mocking netizens transformed into furious critics, questioning why the taste at their restaurant differed so drastically from that at others. The malicious intent to slander that once thrived now rebounded with equal ferocity. Ding! At that moment, they received a call from the Cyber Administration. Chapter 66. The Moment of Reckoning. Golden Sun Kindergarten. Once more, it was lunchtime, and Yuan Min hurried over to Xiao Sui Sui. What do you want now? Xiao Sui Sui looked up at her. Yuan Min scoffed, tilting her chin. Do you want to know what my grandmother said about your mother yesterday? Xiao Sui Sui furrowed her little brow, sensing that Yuan Min would have nothing good to say, and turned to walk away, ignoring her. Lin Sui Sui, why are you leaving? Didn't you confidently claim your mother's cooking was superb? Yuan Min shouted after her. My mother's cooking is indeed very good, Xiao Sui Sui asserted firmly. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Yuan Min laughed exaggeratedly. Everyone online knows your mother's cooking is terrible, yet you still refuse to admit it. At this moment, a group of children gathered around. Seeing them approach, Yuan Min gleefully proclaimed, Moreover, my grandmother, Lin Sui Sui's grandmother, said yesterday that your mother is a dreadful cook. She deserves the scorn. Ah, Lin Sui Sui's mother is a dreadful cook. The children echoed, while Xiao Sui Sui continued to insist that her mother's cooking was the best. I too have heard it, and I have long envied her. It turns out she was deceitful. I have not lied. My mother's cooking is indeed the finest. Xiao Sui Sui's anger flared once more. Yuan Min, noticing her agitation, raised her chin with pride and declared, Yet the entire internet knows that your mother's cooking is unpalatable. Is the entire internet you speak of this very one? At that moment, a male voice interjected. Xiao Peng approached, holding a mobile phone aloft. He had just been with the teacher, who was watching a video, and upon joining, he discovered it was none other than a video featuring Sui Sui's mother. The video showcased Sui Sui's mother's culinary skills, and many were praising her cooking. Xiao Peng lifted the phone for everyone to see, drawing a crowd of eager little ones, while he enthusiastically narrated in the center. Yesterday, I dined with my father on the dishes made by Sui Sui's mother, and they were truly delectable. This braised pork is incredibly fragrant, and the tofu is so tender, while the fried chicken drumlets are simply exquisite. I devoured 2 bowls of rice, my belly nearly bursting. Xiao Peng's words illuminated the eyes of all his classmates. Folks, it's absolutely phenomenal. Wow. Come and see this braised pork. I have never tasted such delicious braised pork before. The enticing voice of the food blogger echoed alongside. The little ones all began to drool, suddenly finding the bland, oily lunches at kindergarten utterly unappealing. Wow. So this is the food prepared by Sui Sui's mother. It truly looks scrumptious. I recognize this uncle. My mother is fond of watching his food broadcasts, and she says everything he recommends is genuinely delicious. Then it seems Sui Sui's mother's cooking is indeed remarkable. I also wish to partake. Sui Sui, your mother is truly impressive. The children, previously swayed by Yuan Min, were now captivated by the food video, and the genuine compliments instantly shifted their allegiances. They were young, lacking discernment, yet they simply followed the majority. Now, the truth has reversed. The entire internet is praising. They certainly would not continue to believe Yuan Min's words. Yuan Min stared in disbelief at the latest video presented by Xiaopeng, shocked to see that what she had considered irrefutable evidence, an internet full of scorn, had transformed into one brimming with acclaim. She was rendered speechless. How has this happened? At experimental primary school, Yin Mo had been closely monitoring the situation regarding Yuan Yi until he stumbled upon the fresh food broadcast video and the trending reversal. All the disparaging comments from yesterday directed at Yuan Yi had been entirely overturned. A multitude of individuals realized they had been deceived by Strawberry Sweet Donut, and now they were all turning to denounce the unscrupulous self-media for their fabrications in pursuit of popularity. Strawberry Sweet Donut faced a backlash, as a crowd surged to question her about the stark contrast between her reviews and others. When she briefly resurfaced, she attributed the discrepancies to different stores, attempting to divert attention. However, with video evidence so easily verifiable, she was once again caught in her own trap and faced harsh criticism. Some individuals unearthed her past shoddy advertisements, where she had exaggerated everything, and her reputation was irreparably tarnished. The public no longer trusted her, disregarding her explanations, and the tide turned against her. She could have provided an authentic review and praised Yuan's private kitchen, although the traffic might not have been substantial. The genuine and high-quality content of the video would have undoubtedly attracted a wave of followers. However, she chose the path of malice, deliberately defaming to garner attention, which led to her downfall. The account of Strawberry Sweet Donut has completely collapsed. To make matters worse, they received a warning and a fine from the Cyberspace Administration. On that very day, Strawberry Sweet Donut removed the trending video and issued an apology letter, publicly expressing regret to Yuan's private kitchen. As a result of this tumultuous turn of events, Yuan's private kitchen gained considerable notoriety. Previous reviews from longtime patrons, which had previously languished in obscurity, were suddenly unearthed and appreciated. In this era where traffic reigned supreme, a reversal is the most captivating spectacle. Yin Mo, upon witnessing the latest developments, couldn't help but smile. His father had always been reliable in his dealings. He took out his watch and sent a congratulatory message to Yun Xiao. "Well done, Dad." Receiving his son's succinct praise, Yun Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly, a faint smile gracing his face. It was the first time the father and son had both invested their thoughts in the same matter. He also noted the current favorable reputation online and the apology from Strawberry Sweet Donut. The issue with Yuan's little eatery had been resolved smoothly, and his spirits soared. After the news was disseminated, Yin Mo found himself surrounded once again. "Yin Mo, your mother-esque cooking is truly delicious. Indeed, I have never tasted such exquisite eggplant. Even my father was singing its praises yesterday," exclaimed 3 classmates who had dined with him the previous day. Hearing their compliments about Yuan Yi, Yin Mo felt elated. "Next time you come, I'll treat you to drinks," he generously offered. "Sure. Yes, I'll bring my sister along." The group engaged in cheerful conversation. However, within their small circle, a female classmate, Wang Qian, tugged at Zhao Lin's hand. "Zhao Lin, is your mother's cooking really that good? My mother said her place is unclean, and the internet claims it's both expensive and unpalatable, advising me not to go there." Zhao Lin shook her head in response to Wang Qian's words. "Yesterday, my mother imparted a valuable lesson. There is an abundance of false information online. If you believe everything you hear, you will undoubtedly be proven wrong." Yet, despite Zhao Lin's admonition, Wang Qian remained skeptical. "But so many people have said it. Can it really be false?" Just then, Fang Yi excitedly dashed over. "Come quickly and see. The blogger who previously warned against Yun Mo's mother has issued an apology. She intentionally slandered her." The turnaround was swift and unexpected. Wang Qian was left speechless. Chapter 67. "Mr. Yin, you are truly impressive." The heat rapidly surged, reaching a crescendo. Most netizens had viewed the situation. In the office of the director of Chaofa Group, Lin Tianlu sat in his chair, staring blankly at his phone. A whole day had passed, and Yuan Yi had still not contacted him. The negative news surrounding her shop remained at the top of the trending list. He furrowed his brow in concern. He understood the immense difficulty of enduring negative news and online harassment, a burden too great for Yuan Yi to bear. Yet, he could effortlessly alleviate her troubles with a mere gesture. Nevertheless, why had Yuan Yi not sought him out? Lin Tianlu genuinely cared for Yuan Yi. His initial refusal to allow her to divorce stemmed not only from his lingering feelings for Huolingyan, but also from his sincere desire to remain with Yuan Yi. He recognized her as a remarkable woman, and he was painfully aware that Sui Sui was his biological daughter. How could he possibly let go? However, Yuan Yi was obstinate. Upon discovering her infidelity, she unhesitatingly opted for divorce, never considering the possibility of granting him another chance to reclaim her from Huolingyan. Perhaps if that had occurred, he would have laid aside his grievances, fully relinquishing Huolingyan to embrace a life with Yuan Yi. Yet, her resolve to divorce was unyielding. The moment she insisted on their separation, he harbored thoughts of making her regret her decision. He deliberately froze her funds, leaving her financially destitute, fully aware that a divorced woman with a child and no money would struggle to survive. He recognized his own malice. However, he believed that if she found it unbearable and returned to him, he would undoubtedly support her and their child. After all, she was his beloved wife and their daughter. He could never forsake Yuan Yi. Staring at the dimly lit screen of his phone, he clicked on a media friend's WeChat message with his other hand, waiting for the moment Yuan Yi would relent and divorce that man named Yun. Yuan Yi, please come to him. You cannot endure this. Ding! At that moment, a new trending topic flashed across his screen. A turnaround in reputation. A disreputable private restaurant had surprisingly garnered praise. The apology letter from the strawberry donut shop. Lin Tianlu. He was astounded and clicked to investigate further. The situation had reversed. Yuan Yi's establishment had regained its reputation, and the blogger had issued an apology letter. In that instant, Yuan Yi's crisis was averted, and she had defied the odds. As Lin Tianlu absorbed this news, he stood in shock, realizing he had seemingly missed something crucial. The one who felt the most satisfaction from the apology letter was Su Feifei. Before the letter was issued, the owners of the strawberry donut shop had proactively reached out to Su Feifei and Yuan Yi. The husband of the shop called Su Feifei's landline, tearfully expressing apologies and hoping to earn their forgiveness, imploring them to cease the online harassment against them. Upon hearing his words, Su Feifei unleashed a torrent of invective upon him. Harassment? Who had harassed them? Was it not they who had initially spread falsehoods, slander, and maliciously incited others against her establishment for their own gain? They merely sought to clarify their reputation. The online harassment they faced was entirely of their own making, a fire they had ignited that had now burned them. How dare they shamelessly approach her, begging for an end to the harassment? Shameless and despicable. She unleashed a day's worth of vitriol upon that wretched man. After berating him, Su Feifei promptly blocked all means of communication with him, including the accounts he had used to contact them. All were blocked, just as they had done to her. What they are currently experiencing can only be described as a manifestation of cause and effect. They have brought this upon themselves, and thus, they cannot endure the consequences. A sense of relief washed over Su Feifei, and with that, she promptly declared that the establishment would not operate that evening. Tonight, she intended to host a celebratory banquet to commemorate this event, and simultaneously take a well-deserved break. The shop had been open for nearly a month without any respite. Seizing this opportunity, she decided to grant everyone a half-day off. When Yun Xiao returned from work, he was greeted by the sight of the shop's door closed. What was amiss? Hadn't the public opinion been clarified? Yi Xiao felt a pang of anxiety upon seeing the empty premises. The recent media battle had been orchestrated by him, aimed at helping the president's wife's small shop navigate through this minor hurdle. Could it be that the fierce struggle had overwhelmed them, causing the shop to falter? Yin Zhao's brows instinctively knitted together, a trace of seriousness in his gaze. He reached for the door handle, but before he could push it open, the door swung wide from the inside. Bang! Fireworks erupted, and colorful confetti filled the air. Inside the quaint establishment stood 2 rows of people. Yuan Yi, Su Feifei, Yusu, Qin Quan, along with Xiao Sui Sui and Yun Mo, all gleefully holding small paper flower poppers, radiating joy. Welcome, welcome, they chimed in unison. Yin Xiao inquired, what is all this? Yi Xiao couldn't suppress a chuckle at the scene. We're here to welcome you both. Su Feifei exclaimed, waving colorful streamers, especially to our great benefactor. Mr. Yun, without your brilliant strategy, we would not have triumphed so swiftly and decisively. Thank you, thank you. Yu Su gave Yin Xiao a thumbs up, acknowledging his prowess. This time, I must concede, one only truly understands the difference through comparison. Yesterday, Yuan Yi's ex-husband came to flaunt his superiority, claiming he could resolve matters and have the trending topics retracted. But, following Yun Zhao's counter-strategy, we methodically and decisively overcame this turmoil. In light of this comparison, I must admit that Yun Xiao possesses considerable strength. Uncle Yun is amazing, declared Yun Mo super amazing. Echoed Xiao Sui Sui, energetically tooting a longorn. Yun Zhao's brows unfurled, a smile blossoming on his face. At that moment, Yuan Yi approached, her visage beaming as she looked at him. Mr. Yun, you are truly remarkable. Those 6 simple words filled Yun Xiao with immense satisfaction, a wave of comfort emanating from deep within him. A mere act of assistance had brought him such fulfillment, more so than the countless weighty business battles he had fought over the past decade. He gazed at Yuan, whose smile was radiant and even bore a hint of admiration, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. It's nothing, he replied modestly. Your idea was truly brilliant. Without you, we certainly would not have navigated this so swiftly and effortlessly. Yuan Yi sincerely complimented him. Although Yuan Yi and Su Feifei were more than capable of dealing with the malicious online attacks, they were not cowards. When confronted with provocation from ill-intentioned individuals, they would undoubtedly retaliate. However, it was clear that they would not have achieved such rapid and smooth resolution without Yun Zhao's assistance. Yuan Yijin sincerely appreciated that Yun Xiao remained calm and composed during the crisis, methodically guiding them through each step and actively assisting in contacting the influencers to fill videos. She extended her hand to give Yun Xiao a hearty thumbs up. Yun Xiao glanced at Yuan Yi's raised thumb and felt a sense of comfort. Let us eat, he urged. Indeed, this afternoon, we are closed for business, only celebrating our success. Su Feifei and Yu Su chimed in. Yi Xiao observed the joyful atmosphere and decided to take his leave. You all enjoy the celebration, he said, although he had contributed significantly. As he was the one who had executed much of the work, he felt out of place amidst their festive gathering. Mr. Yi, where are you going? Come join us. They insisted. Yes, you are one of our major clients and have helped us immensely. Please sit down and eat with us. Su Feifei and Yu Su pulled Yi Xiao back to take a seat. Everyone gathered together in a delightful camaraderie, raising their glasses in celebration. Welcomed warmly, Yi Xiao found these people truly admirable. Perhaps he would discreetly invite some friends to support their business later on. Chapter 68. Riding the wind home, the dinner extended until 8:30 in the evening. The patrons in Yuan Yi's little shop engaged in lively conversation, primarily driven by the loquacious Su Feifei and Yu Su, whose endless chatter kept everyone entertained. They chatted until little Sui Sui and Yun Mo had fallen asleep. Eventually, Su Feifei and Yu Su, feeling fatigued themselves, noted the time and called an end to the celebration, encouraging Yuan Yi and Yun Xiao to take the children home to sleep. Having consumed a bit of alcohol and with the children in tow, Yuan Yi and Yun Xiao opted to walk home rather than ride their electric scooter. Yun Xiao carried one sleeping child in each arm, while Yuan Yi followed closely behind. Mr. Yin, would you like me to carry one? She offered. No need, Yun Xiao replied coolly. 2 small children combined barely weighed 50 pounds. There was no need for Yuan Yi to assist. Yuan Yi chuckled softly. Mr. Yin, you are incredible. Why the flattery again? Yun Xiao responded. I genuinely think you are amazing, Yuan Yi said sweetly beside him. Having had a little to drink, she looked up at the tall Yun Xiao, perceiving him as a powerful giant, full of strength. How could he possess such vigor? He effortlessly carried 2 children. Surely, his empty back could accommodate another little one. This thought suddenly blossomed in her mind. Taking 2 steps back, she noticed Yun Xiao ahead, his back appearing as inviting as a large bed. Suddenly, her mind raced, and she quickened her pace, leaping. Just as Yin Xiao wondered why the person beside him had fallen silent, he felt a weight settle onto his back. "Mr. Yun, please speed up," she exclaimed. The night breeze in Haicheng during early autumn was refreshingly pleasant. Yun Xiao, with 2 children in his arms and one on his back, advanced through the cool night air with purpose. His destination was home. Yuan Yi slept soundly until 10 o'clock. Today, she enjoyed an exceptionally restful slumber. She could not recall how she had returned home last night or what time she had fallen asleep. After her divorce and subsequent remarriage, it was the first time she had slept so long and so comfortably. There were no interruptions from the children, nor were there any bothersome trivialities. It was as if all her worries had been shielded away, allowing her to indulge in a peaceful sleep. That serenity was abruptly disrupted by the ringing of Su Feifei's phone. "Xiao Yi, have you left yet?" "Not yet. I haven't gotten up." Yuan Yi rubbed her eyes, questioning the time. "It's 10 o'clock. "What?" Yuan Yi suddenly perked up. "Is it really 10 o'clock already? You need to hurry. Our restaurant is bustling." Su Feifei exclaimed excitedly on the other end of the line. Having also enjoyed a deep sleep, she had awakened around 9 and, with a leisurely pace alongside Yusu, was supposed to head to the restaurant by 10:30. However, upon arriving at the entrance, she was greeted by an overwhelming crowd. There were throngs of people queuing both inside and outside, all eager to dine. The patrons, aware that the restaurant opened at 10:30, exhibited remarkable restraint, refraining from calling to hurry them along, patiently waiting in line for the doors to open and savor the delicacies within. Yuan's private kitchen had indeed garnered immense popularity. Once the controversies subsided, they were swiftly replaced by an avalanche of attention. A multitude of netizens flocked to sample the renowned dishes of this now famous restaurant. Seeing the overwhelming turnout, Su Feifei hastily called Yuan Yi again, urging her to open the doors. Upon hearing Su Feifei's words, Yuan Yi sprang into action, hurriedly washing up, dressing, and making her way to the restaurant. Upon arrival, she discovered that the number of patrons far exceeded what Su Feifei had described over the phone. From a distance in the old alley, a long line of people could be seen waiting, and as Yuan Yi approached, she realized they were all queuing for her establishment. The line stretched the entire length of the street. How astonishingly popular it was. Inside and outside their modest eatery, every table was filled. There was not a single vacant seat. Not merely empty tables, but empty spots. Whenever a table had 1 or 2 available seats, eager diners would quickly join in, disregarding the notion of solitary seating. With the sight of so many patrons, her pressure amplified, yet her motivation soared. She rushed to the kitchen, where Qin Quan was already deftly preparing a variety of dishes. Some of the meats had been marinated the day before and were now simmering on the stove, with him diligently doing everything he could to assist Yuan Yi. "Yuan Jia, how's my chicken casserole looking?" Yuan Yi lifted the lid to inspect the casserole, finding it well prepared with all the requisite ingredients, the meat perfectly seasoned. She nodded approvingly. "Qin Quan, turn off the heat in 5 minutes and let it sit for another 3. Afterward, drizzle with sesame oil and sprinkle with scallions." "Understood, Yuan Jia." Yuan Yi noticed the earnestness in Qin Quan's demeanor, her eyes brightening. He was quite impressive, capable, diligent, and eager to learn. This sparked an idea within her to take Qin Quan as her apprentice, imparting the secrets of Yuan's private kitchen. Without further ado, she swiftly washed her hands, donned her uniform, and seized the ladle, launching into a flurry of dish preparations. Yuan's private kitchen was on fire. At that moment, Chao Ying and her mother-in-law were passing by the corner of the old street. Zhang Liping, observing the long queue, felt an immediate curiosity. "What are you all queuing for? Are they distributing eggs?" "No, we are waiting to dine," replied a fellow patron. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liping couldn't help but curl her lips in disdain. These people must be wealthy and idle, queuing for a meal. How absurd. However, in Haicheng, it was commonplace to see people lining up. Previously, there had been queues for bubble tea, for bread, and at any given moment, throngs were assembled for various reasons. Zhang Liping and Chao Ying, realizing there was no bargain to be had, promptly departed. To them, it was clear that these were mere marketing ploys orchestrated by the businesses, a tactic of creating false scarcity. After all, They would never queue for such an extended period merely for a meal. As soon as they left, their spot was swiftly occupied by another group, who inquired of the person ahead, "Excuse me, is this the queue for Yuan's private dining?" Zhang Liping and Chao Ying exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 69. A comforting assurance upon reaching the entrance of Yuan's private dining. Zhang Liping and Chao Ying were taken aback by the overwhelming crowd. Every seat was filled, and they could hardly squeeze in. Attempting to enter, they were promptly ushered back to the end of the queue. Yuan Yi's little establishment is thriving, they thought, their expressions a mixture of envy and frustration as they returned home. They had anticipated Yuan Yi would be a shadow of her former self, lamenting her misfortunes and regretting not heeding their advice. Yet, how is it that she seemed to flourish? With her child cared for and her career blossoming, they found themselves the subjects of ridicule. At Yunding Group, Yun Xiao observed the surging reviews on the dining website for Yuan Yi's establishment. All glowing praises from patrons who had recently dined there, a slight smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Yuan Yi's restaurant has truly weathered this minor crisis. Just then, there was a knock at his office door. "Come in." Yi Xiao entered, clutching a stack of documents. "President, these require your signature." Yun Xiao extended his hand to receive the papers. He perused each one, reviewing the projects before signing his name. Soon, he had completed the tasks at hand. Yi Xiao then added, "By the way, President, there's one more matter." "What is it?" "The old residents contacted me, mentioning that Madam and Director Yun have not seen you and the young master for quite some time. They miss him dearly and are inquiring when you will bring him back." Hearing this, Yun Xiao's hand faltered as he put down his pen. "Tomorrow, perhaps. It's the weekend. I will take Xiao and Mo back for a couple of days." "All right. I will relay the message." Before long, a day had passed. In the evening, Yun Xiao and Yi Xiao arrived at Yuan Yi's restaurant for dinner. Upon arrival, they were met with an overwhelming crowd. As they entered, a staff member, carrying plates and wiping tables, spotted them and exclaimed, "Thank goodness, you're here. Please help us." Yun Xiao and Yi Xiao immediately set to work. Yun Xiao headed to the kitchen while Yi Xiao, adeptly rolling up his sleeves, assisted with serving the dishes. In the kitchen, two chefs were already hard at work. Chef Yuan Yi, while tending to her stove, kept a watchful eye on Qin Quan's station, offering guidance on the steps involved. At the perfect moment, Yin Xiao arrived to assist with chopping and washing the vegetables. The team worked diligently until 7 o'clock, not because the patrons had dwindled or they were overwhelmed, but rather, the restaurant had run out of ingredients. Every dish had been completely sold out, and the last few tables had not even bothered to order. They simply told Su Feifei to serve them whatever was available. Consequently, all the prepared dishes were exhausted. After selling the final plate of scrambled eggs, Su Feifei hurriedly informed the remaining customers not to queue any longer and to return tomorrow, promptly closing the restaurant door behind her. Thus, by just past 7 o'clock, their bustling day came to an end. Your establishment has become a popular hotspot. Such crowds will be a daily occurrence. You must consider hiring additional staff. Yi Xiao remarked, exhausted as she sat on a stool sipping bottled water. Su Feifei nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I posted job listings this afternoon, and I just received calls from candidates for interviews. I will have the positions filled by tomorrow." After discussing it with Yuan Yi, they decided to recruit 3 more employees, 1 full-time server, 1 full-time kitchen prep worker, and a part-time cleaning lady to wash the dishes. Their commercial dishwasher was struggling to keep up with the demand. Moreover, if the restaurant continued to be busy, they might need to hire another part-time worker. However, there was no need to overstaff, as their establishment was relatively small. Even doubling their staff might not suffice to handle the influx of customers. They had reached the capacity limit for a small venue, unless Yuan Yi and Su Feifei considered relocating to a larger establishment, akin to the 3-story restaurant once owned by Yuan Yi's father. However, such a major plan would be set aside for the time being, as a current restaurant had just opened and everything was still in the exploratory phase. Even if they had grand ambitions for a larger venue in the future, they understood the importance of taking measured steps rather than trying to achieve everything at once. Additionally, the surge in customers brought about by online exposure could cease unexpectedly. Rash expansions could lead to pitfalls, and they did not possess an abundance of funds. It was wiser to remain grounded, waiting to see how many genuine patrons would remain after this wave of interest subsided, thereby enabling a rational evaluation of whether to expand or establish a branch. In summary, their current plan was to temporarily hire 3 individuals to reach the operational limit of this small establishment. Yi Xiao nodded in approval of Su Feifei's hiring plan, deeming it quite reasonable. With a total of 7 employees, they would be able to manage the restaurant effectively, demonstrating that both Su Feifei and Yuan Yi were pragmatic individuals. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Su Feifei shivered at the sound, thinking, more customers? This is too much. She rose to inform the guests that they had run out of food and to return the following day. Upon opening the door, she was surprised to find it was a delivery. I ordered takeout, pizza, and fried chicken. Yuan Yi emerged from the kitchen, having shed her chef's attire, and exchanged a knowing glance with Yuan Xiao. There are no dishes left, and I'm too exhausted to wield a spatula, she declared. Let us make do with takeout. The others responded with enthusiastic support. Following a hearty meal of fried chicken and pizza, they concluded their dinner. Although these dishes paled in comparison to Yuan Yi's culinary creations, it had been a long time since they indulged in such fare, and driven by hunger, everyone relished the meal. Once they had finished eating and drinking, Su Feifei urged Yuan Yi to return and rest, as she, along with Yusu and Qin Quan, had responsibilities for cleaning and ordering supplies. As the principal chef of the establishment, Yuan Yi had worked diligently today, and it was imperative that she be allowed to retire early for the night. They must not tire her out. Yuan Yi and Yuan Xiao returned home with the 2 children. Upon arriving, Yuan Yi first took a warm shower. When she emerged, she discovered that Yuan Xiao had already lulled the children to sleep. This was the first time she witnessed Yuan Xiao in such a domestic role. They were seated on the sofa, illuminated by the soft glow of a lone lamp. Yuan Xiao sat in the center, narrating stories to the 2 children, who nestled beside him. Gradually, they drifted off to sleep, leaning against his legs and arms, resembling 2 little pigs in slumber. Witnessing this scene filled Yuan Yi's heart with warmth. She gazed at Yuan Xiao, who quickly lifted his head, their eyes meeting. Yuan Yi was instantly captivated by the depth of his enchanting, starry eyes. His gaze was profound, akin to an endless ocean, revealing the hidden strength and reliability that characterized Yuan Xiao himself. Cool, silent, yet remarkably dependable in crucial moments, instilling a sense of security deep within. As Yuan Yi locked eyes with him, she felt a sudden flush of embarrassment. Realizing her cheeks were slightly flushed, she hurriedly turned her head away. Oh, Yuan Yi, what are you staring at? At your age, are you truly falling for such trivial infatuations? She chided herself silently. With a swift motion, she picked up Sui Sui and carried her back to the bedroom for sleep. However, just as she lifted Sui Sui from Yuan Xiao's side, her weary arm faltered, but a hand swiftly steadied her elbow, securing Sui Sui. Hush, Yuan Xiao gently murmured, skillfully placing Xiao Mo down first. He then took Sui Sui from Yuan Yi's arms and cradled her into the master bedroom. Once settled, Sui Sui stirred slightly, and Yuan Xiao, with practiced ease, softly patted her back, once, twice, thrice, until she was soundly asleep, covered snugly with a blanket. He then returned to the children's room to carry Xiao Mo, who was already deep in slumber. After laying him down and tucking him in, the task was complete. Yuan Yi observed Yuan Xiao's nurturing process, a smile gracing her lips. It seemed that while she was away, he managed the children with such grace. Truly, Mr. Yin was remarkable. In her heart, she awarded him extra points for his efforts. Upon finishing his duties, Yuan Xiao emerged from Xiao Mo's room and found Yuan Yi still standing in the living room. Yuan Yi, she began to speak, but he interrupted, his gaze fixed on her wrist. Does your wrist hurt? Oh, she replied. Yuan Yi gently flexed her right hand, soothing it after a day spent cooking. As she spoke, her wrist was suddenly grasped by Yuan Xiao, who urged her to sit down, offering to massage it for her. Yuan Yi settled onto the sofa, allowing her entire arm to relax beneath his touch. She watched as Yuan Xiao skillfully located 2 acupressure points on her wrist, applying a measured pressure. A wave of discomfort surged through her, causing her brow to furrow momentarily. However, the ache in her arm soon began to dissipate. With a glimmer of surprise, Yuan Yi remarked, "You possess this skill as well." Yun Xiao, still focused on her wrist, responded with a nonchalant Trained from a young age in self-defense techniques, he had inevitably learned to manage minor injuries and ailments. He had acquired some knowledge of physical therapy from a professional physician he consulted in the Yun family. He knew exactly where to apply pressure for effective relief of arm, leg, or back pain. Under Yun Zhao's attentive massage, Yuan Yi felt the discomfort fade. She gazed at the man before her, noting the intensity of his deep-set eyes, which were now concentrated on her hand. His chiseled features, combined with a serious demeanor, rendered him exceptionally handsome. A man devoted to his task possesses an irresistible charm, particularly when he is earnest in his care for her. Just as she felt her heart flutter at the thought of his allure, a bold notion surged within her. She longed to lean in and plant a kiss upon his right cheek. Yet, as this daring thought crossed her mind, Yun Zhao's voice broke the moment. "I have something to tell you." "I wasn't thinking about kissing," Yuan Yi blurted out, nearly revealing her intention, and hastily redirected the conversation. Yun Xiao lifted his gaze, a curious expression crossing his face as he seemed to inquire about her earlier words. Yuan Yi quickly flashed a smile, a blend of shyness and sweetness, tinged with a hint of playful cunning, as if she had narrowly escaped exposure. "It's nothing. What is it you wanted to say?" Her smile captivated Yun Xiao, momentarily distracting him. He regained his composure and continued, "Tomorrow, I plan to take Xiao Mo back to my parents' house. They miss him." He had promised to bring Yun Mo home today, and felt it necessary to inform Yuan Yi. Without hesitation, Yuan Yi agreed, "Sure, no problem. But where do your parents live? Is it far?" Since their marriage, Yun Xiao had never proactively mentioned his parents to her. The only instance had been when she and Su Feifei had just opened their small shop, and they had discussed family responsibilities. Yuan Yi had suggested inviting his parents to help care for the child, but he had firmly declined, stating that he could manage everything without their assistance. Indeed, their little household had been functioning quite well without the involvement of his in-laws. Now, hearing Yun Xiao mention his parents prompted Yuan Yi's curiosity, leading her to inquire further. "My parents are from Haicheng and live in the suburbs, not far away," he replied succinctly. "Oh," she responded, intrigued. As Yuan Yi listened, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "How about I accompany you back?" she suggested. "I can ask Feifei to leave work early tomorrow. If it's near Haicheng, we can make it in time." Yuan Yi took the initiative to propose going back with Yun Xiao. After all, even an unattractive daughter-in-law must meet her in-laws, right? She looked eagerly at Yun Xiao, only to be met with his icy reply, "No need. I can take Xiao Mo back alone." Yun Xiao dismissed her without hesitation. In an instant, Yuan Yi felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. At that moment, Yun Xiao had finished checking her wrist and advised, "Make sure to take breaks while cooking tomorrow. Do not overexert yourself." "Oh," she responded softly, turning to retreat to her room. Hearing her subdued tone, Yun Xiao glanced up and noticed her demeanor had shifted entirely from the lively spirit she had just displayed. She looked somewhat dejected, like a little kitten that had been kicked aside, hastily returning to her room. What was wrong with her? The following morning, when Yuan Yi awoke, she discovered that Yun Xiao had already left with Yun Mo. Yes, Yun Xiao had mentioned, "I am taking Yun Mo to visit his grandparents today." Gazing at the empty room, Yuan Yi felt a twinge of discomfort. Unbeknownst to her, she had grown accustomed to the lively presence of Yun Xiao and his son in the house. Yet, her mind wandered back to the subtle test from the previous night. She had bravely taken a step towards Yun Xiao, only to have her hopes dashed by a splash of icy reality. He was unwilling to take her to meet his parents. A slight heaviness settled in her heart, leaving her at a loss for words. At that moment, little Sui Sui emerged from her bedroom with tousled hair. "Mom, where are brother and Uncle Yin?" Yuan Yi forced a smile. "They went to Grandpa and Grandma's house." Upon hearing this, Sui Sui responded with a long "oh," followed by a cheerful, "Then I hope they have fun." Yuan Yi gazed at her daughter, who remained undeterred and full of energy despite the circumstances, and let out a long sigh. "Oh, Yuan Yi, you desire too much," she thought. It's far simpler for little Sui Sui to understand. They're merely visiting his parents. What does that have to do with her? Besides, They're just two people in a second marriage, cohabiting together. The flicker of hope that had briefly ignited in her heart was swiftly extinguished once more. Chapter 71. The old residence of the Yuan family at Yuan, located on the outskirts of Haicheng. Yuan is a sprawling French-style estate encompassing 400 acres. The imposing black iron gate, measuring over 10 meters in length, was opened by two uniformed guards, while a line of security personnel stood in neat formation to welcome a black Maybach as it drove in. "Welcome home, young master and little young master." The guards saluted with synchronized precision, their movements impeccably standard. The security personnel at Yuan are all highly trained veterans. The man seated in the car nodded slightly, his expression indifferent as he gazed ahead, calmly continuing deeper into the estate. Yuan is vast. This is merely the outer gate of his family's manor, with over 500 meters still to the main villa. This distance encompasses a modest front garden, followed by an even larger garden at the rear. The front yard was adorned with an array of tall, opulent greenery. As the Maybach glided through the verdant landscape, it reached a bamboo grove, where the view suddenly expanded. Adjacent to the bamboo forest stood an exquisite 5-story villa, resplendent with French palace-style carvings. The grove itself was framed by a rectangular pool, with an unobstructed vista that led directly to the expansive gardens at the rear of the estate, culminating in the boundless beach and sea beyond. In addition to the two grand gardens at the front and back, the estate boasted a private beach, its sand meticulously sifted and laid out, offering an exceptionally soft surface that would never cause a single discomfort underfoot. This was the most luxurious and expensive villa in the coastal city, without rival. The Maybach came to a halt beside the pool in Bamboo Grove, and as the vehicle settled, the butler approached to open the door. "Young master, you have returned." The kindly butler, Old O, greeted. Yun Xiao nodded slightly, disembarking with an air of aloofness. The butler continued to hold the door open. "Young master." "Hello, Grandpa O." Yun Ma flashed a smile at him. "HM?" Old O was momentarily taken aback by the smile. The young master seemed different somehow. Having watched Yun Ma grow since childhood, he noted that the boy had always been rather cold, polite, yet rarely smiling. "I'll carry you down," he offered, extending his gloved hand to lift Yun Ma. Yun Ma declined, stating, "I can get down myself." He stepped out of the car, and as he did, Yun Xiao extended a hand. Without hesitation, Yun Ma grasped it, and the two, hand in hand, entered the villa in a natural and unremarkable manner. Old O watched with wide eyes, astonished. This is different, truly different. When did their relationship become so intimate? The father and son had previously been as distant as two glaciers, neither willing to allow the other any closeness. What had transpired? Unbeknownst to him, during the past 2 months, Yun Xiao had been personally caring for his son, bathing him, and soothing him to sleep. Was it any wonder that their bond had flourished? Even the most aloof individual cannot resist the transformative power of such persistent, gentle affection. Moreover, they had always harbored love for one another, merely lacking the means to express it. Yun Xiao naturally held his son's hand as they entered the villa. "Young master, your father and mother are already waiting for you in the dining room," Old O informed, trailing behind. Yun Xiao nodded and led Yun Ma to the dining area. In the lavishly decorated dining room on the first floor, 3 maids stood by the long French dining table, where 2 individuals sat at either end, both engrossed in their meals. Had Yuan Yi been present, she would undoubtedly have been astonished and would have remarked on how fortunate it was that the two were dining separately. Had she prepared a traditional Chinese feast, they would hardly have been able to partake. Grandfather, grandmother, seated quietly at the dining table, 2 individuals heard the voice of Yun Mo. They looked up to see Yun Xiao returning with their precious grandson. "Xiao Mo, you've grown quite a bit," exclaimed Yun's father and mother, immediately noticing the significant increase in his height. "Come over here to Grandpa." Yun's father beckoned with a warm smile. Obediently, Yun Mo walked over, while his grandfather pinched his shoulder, exclaiming, "Ah, splendid. You've grown taller and sturdier." Yun Mo had been quite picky with his food, which had adversely affected his development. He relied heavily on nutritional supplements for essential nutrients, struggling to gain strength. However, after 2 months apart, he appeared noticeably more robust. His height surged impressively, and he had put on some weight. When his grandfather pinched him, It was evident that he was solidly built, devoid of any flabbiness. This transformation was undoubtedly attributed to the meticulously balanced meals prepared by Yuan Yi. Each meal consisted of at least 2 bowls, perfectly suited for his growth spurt. In his prime developmental phase, his appetite soared, propelling his height upward like a rocket. There was simply no comparison to the meager nourishment provided by liquid supplements. It seems you have been diligent in your responsibilities, nurturing your son well, Yun's father remarked with satisfaction, casting a glance at Yun Xiao. All right, let us eat. Yun's mother interjected. Throughout the meal, she maintained a serious demeanor, softened only when observing Yun Xiao, and Yun Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Taking a seat with Yun Mo, they positioned themselves at the center of the long table, one on each side, facing one another, though they were separated by a distance. It felt closer compared to Yun's father and mother, who sat at opposite ends of the table. In the Yun household, mealtime was a silent affair. Each person had their own serving, quietly wielding their knives and forks as they savored the dishes on their plates. The meals at the Yun residence were exceptionally lavish, featuring not only Western delicacies such as bread, pasta, bacon, and sausages, but also traditional Chinese options like congee and noodle soup. Should anyone desire something different, they could simply request it from a maid, who would prepare on the spot. The kitchen in the Yun home eclipsed Yuan Yi's entire residence in size, stocked with an abundance of fresh ingredients. Daily, the supplies of vegetables and meats were replenished, ensuring that the meat served was freshly slaughtered, while fish and shrimp were always live. The vegetables were delivered within half an hour of being harvested. With such an array of fresh and plentiful ingredients, one could always summon the chef to create any desired dish. After all, this was the residence of the wealthiest individual in Haicheng, opulence redefined. However, as Yun Mo gazed at the heaping portions of food before him, he suddenly lost his appetite. The freshly steamed German sausages appeared dry, and the freshly baked bread lacked any allure. Even the Chinese delicacies, such as dumplings and buns, failed to emit a tantalizing aroma. There was no impulse to sample any of it. He patiently lifted a sandwich, crafted from a variety of ingredients, to take a bite. Yet upon tasting it, the combination of cheese and cold ham resulted in a dry, waxy texture that coated his mouth, leaving an oily residue on his palate. He could not resist lifting a bowl of steaming soup to his lips. The meticulously crafted abalone and sea cucumber Buddha jumps over the wall, soup melted in his mouth. The rich essence of abalone, sea cucumber, and pork ribs nearly made Yun Mo retch. Oh, how he suddenly yearned for the simple, yet exquisitely delicious home-cooked meals prepared by Aunt Yuan, which ignited an insatiable desire for the essence of food. Chapter 72. The onset of forced marriage. Yun Mo had only taken a few bites before he set his bowl aside. Observing her grandson's meager consumption, Yun Mu furrowed her brow. Why was he eating so little? Had he not yet overcome his pickiness? Her tone was stern. She was not a grandmother who indulged her grandchildren. Rather, she was the most formidable figure in the Yun family. She had raised Yun Xiao with high standards and strict expectations, never once expressing affection or concern, while she appeared to dote on Yun Mo, revealing the love she harbored for him, albeit with her characteristic severity. Should Yun Mo falter in any regard, she would not hesitate to admonish him. In her attempts to eradicate his pickiness, she had resorted to stern measures, but Yun Mo had stubbornly refrained from eating or drinking for 2 days, refusing to comply with her wishes. The entire family had become alarmed. After all, he was the Yun family's only grandson, and no one could afford for him to come to harm. Yun Xiao had even suggested that they could simply provide him with nutritional supplements as an alternative, insisting that no one pressure him, which finally led Yun Mu to relent. If it had been her own son, Yun Xiao, she would have certainly found a way to correct him. Hearing his grandmother's grave tone, Yun Mo instinctively tensed up, just as Yun Xiao's voice reached him from across the table. I've already eaten out with little Mo, and I'm quite full, he interjected, coming to Yun Mo's rescue. Admittedly, he too was reluctant to partake in the family meal. Although the food was exquisitely prepared, it failed to stir any appetite within him. Upon hearing Yun Xiao's words, Yun Mu chose not to press further. Yin Fu glanced at the two of them before speaking. Since you've had your fill, you may both return to your rooms. All right, Yin Xiao replied as he led his son upstairs. Once they had departed, Yun Fu and Yun Mu continued their silent meal. Devoid of conversation, Yun Xiao cast a glance back at them as he and his son entered the elevator. He had grown up in an oppressive environment. His parents had entered into a marriage of convenience, devoid of any emotional connection, and their personalities clashed, leading to a cold and distant household. After Yun Zhao's birth, they found a common topic of conversation in their son, yet their high standards and strict upbringing left little room for anything else. Yun Xiao had never experienced a semblance of parental affection. As he matured, he too faced familial pressures to enter into a marriage. Little Mo's mother, like him, had been coerced into a union against her will. Determined not to repeat the fate of his parents, Yun Xiao aspired to take control of the Yun Ding group, achieve success, and gain a voice, ultimately planning to divorce and set them both free. However, he was haunted by the memory of his parents' desperation for a grandson, compelling them to manipulate circumstances so that little Mo's mother would conceive. Tragically, she had died during childbirth, leaving a suffocating atmosphere throughout the household. Upon returning to the ancestral residence of the Yun family, he could not help but furrow his brows. At this moment, they had reached the third floor, outside Yun Mo's room. As Yun Mo approached the door and grasped the handle, he turned to the butler, Old O, and said, "Grandfather O, please replace my door lock with an electronic one." "An electronic lock?" Old O inquired, puzzled. "Yes, one that can be opened using fingerprint and facial recognition," Yun Mo replied. He had already contemplated this decision while recording his fingerprint and face at Aunt Yuan's house, intending to install a similar lock in his own bedroom. He was determined to abandon the antiquated lock. His words took Yun Xiao by surprise. Turning his gaze towards Yun Xiao, Yun Mo exchanged a knowing glance with him, one that conveyed understanding. Yun Xiao, of course, comprehended the implication immediately. It was the same type of lock as the one at Yuan Yi's home. The mere thought of Yuan Yi brightened his spirits, dispelling much of the gloom that had shadowed his entrance into the Yun family residence. A fond smile unconsciously spread across his face as he looked at Yun Mo. "Let us replace my room's lock as well," he instructed Old O. Old O glanced at Yun Xiao in confusion, only to catch the unmistakable camaraderie in their exchanged glances. Instantly, he grasped the situation and refrained from further inquiries. "Yes, young master and young master, I shall attend to it at once." He hurried down to arrange for the electronic locks for both of them. What more was there to question? The young master and young master shared a delightful secret. Throughout the day, after dinner, Yun's father and mother each spent time with Yun Mo. To be precise, it was Yun Mo who entertained both of them. He was the one providing them with emotional value, for they were rather stern individuals, both tightly wounded and serious. After a day of accompanying them, Yun Mo felt utterly exhausted. By dinner time, he decisively pulled Yun Xiao aside and said, "Father, may we return home a bit earlier?" "Father, I miss Auntie and Sway Sway," Yun Mo implored, his eyes wide with longing. Yun Xiao met his gaze, and he too longed for Yuan Yi's cozy abode. He yearned to return to that small house, which, though modest and smaller than his own kitchen, possessed a charm that drew him in. He longed to recline on the sofa there and share meals around the little round table with family, rather than sitting at this long table, quietly consuming the same monotonous fare as always. Noticing the glimmer of yearning in his son's eyes, Yun Xiao took Yun Mo's hand. "Father, mother, I have matters to attend to and plan to take Xiao Mo home first." Upon hearing his words, Yun's father and mother furrowed their brows in unison. "What matters do you have? You just returned." Yi Xiao had informed me that Yun Ding Group was currently stable, with no major projects on the horizon. Maintaining his composure, Yun Xiao fabricated an excuse. "I have a new business plan and intend to embark on a new project. With no existing projects, one must create new ones. What of it?" Yun's parents, upon hearing their son's words, harbored no suspicions, for he was indeed a diligent workaholic. Since he took over Yunding Group a decade ago, he has been wholeheartedly devoted to the development of the enterprise, pouring all his energy into work. This unwavering dedication has indeed yielded remarkable results. And now Yunding Group stands more prosperous than ever. Cloud's father, suppressing a hint of dissatisfaction, gently advised Shower, "It's commendable that you have such ambition, but there is no need to overexert yourself. Indeed, Cloud's mother added, one must not neglect family due to excessive work. Have you forgotten about Xiao Mo's mother? Enough. At that moment, Xiao interrupted her, his expression grave. I intend to take Xiao Mo back. His tone was firm, a direct notification to both of them. As they had broached the topic he most dreaded, Cloud's mother, taken aback by his words, realized she had struck a nerve, but insisted, wait. There are some things that must be said. Xiao Mo's mother has been gone for quite some time. It is time to let go of that past. Even if not for us, you should consider what is best for Xiao Mo. That's right, Shower. You should contemplate remarriage. You always claim to be busy. So why not channel that busyness into finding a new partner who can care for Xiao Mo? The girl from the Jiang family has had a fondness for you for many years. I believe she would be a good match, Cloud's father pressed. In this moment, the two who usually exchanged not a word stood in unified support. Cloud Xiao understood their intent. Their call for him to return was not out of concern for Xiao Mo, but rather an attempt to pressure him into marriage. Xiao Mo, we're leaving. Chapter 73. A new apprentice today, Yuan Yi shared a cup of master tea with Qin Quan, officially accepting her as her apprentice and teaching her the art of Yuan family cuisine. Before his passing, Yuan Yi's father had wished for the culinary legacy to flourish. Yet after his death, Zhang Liping sold the family business. Now, Yuan Yi had taken up her father's craft once more, determined to elevate Yuan family cuisine to new heights. In pursuit of this goal, she understood that she must not keep her skills hidden. She needed to take on apprentices. The more she could teach, the more her father's culinary art could blossom. Furthermore, with the booming business at their small eatery, accepting an apprentice would significantly lighten her own workload. For the sake of her own well-being and the long-term prosperity of the shop, Yuan Yi needed to find someone to assist her, lest she end up like her father, worn out from overwork. She still wished to live a long and joyful life. When Qin Quan received Yuan Yi's proposal to learn the craft, it struck her as if she had won a 5 million lottery. No, Yuan Yi's skills are worth far more than that. The fact that she was willing to impart her knowledge directly to her overwhelmed her. On the spot, she knelt before Yuan Yi, bowing deeply 3 times to acknowledge her as master. Yuan Yi, taken aback by such a display of reverence, felt a bit embarrassed. It was a new era, after all, and such formalities seemed unnecessary. She quickly helped Qin Quan her feet and offered her a cup of tea. Then, she sent her 200 yuan via WeChat as a token of a master's red envelope. Thus, they became teacher and student. As Qin Quan received Yuan Yi's red envelope on WeChat, she felt deeply moved, and at that moment, she resolved in her heart, from now on, her first loyalty would be to the country, and her second to Yuan Yi. Long live the Yuan family. After completing the collection from Qin Quan, Su Feifei welcomed 3 new recruits to the team during the day. They now have a professional cutting apprentice in the kitchen, a dishwasher, and a front-of-house server, bringing the total number of employees in their quaint establishment to 7. Following the grand opening, the staff has been tirelessly engaged, as today's customer influx surpassed even that of yesterday. According to the typical economic cycle of popular eateries, their little shop is poised to ride this wave of enthusiasm for at least half a month, and the peak of customer traffic has yet to be realized. Fortunately, the 7 employees are more than sufficient to manage this modest space of around 40 to 50 square meters. By approximately 7 in the evening, the team had completed their tasks, as the dishes had once again sold out. Su Feifei had doubled her order compared to yesterday, yet by 7 o'clock, everything was gone. That's it. I've made my decision. We will close at 7 from now on, Su Feifei declared sternly after sending the guests outside. She resolved not to increase her dish orders any further. They would maintain the same quantity as today. Once they sold out, they would close. Selling out at 7 means closing at 7. And if they sold out by 6, then they would close at 6. Su Feifei firmly refused to let the bustling business compel her to continually increase production. Even though they were making over 10,000 in net profit daily, she remained resolute. Her initial aspiration for entrepreneurship was to seek freedom. She would not allow herself to become a workhorse. The ideal scenario she envisioned was to run a familiar business for the local community along this old street, bustling during the lunch and dinner hours. while enjoying leisurely afternoons with her close friend beneath the shade of the banyan tree, savoring melon and sipping milk tea. A simple yet fulfilling life. Earning a modest income of 10 to 20,000 a month would suffice. Earning 100,000 a month might be feasible, but she feared she wouldn't have the life to enjoy it. It was better to take things slow and steady. After all, only after this surge in traffic would they truly understand the real state of their shop. One must not be dazzled by sudden popularity. Upon Su Feifei's declaration, Yuan Yi and the others, weary from their day, sat on their stools in support. Just then, the little shop's bell jingled. Su Feifei instinctively glanced toward Yuan Yi. "Did you order takeout again?" she asked as she approached the door. "No, I had Qin Quan save some dishes. He is preparing dinner for us in the back." Yuan Yi repeated. "Then who could it be?" Su Feifei wondered, intending to send the person away. As she opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of two figures, a tall one and a shorter one. The older one was handsome, and the younger one was equally charming. The striking father-son duo never failed to capture attention. "It's you two," Su Feifei exclaimed, surprised to see Yun Xiao and Yun Mo, especially since Yuan Yi had mentioned that Yun Xiao had taken Yun Mo to visit his parents today. "What brings you back so soon?" "Nothing in particular. Just came back early," Yun Xiao replied. Yun Mo, having spotted the little girl, eagerly rushed towards her. "Sway, sway. Little Mo Gidge." Little Sway Sway was overjoyed to see Yun Mo return, bouncing with excitement as she ran to greet him. "I brought you something delicious." "What is it?" "Your favorite cheese sticks," Yun Mo announced, opening the food box to reveal a treasure trove of cheese sticks inside. Previously, I had mentioned to Sway Sway that the cheese sticks made by his family's housekeeper were particularly delectable. Today, upon returning home, he asked Butler Lao to prepare a box specifically for Sway Sway. Upon seeing the box filled to the brim with cheese sticks, little Sway Sway was overjoyed and embraced Yun Mo, exclaiming, "You're amazing, brother Mo. I adore you the most." Yun Mo, enveloped in Sway Sway's exuberance, found his own spirits lifted. The oppressive atmosphere of the day at Luyun dissipated entirely. Indeed, he relished being in the company of Aunt Yuan and Sway Sway. "Shall we dine together?" "Absolutely." The two children, filled with glee, skipped over to the small table by the window to enjoy their treats. Their joy was infectious, brightening the mood of others in the establishment. Yun Xiao observed little Sway Sway's exuberance upon seeing Yun Mo and felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation stirring within him. He pondered whether he, too, would experience such delight. Spotting Yuan Yi seated by the window, he approached her and greeted, "I'm back." At that moment, he recalled the glimmering admiration in her eyes from the previous day, warm, bright, and deeply satisfying. He found himself quite fond of the way she looked at him. However, to his surprise, the usually attentive Yuan Yi merely lifted her gaze today and said in a nonchalant manner, "Oh." After saying this, she stood up and announced her intention to check on Qin Quan in the kitchen. She left, just like that, ignoring him, not even acknowledging his presence. Yin Zhao's heart sank unexpectedly, and his eyes widened slightly. Turning his head, he saw Yuan Yi had already entered the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, she emerged alongside Qin Quan, both carrying dishes. "All set, dinner is served," she cheerfully announced, her sparkling gaze sweeping over everyone, including Yun Xiao. Yet, he distinctly sensed a shift. Something was amiss. Chapter 74. Yuan Yi's attitude toward him had changed indeed. It was different, although Yuan Yi smiled at him, not offering him a cold shoulder as before. Yun Xiao felt acutely that her demeanor had noticeably cooled. Previously, her gaze had been unique, imbued with a kind of light he could not articulate. Today, that light was absent. A tumult of emotions surged within Yun Xiao, leaving him feeling quite unsettled. The meal proceeded in a warm and harmonious atmosphere, save for Yun Xiao. Dinner had been prepared by Qin Quan under Yuan Yi's guidance, featuring several dishes that met her standards. The taste, while slightly lacking compared to Yuan Yi's own culinary prowess, was imperceptible to most. Even Yun Mo devoured 2 bowls heartily, remarking, "Auntie's cooking is the best." Yuan Yi, hearing his words, gently ruffled Yun Mo's hair, saying, "Today, it was Uncle Qin who cooked." "Uncle Qin?" Yun Mo questioned, puzzled, His dishes taste similar to yours. That's because he is now my apprentice, and I have imparted my skills to him, Yuan Yi replied. Yin Mo nodded in understanding. No wonder the dishes were so similar to what Annie made. At that moment, Yin Xiao realized why he had little appetite today. It was not the cuisine crafted by Yuan Yi. It was far less delectable than her culinary creations. Just then, Yuan Yi inquired, Mr. Yun, you have eaten very little today. Is there something amiss? Upon hearing Yuan Yi's attention directed towards him, Yin Xiao felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. She noticed that he had barely touched his meal. She, indeed, regarded him differently than others. That little woman. It's nothing, Yin Xiao replied, a touch of pride mingling with his aloofness, claiming merely to lack an appetite. His casual dismissal, however, left ample room for Yuan Yi to probe further, questioning the reasons behind his lack of hunger and whether he felt unwell. Yet, as he waited expectantly, he soon realized Yuan Yi had turned her attention to Qin Quan instead, her face alight with a smile as she remarked, you did well. Everyone could hardly discern the difference. Just practice a bit more, and learn to control the heat precisely, and you will be flawless. Yes, master. Qin Quan responded with a booming voice. In that instant, Yin Xiao comprehended the truth. Yuan Yi was not concerned about him. Her focus was entirely on the feedback regarding Qin Quan's dishes. She was invested in the food, in Qin Quan, not in him. Master, when I prepared the eggplant earlier, something fell off. It seems less flavorful than when you make it. That's because your coating of the eggplant needs adjustment, Yuan Yi explained, engaging in a deep culinary discussion with Qin Quan. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, so radiant that she paid no heed to anyone else around them. Watching her, utterly absorbed in her conversation with Qin Quan, an uncomfortable sensation welled up within Yin Xiao. Yin Mo, he suddenly exclaimed, standing up, sway, we are heading home. His voice boomed, startling everyone in the room. Yin Mo and Sway looked at their father in astonishment. What had come over Uncle Yin? Su Fei and Yu Su exchanged puzzled glances as well. The most surprised of all was Yuan Yi, who, while sharing culinary insights with her apprentice, was taken aback by the sight of Yin Xiao's cold, grim expression. Before she could inquire, he had already taken the children by their hands, leading them home. What has come over Mr. Yin? Su Fei curiously asked as they departed, leaning on Yuan Yi's shoulder. Yuan Yi watched Yin Xiao's perpetually aloof figure, her brows slightly furrowed, unsure of the reason. She had no idea. She and Yin Xiao were merely cohabiting, not deeply connected or emotionally involved. How could she possibly understand what troubled him today? Perhaps it was his displeasure at returning home? Yet, that was beyond her concern. He had not even taken her back with him, nor introduced her to his parents. Yuan Yi dismissed the thought. Half an hour later, Yuan's private kitchen dimmed its lights and closed its doors, and everyone returned to their respective homes. Yuan Yi instinctively waited at the door for Yin Xiao to arrive on his electric bike, but after standing there for a few moments in foolish anticipation, she recalled that today's working hours had changed, and she had yet to inform him. After pondering for a while, she decided against sending a message. Yin Xiao had just brought the children home and might still be busy with them. So, she chose to walk back by herself. As she made her way, Yu Su and Su Fei, who were riding out, spotted her. Xiao Yi, hasn't Mr. Yin come to pick you up? Su Fei inquired. I just forgot to tell him that our working hours have changed, Yuan Yi replied with a smile. Indeed, you should have informed him. We finish early now, so he can come sooner. Su Fei nodded in agreement. Yu Su, attempting to assert his point, lifted his chin and declared, this Mr. Yun really lacks attention to detail. If it were me, I would message every day to check what time we finish work. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi could only respond with a glance. Su Fei, feeling touched, embraced Yu Su tightly, exclaiming, you are so thoughtful. Su. Yu Su, proudly lifting his chin, stated, to be a good husband, one must dote on their wife fiercely. How fortunate am I to have found my Su. Su Fei beamed with sweetness. Yuan Yi, having unexpectedly consumed a hefty portion of their affectionate display, hurriedly excused herself. You two should hurry along. I need to get back as well. Shall we give you a ride? Su Fei offered. Where would I sit? Yuan Yi glanced at the slender electric bike. In the front basket. There's room up there. They chimed in unison. Yuan Yi gestured towards them, You two, hurry up, or I'll tell on you. Ha, Xiao Yi, we're off. They called back. See you tomorrow, Sister Yuan. Yu Su twisted the throttle, and the two sped away. Watching them disappear, Yuan Yi retracted her hands. But as she gazed at their retreating figures, a twinge of envy flickered in her eyes. With a soft sigh, she turned and walked back to the Green City Huiting. On the 15th floor, the electronic lock of room 1501 clicked open. Yun Xiao, having just lulled the two children to sleep and sent them to their room, furrowed his brow at the sound of the door. Who could it be at this hour? As the door swung open, Yuan Yi stepped inside. Oh, you're back already? Yun Xiao was surprised to see her return. Didn't you finish work at 9? Yuan Yi met his gaze and replied. Fei Fei said we can leave as soon as we finish. After her statement, Yun Xiao simply responded with a nonchalant "oh." Following that, silence enveloped them. Normally, it would be Yuan Yi who initiated conversation, sharing trivial yet practical tidbits about their daily lives, to which Yun Xiao would listen intently and occasionally respond. However, today, Yuan Yi refrained from any further discourse, and with Yun Xiao remaining taciturn, she retreated to her room. Chapter 75. Why dwell on the unnecessary the next day, a weekend? Yuan Yi woke early to find Sui Sui and Yun Mo playing in the living room. It suddenly dawned upon her that it was indeed the weekend, and the children were home. Mom, Andy, Sui Sui and Yun Mo grinned widely upon seeing her. Good morning to you both. Yuan Yi smiled in response to their cheerful expressions. At that moment, Yun Xiao emerged from the kitchen, adorned with an apron and wielding a spatula. Nowadays, breakfast at home was prepared by Yun Xiao, who would take the dumplings or buns that Yuan Yi had previously wrapped and frozen, boiling or steaming them to perfection. Typically, before bedtime, Yuan Yi would soak rice and ensure that the refrigerator was stocked with prepped ingredients. Yun Xiao would then set the rice cooker, combining all the elements to create a nourishing porridge. After all, Yuan Yi was now also working, leaving little time for the meticulous preparation of family meals. She had previously conveyed to Yun Xiao that she too needed to contribute financially, and that they were transitioning into a dual-income household, which meant he had to shoulder more responsibilities. If he was dissatisfied with breakfast, he could always consider dining out. In essence, the task of preparing breakfast had been entrusted to Yun Xiao. As Yun Xiao stepped out of the kitchen and noticed Yuan Yi's radiant smile, he greeted her warmly with a good morning. Yuan Yi, upon hearing his greeting, lifted her gaze to meet his eyes and reciprocated with a cheerful good morning. She wore a smile, intentionally avoiding any cold demeanor or indifference towards him. Her reaction was as it always had been. After exchanging pleasantries, she joined the children, engaging in playful activities with them. Yun Xiao stood there, observing the gentle smile on Yuan Yi's face, yet a peculiar sense of something amiss lingered in his heart. Yes, there was indeed something lacking. He suddenly recalled that on weekends, Yuan Yi would rise early to join him in the kitchen, sharing in the preparation of breakfast and exchanging light-hearted banter. However, today, she had chosen to be with the children instead of him. Upon realizing this shift, Yun Xiao's brows furrowed slightly as he watched Yuan Yi, animated and cheerful in the company of the children, feeling an unfamiliar sensation in his heart. Just then, the sound of boiling water emanated from the kitchen, prompting him to hurriedly return to his culinary duties. As breakfast concluded, Yun Xiao remained silent throughout, for no one sought his company. The children were entirely engrossed with Yuan Yi, showering her with compliments, especially Yun Mo, who, after a visit to the old residence, declared that Yuan Yi's cooking was the best in the world. Even though today's meal was merely reheated by his father, all credit belonged to Yuan Yi. His accolades brought an uncontainable smile to Yuan Yi's face as she eagerly served him more food, her heart and mind consumed with thoughts of her children. Seated nearby, Yun Xiao could distinctly feel the chill of being overlooked. A creeping coldness enveloped him, yet no one noticed his presence. After the meal, he silently began to clear the dishes, wearing an expression of icy detachment. Just then, Yuan Yi entered the kitchen. "Mr. Yun," she called out, and upon hearing her finally utter his name, Yun Xiao's eyes brightened. She had remembered him. Clenching the bowl in his hand, he replied coolly, "You can leave. I can manage on my own." He resented that she only thought of him at the last moment, offering her assistance when he did not require it. After his words fell silent, he heard Yuan Yi respond from behind. I came to prepare lunch. There are too many people at the restaurant right now, and I'm worried you won't find a seat for lunch. It's better to prepare something at home for the children first. Yuan Yi spoke as she donned her apron, opened the refrigerator, and retrieved the vegetables, completely ignoring Yin Xiao, who was tidying up the kitchen. Yin Xiao observed Yuan Yi bustling about with a sense of disarray in his heart, feeling quite uncomfortable. Moreover, what she had just said was rather telling. She mentioned preparing meals for the children first, without a single mention of him. He was incensed. With a huff, Yin Xiao placed the last bowl into the dishwasher and slammed the door with a frosty demeanor as he exited. Yuan Yi sensed that Yin Xiao seemed a bit displeased today. She cast him a curious glance. What was amiss? Had she offended him in some way? After a moment as contemplation, she concluded that there was nothing. Nothing unusual had transpired today. She had greeted him in the morning and was now preparing lunch for the three of them. After pondering for a bit, she decided not to dwell on it. After all, they were merely cohabiting. Why burden herself with unnecessary thoughts? Once the meal was prepared, Yuan Yi stepped outside. Upon exiting, she noticed Yin Xiao playing with the children. Sui Sui and Xiao Mo were engaged in a matching game, adorning Yin Xiao's hands with stickers. This sight warmed Yuan Yi's heart. Children truly require the companionship of adults. Even if it meant merely being present as a tool, that was sufficient. She could not help but feel that, from Sui Sui's perspective, her second marriage was not in vain. Having someone to help care for Sui Sui was enough for her. She bid farewell to everyone, briefly explained the meal preparations in the kitchen, and then departed. The children responded with cheerful goodbyes, except for Yin Xiao. However, Yuan Yi paid no heed to Yin Xiao's lack of acknowledgement. Watching the little woman disregard him once more, Yin Xiao's teeth clenched in frustration. What was wrong with Yuan Yi? Did she truly not care about him? The day's bustling activities swiftly came to a close. Today, they finished earlier than the day before. By 6:30, the shop's vegetables had sold out, prompting Su Feifei to decisively announce the closing of the store. Yuan Yi emerged from the kitchen and took out her phone to message Yin Xiao, inviting him to bring the children to the shop for dinner. Not long after, a reply from Yin Xiao arrived. We've already eaten out. He had taken the children out for a day of fun and had treated them to dinner, Western cuisine. Eating Yuan Yi's homemade dishes day after day could become monotonous, so a change of flavor was quite welcome. Little Sui Sui was delighted, as they had dined atop the splendid Mingzhu building in Haicheng, with Yin Mo and Yin Xiao assisting her in cutting the steak. Upon reading Yin Xiao's message, Yuan Yi hesitated briefly before responding with a simple okay. Well, there was no issue with that. She tucked her phone away, ready to join the others for dinner. Meanwhile, on the other side of the phone, Yin Xiao waited in vain for a long time. After Yuan Yi's brief reply, no further messages came through. She only replied with an okay. She didn't inquire further? Inquire about where he took the children today, what they dined on, and whether he found it exhausting to manage them alone. Above all, a standard compliment is essential. She does not always praise him. It is not as if she continuously exclaims, "You are truly remarkable." No, none of that, just a simple good. And that is the end of it. Yin Xiao confirmed that Yuan Yi had indeed concluded her day, switched off his phone, and tossed it onto the sofa. He was uncertain about what was troubling him. It was simply irritating. Chapter 76. Analyzing Yuan Yi's situation shortly after 7 in the evening, everyone dispersed. Su Feifei and Yu Su, riding on their electric bike, spotted Yuan Yi walking home alone and caught up to her. Xiao Yi, where is your mister? You to pick you up? I didn't ask him to come. There are still 2 children at home. Yuan Yi replied with a smile. At 6:30, she had sent a message to Yin Xiao about dinner, but hadn't directly informed him that they had finished work. Although she had mentioned the previous day when they would conclude their shift, it was possible that Yin Xiao hadn't heard or realized it. Of course, he could have been preoccupied with the children and simply forgotten to come for her. In any case, he had not shown up today. However, when Su Feifei and Yu Su questioned her, Yuan Yi felt a bit embarrassed, taking the blame upon herself by stating that she hadn't invited him. Well, he could have brought the children along to pick you up. It's still early. Su Feifei Zima? She believed her best friend's reasoning was flawed. It was only a little past 7, and they could easily stroll together as a family of four. Never mind, it's just a few steps. I'll walk back. It's perfect exercise. Upon noticing Su Feifei's intent to expose her, Yuan Yi began to run. Hey, you silly woman, slow down. Su Feifei watched as Yuan Yi dashed away, veering towards her home. Don't exhaust yourself. Go back and rest well. After Yuan Yi had run off, Su observed her retreating figure, shaking his head. Something isn't right. What do you mean? I feel that Sister Yuan and her Mr. Yin have been acting strangely lately. Su replied, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Oh, Su Feifei sensed an oddity as well. You were right. Xiao, he just made it clear she didn't want her mister. You need to pick her up. But why? It sounds so close. A simple message would suffice for him to come. If she were in the previous state of affection towards Yin Xiao, she would have surely messaged him directly to come and fetch her or to bring the children along. But now, Yuan Yi finds herself unable to utter those words. If Yin Xiao does not come, then so be it. She will not proactively reach out to him, for fear of being doused with a bucket of cold water amidst her expectations. Su Feifei also sensed that Yuan Yi had withdrawn in this relationship. She felt that her dear friend and her second husband seemed to have developed a minor rift. That man, I have long suspected, is not a good man. Su remarked. Really? Su Feifei's eyes widened in surprise. He is both cold and arrogant. Living with a man like him must be quite exhausting for Sister Yuan. Su asserted with understanding. Yin Xiao, being older and exuding the aura of a successful individual, was entirely different from someone as cheerful and youthful as himself. Men, in their perpetual quest for comparison, often find themselves striving to outdo one another. This time, it was yet another opportunity for Su to voice his grievances about Yin Xiao. It is rather telling that someone as amiable as Sister Yuan could have even the slightest disagreement with him. It only underscores one undeniable truth. Yin Xiao is inadequate. Su Feifei, upon hearing his words, found them quite persuasive. Indeed, it seems one ought to seek a partner with a sunny disposition like that of Su, for life becomes infinitely more pleasant. Of course, Su, filled with a sense of satisfaction, tightened his grip on the accelerator. Buckle up, we are heading home. Yes, let's return. Upon arriving home, Yuan Yi was greeted by the sight of Yin Xiao entertaining the children in the living room with animated shows. The children, surprised to see Yuan Yi, exclaimed, Mom, you're back. Auntie, you returned so early today. Yin Xiao, too, was taken aback by Yuan Yi's return, which was even earlier than the day before. You're back already? Didn't you just message me while dining at the restaurant? You returned so swiftly, he inquired. Yuan Yi looked at him, somewhat speechless, and replied, that was half an hour ago. Half an hour? Yin Xiao suddenly lifted his gaze to the clock on the wall, realizing that indeed, it had been 30 minutes since Yuan Yi had messaged him. He recalled her mentioning the previous day that she would finish work whenever the store closed. Today, she had messaged him to invite him to dinner, which he understood meant the store was closing. He was supposed to go to Yuan Yi. Yet, Yin Xiao found himself lost in thought. After waiting for a response from Yuan Yi for quite some time, he sat alone on the sofa, feeling vexed. This sense of frustration lingered until Yuan Yi returned home on her own. I'm sorry, I forgot to pick you up. Yin Xiao awkwardly admitted upon seeing her walk back in. Hearing him say he had forgotten left Yuan Yi feeling slightly disheartened. So, he truly did forget. However, she quickly composed herself, assuring him, it's all right, it's merely a 10-minute journey. Besides, you needn't pick me up anymore. My working hours are no longer fixed, and it would be inconvenient for you. With that, Yuan Yi headed to the bathroom for a shower. Yin Xiao wished to say more, but as he observed Yuan Yi enter her room without a desire to converse, he furrowed his brow and swallowed his words. Ah, why does it feel even more frustrating? The following day was a weekday. Yuan Yi woke up late, while Yin Xiao had already dropped the two children at school and kindergarten before heading to the office with a stern expression. Good morning, President. Yi Xiao greeted him cheerfully upon his arrival. He had enjoyed a pleasant weekend, and ever since the President's impromptu marriage to Yuan Yi, his demeanor had notably improved, allowing him to greet Yin Xiao with such enthusiasm. However, today, Yi Xiao's exuberance met with Yin Xiao's icy silence. Yin Xiao's eyes, as frigid as the depths of winter, cast a chilling aura that seemed to freeze anyone in its presence. What could possibly be amiss? It was merely a weekend. Why had their president reverted to his former self? President, is something wrong? Did something happen with Xiao Mo? Yi Xiao inquired cautiously. No, Yin Xiao replied. His voice is cold as ice. That is sheer stubbornness. Think quickly. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Yi Xiao's mind. Could it be that something has happened at the old residence? Indeed, Yin Xiao returned to the old house this weekend, and it is quite possible that discontent has arisen there. His words caused Yin Xiao to hesitate momentarily, yet he shook his head and replied, No. Then if there is nothing, I shall take my leave. Yi Xiao felt it prudent to depart hastily at this moment. However, just then, Yin Xiao called out to him. Wait a moment. Yi Xiao could not escape. He hurriedly exclaimed, Brother, brother, brother. I have been doing quite well lately, and the company is developing splendidly, with no issues at all. He feared that if there was something amiss in his performance, Yin Xiao would seek fault with him, so he rushed to clarify. Yin Xiao cast him another glance and said, I was hoping you could analyze what has been troubling Yuan Yi lately. Chapter 77. The Reflective Yuan Xiao. Yuan Yi. Yi Xiao was taken aback. The one who has captivated their president's attention is Yuan Yi. His gaze shifted to one of intrigue. Brother, what has happened between you and sister-in-law? He opted for sister-in-law rather than addressing her as Miss Yuan. I do not know. Yin Xiao did not correct him regarding the address. He furrowed his brow in recollection, stating, Everything seemed fine on Friday, but after I returned from Lin, she started acting strangely. Yin Xiao was completely oblivious to what had transpired. How could a mere visit to Liyuan transform Yuan Yi as if she were a different person? She had become indifferent to him, no longer paying attention or caring. Nevertheless, her demeanor towards the children remained warm and affectionate, leading him to feel that she had redirected all her previous attention towards him onto the children instead. What could be the cause of Yuan Yi's change? What could it be? Yuan Yi and Yin Xiao were merely a second marriage, both having children from previous unions. Since emotional reciprocation from Yin Xiao was lacking, it was only natural for her to invest all her focus and affection into the children. He does not want it. Others are eager for it. Listening to Yin Xiao's account, Yi Xiao gestured as if to draw a long pause. Brother, could you elaborate further? From Yin Xiao's description, it was impossible to discern what had transpired between them. Observing his steadfast superior, Yi Xiao resolved to help him untangle the sequence of events. How should I elaborate? Yin Xiao's brow furrowed deeper. It was simply on Friday night when I mentioned to her that I would be taking Xiao Mo back to Liyuan, and then I returned. Stop right there. Yi Xiao suddenly seized upon a critical point. Brother, how did you inform sister-in-law about taking Xiao Mo back to the old residence? It was quite normal. I said I would be taking Xiao Mo back for the weekend. By the way, she even asked if she should join us, and I replied that it wasn't necessary. Yi Xiao exclaimed, Brother, I may have discerned why sister-in-law is upset. Why? Have you considered what your parents mean to her? Yi Xiao cautiously reminded him. What do my parents have to do with Yuan Yi? Yin Xiao's voice trailed off. Your in-laws. His eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, it seems that Yuan Yi's initial discontent began when you refused to allow her to accompany you home. She left feeling quite disheartened. Is it because you did not let her meet your parents? Brother, when a daughter-in-law expresses a desire to meet her in-laws, yet you refuse, how do you think she feels? She might perceive that your family looks down upon her. At that moment, Yin Xiao fell silent, reflecting earnestly on the matter. Yi Xiao observed the contemplative Yin Xiao in silence, feeling a surge of hidden satisfaction. He had previously claimed to have no affection for the other. Yet even the slightest emotional fluctuation from Yuan Yi caused him to mirror that very sentiment. Hadn't he suggested that Yin Xiao promptly reveal his identity and pursue a proper romance? Yet, he stubbornly insisted he had no feelings for her. Brother, I must say, it would be wise for you to openly share your true self. Engage in a genuine relationship with her. She is quite a wonderful person, and if you have feelings for her, it is best to pursue her earnestly rather than shrouding everything in secrecy, lest such misunderstandings lead to discontent between you two. Yi Xiao offered this counsel with an air of understanding. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, Yin Xiao cast a cold glance in his direction, retorting, What nonsense are you spouting? I have no feelings for her whatsoever, let alone the prospect of a romance. Yi Xiao, observing Yun Zhao's serious demeanor, responded, very well, remain obstinate if you wish. I shall wait to see how long you can maintain this facade. Just wait until the moment arrives when your identity can no longer remain concealed, and you dare not speak of it. Will you regret it then? Yi Xiao was promptly dismissed by Yun Xiao, who now found his presence irksome. What a strategist! His analysis was utterly flawed. Nevertheless, Yi Xiao had made one valid point. Rejecting Yuan Yi's offer to visit his parents likely displeased her. Realizing he had inadvertently hurt Yuan Yi, Yun Xiao felt compelled to remedy the situation. However, he believed he had prematurely sent Yi Xiao away. Who else could assist him? Suddenly, a name surfaced in his mind. He picked up his phone and messaged Fang Yu. What do you do when you unintentionally upset your wife? Fang Yu responded with confusion. That evening, at 6:30, Yun Xiao once again did not bring the children to dinner. He claimed Yi Xiao was treating them and had taken them out for Japanese cuisine. Upon receiving this message, Yuan Yi replied with a simple acknowledgement. As the day drew to a close, Yuan Yi and her colleagues prepared to leave. Stepping outside, she was startled to see Yun Xiao waiting on his electric scooter. What? Why are you here? I can't pick you up, Yun Xiao replied from the scooter. Let us go. But didn't we agree yesterday that you wouldn't come? Ah, Xiao Yi, your Mr. Yun has finally come to fetch you. At that moment, Su Feifei and Yu Su emerged. Indeed, Mr. Yun, what's the deal? You never come. Always leaving Sister Yuan to return alone. That is not very gentlemanly. Their playful banter made Yun Xiao feel somewhat uncomfortable. I will come every day from now on, he declared. As soon as he finished speaking, the seat behind him sank as Yuan Yi sat down, urging him. Let us go, ignore them. Given the delicate nature of her relationship with Yun Xiao, she felt a strong desire to escape the teasing. Human nature is such that when relationships flourish and are upright, one feels no trepidation about what others might say. Discussions from others are met with indifference. Yet, when a rift arises, the bond between two individuals retreats into an obscure distance, rendering even the slightest remarks from others awkward. At this moment, Yuan Yi finds herself yearning to escape. However, she urges Yun Xiao, who remains immobile before her. What is the matter? Has the car broken down? You're not holding on properly. Just like before, hold me at the waist, Yun Xiao remarks. Today, Yuan Yi does not grasp his waist, but clings to the seat's base. Hearing this, her brows furrow slightly. What is this man attempting? What is he clutching? And why is he trying to embrace her? Are they even that close? When she refrains from holding on, Yun Xiao remains still. Su Feifei and Yu Su, the couple watching them, are amusedly observing the scene. Yuan Yi, feeling compelled, musters her courage and wraps her arms around Yun Xiao's waist. Her hand inadvertently brushes against his pocket, which is bulging with something hard. Take a look, he instructs her, his voice slightly coarse. Yun Xiao turns to her, indicating that she should retrieve the item from his pocket. Confused, Yuan Yi pulls out a small, exquisitely wrapped gift box. Chapter 78. Conquering her, Yuan Yi gazes in astonishment at the small gift before her. Is this for me? Open it and see, Yun Xiao encourages. Meanwhile, Su Feifei and Yu Su have eagerly gathered around them. Wow, what is it? A gift. Xiaoyi, hurry and unwrap it. Yuan Yi opens the gift box to reveal a stunningly delicate sapphire princess-cut diamond necklace. A minimalist setting cradles a modestly sized, yet breathtakingly beautiful blue sapphire, glimmering like a water blue star beneath the evening glow of the streetlights. Wow, what a gorgeous necklace! Su Feifei exclaims, her eyes wide as she admires the sapphire necklace in Yuan Yi's hands. It's so beautiful, truly remarkable. Xiaoyi, you must wear it. Yuan Yi feels a twinge of shyness. Wear it. Let's see. Su Feifei insists, eagerly helping her fasten it around her neck. The necklace soon adorns Yuan Yi's fair, delicate neck, sparkling exquisitely. It is undeniably elegant and exudes an air of sophistication. Wow, Xiaoyi, it looks stunning on you. Mr. Yun's taste is impeccable. This necklace suits you perfectly. It's so thoughtful, truly beautiful. Su Feifei praises incessantly, causing Yuan Yi's cheeks to flush. She glances at Yuan Xiao's reflection in the rearview mirror of his electric scooter, her eyes captivated by the shimmering blue gem around her neck. It truly is beautiful. We should head back now, she says, instinctively wrapping her arms around Yuan Xiao's waist as they hastily depart. If Su Feifei continues to shower her with compliments, she might find herself taking off the necklace to let her try it on. With a decisive command, Yuan Xiao accelerates the vehicle. Su Feifei stood in place, watching the sweet exchange between the two, her eyes brimming with envy. Ah, indeed, one ought to seek a partner of maturity. Love is not merely spoken, but demonstrated through actions. While Yuan Xiao may remain silent, his deeds are undeniably heartwarming. Su Feifei reflected on Yuan Xiao's unwavering reliability. A man who may not excel in words, yet excels in deeds, is rather commendable, isn't it? You who exclaimed, "Ah, once again I've been overshadowed by Yuan Xiao. How infuriating." Riding on a small electric scooter, Yuan Yi embraced Yuan Xiao from behind. Her heart, which had just been captivated by the sapphire necklace, gradually returned to tranquility. She released one hand to caress the necklace resting on her chest and inquired, what was the purpose of this gift? Yuan Xiao's deep voice responded, "It was my fault a few days ago." He continued, "It pertains to your inquiry about accompanying me to meet my parents." Yuan Xiao spoke candidly. "Your desire to meet them is perfectly valid. My refusal lacked justification, which was rather disrespectful." Today, Yi Xiao had provided him with insight, prompting his reflection. He realized that when he rejected Yuan Yi, he ought to have offered a reason rather than coldly dismissing her, as this could lead her to mistakenly believe that his family looked down upon her. Ultimately, it boiled down to a matter of respect. He recognized that neglecting Yuan Yi was unjust. Upon hearing Yuan Xiao's self-reflection, Yuan Yi couldn't suppress a giggle. Observing his serious demeanor and earnest analysis, she discerned that it was not merely a matter of respect, but rather one of affection. She yearned to extend her branches toward Yuan Xiao, to know him more intimately. Her heart had indeed been stirred. However, after a small test of her feelings, she realized that Yuan Xiao did not reciprocate her sentiments, prompting her to extinguish her enthusiasm. Now, as Yuan Xiao earnestly reflected on his lack of respect and offered an apology, Yuan Yi recognized that he had not truly fallen for her. Yet, what significance did that hold? His ability to demonstrate such respect, to keenly perceive her emotions, and to approach her with an apology was already commendable. After all, they had only known each other for 2 months. Despite their swift marriage, they were not yet lovers. How could she demand love from him simply because she had developed feelings? Excluding the element of romance, Yuan Xiao was almost impeccable, capable of earning a living, nurturing a child, and respecting her feelings. He had already proven himself an exceptionally qualified, if not exemplary, husband. As Yuan Yi listened to Yuan Xiao's apology, a sense of clarity washed over her. She resolved to refrain from fixating on his shortcomings and to move forward with him gradually and harmoniously. Given time, they might indeed cultivate a profound bond. However, this time, Yuan Yi vowed not to take the initiative. Until Yuan Xiao harbored feelings for her, she decided to remain observant. Well, regarding my family. Yuan Xiao's tone grew somber as he still grappled with how to introduce Yuan Yi to his family. Suddenly, he recalled Yi Zhao's words. He should have revealed his identity earlier to avoid the awkwardness that followed. However, as Yuan Xiao was caught in a dilemma, Yuan Yi spoke up, saying, "All right, if you haven't thought it through, you needn't say anything just yet. I will wait until you are ready to introduce me and sway to your family." With that, Yuan Yi no longer lingered on the matter nor pressed for answers. If Yuan Xiao wished to speak, he would. If not, he would remain silent. Upon hearing Yuan Yi's words, a wave of clarity washed over Yuan Xiao, as if an invisible weight had been lifted from his shoulders. How splendid! Yuan Yi would no longer inquire about it. At that moment, they arrived at the residential complex and parked their electric scooters in the designated area. After securing his vehicle, Yuan Xiao turned to see Yuan Yi removing the necklace from around her neck. Do you not like it?" Yuan Xiao asked, his brow furrowing slightly. Yuan Yi smiled softly and placed the necklace back into its box. "No, it's just that I work every day and cannot wear it. Moreover, the smoke from cooking is quite strong, and I fear it might tarnish the gemstone. Yuan Xiao replied, "This is a sapphire. If it gets tarnished, a simple wipe will restore its shine. If you like it, wear it." "All right, I appreciate your sentiment. I shall wear it on a more suitable occasion," she said, resolutely refusing to put it on regardless of Yuan Xiao's persuasion. Observing Yuan Yi, whose eyes had regained their former sparkle, he realized they lacked the previous flicker of admiration and the subtle thrill that had once stirred his heart. What was happening? Was it not due to his bringing Xiao Mo back to Lu Yuan? Oh dear, how perplexing are the thoughts of women. No, it was still that fool Yi Xiao who failed to provide him with the right analysis. Yin Xiao gazed at Yuan Yi, whose spirit remained vibrant. Yet the glimmer of admiration in her eyes had dimmed. He resolved to restore her previous gaze, to conquer her once more. Chapter 79. The couple's date in the morning at Yunding Group. After dropping off the two children at school, Yin Xiao arrived at the office. Just as he entered the elevator lobby, he encountered Fang Yu, who was waiting for the lift. "Good morning, President." Fang Yu greeted him with utmost respect. Yin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement and pressed the button for the exclusive elevator. Yunding Group was vast, with many employees arriving for work. During peak hours, one would even have to queue. Though it was not peak time, Fang Yu and the other ordinary employees were still waiting for the descending elevator. Yin Xiao glanced at Fang Yu. "Come in, let's go together." Suddenly, all eyes turned toward Fang Yu, who was taken aback by the attention. "President, I quickly get in." Yin Xiao, maintaining a cool demeanor, stepped aside to allow Fang Yu to enter. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Yu hurried into the elevator. Wow! Manager Fang entered the president's exclusive elevator. The boss personally invited him in. Wow! Manager Fang is impressive. I envy him. The boss must think highly of him. Outside the elevator, the others who had been waiting exchanged whispers about Fang Yu. Inside the lift, although Fang Yu could not hear their chatter, he realized that he had, in a manner of speaking, become the president's trusted confidant in the eyes of his colleagues. In truth, Fang Yu felt a twinge of insecurity, as he believed his performance was rather mediocre. Within the Yunding Group, there were numerous executives of his caliber, and the fact that Yun, the CEO, placed such trust in him was merely due to the reasonable suggestion he had provided the previous day. Yet, it seemed insufficient. At that moment, Fang Yu heard Yin Zhao's voice. As he lifted his gaze, he met the contemplative frown of his superior, who appeared to be pondering a perplexing issue concerning the future of their trillion-dollar conglomerate. However, as Fang Yu reflected on Yin Zhao's previous words, he thought, was yesterday's suggestion regarding how to win back one's wife's forgiveness after angering her? Indeed, Yin Xiao had followed Fang Yu's advice and gifted Yuan Yi a necklace. Yet, he sensed the outcome was less than satisfactory. Yuan Yi's attitude had improved significantly. During meals, apart from the children, she paid him some heed, but it was evidently insufficient. He needed more suggestions on how to garner her attention further. He glanced toward Fang Yu. Meeting Yun Zhao's gaze, Fang Yu trembled slightly and hastily inquired, "President, if gifts are ineffective, might you consider a private date for just the two of you?" Yun Zhao's eyes lit up. "In the past, after quarreling with my wife, I would send Fang Yi to stay with her grandmother for a couple of days. I would then spend quality time alone with her, watching movies and shopping, free from the interruptions of children, allowing our relationship to mend swiftly." The realization struck Yun Xiao. So that was it. Yuan Yi's diminished attention towards him was evidently influenced by the children. "Indeed, your suggestion is commendable." Yin Xiao embraced Fang Yu's advice and resolved to create a private world for just him and Yuan Yi that very evening. Soon, the night arrived. As usual, by 7 o'clock, the restaurant had cleared its dishes. In recent days, the customer flow had begun to dwindle, compounded by Su Feifei's habit of closing promptly, which adversely affected the establishment's momentum. However, due to Yuan Yi's exceptional culinary skills and the remarkable quality of her dishes, patrons who had dined there left nothing but praise, leading to several food bloggers creating videos to promote the establishment. Thus, their small eatery continued to thrive during the day. As closing time approached, patrons gradually dispersed. Su Feifei felt content with the current state. They had reached their peak, and there was no need to overextend themselves for more profit. Once their establishment had built a loyal clientele and accumulated more resources, they could then contemplate opening a larger venue to accommodate more guests. After closing around 7, the door chimed. "I know Mr. Yun has arrived," Su Feifei exclaimed upon hearing a knock, and promptly nudged Yuan Yi to answer the door. Yuan Yi thought, "At this hour, there are no customers left. Qin Quan is cooking, and we do not need to order takeout, so the only visitor must be Yun Xiao." Pushed by Su Feifei, Yuan Yi opened the door, and, as expected, it was Yun Xiao. Upon seeing him, a smile blossomed on her face, but the next moment, she glanced around for the children. Upon hearing Yuan Yi's immediate inquiry about the kids, Yun Xiao felt that Feng Yu's guidance was indeed sagacious. Indeed, once a woman becomes a mother, her child instinctively takes precedence. In the presence of Yuan Yi, he, a grown man, fails to ponder his own thoughts before inquiring about the children. As for Yi Xiao, he has taken the children out to play once more. Yuan Yi was momentarily taken aback. Yi Xiao delights in entertaining Xiao Mo and Sui Sui, insisting on caring for them. I had no choice but to let him take them away. At that moment, Yi Xiao, who was dutifully attending to the 2 children as if they were little emperors, suddenly sneezed twice. "Uncle Yi, are you all right?" Sui Sui asked with concern, gazing up at him. "It's nothing. I believe I may have caught a slight cold." Yi Xiao replied with a smile. "Then you should wear more clothes," Sui Sui exclaimed, taking a sticker from her cotton jacket and placing it on Yi Xiao's forehead. "I want to keep Uncle Yi warm. Uncle Yi, I need to go to the restroom," Yin Mo declared coolly as he leaped down from the inflatable castle in the mall. Yi Xiao, witnessing this, called out, "Xiao Mo, it's very high. Don't jump until I catch you." "It's all right," Yin Mo replied without hesitation, calmly jumping down. Yi Xiao swiftly scooped up Sui Sui with one arm while the other reached out to catch Xiao Mo just in time, ensuring that nothing befell the young master of the Yun family. Yet, he found himself half kneeling before the inflatable castle, burdened by one child in front and another behind, feeling utterly exasperated. Why must he, the unfortunate soul, endure such trials while their family SEO is merely engaged in romance? What was even more infuriating was that Yun Xiao refused to admit his affection for Yuan Yi or pursue her. Today, he had summoned Yi Xiao with the explicit command of looking after the children, clearly intending to use the opportunity for a date. That infuriatingly stubborn man. Why not boldly inform Yuan Yi that he is the wealthiest individual in Haicheng, the head of the Yun Ding Group and the heir of the Yun family, and then send both children to Lu Garden? Though Mr. Yun and the matriarch are quite stern, they genuinely adore children. They would undoubtedly relish the chance to care for the 2 kids, even if one does not share their bloodline. Sui Sui is so endearing and full of life. She would surely win their affection. Why must he, the solitary and pitiable figure, bear such burdens? Chapter 80. A simple happiness upon hearing that Yun Xiao had entrusted the children to Yi Xiao. Yuan Yi hesitated for a moment before graciously accepting. "All right. Yi Xiao's character is commendable. He has actively assisted in their shop during busy times, revealing himself to be a genuinely kind-hearted individual. His eagerness to take on the responsibility of caring for the children demonstrates that his goodwill is exceptional. What a kind and compassionate man. Then let us dine," Yuan Yi said as she walked toward the shop alongside Yun Xiao. Her apprentice, Qin Quan, was currently responsible for preparing dinner. During the day, Qin Quan could manage half of the cooking duties. He handled simpler dishes, while Yuan Yi focused on the more intricate recipes that required expert technique. With her apprentice stepping in and business thriving, Yuan Yi found herself feeling less fatigued. In fact, she now finished work earlier each day, granting her even more time to rest. Overall, Yuan Yi's professional life was flourishing splendidly. As her income steadily rises and her workload diminishes, Yuan Yi contemplates the prospect of taking on a few more apprentices, establishing her own culinary team, which would undoubtedly ease her burdens. In that scenario, she would only need to oversee the preparation of a few signature dishes, such as a renowned braised pork, while entrusting the other dishes to her apprentices. However, that is a matter for the future. At present, Yuan Yi is calling for Yun Xiao to join her for dinner. Yet, as she takes a few steps forward, Yun Xiao does not follow, but instead calls out to her, "Yuan Yi." "Yes? What is it?" "Today, let's dine out," Yun Xiao replies, producing 2 movie tickets from his pocket, "and perhaps catch a film afterward." The sight of the tickets leaves Yuan Yi momentarily speechless. A movie? Behind them, Su Feifei exclaims. Oh my, a movie! How romantic! Yuan Yi retorts, what movie are we watching? She turns to Yun Xiao, playfully chiding him. It is simply an ordinary day. Neither a romantic occasion nor a holiday. His sudden invitation to the cinema provokes her thoughts in unexpected directions. You've been getting off work quite early lately, so I thought we could enjoy a film together, Yun Xiao explains. Is that really necessary? We could just watch something at home. Why spend money on it? Yuan Yi genuinely believes this. She has recently recalibrated her relationship with Yun Xiao, focusing on nurturing their family together. She does not wish to dwell on trivial matters. Caring for their children is her priority. Watching a movie at home, alongside the kids, seems perfectly fine to her. Little does she realize that Yun Xiao intends to carve out a world just for the two of them. He has entrusted their little treasures to Yi Xiao, hoping to create a moment of intimacy away from thoughts of their children. All right, you two lovebirds. Su Feifei can no longer contain herself and nudges Yuan Yi away. Hurry along with your Mr. Yun to the cinema. Spare us from your public displays of affection. Yuan Yi protests. What public displays of affection? Su Feifei hands back the words Yuan Yi had shared with her a couple of days prior. As Yuan Yi is playfully pushed into Yun Xiao's embrace. Their eyes meet at an incredibly close distance, causing Yuan Yi's eyes to sparkle momentarily before she quickly suppresses it. Shall we go? Yuan Yi murmurs, lowering her gaze as she heads outside. Yun Xiao notices the glimmer in her eyes, and his heart skips a beat. This feeling feels oddly familiar. On their way, he feels a sense of accomplishment. Yes, he affirms, unable to resist a slight smile, casting a grateful glance at Su Feifei before turning to lead Yuan Yi out to the cinema. As they depart, Su Feifei watches them leave with gleaming eyes, thinking, oh, how wonderful. It's just a movie. She scoffs. We should go too. At that moment, Su wraps his arms around Su Feifei's shoulders. Inspired by Yun Xiao's enthusiasm. Let's watch 3 films. We will surely outdo them. Hearing his words, Su Feifei chuckles. Oh, Su, you're so adorable. All right, let us go. Thus, this couple sets off as well. Meanwhile, Qin Quan, who has just emerged from the kitchen with dishes, observes the empty restaurant left behind. The newly hired staff no longer linger in the restaurant for meals. Once Su Feifei calls for closing, they promptly finish their shifts, leaving Qin Quan alone in the establishment. He gazes at the spread of dishes he has prepared. Could it be? Am I the only one left? Despite the delightful flavors of Yuan's cuisine, Qin Quan finds himself tasting a hint of bitterness, reminiscent of dog food. The day swiftly concludes. A film screening comes to an end just as quickly. Watching a movie, after all, is devoid of any extraordinary events. Yun Xiao, ever the reticent and aloof individual, cannot even muster the energy to provide a review. Following that day, Yuan Yi slightly curtails her conversation, wishing not to appear overly eager. Thus, they finish the film in a tranquil manner, riding home together on an electric scooter. Along the way, Yuan Yi sits contentedly behind Yun Xiao. A sense of happiness fills her heart. The simplicity of daily life brings forth small joys. Mr. Yun, let's come to the movies often in the future, she suggests from the back seat. A moment later, Yun Xiao's response reaches her ears. All right. His mood seems rather pleasant. Indeed, quite comforting. At the entrance of her apartment complex, Yuan Yi encounters Yi Xiao, who has come to return the children. Mom, Annie, the 2 children, Sui Sui and Xiao Mo, rush toward Yuan Yi, who embraces them both tightly. After ensuring the 2 little treasures are unharmed and in good spirits, she breathes a sigh of relief. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Yuan Yi expresses her gratitude. Not at all. I'm not tired in the slightest. I genuinely enjoy spending time with the children, Yi Xiao replies with a smile that belies his inner exhaustion. After this evening of childcare, his perspective on a certain demographic has been irrevocably transformed. The full-time mothers. Who is it that daily claims these mothers live in comfort? They are, in fact, the hardest working and most exhausted individuals in the world. He finds Yuan Yi, capable of managing 2 children while pursuing her career, to be incredibly impressive. Is she not a superhero? He must remind their company president just how remarkable his wife truly is. Yuan Yi holds one child's hand in each of hers. Waving goodbye to Yi Xiao. Goodbye, Unliye. Yuan Mo maintains his aloof demeanor. Goodbye, Uncle Yi. Sui adds playfully, then turns to remind. Make sure to wear an extra layer when you go home. Don't catch a cold. Upon hearing Sui's heartfelt words, Yi Xiao feels a warmth spread within him despite the exhaustion of childcare. Children can be annoying and tiring, yet they possess an undeniable charm, particularly little Sui, who is exceptionally endearing. Just as Yi Xiao revels in the sweetness of Sui, he hears the icy voice of the company president. Well done. Let's continue this tomorrow. Chapter 81. The chaos of an ex-husband's family. Yuan Yi has been enjoying her life quite thoroughly these past few days. With apprentices at the shop alleviating her workload during the day and Yi Xiao assisting with the children in the evenings, she has relished a few days of leisure. Especially with her early departures from work. Strolling through malls and supermarkets with Yuan Xiao has rekindled a sense of ease reminiscent of the days before childbirth. Their relationship has experienced a slight rejuvenation. At the very least, Yuan Yi no longer fixates on the incident where Yuan Xiao doused her enthusiasm with cold water. Yuan Yi is not inclined to dwell excessively on trivial matters, as long as the mistakes are not of a fundamentally unforgivable nature. Minor disagreements and misunderstandings are best left in the past. Is this not the essence of ordinary life? Perfection is an illusion, and the other party, from the very beginning, hold a place in one's heart, capable of deciphering one's actions. Even Yuan Yi herself cannot fully comprehend Yuan Xiao. As the two navigate their relationship through these small frictions, as long as both are willing, they will undoubtedly come to understand each other more profoundly. In essence, Yuan Yi feels quite content with Yuan Xiao and is open to further exploration of their relationship. Conversely, ever since Yuan Xiao resolved to win her over, he has been particularly attentive to Yuan Yi's demeanor. He has perceived a marked improvement in her attitude towards him in recent days. Her smiles have multiplied, and her gaze lingers on him longer. However, the progress is not as swift as he had anticipated after his initial advances. Yuan Yi's fondness for him did not escalate as quickly as he had hoped. Their interactions are gradual, and the evolution of their feelings is similarly slow. It seems that conquering this spirited woman will not be an easy feat. He must remain steadfast. Meanwhile, as Yuan Yi and Yuan Xiao's relationship warms, her ex-husband Lin Tianlu and Huoling Yan find themselves in an increasingly frigid state. The distinction between romance and the mundane realities of life is stark. When he and Huoling Yan were in love, every interaction was exhilarating. Their love was intertwined with conflict, creating a tumultuous yet passionate atmosphere. However, once they wed, the exhilarating rush abruptly flattened into a vast expanse devoid of obstacles or thorns. Yet, with the absence of external challenges, they are left to confront the more bewildering minutiae of daily life. Lin Tianlu had not given it much thought. He merely desired a stable and ordinary existence. Now that they are married, he believed Huoling Yan should manage their home front while he labored to build his career. However, Huoling Yan had not embraced this role at all. She continued to indulge in outings with friends, shopping, and leisure, leaving household chores to hired help, refusing to lift a finger. Consequently, Lin Tianlu's expenses soared. His monthly salary reached approximately 80,000, and while he had anticipated a significant increase in wealth following the company's public listing, the real gain lay in his equity stake, which would yield no liquidity unless he resigned and sold his shares. Moreover, the year-end bonuses and dividends were matters for the future. Although he appeared to be earning $2 million annually, a closer examination revealed that his take-home pay was barely under 100,000 monthly. During his time with Yuan Yi, his monthly expenses included an 8,000 mortgage, 20,000 for his parents, and 10,000 for Yuan Yi, allowing them to live comfortably and save diligently. Now, however, his salary scarcely suffices to cover Huoling Yan's expenditures alone. Her credit card bills routinely surpassed 100,000 each month, compelling Lin Tianlu to draw from his savings. Tianlu, I pondered over the matter, considering your parents' life in the countryside. How could they possibly spend 20,000 yuan in a month? Meanwhile, we, living in a bustling city like Haicheng, must contend with mortgage payments, daily expenses, and the prospect of raising a child. You should inform your parents that henceforth, They should receive 2,000 yuan each month. Huo Lingyan expressed to Lin Tianlu. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianlu furrowed his brows, urging her to curtail her spending. How can I possibly cut back? Huo Lingyan's voice rose in indignation. I'm already frugal enough. Lin Tianlu regarded her. You spend over 100,000 each month. And you call this frugality? You have no idea how precious every grain of rice is. Huo Lingyan instantly became animated, pulling out her phone to calculate their expenses. Our house requires a monthly mortgage payment of 20,000 to my father, does it not? At the mention of the house, Lin Tianlu raised an eyebrow. The apartment they currently resided in was not purchased from a third party, but rather acquired from his father-in-law. The Huo family had faced bankruptcy, burdened with debts, and this house was on the verge of being seized. They approached him to purchase it, arguing that since he and Huo Lingyan were to marry, they might as well buy from the Huo family, thus aiding them in their time of need. His father-in-law had kindly suggested that if Lin Tianlu could not pay the full amount up front, he could initially provide 6 million, repaying 2,000 monthly over a decade without interest. Yet, in reality, the house would sell for a maximum of 6 million on the market. Lin Tianlu was reluctant to bear this loss, but Huo Lingyan wept, revealing that this house held many childhood memories for her, and she could not bear to see it auctioned off. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and accepted her father's terms. To make matters worse, her father often claimed that the house was a dowry from their family to Huo Lingyan. When Huo Lingyan mentioned the 20,000 yuan mortgage, Lin Tianlu's brows knitted together. Huo Lingyan continued her calculations. You say I spend excessively, but where does my money go? This month, the dishwasher broke, and I had to replace it for 18,000. The central air conditioning also required repairs, costing 8,000, which totals 46,000. Indeed, such expenditure for a dilapidated house and a room full of worn-out furniture. Everything needs replacing. Lin Tianlu's frown deepened. We still need to eat and drink. Surely 1,000 yuan daily is not excessive? 1,000? Lin Tianlu raised his voice. I eat breakfast and lunch at the office. Then don't have dinner. Huo Lingyan glared at him. Am I not human? Don't I need to eat? What I mean is, are you not spending excessively on meals? Where's the excess? I grab a coffee and a sandwich in the morning for 88 yuan. That seems reasonable. Lunch is likely to cost 200 to 300 for Japanese or Korean cuisine. In the evenings, I either dine out with you or order takeout, and we rarely spend less than 300 per person at restaurants. Even with this, I am underestimating our food expenses. I haven't even factored in those cherries, strawberries, and blueberries at home. Spending 30,000 a month on food is hardly extravagant. Huo Lingyan sulked. It is important to note that she is a pampered heiress raised in luxury, accustomed to an opulent lifestyle from a young age. She claims that after marrying Lin Tianlu, her spending has significantly decreased. In Chapter 82, she calculates her basic expenses, which amount to a staggering 76,000. The household also requires a cleaning service, costing approximately 8,000 per month. Additionally, she has 2 vehicles to maintain, which average another 8,000. Last month, her expenditures totaled 110,000, yet her personal allowance was merely 18,000. She purchased only a minuscule handbag, yet Lin Tianlu chastised her for her spending. Look at my bills. Can you truly discern how much I have actually spent on myself? I bought a handbag worth 180,000 this month. She tossed her bills to Lin Tianlu for inspection. As he reviewed the numerous entries of thousands and hundreds, all indicating consumption, he noted that while she claimed her personal expenditure was merely one handbag, every purchase reflected her indulgence. Lin Tianlu pointed out the cleaning service expense, suggesting that with a dishwasher, floor cleaner, washing machine, and various appliances at her disposal, she could manage some household chores herself, thereby saving the 8,000 on cleaning services. He reasoned that after investing so much in household appliances and with no one else residing in the home, why should she not handle some of the tidying up herself? Wasn't this merely a waste? Haven't you made a mistake, Lin Tianlu? Are you asking me to do chores? Upon hearing this, she became visibly displeased. Lingyan, my net income is only 80,000 a month. You must consider the practical situation. We cannot live beyond our means every month. I have made no excessive demands of you. Just look at the new dishwasher you acquire for the home, yet you never use it. Did you buy it solely for the maid's use? Lin Tianlu appealed to her reason, stating that the household tasks were not burdensome and that all the necessary tools were available, so it would not take much effort. Upon hearing his words, she pouted and retorted, "If household chores are not a burden, then you should do them. I will not hire a cleaning service, and we will save that money." The idea of her doing chores was out of the question. Lin Tianlu's expression darkened at her response. Previously, he had not purchased a dishwasher for Yuan Yi, and she had never complained. Yet here with Ling Yan, he had provided everything, and she refused to lift a finger, expecting him to do it all. In that moment, his feelings for Ling Yan began to wane. He was disinclined to continue discussing the bills or nitpicking her expenditures. Instead, he issued a command. "My net income is only 80,000 a month, and I cannot possibly exceed this when settling your bills. Otherwise, you will have to manage the excess yourself." Upon hearing this, Ling Yan felt a surge of anxiety. She wanted to argue, but when she met Lin Tianlu's gaze, she realized she had no grounds to do so and swallowed her words. Indeed, Lin Tianlu had stated that his net income was merely 80,000, and even if he were to settle her bills, he could not keep living in deficit. "Fine, I can also economize," Ling Yan conceded, taking a significant step back. "But I have one condition. Do not send 2,000 to your parents anymore." Hearing the conversation shift back to his parents, Lin Tianlu replied, "Then let us have my parents come live with us. If they move in, I will cease that support." "All right then," readily agreed without hesitation, merely suggesting that her parents move in with them. It was hardly a significant matter. What expenses could her elderly parents possibly incur? Moreover, they could enlist Lin Tianlu's mother to assist with the cleaning, thereby saving on housekeeping fees. Believed that having her parents nearby was quite advantageous. Observing her enthusiastic attitude towards his parents, Lin Tianlu felt a considerable alleviation of his initial frustrations. Indeed, possessed commendable qualities. When his parents were reported to the police by Yuan, she had proactively offered her assistance. It was evident that she was a dutiful daughter, surpassing Yuan Yi in this regard. "By the way, since your parents are moving in, why not invite my younger sister to join us as well? It would be delightful to have the whole family together," proposed. "Sister?" Lin Tianlu inquired. "Yes, I have a 3-year-old sister named Jingjing, who has been living abroad until now," she replied, her gaze momentarily drifting. Upon hearing her mention her sister's name, Lin Tianlu froze in astonishment. "What's wrong? Are you displeased? She is merely my sister. You wouldn't be so petty, would you?" As Lin Tianlu regarded with a stern expression, he questioned, "If she is truly your sister, why isn't she living with your parents?" "My parents are elderly. As a younger generation, shouldn't you be considering how to alleviate their burdens instead of making them work harder?" Retorted sharply. Listening to her incessant chatter, Lin Tianlu gazed at the woman before him and finally asked, "Is she really your sister?" "Indeed," responded with conviction. Lin Tianlu scrutinized her earnest expression, his heart cooling gradually. "If she is your sister, then bring her to live with us," he stated coldly. "Tianlu, I knew you would be the best," beamed, her genuine smile blooming like a vibrant bouquet of roses in front of Lin Tianlu. She threw herself into his arms, playfully seeking affection, which was utterly charming. However, as Lin Tianlu observed in such a manner, he felt a weariness towards her capriciousness. Her tendency to curry favor after receiving benefits left him fatigued. He began to grow weary of her disposition. Initially, her brilliance was captivating, intoxicating, and impossible to resist. Yet as their days together passed in mundane familiarity, it became increasingly exhausting. The image of his ex-wife, Yuan Yi, suddenly flashed through his mind. The next day, at noon, in the bustling kitchen of Yuan's private kitchen, Yuan Yi commanded the atmosphere as if on a battlefield. "Master, take a look for me. Turn up the heat and stir vigorously," she instructed, glancing at Qin Quan's stove. "Understood," he replied, deftly tossing ingredients in the pan. Behind him, Xiao Lu was chopping garlic, responding promptly to Yuan Yi's orders. "Yes." The prep cook hurriedly attended to her commands. Meanwhile, Aunt Zhang, the dishwashing lady, was scrubbing dishes furiously while also washing some vegetables for them. Amidst a flurry of activity, a new menu arrived. Yuan Yi seized it and placed it on the long counter before her. The dishes listed, including braised pork, braised ribs, sauced eggplant, and crucian carp tofu soup were all intricate culinary delights. The exquisite culinary creations of Yuan Yi are unparalleled, with not a single dish lacking in finesse. It is noteworthy that the majority of recent patrons are newcomers. When unfamiliar with Yuan Yi's signature dishes, they tend to select a plethora of simple options from a menu. However, this particular list consists solely of Yuan Yi's meticulously crafted specialties. Upon glancing at the menu, Yuan Yi surmised that this must be an old customer who has likely sampled her dishes before. Swiftly, she turned to prepare these distinctive offerings. Chapter 83. Contemplations of the New Year's Eve Zhaofa Group, Director's Office. A courier delivered a takeout order. Yuan's private kitchen has gained immense popularity, necessitating long waits. Each dish incurs an additional 20, totaling 280. The courier presented a small receipt. The man seated at the desk cast a brief glance at the receipt, which listed Yuan's braised pork, braised ribs, braised eggplant, and crucian carp tofu soup. These 4 items were precisely what Lin Tianlu had ordered. Lin Tianlu promptly sent 280 yuan to the courier via his mobile phone. Yuan's private kitchen does not typically offer delivery, but in order to savor Yuan Yi's cuisine, one must pay extra for a proxy purchase. Yet, he had a profound yearning for Yuan Yi's culinary delights. After dismissing the courier, he opened the 4 dishes. The glossy, crimson braised pork, the bone-tender braised ribs simmered to perfection, the uniquely flavored braised eggplant, and the creamy, fragrant crucian carp tofu soup, whose enticing aroma wafted directly to Lin Tianlu's senses. Eagerly, he took the soup spoon and savored the first sip. Fresh, exquisite, fragrant, and velvety, the essence of the fish melded into the broth, while the tender tofu harmonized perfectly with the creamy soup, creating an exquisite culinary symphony. As this delightful and familiar flavor blossomed in his mouth, Lin Tianlu inadvertently reminisced about the time before his divorce from Yuan Yi. She would always prepare a grand feast of his favorite dishes, awaiting his return home. In the early days, he had been utterly captivated by her culinary prowess. He had once declared that he could never live without Yuan Yi's cooking, that he would only ever eat her meals. Yet somehow, he had forgotten. As Lin Tianlu was lost in this bittersweet reverie, the door to his office swung open. Tianlu. Huo Lingyan entered Lin Tianlu's office. Upon seeing her, his brow furrowed in concern. "What brings you to the company?" Huo Lingyan hesitated before responding, her gaze fixed on the 4 takeout dishes on Lin Tianlu's desk. Instantly, her tone ascended. "Oh, how ironic that you criticized me yesterday for my spending habits. Yet here you are, indulging in takeout." Zhaofa Group boasts a cafeteria for employees, providing complimentary breakfast and lunch. It was evident that he had ordered from outside. The handwritten receipt on the desk revealed a total of 260 for the 4 dishes. Quite a pricey lunch indeed. Hearing this, Lin Tianlu's expression tightened. "What is wrong with ordering takeout with my own money? Besides, I've grown weary of the cafeteria. A change of taste is sometimes necessary." "Fine then," Huo Lingyan retorted, adopting an air of maturity. "Order what you wish. I'm not one to begrudge someone their meals." Lin Tianlu interjected. "What do you want from me?" A flicker of impatience crossed Lin Tianlu's eyes. "Oh, did I not mention yesterday that I intend to bring my sister to live with us?" As Huo Lingyan spoke, she called out to the doorway, "Jing Jing, come in." With her words, a little girl, just over 3 years old, entered the room. Dressed in an expensive dress and clutching a small doll, the child's resemblance to Huo Lingyan was uncanny, albeit with a slightly different expression. While Huo Lingyan exuded a vibrant arrogance, Jingjing wore a sulky face, her gaze imbued with an air of superiority. Upon seeing this child, so strikingly similar to Huo Lingyan, Lin Tianlu's heart sank further. "Jingjing, call out to people. How have I taught you on the way?" Huo Lingyan urged, nudging Huo Jingjing to speak. "Huo Jingjing shot a glance at Lin Tianlu, tilting her head dismissively, refusing to acknowledge him. After several fruitless attempts to prompt her, Huo Lingyan ceased her efforts and turned to Lin Tianlu with a smile. "Tianlu, this is my sister, Jingjing. She has been rather spoiled. You surely won't hold it against her, will you?" Lin Tianlu regarded her with a somber tone. "She bears an uncanny resemblance to you." "Of course, we are sisters," Huo Lingyan replied, Isn't it delightful to see a miniature version of myself? Before Lin Tianlu could respond, Jingjing piped up, I don't like him. Jingjing. Hua Lingyan scolded her with a slight frown. Lin Tianlu observed the pair, his gaze darkening. What is the purpose of bringing her to me? Of course, there's a reason. Jingjing is now of preschool age, and as her brother-in-law, you must help arrange her schooling, Hua Lingyan said cheerfully. Yet, despite her smile, Lin Tianlu felt a chill within him. He was uncertain of his standing in Hua Lingyan's heart. Was he merely a tool? Hua Jingjing was evidently her daughter. Why would she conceal the truth and use the guise of a sister to deceive him? And now she was eagerly seeking his assistance for her daughter's enrollment. He was at a loss for words, finally stating, you can handle it yourself. The schools near where we live are not ideal. I wish for Jingjing to attend the Golden Sun kindergarten. I recall your old house in Haicheng is in that school's district and has an enrollment slot available. Please assist Jingjing in securing a place there, Hua Lingyan suggested, clearly eyeing the enrollment opportunity linked to the old property in Yuan Yi and Sui Sui's name. The Golden Sun kindergarten is among the elite in Haicheng, second only to private prestigious institutions. Hua Lingyan also aspired for her daughter to attend an elite school. Yet the expenses were staggering. Attending a prestigious kindergarten could cost over 200,000 a year, not factoring in various hidden expenses, such as summer and winter camps or study tours, which could amount to tens of thousands each time. She presented Jingjing as her sister to Lin Tianlu, knowing that if her spending were too extravagant, he would undoubtedly disapprove. Unfortunately, marrying a man immodest meant she had to endure some hardships. Had Lin Tianlu hailed from a wealthy family, such matters would have been far simpler. As Lin Tianlu listened to Hua Lingyan's proposal, he frowned. Sui Sui has already used the enrollment slot. Hua Lingyan flicked her hair, saying, what's the matter? Let your daughter attend another school and give Jingjing's spot to her. Lin Tianlu glanced at her in silence, unable to find words. How could she suggest that he allow his beloved daughter to forego her education for his sister-in-law? How could he possibly agree to such a thing? Noticing Lin Tianlu's lack of response, Hua Lingyan saw the discontent etched on his face. She quickly shifted her tone. Leaning closer to him, Tianlu, I am considering your interests. Consider my interests? You want me to deprive my own daughter of her schooling to benefit a stranger? Lin Tianlu stared at Hua Lingyan in disbelief. Indeed, in Haicheng, aside from Jintang, the only alternatives are a few private kindergartens. I am thinking of you. Private school fees are exorbitant. If your daughter relinquishes her spot, wouldn't we save some money? What about Sui Sui? Can't she just attend an ordinary kindergarten? Hua Lingyan retorted. For once, Lin Tianlu stood firm, countering her. Then let your sister attend an ordinary kindergarten. His impression of Hua Jingjing was so poor that it propelled him to confront Hua Lingyan directly. Why should he compromise his own daughter for this illegitimate child? Moreover, his attitude towards Hua Lingyan had shifted recently. He no longer felt inclined to appease her, leading him to respond harshly. His words ignited Hua Lingyan's fury. Lin Tianlu, are you out of your mind? You're suggesting my sister can just attend a lousy kindergarten. In her anger, she almost let something slip. Sui Sui can attend, but your sister cannot. Lin Tianlu emphasized the word your sister. Can your daughter Sui Sui possibly compare to Jingjing? Hua Lingyan shouted, but as soon as she spoke, she caught sight of Lin Tianlu's darkened expression and realized she had crossed a line. She softened her tone, attempting to placate him. Tianlu, that's not what I meant. I meant that Lin Sui Sui is your daughter with that woman. You don't understand. The very existence of your child has always troubled me. I often wish that your child were mine. Just the thought of her makes my heart ache. Don't you understand? Lin Tianlu regarded Hua Lingyan with a look of complex emotions. Enough. At that moment, a sharp child's voice interrupted. Hua Jingjing glared at Lin Tianlu with disdain. Sister, don't plead with him. I detest him. Let us go. With that, she dashed outside. Hua Lingyan, seeing her sister run off, called after her, Jingjing. She hurried after her, leaving Lin Tianlu with a stern remark. Lin Tianlu, did you see? Jingjing is in tears because of you. Is this how you conduct yourself as a brother-in-law? You must go to your ex-wife and reclaim that kindergarten spot today, or else, just wait. Having said that, Hua Lingyan rushed out. Meanwhile, Lin Tianlu felt a profound chill settle within him. Later that evening, at 7:15, the Yuan's private kitchen closed for the night. Yuan Yi waited at the entrance for Yun Xiao to come and pick her up. She had just messaged him, and he replied that he was at home drying Sui Sui's hair, asking her to wait a moment. After finishing her hair, he took the children to pick her up, and they could conveniently visit the supermarket. Yuan Yi was eagerly waiting at the door. To her, a family of 4 strolling through the supermarket and enjoying an evening walk was a profoundly joyful experience. Before long, a black Audi A8 appeared in the alley before her. The car looked familiar, and as her gaze fell on the license plate, it became even more recognizable. The driver's window rolled down, and to her dismay, she encountered something utterly distasteful. Yuan Yi quickly turned her head away and shifted her position, fearful that the driver might notice her. Unfortunately, Yuan Yi, Lin Tianlu called out to her. This was no mere coincidence. He had come specifically to find her. Feeling a wave of discomfort, she hastily tried to leave. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Tianlu followed her in the car, persistently honking the horn. Growing increasingly irritated, Yuan Yi stopped and asked, "What do you want?" Inside the car, Lin Tianlu flashed her a smile and said, "Let me give you a ride home for a short distance." Yuan Yi replied, "No need." She continued walking, while Lin Tianlu hurriedly called out from the car, Yuan Yi, Xiaoyi." Spotting a side road, Yuan Yi decided to veer off into it, even if it meant taking a longer route. However, this narrow internal path was inaccessible to vehicles. Seeing her dart into the impassable road, Lin Tianlu parked the car and ran after her. Soon, he caught up to her at the corner. He grabbed her arm. "What are you doing?" Yuan Yi forcefully shook off his hand. Lin Tianlu observed her guarded demeanor and the icy expression on her face, which pierced his heart unexpectedly. The former Yuan Yi would never have behaved this way, even during their tumultuous divorce, when he had deeply hurt her. There had still been a flicker of concern in her eyes. But now, her eyes reflected nothing but cold indifference towards him. It seemed she had moved on completely, no longer caring about him at all. As this realization struck him, Lin Tianlu felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, a dull ache settling in. "I wish to discuss something with you," he said to Yuan Yi. "I have nothing to say to you," she replied, unwilling to engage in conversation. To her, Lin Tianlu was as good as dead. She had nothing left to share with him. "Yuan Yi, must you be so frigid? Even if we are divorced, we can still be friends, can't we? I do not require a friend like you. You are utterly useless and only repulsive," Yuan Yi retorted coldly. Her words triggered a memory in Lin Tianlu, recalling the crisis they faced at the private dining establishment. At that time, he had swooped in claiming he could help. Yet in reality, he had done nothing. This weighed heavily on his conscience as he often pondered whether, had he not pressured Yuan Yi, but instead quietly supported her, her impression of him might have softened. Alas, he had squandered such a splendid opportunity. "Yuan Yi, I had actually contacted friends last time. Just a word from them could have alleviated your trending crisis. I was merely a step too late. Your predicament had already resolved. If you don't believe me," Lin Tianlu hurriedly explained, hoping to demonstrate the efforts he had made for her behind the scenes. He had indeed contacted her in advance, merely awaiting the final notification. Yuan Yi, observing his eagerness to show her something, grew utterly impatient and exclaimed, "Enough. What is it that you want from me?" She was reluctant to waste any more time with Lin Tianlu. Moreover, she understood that Lin Tianlu's purpose in seeking her out could not possibly be limited to clarifying the previous incident. As anticipated, upon hearing her words, Lin Tianlu retrieved his phone, sighed, and his gaze inadvertently drifted to the side as he spoke. "Yuan Yi, is Sui attending the Golden Sun kindergarten? What about it?" She replied, "I recall she is only 2.5 years old, enrolled in a nursery class, which can be found anywhere. If you prefer, you could send her to another daycare." Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi's eyes widened in bewilderment. "Why do you want Sui to change kindergartens?" Lin Tianlu, confronted with her inquiry, lifted his gaze to meet hers for a fleeting moment before quickly averting it. "Ling Yin has a younger sister who is just 3 this year. The perfect age for kindergarten. I wish for her to attend Golden Sunday." Yuan He was taken aback by the audacity of the man before her. "What? You want your own daughter to forfeit her kindergarten spot to make way for your new wife's sister?" He truly astonished her with the depths of his insensitivity. While she was aware of Lin Tianlu's affection for Huolingyan, she could scarcely fathom that he would prioritize Huolingyan's sister over his own flesh and blood. Lin Tianlu, you have truly opened my eyes. Under Yuan Yi's penetrating gaze, Lin Tianlu felt a twinge of discomfort. Despite having rebuffed Huolingyan earlier that day, he resolved to assist her in securing a spot. Yuan Yi, watching him brazenly articulate such sentiments, retorted, Lin Tianlu, keep your distance. I shall never relinquish that spot to you. Chapter 85. Lin Tianlu's embarrassment after Yuan Yi spoke. She turned on her heel and walked away. Lin Tianlu persisted. Reaching out to her, Yuan Yi, don't be like this. Sui Sui is still very young. Nursery is just nursery. It doesn't matter where she goes. Why are you so fixated on this? I promised to find her a better daycare, and I can cover the expenses. With each word he uttered, Yuan Yi's anger intensified. She shrugged off his hand, her eyes blazing with fury. What audacity do you have to say this? Sui Sui is young, and it matters not where she goes. What about your sister-in-law? Does it not matter where she goes? Why should my daughter have to give up her place? Lin Tianlu found himself at a loss for words. Furthermore, you can cover Sui Sui's daycare expenses. You ought to be paying for Sui Sui's daycare expenses. You are her biological father. Yet since the divorce, you have contributed not a single penny. Lin Tianlu's face flushed crimson. He stammered, when we divorced, didn't I leave 3 million for Sui Sui? Yuan Yi's eyes blazed with fury. Do you still have the gall to claim you left money for Sui Sui? Was that money truly intended for our use? Lin Tianlu felt a wave of shame wash over him. The meticulous calculations he had made during the divorce now left him feeling exceedingly guilty. Indeed, during that time, he indulged in every despicable act, all in a bid to completely dominate Yuan Yi. He envisioned a future where Yuan Yi would be left with no choice but to return to him, burdened with their child, and he would then bestow her with a mere pittance, leaving her eternally grateful and filled with regret. Yet, who could have anticipated that Yuan Yi would persevere alone with the child? She managed quite well on her own, thriving in her little life. She had no need to humbly seek him out. Rather, it was he who found himself needing to approach her. In this scenario, Lin Tianlu truly felt a profound sense of shame before Yuan Yi. As Yuan Yi gazed at Lin Tianlu, rendered speechless by her retorts, her frustration remained unabated. She was acutely aware of Lin Tianlu's obsession with Huolingyan, a love that bordered on madness. During their divorce, he had thoroughly shattered her heart. Yet she had underestimated the depths of his affection and tolerance for Huolingyan. He had even allowed Sui Sui to yield to Huolingyan's sister. Sui Sui was his own flesh and blood. Did he truly consider her sister more significant than his own daughter? Did he harbor not a shred of affection for Sui Sui? Yuan Yi was furious, not for herself, but for Sui Sui, whom she deemed unworthy of such treatment. She looked at the silent Lin Tianlu and, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "You are despicable. If you wish to fawn over your ex-girlfriend, then do so. Lavish her and her family. But I, Yuan Yi, hold my dignity, and my daughter is even more precious. There is no way she will make way for her sister. You better stay as far away from me as possible." Lin Tianlu stood there, thoroughly chastised, unable to utter a word. Just then, a voice emerged from the alley behind them. "Mom, Auntie." In her furious state, Yuan Yi noticed a large figure accompanied by 2 small ones approaching. Yun Xiao had come to collect her with the children. Yuan Yi caught a glimpse of herself in the nearby glass window, her expression fierce and formidable. Perhaps her scolding of Lin Tianlu had been too intense, as both children appeared somewhat frightened, and even Yun Xiao wore a frown. Clearly taken aback by this unfamiliar side of Yuan Yi, she quickly attempted to compose herself, but after being so emotionally charged, it was difficult to regain her composure. With a stern demeanor, she marched over to Yun Xiao and simply stated, "Let's go home." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Yun Xiao and the children exchanging worried glances. Upon arriving home, Yuan Yi spent a considerable amount of time alone in her room, grappling with her emotions. It was truly distressing. Her decision to divorce Lin Tianlu did not mean she was unscathed. On the contrary, during the cooling-off period. While staying at her brother's house with Sui Sui, she had to endure incessant nagging from others, encouraging reconciliation, and maintain a facade of normalcy in front of her daughter. Countless sleepless nights plagued her. Fortunately, during that time, she took over Su Feifei's fried rice stall, the demanding physical work alleviating some of her sorrow. Otherwise, she could hardly fathom how she would have managed to endure. Those who cheat, those who harm families, truly deserve the harshest of fates. Why should others bear the brunt of the mistakes made by these individuals? Why should she, having done nothing wrong, be subjected to such unwarranted suffering? Even more infuriating was the audacity of Lin Tianlu, that wretched man, to seek her out again. His behavior was enough to drive anyone to madness. Yuan Yi found herself engulfed in a tempest of emotions, both anger and sorrow. And it was only after she had managed to somewhat recalibrate her mindset that she realized it was already 9 o'clock. The two children were fast asleep. She hurried out, and upon entering the living room, she beheld Yun Xiao cradling Sui Sui on the sofa, the child already in slumber. Yin Mo too was peacefully resting in his own room. Witnessing this scene warmed Yuan Yi's heart. Just moments ago, no one had disturbed her. Yin Xiao had single-handedly tended to the children, who had been remarkably well-behaved. She approached him quietly, and as she extended her hand, her wrist involuntarily swayed to the side. Her wrist had yet to fully heal, so she needed to be cautious while holding the child. "Allow me," Yin Xiao softly offered, gently lifting Sui Sui to place her in the bedroom. Upon his return, he found Yuan Yi looking somewhat at a loss. Yuan Yi gazed at Yin Xiao, mustering a smile that was slightly awkward. "Mr. Yin, thank you." He regarded her with a fleeting glance before taking a seat. "I'll massage your wrist again," he said, pulling Yuan Yi down beside him and expertly applying pressure to her wrist. Observing his tender actions, Yuan Yi felt her heart swell with warmth. Although Yun Xiao appeared cold and aloof, he exhibited a warmth in his actions. He was entirely unlike Lin Tianlu, who, despite his seemingly gentle demeanor, committed increasingly callous acts. Thus, one truly cannot judge a person solely by appearances. This is especially true for men. To foster a lasting relationship, one must conduct a thorough examination to discern whether they are human or fiendish. "What troubles you today?" Yun Zhao's voice broke the silence. Yuan Yi met his gaze, staring into his eyes. After 3 seconds, she exhaled deeply. "Lin Tianlu came to see me. He wants Sui Sui's enrollment quota." She bared her soul to Yun Xiao. Upon hearing her words, Yun Zhao's normally composed eyes betrayed a flicker of astonishment. "He wants Sui Sui's enrollment quota." "Indeed," Yuan Yi replied with a self-deprecating smile. "He seeks it for his sister-in-law, the sister of his new wife. She is about to start kindergarten." Yin Xiao could scarcely fathom that someone could be so utterly selfish. How could he neglect his own daughter's education while attending to his sister-in-law's? After a moment of processing this absurdity, he could not help but exclaim, "No wonder you are so upset today. Who wouldn't be? If it were someone else, not physically confronting Lin Tianlu would be a grave understatement. Yuan Yi is far too kind-hearted." Chapter 86. Yin Xiao comforts upon hearing Yun Xiao remark about her anger. Yuan Yi was instantly reminded of the fearsome visage she had seen reflected in the glass. "Was I frightening today? Did I scare you or the children?" she inquired anxiously. Yuan Yi was typically of a gentle disposition, especially in front of the children. Goodness, she thought, she could not allow them to perceive her as a fearsome old witch. Such a perception would be detrimental to their growth. Upon hearing Yuan Yi's concern, Yin Xiao looked deeply into her eyes, and after a moment, a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "You looked incredibly cool today." "Cool?" It was as if he had transformed into a superhero, delivering a few resounding punches that could easily topple his opponent. Yin Xiao chuckled lightly, gesturing with his fists as he playfully mimicked a fight with Yuan Yi. It appeared that had Yuan Yi thrown punches like him, she could have sent Lin Tianlu flying. Observing his antics, Yuan Yi exclaimed, "What are you doing? Really? I've never seen you like this before. You are remarkably fierce, resembling a warrior capable of effortlessly tearing apart an elephant. I truly admire you." Yin Xiao continued, his admiration for her evident. Today, Yuan Yi's demeanor had indeed reshaped his perception of her. Yet, This newfound understanding only rendered her more endearing in his eyes. Her usual gentleness and amiability transformed into unwavering strength and courage when confronted with her limits. How could such a person not be likable? Alongside his affection, Yin Xiao also felt a sense of admiration and tenderness for her. However, Yuan Yi, listening to Yin Xiao's teasing, felt her cheeks puff up in irritation. Does this man not know how to speak? Admiring me? For what? I was bullied, and now I'm just infuriated. Must I endure the frustrations of two men today? First, I dealt with that scoundrel Lin Tianlu, and now this straightforward Yin Xiao. It's because Lin Tianlu angered me. She protested. Wouldn't you be upset in my place? Yin Xiao, observing the indignant Yuan Yi, reached out and gently patted her head, soothingly saying, "All right, calm down. No need to be upset." Yuan Yi looked at Yin Xiao as he patted her head, and to her surprise, he was comforting her. The rising tempest of her anger gradually subsided under his gentle touch. Beneath the warm yellow light of the living room, Yin Xiao continued to stroke her head. Are you still angry? Just a little. Still angry? Just a tiny bit. Are you angry now? Not anymore. Yuan Yi transformed her ire into a smile. Locking eyes with Yin Xiao, and with a soft chuckle, they shared a moment of mutual understanding. Once Yin Xiao had alleviated all her frustrations, she playfully nudged him towards the bedroom to sleep. After Yuan Yi entered her room, Yin Xiao stepped out onto the balcony, retrieving his phone to make a call. Uncle Chun, please investigate Lin Tianlu and his family. The following day, Yuan Yi rose with renewed vigor. After someone had alleviated her worries, she slept exceptionally well. Upon waking, she discovered that Yin Xiao had already taken the children to school and had left a warm breakfast for her at home. Yuan Yi savored her meal in solitude, relishing the tranquility. After finishing breakfast, she strolled leisurely to the shop. Xiao Yi, what is the occasion? You seem particularly cheerful. Su Feifei exclaimed upon seeing her. Nothing much. Just feeling good, Yuan Yi replied, touching her face. Look at that smile on your face. You can't possibly be unhappy. Su Feifei disait, holding up a mirror from the cash register to show Yuan Yi. In the reflection, Yuan Yi's features were relaxed, her eyes sparkling with an undeniable joy that spoke of a life well lived. Yet, Yuan Yi perceived no difference in her appearance. She thought she looked the same as always. Which part is different? I look just like usual, she said. Of course, you're radiating happiness now. Really? Absolutely. You are a world apart from your former self. As Su Feifei, the close confidant of Yuan Yi, was well aware of her friend's marital status. Initially, Yuan Yi married for love, and Lin Tianlu treated her quite well at that time. However, her circumstances have since changed. It is evident that Yuan Yi is now happier, having married into a more suitable relationship. Her joy radiates from within. It seems that Mr. Yin truly compliments you far better than your ex-husband. The two of you are perfectly matched. Su Feifei could not help but exclaim, Sister, you truly made the right choice with this whirlwind marriage. Upon hearing Su Feifei's words, Yuan Yi retorted, Oh, come on. Aren't you and you Su doing splendidly as well? Su Feifei merely smiled broadly, her teeth gleaming, declaring, We've both made the right choices in our marriages. Yuan Yi playfully added, Oh, early in the morning, you're already making me feel greasy. She hurried to the kitchen to wash her hands. By the time 10 o'clock arrived, the shop officially opened its doors, and the first wave of eager patrons rushed in. Although there had been a slight decline in peak times over the past few days, an increasing number of customers had learned the opening hours of Yuan's private kitchen. Most would arrive just as the doors opened, and it was tea until around 10:30 that long queues began to form. The daytime crowds varied in length, but one thing remained constant. There were no empty tables in the restaurant. As soon as the doors opened, the establishment quickly filled with patrons. Just as Su Feifei skillfully called out to Yu Su to distribute the queue numbers, a trio barged in, two elderly individuals accompanied by a child. Excuse me, sir and madam. Please wait in line, Yu Su said. What line? We're here to find someone, retorted the elderly woman, raising her voice. Where is Yuan Yi? Get her out here. Su Feifei immediately recognized the intruders at the cash register. It was none other than Yuan Yi's former in-laws. What brings you here? She inquired. Of course we came. We demand to see Yuan Yi. Lin Tianlu's mother shouted, "This wretched woman not only occupies my son's house, but also claims our educational slots. She must return the slot today." The Lin couple had come not for any other reason, but to discuss the schooling opportunity for Hua Jingjing. They had been brought to Haicheng from their hometown for retirement and were overjoyed to learn that Hua Lingyan had voluntarily agreed to help. They extolled the virtues of their new daughter-in-law, declaring her 100 times better than Yuan Yi. After arriving in Haicheng, Hua Lingyan had approached them in tears, lamenting that her sister wanted to enroll in kindergarten but had been denied a spot due to sui. After hearing this, the couple promptly brought Hua Jingjing to Yuan Yi's establishment to confront her. Forcing her to relinquish the house might be challenging, but surely the educational slot could be secured. Chapter 88. A shocking revelation. Yin Ding Group. Yin Xiao received investigative information sent by Old Chun. Yesterday, he had asked Old Chun to look into Lin Tianlu and his sister-in-law's background. To his surprise, the investigation uncovered a significant revelation. Hua Jingjing is not at all the sister of Hua Lingyan. Rather, she is her illegitimate daughter from abroad. Yin Xiao perused the investigative report, feeling a flicker of green light dancing before his eyes. This matter appeared to be growing increasingly intriguing. At that moment, in a private dining establishment, Su Feifei was overwhelmed upon witnessing the imposing entourage of Yuan Yi's former mother-in-law and her family. Fully aware of their notorious reputation, she distinctly remembered how, when her good friend had given birth to Sui, these two elderly figures had disparaged the newborn girl as a financial burden. Yuan Yi, after undergoing a cesarean section, lay in bed with a significant incision, still under the effects of anesthesia, engaged in a heated argument with them, insisting they refrain from such derogatory remarks about Sui. The elderly couple, seeing Yuan Yi as an easy target, were relentless in their tirade, taking advantage of her vulnerability to press their advantage. Ultimately, Su Feifei intervened, driving them away on behalf of her dear friend, ensuring they were barred from visiting during her hospital stay. Once Yuan Yi completed her confinement, the elderly couple incessantly urged her to wean Sui and conceive again, eager to have a second grandchild. It is important to note that Yuan Yi, having undergone a cesarean section, could not become pregnant within 2 years. Ignoring all reason, the couple continued their clamor for a grandchild, with Su Feifei overhearing their insidious encouragement for their son to divorce Yuan Yi in search of another woman to bear them a grandchild. Infuriated, Su Feifei found solace in the fact that Lin Tianlu, at that time, demonstrated some backbone by asserting he would not divorce Yuan Yi, subsequently sending his parents back to their hometown. Recognizing Lin Tianlu's somewhat commendable demeanor, Su Feifei refrained from sharing these troubling matters with her friend, wishing to protect her recovery postpartum. In summary, the bizarre antics of this elderly couple were unending, and Su Feifei genuinely felt for her friend, lamenting the misfortune of encountering such a family. Presently, she had no intention of informing Yuan Yi. Instead, to safeguard her friend, she directly inquired, "What educational placement do you desire?" "The admission slot at Golden Sun Kindergarten." Mother Lin tugged at the hand of a little girl, declaring, "This is my new daughter-in-law's sister. We plan for her to attend Golden Sun Kindergarten." Su Feifei immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of this couple. However, she could not have anticipated that their audacity would extend to relinquishing her own granddaughter's placement for the sake of their daughter-in-law's sister. Sui, after all, was their own granddaughter. How could their biological granddaughter be deemed inferior to someone else's sister-in-law? Su Feifei felt as though she had witnessed the pinnacle of human absurdity. Without hesitation, she summoned Yu Su to escort them out, instructing him to enlist Qin Quan, stating there were troublemakers to be removed. Understood. Yu Su called out to the kitchen, summoning Qin Quan. Qin Quan, a robust and imposing man, a former soldier, emerged immediately upon hearing Yu Su's call for assistance. "What do you want?" Father Lin, confronted by such an intimidating figure, questioned. "Why are you causing a ruckus in our establishment?" Qin Quan bellowed, his voice resonating with authority, saliva spraying as he spoke. The Lin couple immediately felt their bravado diminish. They were the quintessential bullies who preyed on the weak while cowering before the strong. When encountering those who are easily bullied and possess kindness, it is as if one can torment them relentlessly, extracting every ounce of their spirit. Yet, when faced with a formidable and unreasonable opponent, they immediately cower. King Guan, tall and robust, a former soldier radiating an imposing aura, stood guard at the shop, causing Lin's parents to abandon their intentions of causing a ruckus. They insisted, "We are merely here to find Yuan Yi. How dare you? Is this how one seeks someone?" You storm in without a phone call, without waiting for the person to finish work. What are your true intentions? Qin Quan bellowed. If you have matters to discuss, convey them through me. Seeing his unreasonable demeanor, Lin's parents swiftly reconsidered their plan to create chaos at Yuan Yi's shop. They could never have imagined that Yuan Yi's establishment would be so formidable, nor that she would have such a fierce apprentice. The thought of him relaying their messages? Forget it. With his intimidating presence, they feared that speaking could lead to their own downfall. Thus, it seemed they could no longer stir trouble at Yuan Yi's shop. Never mind. We shall wait and speak to Yuan Yi later. Having gained nothing from their confrontation, Lin's parents hurriedly departed with Hu Jingjing. After their exit, Qin Quan turned to Yu Su and inquired, "Who are these two? What business do they have with my master?" "They are your master's former in-laws," Yu Su replied. "They came seeking admission for their new daughter-in-law's sister at the preschool." Yu Su wore an expression of disbelief, while Qin Quan, upon hearing this convoluted scheme, widened his eyes in astonishment. After a few breaths, he was engulfed in furious indignation. What a ridiculous situation. I should have been far more assertive. I ought to have thrown them out by their collars. Qin Quan felt he had been overly gentle and polite. Merely shouting them away was insufficient. If they dared to return, he would certainly handle them. However, in reality, Lin's parents were already deterred from causing trouble at Yuan Yi's shop. These two were quite cowardly. As long as there was someone formidable around Yuan Yi, they would not dare approach her again. Just like before, when Yuan Yi had a new husband to support her, they did not dare to confront her, as he was not someone to be trifled with. Now, with a fierce apprentice at her shop, Lin's parents were equally intimidated. Their attempts to create chaos stemmed from the belief that Yuan Yi, being a woman, was easily manageable. Yet, the presence of a supportive man made them retreat. "Old man, that Yuan Yi now has people around her, both at home and in her shop. She has become difficult to deal with. What shall we do?" Lin's mother frowned. Previously, Yuan Yi's brother had been of little help, often trying to curry favor with them, which they had looked down upon. But now, Yuan Yi was surrounded by capable individuals. Lin's father quickly formulated a plan. "What is the issue? We shall go directly to the Golden Sun Kindergarten. Let the kindergarten handle our affairs." Lin's mother's eyes lit up at this suggestion. Indeed, we can go straight to the kindergarten. Since it was our son who purchased the property, we have the right to decide who attends and who does not. The two old folks, in perfect agreement, promptly took Hu Jingjing and headed toward the Golden Sun Kindergarten. Yuan Yi was blissfully unaware of the occurrences outside the kitchen, only knowing that Qin Quan had been hastily summoned. Upon his return, she inquired about the commotion. Qin Quan recalled Su Feifei's earlier admonition not to mention the trouble caused by Yuan Yi's former in-laws, for fear of dampening her spirits. Thus, he replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing, just a couple of deranged old folks." Yuan Yi reflected on her past relatives who had failed to cherish her. Yet, she was surrounded by individuals who adored, protected, and valued her. Genuine relationships flourished in reciprocity. And Yuan Yi's sincerity towards her friends and apprentices naturally garnered their affection and respect. The complexities of human emotions are indeed enigmatic. Often, those ostensibly linked by blood do not foster bonds as robust as those with friends. To summarize, some connections are thrust upon us, leading to unfortunate entanglements. Yuan Yi's separation from Lin Tianlu proved to be fortuitous, distancing her from the unsavory elements of her past and allowing her to embrace healthier, more loving relationships. Listening to Qin Quan, she harbored no further thoughts and simply smiled, returning to her work. However, as she prepared to immerse herself again, her phone buzzed insistently in her pocket. Upon checking, she discovered it was a call from the kindergarten. "Director Zhang, what seems to be the matter?" She answered, "Ms. Sui Sui's mother, Two elderly individuals have arrived at the kindergarten claiming to be Sui Sui's grandparents. They wish to transfer her to another school. What? Yuan Yi claimed, promptly taking leave from Su Fei Fei and entrusting the kitchen duties to Qin Quan as she hurried to the kindergarten. Upon her arrival, she found Mr. and Mrs. Lin seated in the director's office with a little girl, while Lin Sui Sui sat beside the director. Lin Sui Sui, do you have no manners? We are your grandparents. You don't even come over to greet us? Mr. Lin scolded. Indeed, an ill-mannered wretch. Mrs. Lin chimed in, embracing Hu Jingjing. Look how darling Hu Jingjing is. No wonder she's adored in a wealthy family. I truly wish she were my granddaughter. Director Zhang listened to their remarks, unable to suppress a frown. How could grandparents exhibit such a lack of decorum, especially in front of their own granddaughter? Little Sui Sui cast a glance filled with mixed emotions at the girl in Mrs. Lin's arms. At that moment, Yuan Yi arrived. Director Zhang, where is Sui Sui? Mommy. Little Sui Sui's composed facade crumbled as she rushed into Yuan Yi's embrace. The fear she felt upon seeing her grandparents was palpable. Upon their arrival, they had insisted on taking her away, but thanks to the strict regulations at the Golden Sun Kindergarten, which prohibited unauthorized pickups, she had managed to avoid being forcibly taken. The elderly couple then demanded that the teacher withdraw Lin Sui Sui from the school, claiming they wished to use her spot for the little girl they had brought. Terrified, Sui Sui stayed close to the director, awaiting her mother's arrival as the director made calls to verify the situation. Finally, relief washed over her as she saw Yuan Yi. Sui Sui was no longer afraid. Yuan Yi imbranjit Sui Sui tightly. Feeling a wave of relief wash over her upon seeing the child safe and sound. At that moment, a sharp and caustic voice pierced her ears. What are you pretending for? Lin Sui Sui is my beloved granddaughter. Do you think it would actually harm her? Lin's mother glared at Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi's gaze shifted to the woman and the 3-year-old girl she held, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Huoling Yan. In an instant, realization dawned upon her. Is it Lin Tianlu who has sent you to demand Sui Sui's place in school? Anger flared within her. Just yesterday, Lin Tianlu had cornered her in an alley, demanding Sui Sui's enrollment. Today, his parents had come to Jinsun Kindergarten to press the issue once more. How could this be any clearer? If he couldn't secure it for himself, he sent his parents to do his bidding. The audacity of the Lin family was astonishing. They were not even pretending to be oblivious. What are you waiting for? Hand over my son's rightful place. Lin's mother, unfazed by having had her intentions unveiled, only grew bolder upon realizing Yuan Yi's awareness of their motives. Indeed, our little Jingjing deserves to study here. She is well-behaved and favored by us, while your daughter is not. Hearing her tone and words, Yuan Yi's fury reached a boiling point. How could such peculiar grandparents exist, favoring their daughter-in-law's sister over their own granddaughter? But then again, their son was no different. Truly, like father, like son, Yuan Yi found no desire to engage in reasoning with them. She turned to Principal Zhang and said, Principal Zhang, they are the parents of my ex-husband and have no relation to me or Sui Sui. Please escort them out and ensure they are never allowed to enter the kindergarten again or have any contact with Sui Sui. Remove them immediately. Mr. and Mrs. Lin, seeing that Yuan Yi disregarded them and spoke directly to the principal, were instantly incensed. What do you think you're doing? How dare you try to expel us? Do you consider this your home or your shabby establishment? Indeed, this is a kindergarten, and we are the legitimate parents here. Lin's mother shot a disdainful look at the principal. Do you only accept students from families with property and residency in this area? Principal Zhang frowned, yes. But then that settles it. That property was purchased by my son, and I possess the invoice and his residency proof. He is the rightful owner of that residence. Lin's mother stood up, pulling out a stack of documents from her bag. I demand you remove Lin Sui Sui's name from the enrollment. Let our Jingjing join your school. Principal Zhang, utterly speechless at their demands, attempted to reason with them. Sir, ma'am, this is not. Do not waste your breath on us. I'm telling you now. Expel these two immediately. I want our family spot for Hu Jingjing. Observing the unreasonable demeanor of the couple, Yuan Yi understood that they would never heed anyone else's words. They only uttered their own, dismissing all else as mere nonsense. She promptly dialed Lin Tianlu. The phone rang once before he answered. Once connected, she said, Lin Tianlu. Your parents are causing a ruckus at Jinsun Kindergarten. Hurry and take them away, or I will call the police. Yuan Yi refrained from directly alerting the authorities due to the setting of a kindergarten, as such actions could disrupt the other children. Moreover, the police typically do not involve themselves in such disputes, and the notion of detaining individuals for several days is far-fetched. Ironically, Lin's parents, having escaped arrest, would likely become even more emboldened in their disruptive behavior. She must uncover the true source of the issue to remove them. Today, she must confront Lin Tianlu with clarity. Chapter 89. The guilty Lin Tianlu. Before long, Lin Tianlu arrived. Yuan Yi had been seething with pent-up frustration. She had always been a gentle and dignified person, striving to lead a good life while distancing herself from sordid affairs, aspiring for a harmonious existence. However, she has now realized that some individuals are unworthy of such civility and tranquility. Yesterday, she had been too lenient in her reprimand of Lin Tianlu. Overwhelmed and unable to control her emotions, she had allowed his parents to create chaos. Yuan Yi had reached the limits of her patience. Enough is enough. If they refuse to uphold their dignity, then let us all abandon it. She possessed irrefutable evidence of Lin Tianlu's mistreatment of her and her daughter during their divorce. He had deliberately frozen the assets allocated to them, leaving them without a single penny to live on. Who would not condemn him for such inhumanity? If this escalated to his workplace, he could forget about maintaining his esteemed position. Yuan Yi was resolute in her intentions. Should Lin Tianlu continue to overstep, she would create a scandal at his company, leading to his disgrace. A desperate mother can be a formidable force, and provoking her could yield terrifying consequences. Armed with her leverage, she eagerly awaited the opportunity to confront Lin Tianlu. However, upon his arrival, he immediately directed his attention to his parents, chastising them. What are you doing here? Return home at once. Son, your parents are here to reclaim what belongs to you. They protested. Exactly. Now that the head of the household is present, instruct the teacher to revoke Lin Sui's enrollment and allow Jing to attend this school. Sui is my daughter, Lin Tianlu suddenly exclaimed. She is your biological granddaughter. How can you deny her an education? Lin's parents were momentarily taken aback by their son's unexpected outburst, rendered speechless. Indeed, Lin Sui was their flesh and blood, yet they perceived her as a burden. While Jing was also a young girl, she belonged to the affluent Hua family, being the sister of Hua Lingyan, and thus was regarded as of superior social standing. Moreover, Sui had been living with Yuan Yi, creating a distance between her and her grandparents, whereas Jing, as a relative, was now considered part of their family. Lin Tianlu's public reprimand left his parents momentarily speechless. After addressing them, he turned to Yuan Yi and Sui, his expression filled with remorse. Xiao Yi, Sui. Sui, upon seeing her father, instinctively retreated behind Yuan Yi. Sui, do not be afraid. I am your father, Lin Tianlu said, crouching down to appease her. However, little Sui only dared to shrink away further. At that moment, Yin Xiao arrived. Yuan Yi, Sui. Uncle Yun. Upon seeing Yin Xiao, Sui instantly opened her arms and leaped into his embrace. Yin Xiao skillfully cradled her in his arms, and the terror etched on Xiao Sui's face vanished instantaneously, replaced by an overwhelming sense of security, as if she had nestled into the embrace of a true father. Lin Tianlu's heart ached at this sight. When did it begin that his daughter grew so close to another man, as she once was with him? In her tender years, their bond had been intimate. She would affectionately call out for daddy, hold me. But at what point did their connection become estranged? Perhaps it was when Hua Lingyan returned, leading him to stay away from home and gradually drift apart from Sui. In the blink of an eye, less than a year had passed, and his place had been entirely supplanted. The last encounter in the supermarket had been fortuitous. What about this time? A dull pain surged within Lin Tianlu. Yuan Yi, noticing Yin Xiao approaching, exclaimed, "Why are you here as well?" "The principal called me, so I came," Yin Xiao replied, one arm holding Sui while the other draped over Yuan Yi's shoulder. She immediately felt the warmth and strength of his embrace. The last time something happened to Xiao Sui, It was Yun Xiao who had rushed to her aid. Once again, he had arrived. Yuan Yi felt a profound sense of comfort knowing that someone would come for her. As she gazed at Yun Xiao, the anger that had been ignited by the Lin family gradually subsided in the depths of his steady eyes. Love is akin to nurturing a flower. Having someone to lean on, being cherished, can smooth away those negative emotions. During those days, the presence of someone who truly loves you is evident in one's demeanor. Conversely, languishing in the company of those who do not love you leaves a palpable trace of bitterness. A faint, radiant smile unconsciously blossomed on Yuan Yi's face. Lin Tianlu, observing the expression on Yuan Yi's face, felt an unwelcome pang of jealousy once more. Xiao Yi, he called her, his tone imbued with an unrecognized bitterness. Deep down, he felt a twinge of resentment. During their time together, he had never seen her display such joy. How could her life be better with a second husband who earned merely 18,000 a month? This should not be. Lin Tianlu, we are divorced. There is no need to call me so intimately. Yuan Yi turned her gaze, her eyes glinting with coldness. Xiao Yi, we need not. Enough. Yuan Yi interrupted decisively. Let's discuss Sui's matters. I do not expect you to care for her simply because you are her biological father. Let's pretend you have ceased to exist. Please, do not disturb us any further. How dare you speak like that? Lin's mother interjected. Who is dead and who is not? You and your money-grabbing daughter deserve to perish. Mother, Lin Tianlu interjected, cutting off his mother's words. He turned to Yuan Yi, his expression earnest. Xiao Yi, regarding Sui's schooling, rest assured, I will not allow anyone to usurp her place. Nor will I permit my parents to intrude upon your lives. Lin Tianlu's words took Yuan Yi by surprise. She gazed at him with skepticism, her eyes meeting his earnest and remorseful gaze. Had he finally experienced a moment of conscience? Lin Tianlu was reprimanded harshly by Yuan Yi yesterday, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of guilt. After all, he was the biological father of Sui. He certainly did not wish for his own daughter to be deprived of an education. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to find a private kindergarten for Hua Jingjing, regardless of the expense, thus sparing Yuan Yi and Sui any further disturbances. He considered this as his paternal duty to provide Sui with a measure of protection. But Tianlu, what about Jingjing? He heard, I will arrange for Jingjing to attend a private kindergarten. Ling Yan will not object. Upon hearing this, Lin's parents furrowed their brows. Lin's mother sighed. Tianlu, your kindness is your downfall, allowing others to take advantage of you. Lin's father, tapping his cane, conceded, let it be. If you can secure a better place for Jingjing, then so be it. She deserves a superior kindergarten, and this shabby one can be left for Lin Sui. At that moment, they remained oblivious to the fact that Hua Jingjing attending a private kindergarten would necessitate financial support from their son, mistakenly assuming it was the Hua family covering the costs. Chapter 90. Their thoughts may come to fruition after Lin's parents departed, still scolding while taking Sui with them. They lavished attention on Hua Jingjing as they passed by Yuan Yi and Sui. Intentionally provoking them, they remarked, Jingjing is truly well-behaved, adorable, and delightful. How wonderful it would be if such a precious granddaughter were ours. Their words ignited a simmering irritation within Yuan Yi, but a sudden chuckle broke through her thoughts. She turned to see Yun Xiao laughing. What are you laughing at? She inquired. I believe their wishes may indeed be realized, he replied. Excuse me? Yuan Yi responded, perplex. At that moment, Lin Tianlu called out to Yuan Yi once more. Upon seeing him, her resolve reignited. Lin Tianlu, I expect you to keep your word. If your parents disturb Sui and me again, do not be surprised if I make a scene at your workplace. If causing a ruckus was what it took for them to recognize their overreach, she was prepared to do just that. Hearing Yuan Yi's words made Lin Tianlu's heart ache. The Yuan Yi of the past would never have spoken this way. How had they both come to this? Xiao Yi, whether you believe it or not, I truly do not wish for things to be this way. I am still Sui's father, am I not? A father who allows his own parents to usurp his daughter's rightful place. Yuan Yi retorted with sharp irony. Lin Tianlu's ears he flushed crimson. Yuan Yi, weary of his demeanor, decided to let him off the hook this time, since he had shown some decency today. Unlike yesterday, when he had brought his parents to pressure her for a spot. She meticulously communicated with the kindergarten's director regarding the list of individuals permitted to visit Sui Sui, ensuring that only she and Yuan Xiao had the right to pick her up or visit, while forbidding others from approaching her altogether. With matters settled, Sui Sui continued her day at the kindergarten, and she and Yuan Xiao stepped outside together. It's nearly noon. Why don't you join me for a meal at a restaurant before heading back to work? Yuan Yi suggested with a smile. Sure. Yuan Xiao nodded eagerly, then paused to consider, but I prefer not to eat at Qin Quan's. Would you mind cooking for me instead? Is Qin Quan's cooking unsatisfactory? Far inferior to yours, he declared. Yuan Yi, initially puzzled, met Yuan Xiao's gaze, and upon their eyes locking, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Certainly. I shall prepare a sumptuous meal for you, specifically your beloved red braised pork. Yuan Yi felt immense gratitude towards Yuan Xiao. He had assisted her and little Sui Sui on numerous occasions, always present whenever they required help. With him around, both Yuan Yi and Sui Sui felt significantly more at ease. She intended to express her heartfelt thanks to him. Before noon, after Yuan Xiao finished his meal at the restaurant, Su Feifei and others inquired about Yuan Yi's troubles. Yuan Yi recounted the sequence of events concerning Lin Tianlu and his family that had transpired over the past few days. Upon hearing her story, everyone was seething with indignation, wishing they could confront him on her behalf. Master, next time such a situation arises, don't just inform the elder. Call me as well. Qin Quan declared. Little E, I must be present next time to fiercely confront that shameless family. Su Feifei added. Me too. Yu Su chimed in. Even the three newly hired employees expressed their outrage, asserting that they would not tolerate such shameless individuals in their establishment. Yuan Yi felt enveloped by their supportive words. Her heart warmed by their camaraderie. Before 6 o'clock, Su Feifei hung the sign indicating they were closing early, not because they had sold out, but rather because she had decided to conduct an inventory assessment. Their little shop had been operating for an entire month, and she wanted to evaluate their performance. After concluding business early, she instructed the staff to enjoy their dinner and leave, then proceeded to calculate the accounts with Yuan Yi at the cash register. This month's total revenue amounted to 328,756 yuan and 3 cents. Upon seeing this long string of numbers, both Yuan Yi, Su Feifei, and Yu Su were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. They had anticipated a successful month, projecting a substantial increase in business. But witnessing the actual figures, 20% higher than their estimates, was exhilarating. Among the total, the recharge amount was a staggering 156,000 yuan. Su Feifei swiftly categorized each segment. Of the 328,000 in revenue, recharges constituted half, excluding the exceptional case of Yi Xiao, who had carelessly recharged 50,000 in one go. Their actual recharges surpassed 100,000, accounting for nearly one-third of their business. Their shop boasted an exceptionally high recharge rate. It is worth noting that the recharged funds essentially equated to a swift return on investment. Based solely on the recharge rate, they could recoup their initial investment in merely 2 to 3 months. This was nothing short of remarkable. After all, Yuan's private kitchen had become the hottest dining spot in Haicheng. Achieving such results in this bustling metropolis was no exaggeration. Su Feifei rapidly calculated the various incomes and expenses. Both she and Yuan Yi had studied finance in college, and they were adept at managing accounts. With swift efficiency, they organized the financial records, and their respective shares became clear. After deducting various expenses and costs, both families agreed to a 50-50 split, resulting in Yuan Yi receiving over 68,000 yuan. Little E, please review the accounts, Su Feifei remarked. Yuan Yi gazed at her share of over 60,000 yuan and replied, Feifei, I trust you. Having just reviewed the total revenue and expenses, Yuan Yi had already calculated the figures in her mind, finding no need to scrutinize each entry further. Moreover, the income of over 60,000 exceeded her expectations. She had never imagined achieving such a sum this month, especially since Su Feifei had previously mentioned an estimate of around 40,000. The surge in business over the past few days had truly been remarkable. This month, our business has surged remarkably, and if this momentum continues, We shall undoubtedly see even greater success next month, Su Feifei remarked to Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi, holding her phone, responded, yes, let's work diligently. She had been tirelessly cooking every day, yet the ultimate outcome was exceedingly gratifying. Indeed, we are earning quite a bit. Let's not rush into it. I plan to take a day off tomorrow. Although our shop is profitable, we must also consider whether we can earn a living and enjoy it. Su Feifei stated to Yuan Yi. Their shop was thriving, yet the proprietress was rather lethargic. Su Feifei had been toiling incessantly for a month and determined that, regardless of the circumstances, she deserved a day of rest. Moreover, she wasn't overly lazy. She merely decided to close the shop for a day each month. After all, Qin Quan and his companions enjoyed 4 days off each month. Taking one day off was hardly excessive. Upon hearing Su Feifei propose tomorrow as a public holiday, with a day off each month, Yuan Yi raised her hand in agreement, saying, all right, I support that. Coincidentally, tomorrow was Saturday, providing an opportunity to enjoy a delightful weekend with the children and Yun Xiao. Having earned money, it was only right to spend it well. I support it wholeheartedly. Yusu added enthusiastically. He had endured significant hardships in his life, but for his wife, every struggle was worthwhile. Chapter 91. Supporting Yun Xiao. Not long after settling the accounts, Yun Xiao arrived to pick up Yuan Yi. Upon receiving her first share of the profits, Yuan Yi felt a surge of pride upon seeing him. What is the matter? Yun Xiao asked, noticing Yuan Yi strutting out of the shop. Chin held high like a rosy-faced parrot. What had brought her such joy? Had the issue with Lin Tianlu been resolved? Surely not, as he had just dispatched someone. The Lin family should still be unaware that the beloved little sister-in-law was, in fact, the illegitimate daughter of their daughter-in-law. What delightful news had Yuan Yi encountered? Let me show you something, she said, gliding over to Yun Xiao and proudly pulling out her phone, double-tapping the screen to illuminate it as she raised her chin in triumph. Yun Xiao thought she resembled a parrot even more, particularly the charming Japanese peach variety. See this? Yuan Yi urged as he remained silent. What am I looking at? Yun Xiao snapped back to attention. He had been transfixed by Yuan Yi's delicate and lovely face. Of course, the message at the top, she emphasized, pointing at the notification of the incoming funds. Read it and tell me how much it is. 68,579.36? Yun Xiao read aloud, a hint of confusion in his gaze. What does this mean? This is my share from the shop for this month. Yuan Yi beamed with increasing pride. I earned over 60,000 in a month. Impressive, isn't it? Oh, no wonder you are so proud. No wonder you're showing off. It turns out you just received your salary, and such a substantial amount at that. Yun Xiao immediately gave her a thumbs up, praising her. That's truly remarkable. Indeed, in Haicheng, this is already considered a high salary. Yuan Yi felt an immense sense of satisfaction, as this was the first time in her life she had earned such a significant sum. Before becoming a full-time housewife, she was merely an ordinary employee earning a salary between 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month. While this figure may seem acceptable, it starkly contrasts with the clear salary thresholds in Haicheng. The first tier hovers around 4,000 to 5,000 yuan, typically occupied by those with lesser educational qualifications and skills, particularly if they are not in sales roles. Yuan Yi's education, however, is commendable. She graduated from a prestigious 985 university with a decent major, which enabled her to secure a position in a respectable private enterprise during graduation season, earning 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. Yet, her role lacks the potential for advancement into management. After 5 to 10 years, her salary would merely oscillate around the 10,000 mark, with little hope for significant increases. Those earning at Yuan Yi's level represent a considerable portion of Haicheng's young workforce, many of whom find their salaries stagnating at the 10,000 threshold. A few may earn slightly more, but many linger around 7,000 to 8,000. Those surpassing 10,000 typically either work in higher-paying industries or have ascended to management roles. However, even in management, there are formidable barriers. 30,000 is a significant milestone, 50,000 another, and reaching an annual income of 1 million presents yet another challenge. Each barrier signifies a halt in salary progression, with the possibility of regression. Thus, if Yuan Yi continued her previous routine of dutifully working, attaining such high earnings would be an unattainable dream. Earning over 60,000 a month, Yin Xiao praised her as remarkable, and Yuan Yi wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. Not to mention, her income now exceeds Yin Xiao's by a considerable margin. In the future, if you perform well, I shall support you, Yuan Yi declared, tilting her chin and playfully patting his shoulder. Yin Xiao remarked, "This little woman is quite unrestrained in her praise." Her flattery sent her spirits soaring. He reached out and playfully flicked her forehead, jesting that earning 60,000 a month was hardly a cause for such celebration, let alone the notion of her supporting him. Yuan Yi winced at the playful gesture, feeling emboldened by her newfound wealth. She retorted, "Why shouldn't I support you? With your mere 28,000, I could easily provide for both of us." Yun Xiao exclaimed in disbelief. He had forgotten that he had previously discussed a salary increase with Yuan Yi from 18,000 to 28,000. Yet, he had never imagined that her career would skyrocket to the point where his newly raised income would seem insignificant in comparison. He realized that he needed to plan for another raise soon. He couldn't allow this little woman to swell with confidence and overshadow him. Seeing that Yin Xiao was momentarily speechless, Yuan Yi triumphantly perched herself on the back seat, wrapping her arm around his waist while pointing ahead. "Now he my command. Let's head home." "Yes, my queen," Yin Xiao replied. Yuan Yi chuckled, tightening her grip around his waist, reveling in her happiness. The following day, Saturday, marked the first day of rest for Yuan Yi after a prolonged period of work, coinciding with the children's day off. She decided to take them both to the mall for some shopping and fun, as well as to purchase new clothes and trousers. As the days gradually turned cooler, it is time to acquire some new seasonal attire for the children. At this age, they grow so rapidly that there is hardly any old clothing left to wear. With the changing season, new garments are essential. Now that Yuan Yi has her own income, having just received a handsome sum of 68,000, she feels quite comfortable taking the children shopping for new clothes. If she were unemployed, relying solely on Yun Zhao's monthly salary of 28,000 for household expenses and clothing would certainly be sufficient, but it would not afford them much luxury. She would have to budget diligently, prioritizing discounted items. However, today, she can liberate her budget, allowing the children to choose and purchase freely. No longer needing to rush to the supermarket for discounted groceries after 8 o'clock as she had done previously. The reason is simple. She is now earning money, and quite a substantial amount at that. With her finances in a more relaxed state, she can approach everything with ease. Labor creates a beautiful life. One must nurture their own existence bit by bit. Let us head out. Today we will go to the mall to buy seasonal clothing, Yuan Yi announced to the children after breakfast. Wow, that's great. Little Sway Sway was the first to clap, exclaiming, "Mom, I want to buy a new dress." Of course. Yuan Yi affectionately ruffled Sway Sway's hair. "Andy, I don't need anything. I have plenty," Yin Mo interjected. "Not at all." Without waiting for Yin Mo to finish, Yuan Yi gently tousled his hair as well. "You must buy something too. If Sway Sway has new clothes, so must you. Both of you will wear new outfits." Yuan Yi interpreted his understanding as maturity. "That's not right. Such a sensible Yin Mo deserves even more love," she thought. Yin Mo wished to express that he did not lack new clothing, yet. How warm, he thought. Yuan Yi's hand and her words felt exceedingly warm. He blinked once and replied, "Okay, I will listen to you." Chapter 92. Because you are kind to us, Yin Xiao observed how Yuan Yi treated Yin Mo equally, which brought him considerable comfort. After all, he felt reassured with Yin Mo and Yuan Yi's care. He had come to understand her character well. Just then, he heard Yuan Yi call out to him, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and clear the dishes. We're ready to go." Yin Xiao retracted his previous affirmation of Yuan Yi's character. In the past, he had always been addressed as Mr. Yun, but now that she had earned some money, she was quick to urge him to get to work. Just a little bit of money, and she has become so demanding, he thought. He reflected on his earlier foolishness in offering her a mere monthly salary of 18,000, which limited any significant raise. If he had initially informed her of his annual income exceeding 1 million, would she still dare to speak to him so casually? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he obediently began to clear the dishes. He had grown quite adept at these household chores. Yuan Yi noticed Yin Xiao dutifully tidying up and chuckled softly, of course. She was not idle either. While he cleared the dishes, she took the children to pick out their clothes. Before they left, she washed her face and applied a pleasant fragrance. While washing her face, she examined the skin and complexion of the two children. They were fair and tender, indeed well cared for. She pressed a kiss onto the tender, adorable face of her little Sui Sui, reminiscent of soft tofu. Hi-moi, little Sui Sui giggled, cupping Yuan Yi's face and returning the kiss. She absolutely adored her mother's affectionate pecks. After showering Sui Sui with kisses, Yuan Yi turned to see Xiao and Mo watching them intently. Yin and Mo gazed at Yuan Yi with wide, eager eyes, almost as if waiting for his own turn. That look stirred an overwhelming surge of maternal love within her. Yuan Yi felt as though her heart might melt. She planted a hearty kiss on Yin Mo's cheek. He neither flinched nor avoided her affection. And after fully receiving Yuan Yi's kiss, his ears flushed slightly, a hint of shyness adorning his face. He stepped forward and returned the gesture, planting a kiss on Yuan Yi's cheek in response to her love. In that moment, Yuan Yi enveloped both him and Sui Sui in her embrace. A torrential wave of maternal love surged within her, akin to a river breaching its banks, impossible to contain. Immersed in this overwhelming feeling of motherhood, she held her two little treasures tightly, as if cradling the entire world. On that serene morning, tranquility enveloped everything. Yin Xiao had just finished tidying the kitchen, and upon exiting, he beheld this heartwarming scene in the living room. The love radiating from Yuan Yi was palpable, enveloping the room. His heart was instantly struck, filled with a warmth that was neither scorching nor jarring, yet profoundly comforting. It dispelled the coldness and emptiness that had lingered within him, a sensation he had never experienced in his 30 years. This warmth was something he had never encountered in his cold, desolate residence. Yuan Yi was a person brimming with love. She proactively expressed affection rather than passively awaiting it from others. Her initiative shone like a beacon, dispelling the confusion of the cold-hearted and drawing people toward her, deeper and deeper into her warmth. In the bustling marketplace, Yuan Yi held Yin Mo's hand with her left, while her right grasped Sui Sui's, who in turn held Yin Zhao's hand. The family of four strolled hand in hand. As for why Yin Xiao was not holding Yin Mo's hand, it was simply because Yin Mo preferred not to. Thus, he held Yuan Yi's hand instead,